What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
This morning, new details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt.
They burning the country down with
this was a white blast.
Started with changing what gender is, then graduated to you're racist if you think that your life matters and your skin don't have melanin. They don't want peace, they want skeletons. They want men to pretend that they're feminine. They don't want an election, they got so offended by freedom that they just try killing the president. I used to think that the woke were misguided, but now I can see that they're evil. Twitter is angry that Trump is dead. You know who got shot? Innocent people. Thought y'all were tolerant, thought we were equals. I thought you valued how everyone feels. Then why are y'all celebrating an attempted assassination like you're part of the people? Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock him up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed. Told us trust the science, but it never made sense to me. Why would we put all our trust in the enemy? Millions of people are hooked on amphetamines. They're making billions on untested remedies. Borders are open to people with felonies. Fighting can't stop them. We don't have the energy. Y'all want to kill the man trying to fight for a better tomorrow by making him Kennedy? I tried to give y'all a chance. Like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong, because y'all are exactly as crazy as every conservative person I know said you were all along. Wanna protest? Go hard. Wanna burn flags? Go off. But y'all are so triggered that you're pulling triggers at presidents. Y'all the terrorists when you're armed. Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed.
He is holding up his arm.
No one else you can
he is
blame.
pumping his fist.
Lock him up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed.
All right. Welcome, everyone, back to the Nation Network. This is Amendment 1. It is election night, and history is going to be made tonight. There's just no two ways about that. the early on numbers, the projections, and the trends right now are all very good for the Republicans. There's been a low turnout in female voters in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to determine the outcome of this election without question. You have 19 of the seats there so far as the college goes, and the electoral college goes, and it's a must-have. I don't believe it's close, even though they keep saying it's a 50-50 razor thin. I just don't see that. From everything that we've seen, everything that I've heard, everything, the man on the street interviews for people that are in Pennsylvania, the whole thing that we covered here on this channel about the Amish community, 80,000 strong, that are getting involved in this election that normally would sit it out. Then Joe Rogan at the last minute coming out for Donald Trump. That's a man who reaches easily 20 to 40 million people on a regular basis. People who do trust him. Most of these people endorsing doesn't mean a whole lot. Doesn't mean a whole lot to me especially. But you'll notice that when it comes down to Kamala and her team, she's got zero endorsements from the people that Democrats always get endorsed by. Labor union, no. Police unions, no. Hell, if it were, I think she got teacher unions because they're always going to blindly follow that. That's just the way it is. Blue, no matter who with them. But other than that, LA Times, no. New York Times, no. She's got zero endorsements of anyone that normally would endorse that matters. Now, you can have Cardi B. I mean, we've already shown what a piece of crap she is. So if that's the best you got, then you haven't got much. And just to show you the difference between the people that are getting behind her versus the ones that are getting behind President Donald Trump, soon to be president again, Donald Trump. If you would have said in 2016 that this was going to happen, what I'm about to show you, I would have said you're out of your fucking mind. But this really happened very recently. This is Megyn Kelly, who was one of the first moderators of a debate in Donald Trump's professional political career. And they went head to head. And you might remember the famous back and forth is how she called him out for being horrible towards women and the things he said about women. And he came back with only about Rosie O'Donnell. And it got worse from there. I mean, there was no love lost. But check this out if you didn't already catch it.
And, you know, I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just ripped some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing, come up here, Megyn. She ripped the guy apart.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy at his age? I'm ready to go to sleep over there. He's got another rally to go to till tonight. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, one of the many reasons I wanted to come here. When I launched my show 4 years ago, we had Mark Cuban on the program. You know, yeah. You may have seen he was in the news this week. And he started going on about how bad America's race history was and how ashamed he was of America. And that's why he was at all these protests. And he felt it was really important to stand up and speak out about human rights violations. And then it got awkward when I asked him about all the money he was taking from China. Then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs. And I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again. Okay. So that's how I opened it. And the crowd was not a big group of fans of Mark Cuban. So that went over fine. And then I made a couple of points about why I think it's important to vote for Trump. I'm not going to go over them all. You guys know them. I made most of them on the show yesterday, and I make them all the time. My team put together a very short little highlight reel of what actually happened, and I will play that for you. I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. Number one, immigration. President Trump closed the border. Kamala Harris opened it by choice. It wasn't accidental. She said it would be humane. That's what she and her boss believed. Tell it to Laken Riley's family. There was nothing humane about it. He closed it. They opened it. It was an intentional choice, and there's no reason not to believe they won't do it again. The boys should not be in the girls' sports. The boys should not be in the girls' bathrooms. The boys should not be in the girls' locker rooms. And by the way, they are going into the women's prisons. She changed the law in California to make sure the taxpayers would pay for their sex change operations. She was not just following the law, she changed the law. President Trump will stop it. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will not look at our boys like they're second-class citizens. And ladies out there who want a bit of girl power in this election, let me tell you something. How can you win when the sons and the husbands and the brothers and the dads you love are losing? It's not a win. What I don't want, what I don't think you want, is the left's version of masculinity. I'm not into their version of toxic masculinity or new masculinity. I prefer the old version. Them, all of you, and I prefer a president who understands how to be strong and how to fight.
I don't know how you argue with any of that. There are obviously going to be people that will try to. Matter of fact, I see already. Keith O'Toole's in the house. Welcome aboard. You're going to be in the minority here, but that's all right. If we vote Trump, it's going to be the end of mankind as we know it. Please argue any of the points that she just made. I dare you. Because you can't. She's 100% right on everything she just said. And again, look at Megyn Kelly in 2016. Pull up the clip when they announced on Fox News, when they announced that Donald Trump is the president-elect. The look on her face was like somebody just fed her a shit sandwich. She hated the man. And now you see this ringing endorsement, and everything she said is accurate. So everyone's entitled to an opinion, even if they're wrong. But facts are facts, and they don't lie. That's why I do believe in a fair election. And here's the big kicker right now. Lara Trump, God bless her. She and her legal team are going to town on these states in real time. And a lot of these governors in Pennsylvania, for example, governors, mayors, different people in power positions are making it clear, Attorney General, that if you, I wish I had the actual video clip. I think it was the Attorney General in Pennsylvania said, if you want to come out and play with our election, fuck around and find out. He used the letter F. F around and find out. They ain't playing. So while it ain't going to be a perfect election, this might be the best chance we have at something that resembles a fair election, at least in comparison to 2020. And if you give us a level playing field, it's going to be over by 10 p.m. I don't think we're going to get a level playing field. Don't get me wrong. I said if. All right. I did put the key up in the comment section. If anyone wants to jump on camera with us, feel free to join us. And I'm saying us in a plural sense because waiting in the wings is somebody you're all familiar with. And welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. J-Rock's joining me here for election night coverage. How are you thinking things are looking so far?
The early polls and stuff are showing that we came out in mass numbers for early voting, which is something Republicans never do at all. So by doing that, will we see less at the polls later? Maybe, but we've got a huge jump. So I think right now, I think they said in New Hampshire, Trump's ahead by 2 points. So that's a plus, especially somewhere like that.
Yeah, the other thing they're saying, and again, not to beat a horse or anything, but Pennsylvania's it. I mean, you got to get Pennsylvania. And if you lose Pennsylvania, you're going to have to pick up a lot of other ones. So it's easier to get Pennsylvania. Plus, Pennsylvania should easily go towards Trump again in a fair election.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. It's like I was watching on Newsmax last night, and they showed 3 different ways that Trump can win, and he don't need Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I've seen a few different ways, too, but he needs a lot of other things if he doesn't get Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I mean, the odds are a lot slimmer that way.
It is, but we know how Pennsylvania is. They've already been dicking around with stuff, so, you know. But on the other hand, they weren't counting on all the fucking Amish coming out going, yeah, we're going to go ahead and vote for Trump. Screw you guys. So
what is the turnout going to be there? And then, of course, Raleigh and the Charlotte
we're going to be checking
area,
in with Newsmax throughout this thing because I'm never going to give Fox another chance after what they did 4 years ago.
And
go
we're
fuck
going to be
themselves.
watching the suburbs in these areas as well. Also, let's take a look at the state of Ohio. The state of Ohio, there we go. Donald Trump expected to do well in the state of Ohio tonight, but what are we watching? We're watching a hotly contested Senate race to see whether or not Donald Trump can help get Bernie Moreno over the finish line to oust Sherrod Brown. And we just spoke to the Secretary of State there, Frank LaRose. He said that all of their early votes are going to be released almost immediately, followed by the election day results about an hour later. We will know the state of Ohio and we'll know the outcome of this hotly contested Senate race by the end of the night tonight. And one more thing that I'd like to bring up with all of you. You know, one of the things that makes this election cycle so incredibly unique is that since 2020, so many people have actually moved from places like New York and California in the Northeast, and they've actually moved into some of these battleground states.
Yeah.
So how are they, who are voting probably for the first time in some of these new homes that they have, how are they going to impact that road to 270? We're going to find out tonight.
All right.
I'll tell you something right now.
Appreciate your insight as always.
If you moved out of those 2 states, I got a pretty good feeling I know why.
Close in the big battlegrounds of North Carolina.
And if you're stupid enough to continue voting that way, then you get what you get and you earned it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Sylvester Stallone, he moved his whole family
from California. Trump 2024. Let's go. That's my boy.
But yeah, I mean,
I swear we still love you, man. It's okay.
He moved his whole family from California to Arizona just because he's like, I don't want my kids growing up with all this. He's like, I'm done. So, you know, I wish more grounded celebrities would have done that kind of shit. But then again, you've got others that might say they're for Harris or haven't said anything, but you know, they could always come out for Trump and just not say it, you know? So,
dude, I'll tell you something right now. You look at, name the celebrities that came out for Harris in the last 2 months. Name them.
All I got to do is pull up the Diddy list and they're all on there.
That's what I was just about to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. Every name you give me is on a Diddy list. And when you see what Beyonce did, that was the absolute. And it cost her votes. There's no doubt in my mind. Because if you are going to bait and switch that way to make people believe Beyonce is going to perform, not that I'd want to go see her for free anyway, but obviously she's got a fan base, and they turn out to see their girl perform because that was what was led to believe. And she didn't even speak. 4 minutes and off the stage and gone.
Yep. Give me my check. I'm out.
And the check allegedly is $10 million. Hasn't been confirmed yet, but people that seem to know are saying it was 10 mil.
Yep.
And she spoke for 4 minutes. She looked like she did not want to be there and did not perform at all. Fans got up and walked out. Here's the thing, and this goes back to 4 years ago. I mean, I'm at the point now where there's only one family member left that I talk to who's not a Republican, and that's only because he's my father. And even then, I can only talk to him in very small amounts because I lose respect the more he talks politics because it makes me realize you've stopped studying. A man who lived his life on higher education, gaining more education and knowledge, and all of a sudden, at such a peak part, you're going to vote to hurt me, your daughter, your grandchildren. No, sorry, that just doesn't work for me.
I had about the same conversation with my dad today when him and my mom left to go vote. I said, this is your last chance to vote for the right person. And my dad's like, I know who I'm voting for. I was like, I didn't ask you who you're voting for. I said, this is your last chance to vote for the right person. So whatever happens,
you know who he's voting for?
Happens. Yeah, I know who they're voting. I know who they said they were voting for. I know who my mom's voting for Harris just because she has TDS so fucking bad. It's she could have been on those commercials. I'm telling you. But my dad, I think my dad might have got through to him. I will never know for sure because he'll never say.
Especially not if he's got to live with your mom.
Right. So that's why I had that conversation with just him alone and not the two of them, because I can still have that conversation with him and then not get heated, as opposed to my mom. If I have that conversation with her, it blows up, and that it's just not worth the fight. So,
but
I will tell you this. I will tell you this, that when Trump wins, everything that he says he's going to do when it comes to pass, I'm going to look him straight in the face and do my best Dwayne Johnson impression from Moana and go, "You're welcome."
That would have been a good meme for me to have captured going into this. Come on. I'm trying to pull something up here. Images. I'm in images. Come on. The problem is I'm using Google, and Google really has done a tremendous job of blocking content that they don't want people to see.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan show with Donald Trump, which only drew like 50 million viewers.
Yeah.
If you go to YouTube and search for that, you won't find it. You have to go to Joe Rogan's channel.
To his channel, yeah. Right.
I mean,
after I heard he was on it, and this was within the first 24 hours that I heard he was on it, I went to search it, didn't come up or nothing. I had to go and find it. Now, Vance, they learned their lesson, because Vance you can still find, but Trump, you're not. Yeah, you're right. You're not going to find it.
They don't consider Vance a problem for them. I don't think there's I don't think that they're worried about him being seen.
They should be, because he's a voice.
All right, I'm going to pull something up here on the screen. It's not a full screen image, unfortunately, like I was trying to get. But again, Google being what it is, and that's what I have right now set up. So share screen. And this goes back to, we talked about the Beyonce thing and the bait and switch that took place on that.
Right.
Where is it? There we go. And then we look at this picture over here on the right.
Yeah.
So Kamala, after Trump does his McDonald's routine, saying that she never worked for McDonald's, we went to the store that she says she worked at. Nobody knows her. And they went back and checked the books, and she's not there. She produces this photograph of her in her McDonald's uniform when she was allegedly in high school. And then the actual person says, nope, that's my picture. And within 4 minutes, that picture's coming off of her website. If she will do this, and she's only been busted for plagiarism 3 times or 4, I've lost count.
There was the time, there was the one with her supposed grandmother, and it wasn't her, it was somebody else's grandmother, and they got busted for that.
And that's my point. If she is willing to go to the extent of having her face photoshopped on a picture, and they never even change the skin tone or anything.
No, that's what caught me. I'm like, she's light, but she's not that light. So.
All that just to win an argument or try and prove that my lie wasn't a lie. You got her and you got Tim Walz over there, who carried weapons in combat, but he never did. Now that's stolen valor right there. He should be in prison for that.
You're right. I agree. And he can't high kick to save his ass, so.
He's no Liberace.
I saw that the other day. I like that comparison. That was good.
I meant to change it up and switch out the background music to Dude Looks Like a Lady. I just never had the time. All right, let's go back to Newsmax here and see what's happening in the world. Yeah, Atlanta's always a ball buster in Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys aren't seeing this. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry.
We're waiting.
Of the vote, 26,000 to 8,000. How does that compare to 2020? She's actually exceeding Joe Biden's number in 2020. How's it compared to 2016? She's far exceeding. So right now, if you're going to look at what's going on in suburban Atlanta, Kamala Harris is doing what she has to do with 76% of the vote in a big relatively big suburban county. Here's a little bigger suburban county, and that's Douglas County. Again, 65.9, almost 66% of the vote, with 75% of the vote in. How does that compare to 2020? 62% for Biden. How does it compare to Hillary Clinton? 53%. So again, in these suburban counties that are very important for Kamala Harris, she's actually keeping up with the trend where she's doing better in these suburban counties. Is Trump offsetting
I'll never
that?
understand
That's
it.
really the key here, is he's offsetting it in some of the rural counties. Again, smaller.
That's what I was about to say. Get to the small rural counties like where I live here in Ohio, and it's all going to be red.
Doing a little better, but not
Well,
as much
here's the
better.
problem with that, though, is the rural counties, they were saying earlier on before we went on the air, that they have really turned out in bigger numbers than they've turned out in a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. And he needs that. But they don't have the same numbers in rural counties. Now, they do have more land mass, as you can see. So it is hopeful that if everyone turns out, it will offset whatever she's doing in Atlanta and these other areas that are blue.
Right, and that's basically what he's saying there, you know.
Yep.
Which will offset the percentages, and these numbers in suburban Atlanta is down, which makes the differences. These are what we'll be able to determine as the night goes on.
All right. Senator Rick Santorum, we appreciate that update. He's also going to help us as a former senator about the battle for control of the U.S. Senate, which is hot.
That's right. Also, I'm looking closely at Pennsylvania. Speaking of the Congress, Congressman Mike Waltz is at a Trump watch party in Palm Beach. And Congressman, I know when you joined me before, you made very clear it is Waltz, not Waltz.
I was just going to say, I hope he's not anyway related.
You are obviously at a Trump watch party, big smile on your face. What is the energy you're feeling there in Florida?
Well, I got to tell you, a lot of people are rolling in here. They're fired up. The lines are
looking
long,
at the Florida results coming in down below
every entrance.
for the
so
seats,
I think this is going to be
and
a
it's all
packed house.
Republican.
It's still a little bit early, but I got to tell you, overall, I mean, I'm looking
And not
at
even close.
statistics where we're seeing turnout.
I love
of
my state.
Republicans in Florida, 8, 9, 10 points, even where it was in 2022 when Ron DeSantis won by 19 points. I'm looking at Miami-Dade, where Republicans are actually ahead. So
Don't send none of your illegal immigrants here. We will take care of them one way or another. They'll be gator
this
food.
narrative that it might be in play. I hope they spent a lot of money and wasted it.
Well, they got one Democrat seat.
Florida's coming out strong for the free state.
Oh, it's
of
Alaska.
Florida.
Sorry,
They're
we
coming out
switched
strong
states.
for President Trump. And then I was just on a bus over the weekend with Dr. Ben Carson, Byron Donalds, Representative Kat Kammack, all over Pennsylvania. And the enthusiasm is through the roof. I just hope that comes to bear for a win in Pennsylvania tonight.
Has to.
That may be the pivotal state, as it certainly was in Donald Trump's victory in 2016. Congressman Mike Waltz, who's also a top advisor to the former president on national security and foreign affairs, we certainly appreciate your insights. It's a very dangerous world right now with two hot wars, and we appreciate you coming in and checking in. Congressman, thank you. All right. It's just about 7:30 p.m. in the East. As you see, it means polls are now closed in battleground North Carolina, the state of Ohio,
Here
and
we
West
go.
Virginia, where there are some big Senate battles. We're joined now by Mercedes Schlapp, of course. Tom Basile joins the table as well. Mercedes, I want to bring you in as we see these polls now closing in some of these battlegrounds. Someone inside the Trump camp just sent me some exit polling they're looking at that shows specifically in battleground Georgia, Donald Trump had an 11-point edge in some of these exit polls
on, man.
among independents in Georgia.
Yeah, and
what does that tell you?
That's I think the voter to watch throughout these battleground states. Remember, in 2020, Trump lost the independent voter by 10%. So he seems to be making ground with the independent voters. Obviously, we're going to be looking closely to that Fulton County, Cobb County as well. But it keeps what I'm hearing on the ground is that the rural counties, they are outpacing the votes of what they had in 2020.
They have
so
to.
Again, remember, 2020, Biden won by 11, a little
in
over.
Georgia or in all
Georgia.
the battlegrounds? Okay,
in Georgia, over just 11,000 votes.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be so tight, but it is going to be about that rural voter coming out, in addition to the fact that are the Black voters coming out for Kamala Harris in these urban areas as they did for Biden or even Hillary in 2016.
Yeah, Tom Basile, we're going to get to you in just a moment. But first, with the polls closing in North Carolina, we're going to go straight to our very own Christina Thompson, who is live at the North Carolina GOP Watch Party. Christina, what are you hearing there?
I'm actually still out of precincts as it just closed a minute ago. I've been refreshing the North Carolina State Board of Elections website, hoping to see these results come in, as we do know that North Carolina is one of the most transparent states in the entire country when it comes to counting their ballots after election day. You can expect results within 10 minutes after the election. That's why I was hoping that some would be coming through quickly, that I would be able to read some off for you. But unfortunately, not yet. That might be due to the fact that a new law was just passed in the state that does delay the count for in-person votes. But we should be getting.
So she just brought up an interesting point too, that the fact that they're able to get their stuff done and within minutes. Okay.
Right.
You look at France, and they had a fucked up election a little while back, and completely revamp their system. And now it's smooth as glass. They do paper ballots, count them up. By 10 p.m., it's done. Why are we such an ass backwards country right now when it comes to elections? It's by design. We have to be in order for them to cheat.
Thompson, we thank you. We want to make.
I hear the Democrats crying that if he gets elected, there'll never be another vote. That'll be the last chance we have to vote. No, you're going to still get to vote. It's just going to be fair now, and you don't like that because you can't win that. You guys have made a bed that you don't want to lay in. Too bad. Too bad. You opened the board. You raised the taxes. You've made it impossible for people to buy homes today. Fuck you.
That's right.
Right, and there was a guy on Newsmax earlier talking about, he's like, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio. He's like, why can these states, by midnight, you will know what Ohio is done. So, I don't get why these other states are going, well, it's going to take us 2 days, 3 days. Nah, it should be that if you don't have them counted by midnight, then those don't count. So get your shit together and get on the ball.
You can't do that, dude. You can't do that because now they'll just deliberately count slow.
Which would be pullback regulations and put out.
No, I mean, seriously, the Pennsylvania early voting shut down at 1 p.m. when it was supposed to be till 4:30.
Yeah.
And a judge had to get involved and give them an extra day. And the logic was they only put 2 poll workers in the location so that they couldn't handle the load.
Right.
Because they knew it was a county that was going to vote for Trump. So you can't do that. By the way, this guy looks so much like my dad. It's scary.
And secondly, how it impacts
Except my dad doesn't wear glasses. But other than that,
could end up into Europe very easily.
Could be his brother.
What we did when we were there in office for 4 years, made America energy independent. And a lot of
okay, so that way wouldn't work. But I'm just saying, there's ways that can be done for them to not take 2 to 3 days. There's no reason for it to.
And frankly,
yeah, it's called machines. You take the paper ballot, you put it in a machine, just like when we went to go and get tests done in high school, and you had to color in the little dots.
American.
Right.
You think they sat there and
that's
counted
what we
those
did for
fuckers by
early
hand?
voting here.
At hand that I hope a lot
That's
of
what we
people
did.
keep in
That's what I
mind
did
when
at
they look
early
at votes,
voting here in
particularly
Ohio.
Pennsylvania,
I
because
filled
That's
in
what
the
we do
dots
with
and I
normal
stuck it in the
voting and
machine
early
and
voting.
read
It's the
it.
same thing.
Is that a Harris administration, regardless of what they say, they know
Okay.
how to play the game. They know how to hide the ball, and use the regulatory process to stop the oil and gas industry. That's what they're doing now. In spite of that, the American oil and gas industry has been delivering record numbers of oil and gas, and that's good for our country, but it's not necessarily good for the world, because the world is being
it's a big economic issue.
Pause on natural gas
and national security issue as well. Pardon us, but we got to make some more important race calls. It's good to have you on a big election night in America. Former Governor Rick Perry joining us here on News.
Thanks,
you, sir.
Governor.
We appreciate it.
All right. And of course, stay with us because 16 more states with polls set to close shortly. So much more information. It's all coming in very quickly. So we'll be back in a very quick moment. Stay right here. You're watching News.
Oh, and it begins. I don't know. I don't know. This is the first cup of coffee of probably 3 or 4 to come.
So, on a side note, did you see Tom McDonald's interview with Eminem about why he came out for Kamala?
Why Eminem came out for Kamala?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
You should try to find it. It's funny. It's short, too.
Like Eminem?
Yeah.
Wasn't he a diddler? Yeah, he was a diddler.
He was on the list, yeah, but it basically, in a nutshell, Tom McDonald's in a suit for one thing, and he's sitting there and he's like,
I saw a picture.
So he's like, why did you come out for Kamala Harris? And then they cut over and it's an old clip of Eminem, and he's like, I like boys, or I like men, or something like that. And Tom was like, anything else? And then it just shows him just sitting there, and he's like, well, okay, that's we got our answer. Now we know.
At first, I thought you meant he really interviewed him. Now I know what you're talking about.
No.
They spliced together some stuff. I'll tell you, McDonald, for a guy who does almost all of his own shit, he's very good.
Yeah.
Even the most recent videos, I know he's got some production team and stuff helping him out, but I'm just saying these videos are really looking pretty solid.
Well, the one that just came out, Goodbye Joe, love that fucking song.
Yeah, it's doing very well. Oh, Lord, let this happen tonight. I'll say it again, man. I don't believe that God spared Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania to lose tonight. It doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Now, by the way, we get past tonight, and that's just the beginning of the fun, though, because a lot of the talk right now is about them disqualifying Trump and not ratifying the votes.
Yeah.
And that's not even talking about this whole Black Hawk helicopter practicing evacuation drills at the Capitol 5 days ago.
And all the fencing they put up.
Yep. What's up, Judd? How you doing, buddy? Refresh me, Judd. Where are you coming from? You inside the U.S. or outside? I feel like Judd's an outside the U.S. guy. I was messing around with some Last of Us multiplayer the other day. I hadn't picked that up in a while. And I was doing my Donald Trump impression on Mike. So basically it's like, okay, we're going to take our team and we're going to do so well. It's going to be perfect. Everything is going to just work out exactly the way it should be. And this guy starts saying, fuck off, shut up, blah, 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 blah. He says, wait till he loses and you can cry, blah, blah, blah. It's, oh, you're one of those people. Oh, you like Kamala. You like Kamala. Ah, we're not going to let her win. He's like, I'm from Canada. I broke characters. You need to shut the fuck up if you're from Canada, man. You got Justin Trudeau. You can say nothing. You already got communism. Thank you. We're trying to keep it out.
Right.
Whoopsie. Oops. Wrong button.
Blacks are 33% of Georgia. I mean, it makes up a big demographic
Fact.
For that group. Now, interestingly enough, it seems that Kamala is behind 6 points with Black women. So that is a fascinating
behind
poll
where
number.
Biden was
Has
last
lost,
time?
yes,
Yeah.
where Biden was back in 2020.
Interesting.
I think that's very telling as well. Is where
You know how many people of color that I've seen coming out? And this is the thing, you don't see this the other way around. But I've seen so many of them coming out saying, I've been voting for these people for so many years, and I've got nothing to show for it. The 4 years he was in there, I was better off. You can fool some of the people some of the time.
At 7, so we should have.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few on X where they do their TikTok videos and they're like, I'm done.
All right, I'm going to say something right now when it comes to Newsmax.
All right, hey, Tom, Mr. Basile, we just have a little audio problem. So just
It's
come
about
back
the
and join
fifth
us at the
time they've
page,
had audio
and we'll get back
problems.
there. Yes.
I've been
Let's
watching
bring
this
in
since
Bob
5
McDonald.
p.m.
He is the former governor
They
of
played
Virginia,
3 clips in
another
a row
important
that you
battleground
couldn't hear
tonight,
the audio on,
apparently,
including
as
that
well.
Megan
Governor,
Kelly
first of
clip
all,
that I pulled
welcome
off of
into
YouTube.
Newsmax's coverage.
And it's like, oh, I'm really sorry, but I got to tell you, it
We
was
appreciate
great.
it.
If you could have heard it, it was
Right down
great.
to brass tacks. What are you
Well, they also
hearing?
announced
Has
that
been
they're
a
getting
lot of
ready to go
anecdotal
and they want to
reporting,
become publicly
that the
traded.
rural vote,
Yes.
the rural counties, we already knew they were
And it's
strong
like, guys,
in early votes
you're up
for
to
Donald Trump
33
and the
million viewers.
Republicans.
When are you going to
But
fix
that
your
today
shit so
there
you
were
don't
long
look like a
lines in
monkey
polls
company?
there in the rural parts of Virginia, and there are
Yeah.
people inside the Trump
They keep
camp
on
that
having
say
audio problems.
these
It's like
13 electoral
fucking
votes
shit.
could be up for grabs tonight. Do you buy that?
I do. We have, of course, a great governor in Glenn Youngkin who's been leading the charge on the ground, being a great surrogate for Donald Trump. On that part, I would say, they had a big rally in Salem, Virginia, just Saturday, 3 days before the election. And the only reason that you would go there is if you thought you were going to be able to win the state if you turned out a big Republican vote in the rural parts in the Southwest Virginia and the energy coal areas, the Shenandoah Valley, and in Western North Carolina. So it was a twofer, and it sounds like that's really paying off today. That's the way that Trump could possibly win Virginia to offset those Northern Virginia suburbs. And of course, Hung Cao was there. If Trump were to win, Hung Cao could possibly, pull an upset against.
Yeah, he's
Tim
the Republican taking on Tim Kaine.
Yes, that's right. Governor, we also know that early exit polling is showing that a lot of voters feel that Trump is stronger on the top issues, immigration and the economy. How do you think Virginia voters will react to those issues? Again, you feel strongly that the state could flip.
Well, I do. When you have a 70% wrong track for the incumbents, Biden and Harris, and you have the top issues being crime, immigration, and the cost of living. These are things that they trust President Trump on more than they do Vice President Harris. That gets independent voters breaking that way. And you add on a potential 25% male black vote going for Trump in, let's say, Norfolk and Richmond and Roanoke. I think you put those together with a strong rural turnout, I think we could win Virginia. I think it'll be close.
All right. Polls close in Virginia. They just closed at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be watching that closely as the data comes in.
Right.
Former Governor McDonald.
I just don't get how people. I mean, every election, one thing that everyone talks about is that people vote with their wallets.
All right.
And right now, I don't know anyone who's got a good wallet.
Cast early. They expect about 5 million. They're starting to come in overall here in Fulton County. Again, just a very, very few that have actually come in, but we're keeping an eye on all of these, including Douglas and Cobb County here all around, and DeKalb County all around the Atlanta metro. We're still
You know what I'd like to see?
To tell exactly whether or not
The counties that vote for whoever they vote for. Let's say Harris loses
because
Georgia.
If that vote is even off by a couple of percentage
Fulton
points,
County has to live by her rules.
Increase enthusiasm.
Not the rest of the Georgia. I mean, when it comes to your property tax, when it comes to all that other shit, since you voted for her, you get to keep that.
Tom Basile, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think we're going to learn more by 8 o'clock. I think the one county that you brought up where Kamala Harris seemed to be doing well, it actually wasn't that many votes. It was about 36,000 votes. So I think once we start filling in around the Atlanta area, that will be telling. But if those numbers hold in terms of Black voters, that is significant for the Trump campaign, because obviously we have seen they've done a significant effort of reaching out to the Black voter.
Yeah.
And that's been part of their goal in really weakening that coalition for Kamala Harris.
And one of the last tracking polls that we saw at the end of last week showed that Donald Trump nationally was getting over 16% of the Black vote and had crested over 40% with the Latino vote.
Right.
So very,
They had one on Newsmax earlier today. A young blonde girl who's fresh out of college and for the first time ever voting for a Republican. And the reporter's asking her why. She's like, because I'm out of college and I have to work minimum wage at a restaurant.
Senator, first of all, welcome.
And I can't afford a house.
Thank you very much for having me on.
All right, talk about the big.
It's like, yeah, now that you're out in the real world, it's different, isn't it? She's like, yep.
The Senate race.
So it's nice to know that, woke used to be a bad thing.
Having a strong run.
Woke ain't so bad anymore, because now woke is the people that realize these motherfuckers are no good.
That's it.
Well, certainly Nebraska has long been a populous state, and Dan Osborne, the independent so-called, has been running a very slick campaign trying to say.
This is another thing I haven't even talked about it on the channel yet when it comes to the Amendment 1. I've been focused so much on the presidency. The House and Senate are equally important. You can get any president you want in there, and there's certain things a president can just do because they're president. But in order to really affect change, you have to have the House and the Senate with you, because you need to have bills passed that are into law.
And maybe even more. You never know.
If you just go executive orders on everything, then the next president comes in and wipes them all out. We've seen that.
Yeah.
The
Yep.
Republicans will take the Senate. Of course, very important if former President Trump is elected.
Now, the problem I have is he had the House and Senate his first run and didn't take advantage of it. But he was also not a politician, first-time president.
Do you think they will also keep?
I have to believe it would be a little bit different this time around.
Well, I would leave that up to my colleagues in the
And I
House.
think he'll have a few more people who will be more on his side as opposed to being rhinos saying they're Republicans. And well, we know how they voted for shit.
Kind of a coin toss, but your point, it's
Well, they better have his back if they want to have a career, because the bottom line is this: he knows he's done in 4 years.
Yeah. So this is a big deal, and I'm really confident we're going to win West Virginia. Feel very good about Montana and Ohio, and we got chances in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So it looks
Senator,
good for.
we've got 15 seconds, but you feel like this may be 53, 54 seats for a Republican majority in the Senate?
It certainly could end up that way if things go well
All right.
for us, and especially if Trump has strong performances in those states.
All right, Senator Pete Ricketts, we appreciate you joining us live here on Newsmax on a big night.
Let's get her
Thank
done.
you, sir. Stay with us just moments. The polls closing across 16 more states. We will be back after a quick break. The action has just begun. The excitement building as we count down to see
Excitement
who's going to
or
control the
ulcer?
House,
Which
the
one?
Senate, and the White House.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I was actually more nervous this morning when I woke up than I am right now. I'm not sure why that is. I know he wins a fair election. I just know it ain't going to be a fair election, and I don't know if they can cheat enough. But
Right.
I just keep
And that's
coming
the whole,
back.
you know,
Your egg
I
is
mean,
ready.
that's the thing that, right. That's what, I mean, that's what they've said. You know, we've got to make the numbers so high that it makes it too impossible for them to pull any bullshit without it being noticeable. You know, so
Or he could simplify all
That's
that by
why-
saying it's too big to rig.
yeah. I was trying to put in my own words, man. I'm trying to do this thing here. I've been watching all these guys all day, and I want to sound all Republican or not, all professional and stuff, and try to make
We
it
ain't no
sound better than
professionals around here. We're just a couple of dumbasses that know what's right.
well, yeah, there's that too. So
Oh, Lord. Let's go. I am so worried about Pennsylvania. See, now I'm starting to get anxious. There we go. I knew it was in there somewhere. What Bo Dallas say? There you are.
That's it. Yep.
I was telling Jay out there that StreamYard has updated their platform, I guess you'd call it. And it allows this to, in the past, if I would have had this up on the screen, like Newsmax, it wouldn't have allowed you guys to see the picture or hear the audio. And now finally it does work. A couple of other little things that I've just noticed, like even on the intro countdown, where it's just playing the music and the stream starts soon. With audio, you were able to loop it and it would just keep playing over and over again until you stop it. With video, you didn't have that option. Now you do. So because that's an actual video file, now I can loop it and then let it play until I'm ready to go live. So little things, but the big one is being able to share video and audio.
Yeah.
Because before, the only way I could do it is if it was on my computer. Like when we did the at the movie stuff, I could put a DVD in, but if I was to show it to you because it was on YouTube, you wouldn't be able to see or hear it.
Right.
So kudos to them for figuring that shit out. This is the first time I've used StreamYard in a long time.
Yeah.
Whenever the last time was we did Wrestle Chat.
At least a month ago.
Oh, probably more than that.
Well, that's why I said at least. Leaves it open.
Wide open.
Like Kamala. Oh.
That $2 whore.
Oh, so that reminds me. Did you see the clip of the
Mercedes, you're from Miami.
I want to
and
say
you in the early
he's a
vote, that
senator
counties that usually
somewhere.
were pretty blue,
It's for
like
maybe he was
Miami-Dade,
in Pennsylvania,
were going
but he's
sharply
Democrat,
red,
and he's
now
like,
new data
Kamala's going to do what
that-
she always
that
does,
today as well,
put
the
her head
Miami-Dade
down
vote,
and get to work.
is going
I mean, that Miami
And
Dade
she
County,
said
talk
he
about
said
a
that at one of her rallies, and
you're
I
talking
spit
about black
my
voters,
coffee
Hispanic voters
across
from
the room,
all different areas,
and I
Venezuelans,
fucking
Colombians,
lost it. I'm like,
Nicaraguans,
that's
Cubans. We know that
great.
the Cubans primarily
Every
traditionally
single person that
vote
ever spoke for
Republican.
her just
So the
threw her
mere
under the
fact that they've
bus,
been able, that
whether it was
President Trump
inadvertent
has
or not.
just
Hard to tell
dominated.
sometimes. What
He
Mark
is
Cuban
just,
did was golden.
controlling Miami-Dade County,
Saying
is
that,
so
you don't
telling,
see Trump with any
in
strong,
where this
smart
is
women.
going.
It's
I
like,
mean,
thank
if you're
you.
winning
We'll
Dade
take that one.
County, there's a very good chance you're going to win the
Having Biden come out
presidency.
and say Americans
and
are
we have
trash.
seen this
Thank you very
major
much.
swing
We'll
in
take that
Florida
one. And
as
then
we're
Trump turns it into an
into
absolute
this race.
gem.
But I want to point out Duval
Yeah.
County. Duval County has a 30% black voters in that area. Trump right now is winning by 70% in that county.
Wow.
That is
Boom.
very telling of where these numbers are going for Donald Trump in Florida.
Come on,
In
man.
the
Let's
lead
do
up
this.
overall to the election, though, Tom, we know that minorities who traditionally voted Democrats, particularly Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, the numbers have switched. There's been a lot more momentum for former President Trump.
and you have to give credit to the Trump campaign, because this was a very deliberate strategy on their part to actually say we can do this.
I mean, not for
We can
nothing. Out of
speak
the last
to these
16
voters.
years,
But I wanna
12 of
also
them
bring up
belong to
something
one party.
that
I'll let
that
you
I
guess which
started off the
one.
show
So if you're
with,
not
and that
happy,
is you
don't
can't
look at Trump's
discount the
4
fact that
years.
We've had so much migration
That's right.
in this country just over the last few years. How many of those New Yorkers who fled New York,
High taxes and
went,
regulations.
exactly, went to Florida. They're now voting Republican in Florida. So this is not just a flash in the pan. This is a definite change based on migration, and also just a totally different strategy on the part
I am
of the
so
Republican
wanting to
Party.
see
And
New
if
York's numbers.
Hispanic areas of South Florida are going
I've
so
been saying
heavy
it for weeks
Trump,
and weeks
dare
that I
say
think
the
he's
mainstream
going to
media is
steal
focused
New
on the
York
Bill-time
and
joke
shock the world
that the
with that.
Madison Square Garden rally
Well,
maybe didn't go
I mean,
the way they
he
thought.
had a hell of a rally at,
area.
God,
That's
yeah.
where a lot of
They're
Puerto
talking
Ricans
about it right
are.
now.
the Bronx.
And so we'll keep a
Philly
close
as
eye.
well, round
Philly
up.
and Lehigh County, big area where there's a lot of Puerto Ricans as well. obviously we'll keep an eye on that and get an update on Orlando, that Orlando.
What I think is interesting, you mentioned in Pennsylvania, where I am originally from, Berks County, Pennsylvania, Reading, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump had his closing afternoon
Jay,
rally
what the fuck?
there yesterday. 70% of Reading, Pennsylvania is Hispanic, and more they're
South
leaning
Carolina's
towards
looking
former
good.
President
Only
Trump.
4% in,
and
but
so
all right.
that is a big shift, especially in my lifetime, and we're seeing it play out now.
All right, and we're going to see as polls close in Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. Eastern next hour. We'll have former Senator Rick Santorum from Pennsylvania over there with the Newsmax numbers, telling us exactly where those Hispanic voters are going. Let's check in now with our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He is at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach,
Rick
the convention
Scott,
center
go,
there.
buddy, go.
Obviously, the Hispanic vote in South Florida important. There's a big Senate race there, in addition to the race for the White House.
Florida's got a couple of big things going on right now. We've got Amendment 3, which would legalize marijuana, which I was about to vote yes on. But one of the best arguments made against it is the fact that it allows the companies to manufacture marijuana for us to buy in the stores, but you can't grow your own.
Back then. And so Miami County, we're
And I said, no, fuck you.
Now it's switching red, and that's a huge change. Because what we're also seeing, though, having to do with that is a younger generation.
And then we have Amendment
Hispanic
4
Latino
somehow that got on there, which
that
would
are
allow
voting red, that are voting Republican. So that's
minors
a big
under the
part
age of
reason
18
we're seeing that
to
shift. Even
have
Palm Beach County,
gender
which has been
surgery without
traditionally
parents'
blue,
permission.
It's very close here as well.
Nope.
On the ground, as far as
Yeah, I'm
setting
pretty
the
sure
scene
that's going
here
to
at
get
the Palm
squashed to
Beach
shit.
Convention Center, it's getting a lot busier, a lot more people coming in, and a lot more of those familiar faces that I've talked about earlier in the show. Trump's staff, Trump's senior advisors. I saw Bruce Lavelle,
Republicans are crushing it in Florida.
And then
Let's
Trump
go.
surrogates, Congressman Mike Waltz, who, by the way, he
I mean,
won
that's my
re-election
only
very
thing left to
easily
hang
here in
on
the state
to
of
if
Florida.
somehow
So
she cheats
at
her
this
way
point,
into the
polls
White
are
House
closed
is
here.
I'm in
It looks
Florida.
like Trump
You
is
know,
going to win
at the end of the
Florida.
day, it's a
It
republic.
looks like, as we were just talking about,
And
he's going to win
we can say fuck you to
Miami-Dade County
anything.
as well, you guys. And that's a good gauge, by the way. One last point, possibly the support of
Wow, Chalafo's not doing so well. That's
nationwide as well.
disappointing.
Back to you.
John Huddy reporting for us.
So he's a Florida
at
guy who's
Mar-a-Lago,
like Trump. He's a
across,
businessman. He's not a
town there
politician.
in Palm Beach on the island, but is expected to go to West Palm Beach later tonight. He's hoping it's a victory speech.
That's right.
As people have talked about somewhere around 11 p.m. Eastern or so, but go ahead.
Going back to Miami-Dade, I mean, Trump is winning right now with 77% of the vote in, 55% to Harris's 44%. One of the things that caught my eye, those amendments, Amendment 3 and 4, one of them which deals with recreational marijuana, the other one with abortion, it's not passing. It's failing to pass in Miami-Dade County. And so that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, because Harris and the Democrats were counting on many of these voters, especially women voters, to basically support that amendment for, they call it the right to abortion. So that's going to be obviously an interesting thing to watch as we start seeing.
I'm sorry,
how the
it was
women are
abortion, not
voting
sex
and the
change.
men are
Sorry.
voting in Florida.
But again, it was minors being allowed to have one without adults'
legalization that
permission.
you mentioned right there.
Oh, yeah,
Even
that's
Harris
stupid
was
too.
saying ways that she would potentially help Black men. Many said she's pandering to them specifically by legalizing marijuana. And Mercedes, what you're saying there, we're not seeing that in Miami-Dade.
Not in Miami-Dade. And I think part of that is because of the high level of Latino voters. They're more traditional. They're probably more pro-life. You're also going to see a big contingency of Catholics and Christian voters coming out in Miami-Dade.
Navarro's
that I
getting
think could have had an
crushed.
impact, especially on these two amendments.
All right. And so staying in the South, Georgia, just to underline some points we've made this hour, the independent vote seems to have swung big in former President Trump's favor. He lost the independents in Georgia in 2020, as we've been talking about, by about 9 points. Exit polling suggesting he's won independents by about 11 points in Georgia, a 20-point swing in 4 years. That is really bad news for Democrats.
Hugely bad news. But then you're also seeing the underperforming in terms of the Black voters supporting Kamala Harris. So as these independent voters are coming out, it seems that as this is lining up with the economy and immigration, those seem to be the two top issues that are driving these voters to
that's
Donald
pretty brutal,
Trump.
isn't it?
Yeah. State of Pennsylvania important as well.
Speaking of,
We've got Mr. Pennsylvania.
The former senator of Pennsylvania, Rick Santorum. Rick, you and I have been talking.
I mean,
all
early
day
on, we're
long
seeing a red
about
wave in at least the
Pennsylvania,
House
not
and
just
Senate
the
races.
race, of course, but about how all of these different counties, and especially those counties around Philadelphia, had lower turnout than expected.
Yeah, Philadelphia, certainly in the early vote, Philadelphia was way down. We don't know. Unlike Georgia and some of the other states that actually track day of voting, Pennsylvania doesn't track day of voting. So we don't really know what the turnout is. Everything is anecdotal. And what you find out about Pennsylvania, 99% of the time it's wrong. So we just have to wait to see what those numbers are. And we'll be covering every bit of it here on the map and Newsmax.
Polls closing in just about 15 seconds to be precise in the Keystone State, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we will be getting that data with the former senators in just a moment. More of our special coverage begins right now.
What they should be doing is shutting down the roadway so no box trucks can get in with deliveries from New York with blank pallets.
Right.
Thanks for joining Newsmax for continued live coverage of this historic 2024 presidential election. Senate and House up for grabs as well. But that White House race between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris is pretty intense. I'm Andy Henry. Good evening.
Sure is. And I'm Katrina Zish. It is now 8 p.m. here on the East Coast, which means polls in 16 more states are now closed. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire.
How do
New
you have
Jersey,
polls closed in all these
Rhode Island, Tennessee,
Midwest states
and Trump's home state
and not on the
of
East Coast?
Florida, and of course, the key battleground that could decide the presidential race, my home state of Pennsylvania.
The ones like Ohio and all of them already did close.
Rick Santorum from the great state of Pennsylvania and Mercedes Schlapp as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying you look at the Carolinas and all that, and they're not closed yet. And how is that possible when the
just closed a moment ago?
Right.
Ones that are hours behind them are closed already.
They say they are going to watch very closely for the data that's about to pour in from New Hampshire. They still think it's an uphill climb to flip New Hampshire to the Republicans. But they say if Donald Trump has stronger than expected numbers there, it might portend a strong night for them.
Well, I think it'll be a strong night for Ayotte, who's running for office there. She seems to be governor. She seems to be overperforming, or I would say compared to Donald Trump. I think it is still going to be a tough road for Donald Trump to win New Hampshire. They're always hopeful. They always get close. But I think it'll be really difficult for them to win New Hampshire. Again, it's not a must-win state, but if they can close the gap, if, for example, in New Hampshire, in a state like Virginia, it's going to show the trend that the enthusiasm is surely going on the side of Donald Trump.
Yeah, and Senator, we touched a bit on Pennsylvania, but again, let's just go a little bit quickly to that all-important Senate race, which would be crucial to that balance of power.
Yeah, there are 3 Senate races in the 3 blue wall states that will determine Donald Trump's majority. You heard Jim Justice. You announced Jim Justice.
West Virginia.
That puts the number at a likely number with the solid Republican seats that they think are going to go tonight at 50. We have Montana, which looks very, very good. That'll be 51. And Ohio, which again looks the latest polls have had Marino ahead of Sherrod Brown. So that's 52. That's a good number. But as we all know, we have a couple of senators in the United States Senate that are very, very moderate. And so for Donald Trump to get, some of the budget things passed, like taxes, tax cuts, things like that, where you only need 50 votes, he needs some more Republican senators. And the 3 states that we're going to be looking at for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump to decide this election, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all have 3 coin flip races for the Senate.
Be very big if Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania can upset Bob Casey seeking his 4th term. All right, let's check it now with Newsmax national correspondent Mike Carter.
There's the problem right there. 4th term is bullshit.
Watch party in Pittsburgh,
right.
Pennsylvania.
2 terms and out. That's max.
I see you have some voters with you.
We do. We're heading to McCormick's watch party in just a few minutes, guys. We're still in Cranberry Township, about 30 minutes north of Pittsburgh. Look, polls have closed across the state of Pennsylvania. Let's get out of the way, guys, real quick. If you zoom in, Ryan, if you don't mind, the doors are still open because we did have one voter walking in about 6 minutes ago, one last voter here in Butler County who's trying to get his vote in. We wanted to talk to him when he came out, so they have kept the doors open. although the polls have closed across the state of Pennsylvania. And as we come back out, 19 electoral college votes on the table. This is the granddaddy of them all when it comes to this election. Pennsylvania, which way is it trending? Donald Trump coming into the day with about a 1-point lead over Kamala Harris. As we know, the trend numbers looking good for the former president. Lower than expected turnout out of the Philadelphia area, higher than expected turnout out of the more rural, more conservative counties. We're here talking to someone who knows a lot about Pennsylvania. Look, Ben Walsh, you are with the United Republicans of Butler County. You are the communications director here. What are you hearing from your sources on the ground here in Pennsylvania? What are you seeing online?
Well, the state of the race is nationwide and in Pennsylvania. Rurals are outperforming their 2020 margins, which is good for Trump. And Harris is catering in the blue areas like Allegheny and Philadelphia. She's not getting the votes she needed in those states. And Trump is getting more votes than he did in red counties in Pennsylvania. And we're seeing that all across the nation. If this holds up, we could be looking at a very good night for Donald Trump and potentially the next president of the United States.
Come
Hopefully
on,
we
man.
know tonight. Donald Trump today, guys, saying we may not have results out of Pennsylvania for 2 or 3 days. That
Bullshit.
was his words. Jane Lewis from Beaver County, a neighboring county here of Butler County. You voted early. Who were you thinking about when you filled out that ballot?
Wow. Michael, I was thinking about my children and my grandchildren. I don't like the economy the way it is. We were far better off under Trump. Bidenomics has not
Who
been
likes the
working.
economy better?
And,
I don't get it. Why
concerned
is there
about
even a
keeping
competition?
taxes low. And I'm concerned about the border. That's very important to all of us, but especially the economy. We can do better.
Well,
and
the
I know
border
we
is
can
actually
do
more
better
important
with
than the
Trump.
economy because, quite honestly,
Right,
that
something
affects
we've
everything.
heard a lot here in Butler County today.
Yeah.
Jane, thank you. Ben, thank you. Something else we're going to be looking at today, guys. Those returns out of those Latino majority
Having a good
counties,
economy is
those
not going to do you any good if you're
Latino
getting shot
majority,
on the corner
towns.
street
We're
every
thinking
day.
about Allenstown. We're thinking about Reading. 500,000 Latinos live here in Pennsylvania. Of course, there's been a lot of consternation with the Trump campaign and on Democrat side of which way those Latinos will trend. Hopefully we get some exit poll numbers on that. Polls are closed, even though the doors are still open here in Butler County. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mike Carter, a lot of emotion there on that.
Absolutely. All right, we got an important race called Newsmax can now
I mean,
protect.
Ohio.
Former President Trump, get this, has won the state of Florida, 8:06 p.m. in the East.
Still
And
close.
very early call. It gives you a sense between the early vote and the game day vote.
That's what I'm
this
talking
is a
about.
massive lead, and Newsmax can now project that sitting Senator Rick Scott has also won and retained his seat. He's
There we
now
go.
won re-election again, very early in the night, and we know that
Which
go
is
ahead.
amazing because the Democrats were pitching that Rich Scott was in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were saying, oh,
Kamala
it's close.
Harris was pitching that Florida was in play a few weeks ago.
So again, remember all
She
these things you're
wishes.
hearing in the
This is
lead
all
up
they
into the
do is they
election. The
bullshit.
Democrats are pitching how this is
And
gonna-
then at the end of the day, you actually got to get out there and swing the
The other
bat.
piece of this is remember, just in 2012, you had President Obama winning Florida.
You got a 125 batting average trying to tell everybody how you're about to clear the bases. I don't think so.
Credit to Governor Ron DeSantis and his team as well in being able to build out that infrastructure and register the Republicans.
My next
because he was the free
And they
minor
don't
heart
get
attack is going to be who's
That's
coming
right.
after
Big
DeSantis
exodus,
because
All right, we got all kinds of
we've
votes
got to
actually coming
keep
in.
this
is what we've
leadership
been
going.
waiting for
Right.
And he
to
can't
get
run
to
again.
the
Right.
excitement tonight. Data pouring in from around the country. Let's get the Newsmax numbers now. Go to Rob
Pennsylvania.
Astorino at the map. Rob, Georgia, a critical battleground. We're talking already about black men turning towards Donald Trump, about independents turning towards Donald Trump. And I see numbers are coming in Fulton County, some of these key counties. What are you seeing right now at this hour, Rob?
So let's start right now. I mean, this is the scenario for Donald Trump. If he holds the states that he won 4 years ago and wins Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's
Done.
over. He wins the race. So let's go into Georgia right now. Let's start in the counties that
Please,
really
Lord.
matter in the blue areas, right? So let's go back to 2020 in DeKalb County, just outside Fulton County. Joe Biden got 83.1%. Where is Kamala Harris today?
No.
No number zero. Hold on. Let's get over to, okay, let's go to Fulton
She's got
County.
nothing.
There you go.
Right now, she's at 71.1%. All right, let's go backwards to where Joe Biden finished. She is running behind right now by a point and a half. Point and a half doesn't matter. Oh, the point and a half could make the entire difference because, again, Fulton County is where Atlanta is. If they don't have huge numbers out of Atlanta, they're not going to win this race. Let's go to Columbus.
Don't manufacture 'em, don't
Joe
worry.
Biden got 60%. Oh, that was a small county. I'm trying to get Macon County here. Let's go Macon County. All right. So We're making in Bibb County 61.4% 4 years ago. What's happening right now? She's behind. So in the areas where she needs to rack it up, because a lot of this red, it may not have a ton, but it adds up. And that's why Donald Trump is pacing ahead right now in the state of Georgia. Still a lot of time, a lot of ballots to count. But I got to be a little worried if you're Kamala Harris. I got to be a little happy right now if you're Donald Trump. It's what's happening in Georgia at this moment.
We're reading tea leaves there in Georgia. Florida being called early. I want to put something else on the table here. Senator Santorum, as well as Mercy and Katrina. Decision Desk HQ, which is what Newsmax uses to help project these races, earlier today was saying that Donald Trump was at about 54% chance of winning this race. They have now upped that just in the last couple of months to a 70% chance of a Donald Trump victory. Doesn't mean it's 100,
man.
But your thoughts on where these trend lines are?
Well, I think what we've been learning ever since this morning is that, especially in Arizona and Nevada, that's looking very much in favor for Donald Trump, especially in areas like Maricopa County and Pima County in Arizona. So I think that's helping the president. I do want to go to Georgia just for 1 second.
Do it.
Trump in Baldwin County, he's +4, okay? Baldwin County, that area is southeast of Atlanta, which you think that Kamala Harris would be doing better. This showing the fact that they call this one of the bellwethers in the Peach State, and this has to deal with the black voter as well. Biden won that county with 1 point in 2020, and you're seeing right now, President Trump +4 Baldwin County. That could be flipped. And they just got a major dump from Fulton County. It's showing that Trump is running 3 points ahead of where he was in 2020 and 5 points higher with the African-American vote so far. This is just very, these are telling numbers.
The
if they
numbers,
stay.
the early numbers I was looking at, actually, I was a little concerned, but as the number, and the reason is, and again,
I think you all freaked us out, Rick.
These are
Yeah, a little bit, right?
absentee ballots, so
Right.
it's not day of voting. With
Yeah.
Republicans, of course, even in Georgia, do better day of voting, and that's going to come in a little later. So the reality is, it's looking better for. We can't call it, but it's looking better in Georgia.
Right.
We can look at Arizona, Nevada. If Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, he loses unless he wins Pennsylvania.
We know that.
So we've got to stay focused on where this race is going to be decided.
Speaking of staying focused, you mentioned Pennsylvania, Senator. Let's bring in Republican Pennsylvania Congressman Dan Muser, who is joining us now. Congressman, always great to see you. It looks like you're at a raucous watch party right behind you. But we have been, of course, keeping up with you throughout this entire election season. You've been traveling with the former president from rally to rally. You were at that historic Butler rally where the president survived an assassination attempt. What are you seeing on the ground in Pennsylvania from this man who could only be described as a survivor and a fighter?
That's so true, Katrina. Great being with you. This has been quite a journey, but I will tell you, we have our game faces on here. I just came out of the Trump Republican war room here in Philadelphia, but I will tell you, we are smiling inside. We really like what we are seeing, and many counties, particularly throughout my district in rural Pennsylvania, but others as well. We've got over 80% turnout. Our system is also working. Wherever we're hearing about various skirmishes or mishaps or things happening that we're concerned about, we're on it very fast, and that's due to the RNC work and the PAGOP. But you know what's really wonderful? The Latino American turnout, the Jewish American turnout. We're getting votes and prayers, and the women vote. I can't help but thank Mark Cuban a little bit for being so foolish to be derogatory to our conservative women. But
That was a
boy,
misstep.
they are strong, and they
He's
are turning
backpedaling.
out.
Yeah, Mark Cuban has been backpedaling indeed. Congressman Dan Muser, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
we'll be
Ed.
watching Pennsylvania close
we
all night long. Polls in another key battleground close at the top of the hour in Michigan.
That's right. Well, the Great Lakes state where 16 critical electoral votes are up for grabs. Former Republican Michigan gubernatorial candidate Tudor Dixon joins us now, along with former Republican New York Senate candidate Joe Pinion. Great to have you both with us here. Tudor, I'm going to start with you here. Michigan, we know it's very important for the Arab and Muslim votes. Kamala Harris, so not doing as well as expected with that voter population. What are you hearing today?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was in Hamtramck, Michigan on Sunday. I was with the mayor again last night at the rally. We had the mayor of Dearborn Heights there as well. Both of those mayors say that they have quite a bit of support in their cities to come out for Donald Trump. And it's interesting, it's kind of breaking where with the uncommitted vote and then the vote for Donald Trump. And so that will be a huge loss for Harris.
Whoa,
Not
what's going
just
on in
that she'll
Michigan? It's
have
only
people
3% of
convert
voting,
over
but that
to
number
the
can't be
Republican
right.
side, but that she'll have such a massive number that won't come out. And that could spell a win for Donald Trump in Michigan. Really, that could be the winning factor for him here.
Well, it's going to have to
Absolutely.
turn
Let's
around
go to
pretty
Joe
hard
as
because,
well.
boy, that number they
Joe,
just
some of
showed
these
was
blue states
disgusting.
like New York, where you hail from, I'm seeing a lot on social media.
And I
about
say disgusting because I know it's not
long
legit.
lines in New Jersey, near to New York, of course. And the Republicans were outpacing the Democrats, as you know, in early voting in New Jersey. Maybe this is just a prayer for Republicans. Donald Trump doing well in the traditional battlegrounds, already winning Florida, for example, doing well in Georgia in the early data that we're getting. What are your thoughts about potentially flipping a New York, flipping a New Jersey, New Hampshire on the table as well?
Look, I think I certainly feel more optimistic about a New Hampshire than I would about a New York or a New Jersey. I think the reality is that President Trump is more popular today than he was 4 years ago, than he was when he was president of the United States of America. And in part, it is a direct result of the fact that Democrats have attacked him in such a vicious manner that it strains credulity. The American people do not believe he could possibly be as deranged and evil as they say he is. And so ultimately, for me, I'm looking at North Carolina. Obviously, I'm heartened by the results coming out of Georgia. But if President Trump does not win North Carolina, Pennsylvania is not enough. He will have to go and try to pick the lock on a place like Nevada to try to put Arizona back in his column. And so ultimately, we have to continue to look at making sure that southern wall does hold for Republicans. And then President Trump can go on the hunt looking for the knockout blow in places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and of course, Michigan.
Yeah, excellent point there, Joe Pinion. Also, quick question for you, Joe. We've been hearing so much about the importance of the black male vote. And Tudor, actually, I could bring you in, and the importance of the female vote, maybe not going the way that Harris had anticipated. Tudor, I'll let you speak to the gender gap anticipated by the Harris campaign.
Come on,
Yeah, well, I certainly
Marino.
think that there
Well, that's
will
only
be a
26 of the
bigger
votes
push
in,
for
so-
her side for females, but we do have a male population that is coming out in droves. And I do think that she is losing some of the support that she's had in our bigger cities. I believe she'll lose some of the support that she's had in Kent County, and I think she'll lose some of the support that
Ted
she's had in
Cruz
Wayne
is
County. Last night I was
holding
talking
on
to
for the
folks that have
moment
been on the
anyway.
ground
He's
in
gotta
Wayne
win.
County, and they say
Right.
they think that the shift will be pretty sizable for Donald Trump, and that'll be a big win for him again.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, real quick, your thoughts on what we're seeing in Georgia, for example. Black men, exit polling suggesting 25% of black men went to Donald Trump in the great state of Georgia. We talked about this for months, and the mainstream media has been saying, no, black vote is not trending towards Donald Trump. We're seeing evidence that it certainly is.
Well, look, we've said for a very long time, Ed, if the Republican Party could ever get to 18 to 20% of the African-American vote, the DNC would simply fall over and die. I believe we are witnessing the death of what was formerly called the Obama coalition, where they were able to get all these.
Don't look for me to do any
together with so
CPR.
many varied interests. But ultimately, again,
Right.
this whole orange man bad narrative that they have been milking for the better part of the last
Gates
8
is-
years.
oh, wow,
It
Gates
is no
got that
longer
thing in.
working. And you see with black men saying, we don't trust you anymore to deliver on promises that you have been making for the better part of the last 40 years.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. We're going to have to leave it there. Tudor Dixon, Joe Pinion, we appreciate your joining us.
Should have
on
worn my
This
other
Is
shirt, the one that says
All
"Make
right, we
America
appreciate
Florida."
you both joining us live. Let's get back to some table talk with former Senator Rick Santorum, but also now joining us, the great Dick Morris, host of Dick Morris Democracy, right here on Newsmax. Good evening, Dick. So great to have your
I like
insight.
joining Peter the Great, for the great Dick Morris. Not so much Ivan the Terrible. but-
Liberace is still alive.
The early data, not so terrible for Donald Trump. You've been predicting in recent weeks that this was not going to be that close. It was trending towards Donald Trump. It's early, but calling Florida so early with a really kind of a red wave in places like Miami-Dade County, in Georgia, independents flipping big towards Donald Trump. What are the tea leaves you're reading this hour?
Well, you're better at the tea leaves because you're looking at the tea. You're drinking the tea. But in terms of the polling going into this, echelon polling. I don't always think of it, Rick, but their poll has Trump 5 ahead in Pennsylvania. So that's pretty good tea. I think that in terms of you've touched on some of the important points. One of them is black men.
Yeah.
There is a gender gap in the black community, less so in the white community, but among women, but much more in the black community. I think it's very likely that Trump doesn't win, but gets 10% better in the black community among men than among women. And that reflects a belief, I think, that the entire establishment of the affirmative action efforts, a black woman vice president, a black woman on the Supreme Court, nobody ever talks about black men. I was speaking to a guy who's really an expert on affirmative action, Conrad Tillis, and he said, the black woman is the CEO of a Wall Street firm because of affirmative action. The black man has a sign outside that says attorney at law and chases ambulances. And the entire system is aimed at black women, not at black
and there's
men.
been a backlash against DEI, as you're
very
pointing
much
to,
so.
big time.
Yeah, Boeing
That's long
canceling
overdue.
their
Boeing's
entire
not-
DEI
Absolutely.
group.
We want to bring in Senator Santorum again, but also Trump pollster Jim McLaughlin
God
joins
damn,
us
Walsham
live
Schultz
now by
is
remote
winning?
as this data is pouring in. Jim,
Fuck.
your thoughts on what we've learned so far tonight, sir? What's most significant?
Look, I think it's really interesting. And you guys were just talking about Florida, Mercedes Schlapp's hometown in Miami-Dade. And I don't think people get the shift that we're seeing among Hispanic voters. Think about this. And it's nearly two-thirds,
Absolutely.
70% of the voters in Miami-Dade County are Hispanic. Donald Trump, get this, back in 2016, Donald Trump lost to Hillary Clinton by 30 points in Miami-Dade County. He's winning it tonight by 11 points. That's a shift of 41 points. Then you go to Georgia. Donald Trump is getting 15% of the
He also
black
went
vote.
up
We've
and
been
won it
seeing
back
that for a
against
while
Bush,
in the
or not
state
Bush,
of Georgia.
against
When I'm
Biden.
looking at these election results tonight,
Yeah.
they're very good for Donald Trump and Republicans. And I think when everything's all said and done, conservatives are going to owe their victory tonight to black and Hispanic voters. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And we're seeing a seismic shift here.
That's right. Senator, we want to bring you in on all of this. I know you're chomping at the bit to get some thoughts in here.
Well, no, I think this is.
So I'll say this right now. My boss is a Spanish lady, and we were talking about this stuff a few weeks ago, and she was already saying the same thing, in that the Spanish culture is very family oriented and very religious. So where the Democrats think, oh, you're a minority, you got to vote for us, they're like, no, you guys are the Antichrist.
It's moving in the right direction.
They're not going to vote for you. They don't believe in abortion. They don't believe in a lot of the things that the Democrats represent and have represented over the last 4 years. So, no, you're not getting their votes, and they don't seem to understand it. But now maybe you'll wake up and understand it. And for everyone that wants to get rid of the Electoral College, you're now realizing why that's not going to happen and why that cannot happen, because it forces these wannabe presidents to acknowledge these other groups of people that would otherwise be completely ignored if you didn't have it. All they would do is focus on New York and California and say, fuck the rest of you.
Yeah, as is Massachusetts, which Newsmax can project will go to Kamala Harris, and going forward to Tennessee.
For
President
Donald Trump.
Exactly. Alabama, I know we don't have our graphics up here, but we're going to continue with these projections. Alabama, President Trump, President Harris will win
Vice
Rhode
President.
Island, rather. Well, Vice President. That's
No,
right.
let's not jump ahead.
Let's not jump ahead. No, we're not doing that.
Well, I think
But
technically
again,
she probably is right
let's
now.
just get back to our table right here. I want to go back to you, Jim McLaughlin. I believe you're still with us there. Those race calls that we just projected, any surprises to you?
No, there's no surprises there. But as best as I could see, and look, you guys were just going over, Rob Astorino was doing a great job there of going over the different counties. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but in most of these counties in Georgia, we're seeing Donald Trump doing 1 to 2 to 3 points better. And when you consider how close the race was last time in Georgia, I think it was by less than 12,000 votes.
Yeah.
Those are huge shifts. And it's great momentum going in, over the next couple hours. And this is the real stuff. When you compare that to what we're seeing in the exit polls, it's a really good sign for Donald Trump and Republicans.
Yeah, we'll continue to follow that very closely. Jim McLaughlin, pollster for the former president. Dick Morris, quick thought from you. I know you wanted to jump in as you heard some of that.
Yeah, there's a tendency in the media and among pundits, conservative as well as liberal, to overestimate the importance of the black vote and underestimate the importance of the Hispanic vote.
Yeah.
The population of America is 12% black and 19% Hispanic. All the Hispanics aren't registered, but still, it seems to me that one of the things coming out of this year is the Hispanic vote is determining Trump's victory.
Yeah.
And we may see shifts in the black vote that's significant, but not as significant as the Hispanic.
As a Hispanic vote, much larger share of the population. And you can see this voting block shifting big time. Good point. Dick Morris, we appreciate it. Stand by. Stick with Newsmax for the latest results throughout the evening. We'll be right back after a quick 2-minute break.
2 minutes.
That's it.
Oh. I mean, I like most of what I'm hearing. I'm still not too good with Pennsylvania, only because, again, I just don't know you're going to get a fair break there. I think they're going to try and pull some shit. I think I think 4 years ago at 11 o'clock, I went to bed and it was a done deal. And then I woke up 6 hours later and all of a sudden, this enormous number of votes came in for one candidate only.
Yeah.
As if that's mathematically even possible. If you're over here preaching that it's a razor fine 50-50 split, then those votes need to be razor fine and 50-50.
Yep. And that's the thing. I don't think it would have been questioned as much as if it would have been, pretty much split down the middle, except for maybe a couple thousand.
Well, the problem is they couldn't do that because during the real election process, they were down a lot.
Right.
So there was no way they could. I'll tell you what, he's got a couple of years once he gets elected to fix things, but this got to be the last election where we have this bullshit. We have got to find, I know states are allowed to do their own thing, but somehow or another has got to be a uniformity across 50 states on how we vote. So far as setting your poll times and all that, yeah, fine, the states can do that and dictate that. But it's for a federal election. I feel like the government's got to be able to have the power to say, hey, we're doing paper ballots. Now, what you want your ballot to look like and all that kind of crap. I showed video on this program a couple weeks ago in California and a couple other places for early voting that use the digital shit. And people are pressing Trump and Kamala's name is lighting up. Fuck this shit. And acting like, oh, it's an error with the machine. Oh, please. We know exactly what it is.
I've been going out on a new machine and go to about 3 or 4 different machines.
Lydia Sarami, we are joined by our panelists. So much is going on. The polls are closing right now. Talk to me about what's the latest. What surprised you thus far?
What's been most surprising, we were just talking about the Hispanic vote. We knew that would be likely a big shift for Donald Trump. We're seeing it in South Florida in particular. We'll see whether it translates in Pennsylvania and other places. The independent vote in Georgia, it has flipped pretty hard. A 20-point swing from 2020 in favor of Donald Trump from where he was against Joe Biden, now an 11-point edge.
Thank you, Robert F.
So this
Jr.
is all this data pouring in. Let's bring in our friend, the host of Rob Schmidt tonight, to get some analysis of where we stand tonight. Rob, first of all, welcome. It's a historic night. We're seeing a lot of
This is what I'm saying. I mean, you got Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you've got Elon.
So I guess my thoughts,
this is a super team.
To start all off, is I'm a little more nervous than I thought it would be by 8:30 at night. It just seemed to me that there was going to be this larger repudiation of what I think has been the worst 3.5 years of leadership for this country that we've maybe ever seen. And I just thought, especially with the border and everything, I thought it was going to be louder than this. And I know, we're still waiting to get any kind of numbers out of Pennsylvania, and Georgia obviously is looking pretty good at this point. I'm seeing some nice highlights in places like the suburbs around Washington, D.C. I think Loudoun County looks like it's improved dramatically. Florida obviously looks great. I don't think that really surprises anything or anybody, but
I was looking at my home county where I'm from is in central Indiana, and Hamilton County is actually a pretty good bellwether in elections like this. It's a upper middle class white suburb of Indianapolis. And I'm looking at the numbers between Jim Banks is running for Senate there, great guy. And I'm looking at the difference between Banks' Senate numbers and Trump presidential numbers in Hamilton County. It's got most of the votes in at this point, a large percentage of them in. And Trump is trailing Banks in that suburb by a pretty good clip. Trump's up about 3-4 points in the presidential race. Banks is up about 10 points in the Senate race, which tells me that there's a lot of suburban, I would say suburban never Trump type people, maybe suburban women that like Jim Banks, but don't necessarily like Donald Trump. That to me is a worrying sign. That concerns me. Those kind of indicators. The suburbs is what Trump needed to really win back in this election. To get stronger on the suburbs was critically important. I think he's going to perform great with much better with the Black community. I think he's going to crush it with the Hispanic community. But there are little indicators that are making me more nervous than I thought I would be tonight after the last 3.5 years that we've seen.
Well, the Iowa poll, the outlier, right?
Yeah.
She
I
was
just
right
don't get it, man.
when it
These are
came to
states that are
Hillary
getting their
Clinton
asses kicked by
and
this
Trump.
economy.
She predicted that Trump would take it. She said what
Right.
drove her analysis to show that Kamala Harris was going to come on top over President Trump was elder women that were independent voters being driven by the 6-week abortion ban in Iowa. So do you think a lot of women out there, the suburban women, the older women, the independent voters, the undecided, that they're conflating the state issue, the state abortion ban, 6-week ban with President Trump, not realizing that it's a Supreme Court, that it's a state issue now, and instead he's become the big bad boogeyman?
The problem with people like this is that they're getting their friggin' news from MSNBC, CNN,
that I can't even count at this
NBC,
point.
ABC, CBS, which are all misleading everything.
Is a real.
They're making, Donald Trump is against abortion, won't allow it. He's said it a million times. I'm turning it over to the states.
But I just think that
Right.
after 50 years,
Which is the way it should
honestly
be.
think Roe versus Wade is barbarism. I think what we've allowed in this country for such a long time. We've been one of the most barbaric countries in the world on abortion for 50 years. But the problem is that you've just gotten a constituency of people that have gotten used to that, and then to pull it back. There was going to be pain from that. And 22 was the pain from that. The midterms was the pain from that. And I think you're going to feel some of that pain tonight in some way. And the question, I guess, is whether or not Trump has enough, because this has been such a horrific presidency. And what they have done to this country has been so horrific. Does he have enough with these other? I mean, I heard somebody say earlier that, that you might have blacks and Hispanics to thank for this election if Donald Trump wins. I think there's a good possibility of that, because I think a lot of white, white suburban people, don't really have to deal with the realities sometimes of some of the things that happen to this country. More so, rich white liberals especially don't have to deal with it, but the Black community, the Hispanic community really feels the pain.
Absolutely.
And they have to live in what they've done to this country more so than I think some of the people that I've been talking about here.
Right.
So it's just a matter of can Trump outperform that?
The
Yeah.
very people
And
that
that's
Democrats
why
claim
I
to
also
protect
say,
are
like,
very
the people
that
out
are
in the
being
rural
hurt most
areas,
by
they're
their
in that
policies.
same
We see
boat,
that
you
time and
know?
time again. Rob Schmidt, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, we've got some exit polling data as well for the latest. Let's
Here we
check
go.
in with Katrina over at the board. Katrina?
I magically appeared over here at the wall as we're looking at those exit polls. We do have new data coming in as polls continue to close. Pennsylvania voters specifically are voicing their top concerns. All right, first up, a new Pennsylvania poll asks, how do you feel about the way things are going in the country today? 27% of Harris voters are satisfied. Very interesting numbers there. And 70% of Harris voters are dissatisfied, whereas 85% right there of the Trump voters are satisfied. That's an interesting number. We want to check on that one, but check this out. I think this is very interesting. That's our next poll. But if we can go back to the other one, that would be super. All right, there we go. 70% of Harris voters dissatisfied or angry. That's how they feel about the way the country is going today. Again, interesting number, especially in this all-important swing state, Pennsylvania. Now let's go on to that next poll right here. Do you think democracy in the U.S. today is secure? 58% of Harris voters rather say yes, it is secure. That's not that impressive. 46% saying, however, of Harris voters, they feel threatened. 53% of Trump voters saying they feel threatened about the state of democracy today. That is what the state of the race looks like from a Pennsylvania standpoint. But remember, exit polls don't necessarily predict the way the state will go, but instead they predict how people who are standing in line and maybe some of those last-minute decision makers, how they're feeling as they cast their vote. And of course, we're going to keep you up to date with the very latest numbers and thoughts on the minds of voters as they come in.
Katrina Zish, thank you so much. All right.
All right, we've got some race calls now. Polls just closed
Here we
in
go.
Arkansas. Newsmax projecting former President Donald Trump will win the state, locking up the 6 electoral votes there. That was expected.
How does
former White
Texas
House
only
press
get
secretary
6
Sarah
votes?
Sanders, of course, is a sitting governor there. We will continue to monitor this as the data comes in. Let's also dig in on the important issue of election integrity, bring in the manager of the Election Law Reform Initiative and senior legal fellow at the
Damn,
Heritage
Cabbage
Foundation,
Patch
Hans
Kid grew up.
von Spakovsky. Hans, always great to have you. What are you seeing tonight? There's always reports on social media. This ballot went wrong. That
All right.
went wrong.
I'm going to go
Concerns.
grab coffee.
Is
I
it
will be
relatively
right back.
quiet? Are there big concerns around
All
the
right.
country? What are you seeing tonight?
Well, we've had isolated incidents in a lot of places. I mean, overall, things seem to be going better than they did in 2020. You know, the other big change is that, look, Democrats have been trying some of the same tactics they tried in 2020, which is going to court at the last moment and trying to convince local election officials and judges to waive the state laws and rules that apply. We saw that in Cobb County, Georgia, when the local county there said that they were going to count 3,000 absentee ballots that came in past the deadline set by state law, and they got a local judge to agree to that. But the Republican Party went to court. The state Supreme Court stepped in and said, you can't do that. You can't just violate state law like that. We've seen similar things in other places. Milwaukee, for example, where they were trying to keep poll watchers out
Damn,
of
Elizabeth
polling
Warren,
places.
Jesus
And the big difference between
Massachusetts,
today
man.
and
What the hell are you
2020
all
is that
drinking
both the
there?
Trump campaign and the RNC had their lawyers out and ready to go to court instantly to stop that kind of misbehavior.
So how do you allay people's fears? People out there saying, oh, I experienced this. I was pressing this button and this wasn't happening. And, you know, we don't have to show our IDs. How do you allay people's fears that this is going to be a free and fair election, that this is not going to be another repeat, another disaster, and they can make sure, they can rest assured that their vote will be counted?
Right. Well, look, I said we were generally better off. That's because a number of states like Georgia, like North Carolina, actually passed big reform packages that improve the integrity of the election process. Unfortunately, some places didn't do that. You know, California and New York are just as bad as they were in 2020. No requirement for an ID. Only about 2/3 of the states require an ID to vote. So a lot depends on which state you're in. Many of the battleground states are in better shape, including places like Ohio also.
You can't check a book out of a library without an
have not
ID.
improved things or made things worse.
But they'll let you
Nevada is
vote.
an example of that.
All right, Hans von Spakovsky watching election integrity around this great state, great country for us in all 50 states. Hans, we will check in with you as we get more information. Thank you, sir.
Well, let's go to the board. We got to watch the numbers as they come in. Senator Rick Santorum with the very latest for us. Senator, tell us what's happening.
Okay, look here at the board and remember, the dark blue are states that are called. The dark red are states that are called for Trump, 111 to 31. The light blue and the light red are just the votes that are in to date. So you look at North Carolina and say, oh, we should be worried. Very, very small percentage still in from North Carolina. We're really not going to look at that. We don't have a lot of data. Same thing with Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania, by the way, will be blue for most of the evening. Why? Because the vote that comes in first, that's counted first, and we're seeing this just to give you an example, in the city of Philadelphia has come in, and this is the early vote. This is the vote that is what we call mail-in votes or absentee votes, and they are, again, disproportionately, in the case this time, 2-1 Democrat to Republican. So you're going to see York County, which is a Republican county, but it's Democrat for the early vote because, again, more Democrats vote early than Republicans. It's a little too early for us to really look at any numbers here. And again, it's a skewed data set. The best place to look and the most data we have right now is in the state of Georgia, and we see Trump with a lead. But if you recall last time, Trump had a lead and it kept going away, going away, going away. But here we see some good things. We see up here, these are a couple of exurban counties of Atlanta. Very important county, big county, Cherokee County, north of Atlanta, northern suburban, exurban area. Trump's doing almost 64.5%. How did he do last time? 68%. Better. And you say, wow, that's not much better. But as Jim McLaughlin just said, he lost by less than half a point. He's almost a point better. And again, we still have a lot of votes to come in. I'll go back to 2024. There's still a lot of votes to come in. It's only 78%. Let's go to another important ex-urban county. It's a Republican county, another big county, 100,000 votes, 60, almost 68%. Still 20-some% to come in. How did he do last time? 65%. 2% better in a big suburban county. So important. The reason the Democrat, this isn't closer, and it's about a 5-point lead, is because this county's not in. That's DeKalb County, a big, right next to Atlanta. Let's look at this. These are early numbers. Gwinnett County, not a bad number for Kamala Harris. A little better. Again, early votes. And so we're seeing it's not a breakaway win at this point, but we see some hopeful signs that her numbers are about the same in suburban Atlanta. But again, go back to Macon, which we looked at earlier. She's at 60%. Joe Biden was at 61%. Little changes. Yeah. If Trump won by half a point and Kamala Harris is down 1 point and pretty much everywhere, and Trump's up 1, Trump wins by 2.
All right.
So those are the things you have to look at when you analyze this data.
Awesome hearing about Georgia. Can you start pulling up Pennsylvania, which is your bailiwick, obviously? And while you do that, I want to throw some data points out there. I'm seeing online, the New York Times is now giving Donald Trump a 53% chance of winning Pennsylvania. Not a massive majority, but as we bring Matt Schlapp back to the table and Senator Santorum gets some of the data from Pennsylvania, I'm also seeing, Matt, that there's been a mail-in update from Pennsylvania. Harris at 71% around Allegheny County, and Biden in that county had mail-in updates of 80%. She's underperforming Biden in a key county there. New York Times saying it's not done, but we're leaning towards Trump now in
So
Pennsylvania.
you can talk about the method by how people voted, but let's look at some of the key demographics. I think what we've seen coming out of Georgia is slight underperformance with African Americans, and Trump is actually doing better in some of these.
South Carolina's going to Trump so far. That's got to. That's the way they handle this hurricane. There's no way North or South Carolina should even be considering her
to get the score in Georgia.
And see, that's what I was thinking too. I couldn't see how North Carolina could even think about going to
in Arizona.
Harris.
They left them out there to hang, and it was Trump and Elon Musk coming to the rescue.
Arizona closes at 9, and Nevada doesn't close till 10.
I'm also looking online. Almost every region of Florida has now shifted to the right. A big jump compared to what we saw in 2020. Talk to me about how that plays out.
I love my state.
That's interesting.
So I'll try to do my best impersonation of Mercedes Schlapp. But what you have to understand, when you hear Donald Trump getting majority of Hispanics in places like Dade County, now there's a lot of Cubans there, which tend to be more Republican, but it's
increase.
Yeah, because they came from a dictatorship.
From all of Central and South America.
Right.
Donald Trump's message is resonating with Hispanics. This is going to help Ted Cruz in Texas. This obviously helped in Florida, but Rick Santorum knows this. There are burgeoning Hispanic communities in all these battleground states. We're going to see that in Nevada. We're going to see that in Arizona, where they're in like the top 5 of percentages. But it has a big impact in Pennsylvania.
Let's get back to Senator santorum with the Newsmax numbers there on the wall.
Just want to show you where we started and compare it to Joe Biden. This is where Joe Biden has to run up his numbers. This is southeastern Philadelphia, southeastern Pennsylvania, around the city of Philadelphia. This area down here is about 40% of the vote of the state. So it's a heavily populated area. She has to run it up here if she has any chance to offset the rest of it. The only other place she has to run it up is here in Allegheny County. And if you look at Allegheny County last time, just to give you some comparisons, roughly 60% of the vote, 1.2 million people in that county. So this is the area that he has to do well. Let's look at where we are now.
Where she has to do well now compared to him.
That's right. That's where she has to do well compared to Donald Trump. This is the early vote. This is the mail-in vote.
Right.
And you look at the city of Philadelphia, 87-12.
Yeah.
Well, Trump, got 17% last time. And this is a twice as Democrat as the regular vote. Why? Because Republicans, again, only turned in about half the number of ballots that the Democrats did.
Yep.
So this sample is twice as Democrat. If that's the case, if that holds in Philadelphia, that this sample is twice as much Democrat as the normal sample would be, Trump could end up with 22 or 23%. Go back to 2020 in Philadelphia, he was at 18%.
There
so
you go.
just to give you an idea what might be happening, we don't know that because we don't know what the day of vote, but it gives you an idea.
Let me jump in. I think it's great that we're talking about all these battleground states, but while this is going on, we're having these numbers come out of New Hampshire and Virginia. We're seeing Donald Trump dramatically increase how he did in Loudoun County, which is one of these important suburbs.
Important county
in Virginia. Fairfax, a lot of it is still out where he has to do a little bit better. New Hampshire is pretty tight. So we have some very interesting numbers coming out of some of these other states. If those states, let's say he doesn't win them, but he just does that much better, it shows you some strength as we are here for a long night and stretch all across this country.
And Loudoun is a suburban county. Remember the teachers, the school boards, and all the things.
It has its effect.
The bathroom issue. That's Loudoun County. It's a huge county in suburban Virginia. 100% of the vote is in. And what do we see?
A lot of rurals out.
Donald Trump did 5 points better in Loudoun County. That's not a small change. That is a significant change. And now, is Virginia in play? With numbers like that, potentially he's in play. And you look at Fairfax County, which is the other big blue county. Again,
Senator, we got a break. Keep it right there.
Tell you what, on the other side, we'll get.
But not as well as Biden.
Hang on, I want to get data from New Hampshire as well because we got to bring the raw numbers here. Virginia is starting to trend a little bit. Trump. We're going to hit New Hampshire after the break.
All right, keep it right here on Newsmax for the latest results. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Early on, it's looking good.
Yeah.
But it's early on, and these fuckers are going to cheat. Like, I can't release that part of my reality. I had to switch chairs earlier. I bought this as brand new. It looked great. I didn't get to sit in it and try it out. And what I didn't realize until I bought one and had it sent to the house is it has no rocking feature. I can, switch the armrests and the back, forward and backward and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't rock. And I need that because this static chair, no matter what position I move it to, it's like it fucks with my back, something awful. But my old one, the reason I bought this is to that point now where it's kind of wobbly and it makes all kinds of noises.
Kind of like your body.
Yeah. But when you're streaming and you're hearing all this rickety, it just gets.
Yeah.
But I've been going back to the old chair just for comfort, and then I'm going to try and sell this one. If I can at least get $80 for it, it was $129. It's only like 2 weeks old. I've used it about 4 times, including this.
Let's see here.
All right, I'm going to run real quick and grab something else to drink, and I'll be right back.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we, the people, choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
And he's back.
So every time Ohio came up
Thing
on
about
Newsmax,
women voters is
and they
they're
got to
often
Sherrod Brown
mischaracterized as only caring
and
about abortion,
Marino,
but actually
he
they're the
would up
mothers
and
of
lower
sons,
the
the mothers of
volume,
daughters
so
who
I
want to
couldn't
win
see where
medals
the
in
poll
sports
was.
and be able
So I
to
had to
walk
go
into
look it
locker
up.
rooms. So the issues are much
And it's
more
close.
complicated than sometimes we mischaracterize
And
them.
even the
Brown's got
abortion issue is nuanced.
49.3% of the
It's
vote.
That's
9
right.
months or
Bernie
zero.
Moreno's
I
got
mean, people fall tend to fall within the
48.1%.
first trimester. That's where a
But what
lot
I
of the
find
pro-choice
funny
fall. I
is
think to
looking
extrapolate
at it by the
what Matt was
counties
saying, that person in New Hampshire or Virginia, if they do better
that
in the suburban areas, wherever,
Bernie's got
they're not
all
putting that
like the
into other
rural
areas in
counties.
other states that really can
But
flip, where there's heavier population.
looking at my county in particular, Clark County,
But he says it so much.
he won there 53.1 to 44.1. Why? Because Clark County is where Springfield, Ohio is.
Minutes there, 9 p.m. Eastern. And when
And that's where Homer Simpson is.
I heard an
Yes.
audible from that of, ooh, like you think this is up for grabs with Tim Walz.
But I think
Tim Walz
it has 1, 2,
flunked
3,
the
4,
test of
5,
the vice president.
6,
I'm not saying Donald
7
Trump's gonna win
counties that
Minnesota.
still haven't
There are also
voted.
Demographic
So,
trends in Minnesota. This was
like I
the
said,
center of
that's
the
still up
BLM
in the air, but it's
riots,
really close.
And I don't think the voters of Minnesota are as radical as some of these elected officials like Ilhan Omar. They have represented to.
Yeah,
elect
I'm going to
them.
be curious to
I
see what
think
happens with
Minnesota's a very
Minnesota,
interesting
actually.
case. I think the more you see these states that should be solid blue, showing just a little bit of move towards Trump, shows that he, as Rob said, shows.
I
that
can't
these
believe anyone
battleground
is
states,
proud to
everyone
claim
needs
Tim
to
Walz.
breathe. It's gonna
His own
take a
family
few
won't vote
hours here
for
to
him. I
go
mean,
through it. Don't overreact.
No, they all
in
went
some data
Republican.
that comes out.
Yeah,
We're
so
going to have
I'm
to
just
be here
saying.
for the long haul.
Absolutely. All right. Good points, all. Rob, Matt, stand by. In the meantime, let's bring in our friend Rob Schmidt. He's been watching this with us all night long and he's going to be here. Rob, what's jumping out for you, my friend?
Mega Butter, what's
Virginia,
up?
Where Trump just took the lead in the state of Virginia. He's up by
I agree.
2,000, a little less than 2,000 votes. I mean, yeah. Get Astorino to the board because that's this is wild. I've been watching this the last 5 minutes. I was looking for good news because I was a little nervous in the last hit. But Virginia, he has just taken a small lead in Virginia. What I don't understand about how Virginia counts is, are we just counting day? Are we counting day of now, Rob, or are we counting? Did they count early vote first? I'm not sure about that. But Virginia looks really good in this moment right here. And we were talking earlier about Loudoun County Trump performing a lot better than he did in 2020, and some gains in those areas. But as I have it right now, you have Trump with about a 1,500 vote lead in the state of Virginia. That is a blue state.
Right. Still early, obviously, but important to note, Rob.
Not much longer.
We've got a lot of Robs right now live. What are you seeing in Virginia? We'll go back to the other Rob.
All right. So look at Loudoun County, right? 56.7% is where she is right now. Let's go back 4 years. 56.7 to 61.9. That's what Biden got.
Anybody wants to
She
join
is
us on
tracking
screen, there's the
4%
link.
Less right now in Loudoun County. I mean, think about that. That is enormous, Matt,
I'll
right?
see you in the green room there, and then we'll bring you up.
Biden got 71%.
Share your thoughts and opinions on
That's
this
the swamp, folks. That's
historic
Washington,
night.
D.C. suburbs. She's only getting 65.5.
God help us if it doesn't go the right way.
Underperforming
Biden.
Virginia.
No, God help them, because I know a lot of country boys that already got their guns polished and they're ready.
Points down from where Biden was.
And we're not saying that Donald Trump's going to flip Virginia and the 13 electoral votes. We're just looking at the early data. We're giving it to you as it comes in raw here to Newsmax.
Flip that bitch. Let's do it.
Like Kamala Harris is underperforming in Virginia.
If he can flip one or two of those states, then all of a sudden Pennsylvania is not such a big deal anymore.
Not expected.
And that's what I was saying earlier.
Sure, but again, just
This could be realistically, I keep saying God's plan.
Won the Show Me State of Missouri.
He's got them so focused on Pennsylvania that he might be backdooring them on these other states.
Eric Schmidt looks like he's in West
Right,
Palm Beach
and that's what they were pointing out earlier today and yesterday was everybody's focused on Pennsylvania.
It's good to be with you. And actually, Rob, I don't think I've ever told you this. I appreciate that you're another SCH.
He gets there anyways,
so many
and Pennsylvania is no longer
the TT family. So it's good to be
it's no
well,
longer
you look at the last day of campaigning, and she spent it all in Pennsylvania.
People are starting to show up. You can feel the
Trump went to 4 states, I believe, in one day, including Michigan at midnight.
But I think
having
spent time with President
And those people stuck around till 2 a.m.
I did. I watched
Everybody's very upbeat. The polling, which the only poll that matters is today, seems to indicate the trend lines are very good. And then just some of the numbers you've seen so far, especially from the margins in rural counties and other states, seems to indicate
Missouri's
that
looking, it's early on,
that things are
3%.
going well. But we'll
Still,
see.
that's a big
But,
number, though.
I can tell you they've run a great campaign.
Right.
They left it all out on the field, and I think people are excited about tonight.
Yeah, we are definitely feeling
We're excited and we're nervous as
enthusiasm,
shit.
Of course, but as we keep pointing out, it is very, very early. But Senator, as you said, you are there at Trump headquarters, and there is something, I think, in a moment where there's a palpable excitement on the ground. Not to steal Kamala Harris's word, but the vibes. Tell us about the vibes there.
Well, there's so much joy here. I will tell you, there's a lot of joy in this room. It's interesting. Like, I'm not sure you guys have been around politics. Nobody packs a stadium or an arena or a field like President Trump, right? It's a very different phenomenon. I mean, I was there in Milwaukee. I was there in Detroit this past weekend. There's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 people. I was with him when it was returned to Butler, 110,000 people. Like, that's wild. And so I think that, those crowd sizes don't necessarily mean electoral success, but it does tell you people are hungry for change. This is a change election cycle. Trump is viewed as the change candidate. I think you feel that on the ground. And I also think what's interesting, too, now is this multi-ethnic working class party that the Republican Party is. I'm from a working class neighborhood in St. Louis area. I'm glad to see it. So you see a cross section of America at these rallies, too. People are happy, they're excited, they want their country back.
Look at New Jersey, New York. We haven't seen New York numbers yet, but New Jersey, it's like in Massachusetts. I don't get how you all can be so
How
blue
many seats you think the Republicans will have in the
when they are just bending you over.
54, and what you can do in terms of reshaping the country, taking on
I don't get it.
If you've been,
others.
It's like you said, if you've been that way for so
I think
long,
the floor is 52. We could
Good
get
example.
as high as
Your
54,
father,
55.
my parents.
I look out for
It's just
Wisconsin.
ingrained in
That's
their
a bit of a
brains
sleeper.
that they've
Yeah,
got to
but there's
vote
a difference
blue.
there. And this is what I've told my dad.
Those Senate candidates, many of
And
them
a
who
lot of
closed
people
the
have said
gap
this
pretty
about the
remarkably.
Hollywood
So it
elites
could
and
be
everyone
Arizona, it
backing
could be Wisconsin, it could be Michigan too.
Harris.
I do think
Is
the
that
larger
you don't live in
majority
our
there, to answer your
world.
question, we can go after
I don't know
big
about
tech
your
and even
parents,
bust
but
them
my
up.
dad's
There we
house
go.
is paid
Senator
off.
Schmidt,
He doesn't have a
appreciate your
car
time tonight.
payment.
Thank you, sir. About to
He
hit
did
9
pretty
p.m.
well
in
for
the
himself
East Matt
working,
Schlapp,
and he's
where
got money
polls will be
saved up.
closing
He's
in
made some
Michigan
investments. I don't know all the
Wisconsin.
details, but I
We'll
know
do
he's got
the
money.
Senate races as well as the White House
Right.
battle.
Yeah, I will
And
say
he's a
Ohio,
vegetarian.
Bernie Moreno is about
So he's
3
not
points behind
buying
Trump. He
hamburger
will win
meat.
that state by much more than that. I think that's the next most likely Republican.
If
seat
I
to
was
switch.
just going to
For
buy
those of us
salad and
who,
bananas,
are
my
worried
grocery
that
bill
sometimes
wouldn't be
our
that
senators get a
bad.
little soft. We always
Right.
have this Murkowski Collins.
So he does not
Murkowski
feel the same
Collins,
pain we
like
do.
to get to 53.
No.
That would make everyone feel a lot better.
Wow, Tom, what do you think?
Well, look,
I'm thinking about Pennsylvania.
Look, I've been looking at
Yeah,
North
go ahead.
Carolina
Oh, there you go.
actually because I'm looking at the Raleigh suburbs. They're very slow to come in right now, and right now Harris is overperforming where Biden was. So we're going to we
Really?
should probably continue to take a look at that. That's going to be a tight race in the North Carolina. I predict.
Absolutely. Key
me.
part of the Sun Belt. We've talked a lot about the blue wall in terms of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We will continue there. But if Donald Trump can hold the Sun Belt, including North Carolina, all he's got to do is win 1 out of the 3 in the blue wall. Our Vote for America coverage continues right now.
Our Vote for America coverage continues. 9 p.m. on the East Coast. More polls across the West are now closing. Polls across
All
the
right,
total of
Pennsylvania's
41
got
states have now closed.
so far split on.
That's right. And the excitement is building.
House
The latest
seats.
15 states across the
There's
country
2.
have now closed just in the last little bit. 163 electoral votes up for grabs in those
That's what I'm
states.
saying. How is
3
Arizona's
battleground
polls
states
closed?
closing this hour.
And
Arizona,
all these states
Michigan,
here.
and Wisconsin. This is where the rubber
Oh,
meets
these
the
are all
road,
been
where
called,
lots of
maybe.
important
Okay, never
House and
mind.
Senate races in states like
I was gonna
Texas
say,
as
Florida's
well,
there, too.
watching
I know
Ted
they're
Cruz,
done.
watching Minnesota, as Matt Schlapp said. That's something to keep an eye on, is whether Donald Trump can flip that. And then Nebraska, you've got that one electoral vote in the Omaha area. You've got the Senate race that's become a little bit more tricky. We're keeping our eyes on a lot.
We sure are. Also throughout the country, I keep mentioning Pennsylvania. We're looking at
And I have a
vote
feeling
counting.
he's
It's
gonna
happening
take
right now
Nevada
in Philadelphia,
myself, so.
very important.
I
urban
can't imagine
voting
him not.
center. Also, similarly, vote counting in Maricopa
I mean, they'd have to
County.
be idiots.
You remember that?
Your whole
Arizona.
income is based
Also
on
watching
people
both the
going
Harris
there and
campaign
having a good time in
headquarters
gambling.
and
Now, if
the
they have no
Trump
money, how are they going to
headquarters.
go
Of
and
course, we'll
support
continue
your
to bring you the
enterprises?
latest information across the country. Our panel of experts still here with us at the table. Matt Schlapp and Tom Basile. Again, Tom, all right, you said before we started the next hour, all eyes for you, or I should say your focus on North Carolina. Bring that back.
Yeah,
to
let's
the
go.
table.
Let's get over to the
do it.
board. Let's go over to the board.
Oh, he just
Go to
wants
the
to
map.
tear
Look,
the
yeah,
board.
so
You could do it
we
from the
should have
desk.
some. We should have some good data coming in the state of North Carolina.
Let's go over to the
zoom
board. I
in.
want to play.
And I've been looking at this county here. This is Chatham County, and right now in 2024, right now Harris is outperforming Joe Biden. We haven't been able to say that a lot today. Right now, she's actually beating Donald Trump
How much
by
time do you
more
think
than,
he spent
than,
playing
than
with that
Biden
board before
beat Trump
today?
in that county. And the reason why I get concerned about
Touching it
this,
and
if you're a
molesting
Trump
it and just
supporter, is
pretending
that
like
those
this
are
is
the,
what's happening
the
on election night.
Raleigh-Durham suburbs. So how is ultimately he going to be able to perform in those suburbs? We've got about half of the vote in North Carolina, but if you're in the Harris campaign, you're wondering, is it possible that with 87% of the votes in, that they're going to actually outperform in Raleigh-Durham? So, and now let's go. If you want to, we can head out to the state of Michigan, which just closed. Let's take
that's
a look
looking
at what
nice
we're gonna
and
be
red.
following
I
there
like it
tonight. All right, the key area here is Detroit. That's Wayne County. All right, nothing to report there right now. Right
Another
now,
state
though,
that
it
needs
does look
to
like
go
Harris
red,
seems
man.
to be holding
How can
in
you
the
not?
suburbs, sort of about the same
Right.
rate that she was. That Biden was in 2020. We're also keeping an eye on
Damn, the
Kent.
house
This
is
is where
looking
Donald
good.
Trump. This is Grand Rapids. This is where Donald Trump ended his campaign last night. It's a county he lost that they're hoping to flip. Again, very early on in the state of Michigan, and also in the state of Michigan, it is a state where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is still on the ballot. And in some of these early counties, he's getting votes.
Yeah,
so
'cause they
if
wouldn't
it's
take it
really,
off.
really close, how does that ultimately impact the outcome of
Dumbass.
the race?
Yeah, Tom, real quick, can you stay at the
Yeah,
point for a second? A
absolutely.
little audible.
These
for
are
you.
idiots.
Polls just closed in the great state of Texas as well, 9 p.m. Eastern. Pull that up if you can. There's a lot on social media saying that Donald Trump's early numbers are extremely strong. Democrats had high hopes of flipping the seat with Ted Cruz.
Nope.
We're obviously not able to call that yet. But what are you seeing in the early vote count there?
Well, right now, if you're Ted Cruz, you got to feel pretty good because a lot of the vote is in Dallas County. All right, that's where Dallas is in Tarrant County. All right, and a lot of the vote is also in Houston, in Harris County. And so that's good. The cities seem to be reporting early in the state of Texas. But you've got there's a lot of real estate out here, folks. It's going to take a little while longer for us to get a full picture on that. But I think if you're looking at some of the major metropolitan areas and how Cruz is reporting, looks like he's going to be able to pull this off.
All right. So still early, but we're watching
That's
that closely.
important,
Let's
man.
bring in
We
a
need
friend,
him.
former Michigan gubernatorial candidate, a former Republican nominee, Tudor Dixon, joins us again. Good to have you back, Tudor. Polls have just closed in your home state of Michigan. This is a must-have for Kamala Harris, part of that blue wall. What are you hearing on the ground?
Well, we are still hearing that people believe that the numbers are going to come in for Trump. We have had this switch over in the Arab American community in the state of Michigan, but also we know that we have a difference in the Black community, that there will be a lot of men in the Black community that will come out for Trump. We have some strong surrogates who have been there and been working in those areas to talk to them about what's concerning. And we're hearing across the state kind of the same message. It's the economy and it's the EV mandates. Of course, you see the UAW workers were at the rally last night in Grand Rapids coming out and saying that the members are supporting Trump. That's because they're concerned about these EV mandates that are closing down factories. We've just had the Ford Lightning plant say that they're going to close down operations from November into January, and they believe they'll reopen in January, but they don't have enough demand right now for the EV of the F-150. And so they're going to have the holidays. These people are going to be off of work. They're already facing the highest inflation in the country in areas like Detroit. And now they're going to be laid off work and they're not going to have any work over the holiday season.
I feel bad for you, but guess what? 4 years ago, who'd you vote for?
Michiganders right now are saying vote for Trump.
Right.
Tudor, I want to get your thought again on the all-important female vote. Early voting showed women across the country voting much more frequently at a higher percentage point than men. The Democrats assumed those votes went to Harris, but there's no guarantee that they did. What are you hearing in Michigan?
No, certainly. I mean, it's the same issues for women in Michigan. If you go to the grocery store, you're paying a higher price. If you're trying to get a car, you're paying a higher price. I mean, even just if you look at the differences between the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump administration, people under Donald Trump, they were taking $6,000 a year home.
I would safely say 60% of married women are going to side with him because they've got families to raise. They can't afford it.
This is a significant pain for women and men. And I believe
When you got to decide if your kids are going to eat or wear clothes, you start to look at the people that are sitting in the White House.
Check in with you, Michigan, a state we've been watching closely for a long time, but thank you for joining us. But we've got some more projections, more calls.
Here we go. We got numbers.
Now projecting Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. This was this has on the big Senate race there.
Well, that was what I was about to say.
The state we were just talking about,
dude.
Texas.
That's what I was about to say. I just went and checked on Bernie.
Katrina, very interesting.
And we've
got
got
Democrats in the last few cycles.
They
thought they were going to
Bernie jumped ahead 49.6 to 47.6, and there's only
of course,
3 counties left to come in, and I know those 3 counties, and they're going to be all red. So
of course, we'll keep
it's
everyone
done.
posted on that. And of course, polls just closed.
Come on, let's go. How many electorals do you guys have?
We now go to our congressional correspondent, Kimberly Dukart, who is live.
How do you not know the answer to that question?
Hey, Katrina.
I just care about who wins. I think we have
record turnout, but all eyes
5,
have been on Wayne
6.
County.
Look it up and tell me.
They have the largest
Okay, hold on.
Americans who could possibly tip the scales in the GOP's favor, and that includes Dearborn, just east of Detroit, where Trump's pledge of peace to Israel's war with Hamas is resonating with voters in what has long been a Democratic stronghold.
Come on, man. Let's do this shit. I want to go to bed and get some sleep.
All right, Kilmeny, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lots of information coming in, chattering amongst ourselves at the table. But again, Kilmeny, thanks for that update here. Tom, we were talking about North Carolina. Of course, you showed us some details there. What else coming up do you think?
No way North Carolina,
key?
South Carolina going to vote for that bitch.
In the state of Georgia, right? We have been waiting for DeKalb County. Now, remember, DeKalb County, they extended their voting hours because of some incidents that had happened earlier in the day. And so the county decided that they were going to keep the
they had to because some assholes called in bomb threats.
40 minutes. So while we're seeing Fulton County now come in at a pretty good clip. Remember, that's Atlanta. That's going to be really critical. We haven't seen reporting in from DeKalb County yet, so we're going to watch for that.
How many electorals did you say you had?
17 electoral.
Oh,
17.
yeah.
I think then at that point we'll have a much better sense of where Georgia is headed.
All right, let's
North
see.
Carolina,
Racist
we're waiting
270.
on
What do we got?
Mecklenburg and all
Oh,
night. It's
come
gonna be
on,
these tiny
baby.
little precincts, these small counties coming
Come
in.
on, man.
Sometimes they take a lot longer. So like I said, it's going to be a game of patience tonight.
Yeah, and you see the numbers we just had on the screen. Donald Trump's already racked up 194 electoral votes over Kamala Harris at just 95. Part of that is the early closing states like Kentucky, Indiana, very red, Matt, obviously. He's running up those numbers. What's critical now is the states that have just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern. Michigan, Wisconsin that we're watching.
God did not spare that man's life for him to lose tonight. No, he
I'm
did
not
not.
calling any states, but I don't think that's that controversial.
Yeah, it's showing that Ohio is
so once again, these
52%
rural counties,
in, so
not always
it's a
as
lot.
automated. It takes a little bit longer. I think everyone I'm talking to on the ground in Georgia, everyone I'm talking to on the ground in North Carolina, including people at the campaign, feel very bullish that we'll have wins eventually in Georgia and North Carolina.
You know, and it was interesting, Tom, because we were talking about in some of these swing states, especially where the counting of these votes, especially early votes, will take a little longer. Everybody excited to get those numbers. But again, patience.
We've all been.
I would love nothing more than for
Matt and I were
Pennsylvania
both
not to even
there
fucking
in the
matter.
During the 2000
Take
campaign,
your 5 days,
on
man.
election night, we all went through 2016 and 2020.
Like I
So
said,
we just have to be patient.
Ways we're going to win. We do not need Pennsylvania.
The big difference now.
Yeah, I would just feel better if we had it.
Fall in love with the idea of making voting easy and voting in all.
This is
these
about me
different
going to
ways.
bed.
Well, guess what?
Right, but
The
like
one thing
you
we've learned
said,
is if you're a red state,
maybe that's their downfall. Maybe that's the whole thing is that
and if you, the more
they got so preoccupied with that.
One
They
state,
forgot
but you
about
ignore the others.
in Arizona, where they actually
Yeah, you forgot about out here past,
one of the problems with Arizona,
you know, in the Midwest and shit, and they're going to be like, you know what, fuck off.
I also think we should be.
Oh, they didn't forget about it. They just know they have no
We
chance
have a
there.
lot to fix in this country.
Right in 2020.
Those are working people. Those are middle class people. Those are the people suffering the most. They're not stupid. They know that they're suffering because of us. So we, for us to go there. And as it is, her last 5 campaign stops, she's getting booed off the stage at her own friggin' rallies.
Europe can do it. If France can do it, we can do
You know, you didn't see Trump getting booed off a stage once.
You just heard
Florida
it.
was called, and they
He said
had-
it just
they
like you said earlier. If France can do this shit in
Yeah.
one
In the
night,
space of about an
so
hour and a
can
half.
we.
And there are no lawsuits.
It's
in Dade County
embarrassing.
today. That seemed to go pretty smooth.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. All right. I want to point something else. The Trump camp is circulating some exit polling from NBC News in Wisconsin, where the polls have just closed,
please.
Showing Donald Trump is polling about 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin.
Come
We'll be
on,
looking
man.
at places like Milwaukee and whatnot.
Laverne and Shirley, I
78%
love
for
that
Harris.
show.
4
Come
years
on.
ago, Donald Trump won only about 8% of black voters in the Badger State, Matt. That would suggest that he's more than double that to roughly 20%. How significant?
You know, you always have this caveat with exit polls. They're not perfect, right?
Right.
But I think that this is a theme of tonight, which is we went in tonight saying that Donald Trump performed very well with men and with African-American men, probably men from other minority groups as well. And I think people feel very bullish on Wisconsin. Now, let's put the caveat out there. We're probably not going to know about Wisconsin till the latest because they've had these snafus today, and they're now saying they're not going to give us some of the final counts till 4 a.m. People out there shouldn't be discouraged that means that somehow Wisconsin has fallen away. it's because of their mistakes in the state. Somebody actually found the mistakes, thank God, that we're going to get late reporting out of Wisconsin, not because Donald Trump is performing in some kind of weak fashion.
Yeah, let's also go. We know that Newsmax has projected that Donald Trump will win Texas, where polls just closed, but also another major race could determine who controls the Senate. As we mentioned, of course, Senator Ted Cruz up against Democrat Colin Allred in one of the year's most expensive races. And of course, as we said, Newsmax just called Texas for Trump.
That's right. Our correspondent Jason Jones is live from the Ted Cruz watch party tonight, live in Houston, Texas. Jason, what's the latest there?
Boy, it's changing by the minute. Ed, Katrina, it's great to be with you. I don't know if you can hear it here, but the enthusiasm just went through the roof. The latest numbers coming in at 61% across the state, putting Ted Cruz at 51.5 and Congressman Colin Allred at 56.6, but that's changing. Look, it's a big state, guys. We got 254 counties. But one thing to really take away here is you've heard from the pollsters, this has been a close race, and they weren't kidding. I mean, just coming into this tonight, it was between 1 and 4 points across between the two of these two individuals. And sure enough, that's how it's really looking at now, though. Now that we're starting to see a little bit of a gap as more and more of the numbers are starting to come in, Ted Cruz is starting to pull ahead here. But think of the two major things they talked about here. Colin Allred came after Ted Cruz repeatedly over the abortion issue and his vote to put certain U.S. Supreme Court justices in play.
Want to welcome everybody to the stream. If you're just jumping on, jump on if you want to. The links are right there in the chat box. You can be part of the program. We'll get you up on screen, get your thoughts, opinions. Let us know where you're watching this thing from. If you're in the United States, outside the United States, who you voted for.
These cartels in the open immigration. And when you're looking at
love to have you.
You can clearly see this has been a neck-to-neck race, as we've been hearing may be the case from all these pollsters, and we're seeing it here play out. But right now, it's starting to look like as the numbers sit, Ted Cruz is starting to pull ahead just a little bit.
There we go. All right, Ted Cruz with the
Come
narrow
on,
lead
Teddy
there in the
boy.
great state of Texas. We'll continue to watch that. Jason Jones, thank you. As we bring it back to the table here, you know, what's interesting, Tom, if you can head over to take a look at the Newsmax numbers, a lot of chatter on social media right now about North Carolina trending towards Donald Trump. But we're sticking with the data. We haven't called North Carolina yet. This is a pivotal state in the Sun Belt. What are you seeing in North Carolina?
Well, right now, if you take a look, I mean, it's basically a 4-point lead for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at some of these key counties. All right, here you've got Wake County. That's where Raleigh is. Harris sort of holding what she had done there. I'm interested though in a place like Asheville. And how we got 56% of the vote in, and this is about how Trump should be performing in Asheville in that county. Fayetteville and this area down here, which is a very red area, has not really reported yet. So that's something to keep an eye on as we're continuing to work through all of this. Pitt County in Greenville. This is probably closer than it should be and this is 93% of the vote in for Kamala Harris. But again, let's continue. We just continue to watch these Raleigh-Durham suburbs and Charlotte and Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. All right. And the suburbs around Charlotte. Donald Trump overperforming even just a little bit. His 2020 number means that he wins the state.
Tom, what about the western part of the state around Asheville that are more Trump counties? And there were a lot of concerns after the hurricanes that there was going to be trouble with people voting. We got any look at that?
Taking a look at the raw numbers in Madison County, 100% of the votes in, Trump winning there handily. There are several of those counties, and these are the ones that we're talking about here that were impacted by Hurricane
coming to voting
not really reported
today
yet. So
in that area
potentially
on
more,
ATVs.
More numbers coming in western.
They're going to make it to vote. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're going to try and keep people away from them.
Let's take a pause right there. North Carolina seems to be trending towards Donald Trump. Wisconsin, we want to take a look at. If you want to get ready on the board, and we'll do that. But in the meantime, we've got a couple of VIP guests. Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson joins us, along with the former governor, Scott Walker. The polls have just closed here. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in. Senator Johnson, let's start with you. We just talked about some exit polling data suggesting that in your home state, the black vote has reached about 20% for Donald Trump when he was in single digits 4 years ago. What does that tell you about tonight, sir?
Well, hopefully it tells us it should be a very good night for Republicans, for Donald Trump and Eric Hovde. And by the way, it makes sense. Black Americans have certainly suffered under the Biden-Harris governance. The dollar they held to start
And the Obama governance, they just didn't realize it at the time.
$1,000 more per month just to maintain the standard of living they had at the start of the Biden administration. So it doesn't surprise me at all that they're voting for real change.
Interesting point there. And, real change is something that so many Americans have been talking about, of course. But we also spoke with you earlier this week, Governor Walker, and you said that the number one issue in your state, in Wisconsin, you said prices, prices, prices. And we do know that nationally, the economy, of course, is something that most Americans are concerned about, and they will be voting in that direction.
Yeah, we see with Ron's right. Senator Johnson's absolutely right. That whether or not that 20% holds out, that exit poll, I said all along, I thought we'd do better with Black and Hispanic voters and younger voters, all three, which historically have been groups that give high percentages of the vote to Democrats, because they've had it with the economy. They've had it with high prices for food, for housing.
I just don't understand how every state's not in the same position. Again, California, New York, perhaps, because a lot of people there that are still in those states have money.
But if it's anything, even half that, it will be a significant advantage come the end of the night when we count all the votes.
All right. We appreciate your time, gentlemen. Former Governor Scott Walker and Senator Ron Johnson. We appreciate it. Let's turn it over.
Trump
to
is
some
leading
of
in
the Newsmax numbers
Wisconsin
with
early
Tom
on. It's
there
only 3%, but damn, he's got a lead and a good lead.
What are we seeing there?
Right.
I'm seeing a lot of red right now.
We're seeing, well,
What
we're not
the
seeing too
fuck?
much already.
Do it,
Just
man.
close.
Let's go.
64% is pretty red.
But, this is, again, we're going to be looking at these suburban counties all night.
Yeah,
because this is really important.
when you look at the
Here
picture,
is
it's not as
here is
impressive, but
Milwaukee,
okay.
Nothing reporting from there, but these four counties that are around Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee, that's going to be really critical here. We also are going to be looking at La Crosse. La Crosse is a place where Donald Trump could pick up a flip in a county, also Green Bay and Madison. So it's very early on, but again, this is a state that Biden won by only about 20,000 votes. So little changes.
My ex-girlfriend
in each of
was
these
from a place
counties
called
that I'm
Merrill,
talking about
Wisconsin.
Can make a very big
I went to visit
difference
one time up
either
there.
way.
And I can tell you the folks in that part of Wisconsin
also
definitely
a big
voting for
Senate
Trump.
race in Wisconsin. I think it's very important. Going into tonight, there was this question about three vulnerable Republican senators. Well, Rick Scott just won, right? Which is awesome. We have some tight polls out of Nebraska as well. And Ted Cruz, which is the perennial senator that Democrats say they're going to beat. We haven't called the race
spent
yet,
millions and millions.
but it's looking pretty good for Ted Cruz. That means this is all about addition for Senate Republicans in Wisconsin, Montana, Ohio. I believe Ohio's looking very strong.
We
for
didn't
Trump.
get
I don't
our
know if
red
we called
wave
it
2
yet,
years
I think
ago,
you'll
but we
see
getting
Bernie
it now.
Moreno right behind him, looking very good with a W.
I just want to go back to
Yeah,
Texas
we
for a
got
second, because the
57% of the
Democrats, this is like their big
votes in right now in
right
Ohio.
They spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions.
Fool's gold.
And because they continue to tell everybody that they're going to flip Texas and they're going to get the governorship, or they're going to win a Senate race, or they're going to flip it blue in a presidential. And Texas is holding
Can
firm.
I throw something?
Texas holding?
I wanted to throw one thing in here.
Yeah, I can only imagine why Texans are not letting it turn blue. Probably because they've just seen their state invaded for 4 fucking years by illegal immigrants.
Right.
Vitriol with the most money, as we've pointed out, and he said it's nearly
People are fussy
impossible
that
for
way. They don't
him
like that shit.
to get his message out, but we're seeing that he's doing it regardless.
I have all these numbers. The outspending by the left over the Republicans is astronomical. But what you have to understand, the reason they're going after
when you have George
Ted Cruz is
Soros
'cause
money,
he's such
you can
a
do
threat
that
as a
shit.
Cuban American. And what I just want to say,
Right.
Tom's point is the reason why they think they're going to flip Texas is
Come
because
on,
they
Ted.
think they own minority votes. They think they own black votes and Hispanic
Shit.
votes. And what's
Get over
happening
that.
is those voters are waking up and spelling the bacon and saying socialism does not work for my family.
Yeah, their whole plan was to try to attract as many Latino voters, and because they're now almost 20% of the population.
And they want to build a wall, and they don't like the crime with the open border. It's a boomerang on what the Democrats thought it would do.
Yeah, it's actually
All right.
backfired.
Well, that bacon is sounding good.
Is
We
that-
may be here all night.
I say we might be around till breakfast time. You never know.
All right. Go on in the kitchen there and get it going, all right? After
pancakes too.
a quick 1 minute break, our Vote for America coverage continues.
1 minute
Exit polling.
break.
Bernie just jumped ahead 50.1% to 47%.
What is he running for?
He's running for our Senate.
Senate. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Trump 194. I didn't see what she had, but it wasn't 194. That's for sure. Come on, man. Let's get this thing, put it to bed so I can go to bed. I already told God this is all I want for Christmas, man. We'll call Christmas done.
Right.
For those of you that are watching us out there, join the conversation either in the chat or you can jump on directly with us. The links are right there in the chat. Click on the link. It'll put you into the back room. I'll see you there. We'll bring you in. Let us know where you're watching this from, if you're in or outside the U.S. If you're inside the U.S., what state are you in? And are you happy with the way things are turning out thus far? That'll tell me who you voted for. Somebody asked me yesterday, I think it was, if I was going to keep on doing Amendment 1 after today. And I was like, well, that's a good question. I hadn't really even thought about it because the whole reason I was doing Amendment 1 was for today.
Right.
So I don't know the answer to that. Trump, North Carolina up 51-48. That's too damn close, though. Was it call? Hello!
What? What I missed? I was looking
Trump
up
got
something.
North Carolina. Boom!
Ooh.
Oh, come on, man. Let's do this shit. Come on. Fact.
I think it didn't help Sherrod Brown either that there's an independent running also, and that he's got like 2.9% of the votes. So
those independents, I don't get it, man. It's like all you do is fuck up the damn elections. You're not gonna win unless your goal was to fuck up the election and mess up the guy you didn't like. That's another scenario.
Right.
That's why I honestly I'll never be able to say enough about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for what he did.
And he tried to get him to take him off the ballot, and places were like, no, because they wanted to.
They tried to keep him off the ballot.
Right.
Pennsylvania. No. What's going on here? 25%. All right, 25%. I can't believe that number's accurate, man. Pennsylvania with the fracking. How in the world can that even be a debate? What? So why does Arizona need till Thursday or Friday when everyone else is reporting in?
Because they're trying to say
Wait a minute. Hold up. Nothing new for him. Dynasty action in the house. Harris is mixed. She has a daddy. That's right. She's mixed up in the head is what she is. She thinks she worked at McDonald's, and then she photoshopped her face onto another girl's picture. Done. Go to bed. Yep. And we all know Republicans vote on election day.
Day of vote that's coming in is a lot better for Donald Trump. Now, whether that trend continues or not, we'll wait and see. But this number here, you see Bucks County, which if you look in 2020, Bucks County was 51-47. It's actually become more Republican, and there's a chance Donald Trump can actually win that county this time. But if you look at it now, wow, Harris has this usually. Why? 18%. That's the early vote. It's 2-1 Democrats, twice as Democrat as what the actual vote will be. So we don't know what that's going to be. The bottom line is it's too early to tell, but some of these numbers actually look somewhat encouraging. But again, it's early. I want to do something real quick here because I think it's really important to look at the Senate races here. And let me back out here for a second. And you see that Casey is at 57. Harris is at 55 or 56. So it's about a point and a half difference. This is what we're going to see. And look here in Michigan is another example. Harris at 53, Senate race, Slotkin at 54. Go to, I think Wisconsin actually may be too early. I don't think there's very much vote in. But I think what you're seeing is a trend here in all these states. Hovde at 57, Trump at 52. Actually, that's a really interesting number.
That won't hold.
But it won't hold.
That won't hold.
The point is, early on in Wisconsin, Hovde's actually running better than Trump. Now, I agree with you that probably won't hold, but it probably shows that if you're looking at these 3 Senate races, all of which are going to be critically important, Hovde looks at this point to be the strongest one.
The thing that's the most interesting to me, Rick, on the Senate is it's just a question of how many Republicans add to the majority at this point. And it could be a big, big night when it comes to the Senate. Now, why is that important? That is important because obviously the White House is everything in American politics now.
Yep.
But if Donald Trump has if he wins the presidency and he has a strong conservative majority in the Senate, that means he doesn't have to trim his sails to all these cabinet secretaries he's going to pick to populate the government. It means
Judges.
we can get more. Yep. It means we get, if there are Supreme Court openings, he can pick really solid constitutionalists for those openings. So as much as the White House needs to get all the attention,
Can you imagine if that man gets in
really
again
important. And I think the Ohio
and gets to
seat
pick 3 more
with
Supreme Court
Bernie
justices?
Moreno is probably the next one. Come on.
The left
what do
will
you think,
just
Brett? Okay, let's take a
explode
look at
simultaneously.
Bernie Moreno,
And
who's
it
at
would be a glorious thing to
50%.
witness.
How's he compared with Donald Trump? He's running about 4 points behind. Now,
Look at that shit. Look at that shit.
He's already projected to win. Last time Donald Trump won by
Nice.
10 points. Donald Trump wins by 10 points, and he's trailing 4 points. He gets 55%. And
By the way, what were the polls predicting he was going to do? That's what I want to see, is because they always underestimate the
all the way to
Republicans.
the west part of the country. As we get later in the evening, we'll be talking about Arizona with Kerry Lake. We'll be talking about the Senate candidate in Nevada, Sam Brown. So there's a lot of possibilities.
So just to give people a perspective here, the Republicans were at 49 heading into this election. Right here, Jim Justice is the new senator. That was Joe Manchin's seat.
Ohio,
50. If this holds,
they had
again, based on what we're seeing, it looks very positive.
men,
Moreno right
58
now.
for Trump,
That's
40%
51.
for
You go out to Montana,
Kamala,
early,
and then it
hasn't
flipped
closed yet.
for women,
He has been
51%
running
for
about
Kamala,
10 points ahead
47
of
for
Tester. Trump's going to win Montana by
Trump.
15 or 20.
This was the last poll predictions,
there's 3.
like
yes,
yesterday.
this was the this was the exit polls.
Well, exit polls is after they voted today. I don't want that. I want to know.
Okay.
I'm looking at the polls that they've been predicting up until today. And yesterday, a lot of people said, here's our final prediction on what's going to happen. And they always underestimate for the Republicans. Go figure.
Let me see here.
I was trying to pull up a couple of the guys that I've been watching, but I never saved their channels. And then I couldn't find the stuff I was looking for.
Among exit polling, Trump is only down by 8 points among Hispanic voters. He has the best national performance. If this holds, it'll be the best national performance for a GOP presidential candidate among Hispanics since George W. Bush in 2004. We saw that he's also outperforming what he did in Florida, in Texas, what he did back in 2020. So talk to me about that kind of trend that he's gaining a lot of ground when it comes to Latinos.
So I'm going to make like I said, I'm going to do my worst impression of my wife, Mercedes. I think that he's going to do better than those exit polls and these actual votes. I think that'll have a massive impact. Nevada and Arizona are in the top 5 states of Hispanic population that have a dramatic impact on the presidential race and on those Senate races. This is the interesting part. I think, the politics in this country are pretty tight, but the coalitions have completely changed with Donald Trump. When I worked for George W. Bush, it was all about courting Hispanics with a softer immigration policy. Donald Trump went there and said, we're going to kick out people who are here illegal. We're going to build a wall. We're going to make people follow the law. Yeah. And you know who likes those policies? Hispanics like those policies. They don't want to be pandered to, it turns out. Right. They want you to tell it like it is.
Well, I'm a first-generation American. I didn't speak English until I was 5 years old. The number one issue for my mother, who still has difficulty speaking English, she fled a communist nation, is immigration. She said, I came here the legal way.
Right.
I waited 6-7 years.
What a slap in the face to everyone who did it that way. Like my girlfriend.
Thread among all
10
of my
years.
relatives, a lot of Hispanics. We're here in New York City. I'm from the Bronx. There's a lot of Latinos. They don't like it.
So
when we pick up
all as of
these,
the last
non-Republicans
poll I
are
could
talking
find
we, but when we
for
pick up all
Ohio
these Senate races, what's going to happen
was
behind
2
this
days
is also a
ago,
lot of House pickups.
and
This
they
race
had
is on my mind.
51%
And when
of
it comes to immigration,
people
the
supporting
Democrats
Donald
ran
Trump with
basically
44 backing
on
Kamala.
amnesty, right?
And what was it
only
ending
gonna
up at
fix the
today?
wall. I thought that was a
Well, they're
little
not
bit of a
done yet. They're
deception
still
that Kamala
counting.
wanted to finish the wall, quite honestly.
Right now,
But
we're at
the fact is these
55.1 for
majorities
Trump
are
and
not gonna wanna
44
go the
for
amnesty route.
Kamala.
So again,
Kick out the
it's always the
criminals
same, 2 to
right here. They wanna
3%,
close
sometimes
down that
4.
border. So we are ready as a country,
Right.
I believe, to take this hot button issue and resolve
God
it, because
dang
we
it.
can
Get
resolve
Pennsylvania.
it if we stop the open border.
Absolutely. All right. Of course, we have all of our experts here, but also reaction, no surprise, on social media pouring in. Utah Senator Mike Lee posting a picture of Trump saying, "This guy just joined us. He's in good spirits with good reason. He's going to win." Now, of course, we're not projecting anything, just sharing social media updates. Morgan Ortega's writing a big win in West Virginia. So excited to see Jim Justice flip that Senate seat red one more closer
Come on,
to the Senate
man.
majority.
Let's freaking
And
do
Ron
this
DeSantis
shit.
writing that Amendment 3 and 4 have failed. Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump.
Beautiful.
Duval County, Florida, very
Beautiful.
positive sign for Georgia. Now, Senator Rick Santorum, talk to me about Georgia, right? What are the numbers that you're seeing there?
Well, let's just go back. We're talking about
Charlie
Baldwin
Kirk's
County. It's
another
one
one,
of the
man. This
counties,
guy
as you see,
busted
in
his
2024
ass for Donald
is
Trump.
ahead with
Going
almost
to every
100% of the vote
college,
in. He
taking
lost
all
that
the
county last time
arrows.
around, very narrowly, but he's running 2 points better. This is again. This is
That's
where it's
somebody I
at.
would
Right
love to see
here,
Trump put in the cabinet somewhere
is
along the
the
line. I mean, he's a
Atlanta
young
metro
guy, but
area,
God dang, he's
and
smart
we
as a
gotta look at
motherfucker.
how is Kamala Harris keeping up with her vote?
Between him and
is she just
Vivek
keeping up? And remember, just keep up.
Ramaswamy
They
there,
won
it's
by
like
10,000
their brains
votes.
don't work.
And is
And
Trump
what's
doing
the
better? And the answer to the first question
caramba.
appears to be Fulton County, which is the biggest county in the state. It's where Atlanta is. About 80%
I got his
of the
face. I
vote
can't think of his name at the moment.
72.6%. 72.6%. She is tracking Joe Biden exactly. So she's keeping up her end of the bargain there in one of the biggest county. Another, probably the most Democratic county in the state. 85% of the vote Joe Biden got. 84.5%. Now, you can say, well, that's tracking. 0.5% when you won by less than 0.5% in one of your most important counties. That's a little bit, but a little is a lot. Let's look at Trump in one of the most important counties for him, Cherokee County, 150,000 votes, doing 69.1%.
This is what kills me. Look at how big he's winning the state of Georgia, but fucking Atlanta.
Just a little worse.
Right.
Another county.
How is it? It just doesn't seem feasible that such a small section of a massive landmass can be affecting the outcome like that.
Again, 1 point better. And you can go to I mean, I can pull counties all over the place. 66% against against it, 63 against
Trump is
so if I
trending
can
better.
do this, and I did go around and all of these little counties you see, and we can hit them all. Trump is doing about 1 or 2% better. Harris is holding her own with respect to where Biden is, but she's not improving her margins to match where Trump is improving his. So good trend, not done, lot to work on yet, but a good trend for Donald Trump right now.
Very true. And also, you know, we started our election coverage saying every little bit counts. That's right. It's all about the math, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Numbers don't lie.
To our friend James Rosen, who joins us from Kamala Harris's campaign HQ at Howard University in Washington, D.C. James, what's the vibe here? We've been seeing a lot of momentum for former President Trump. What are you hearing?
Goddess of pain. WPW. If
Well,
Trump doesn't
vibes
win,
have been
we
so
are
important to the
screwed.
Harris for President campaign from the beginning. And the
My
vibe
count right now for
now,
PA
I would
is
say,
52
is
for the
uneasy.
Skag and 47
It
for
could be
Trump. But
described
Trump
as 50-50,
just jumped to
much like the
47.
election contest
He was
itself.
43, and they're still calculating
For
votes.
several
Yes, indeed,
hours,
you are
we had,
100% right, Goddess.
music
Feel free to
pumping
jump
in
on
here.
and join
There's
us here
several
for a few
thousand
if you like.
supporters. In the afternoon, you were liable to hear ELO and
Matt
Steve Miller
Storm,
in
welcome
Motown.
aboard.
Then for several hours, it became an unceasing diet of rap and hip hop. And now the music's gone off.
Once
and
again, there's a link
enormous
if you want to
television
join us
screen,
on screen.
and the
Feel
several
free.
thousand eyes are trained on it. It is now.
So
the
I was looking at I
world's
hadn't
paying
looked at
attention
our
to. The
House
sound is coming
results.
from it. It's showing what we might call delicately another network.
We
And
have
every
taken
time that
8
network
seats for
shows
the
results that are
House,
favorable to the
and there's
vice
still
president,
5
you hear a roar from the
undecided so
several thousand
far.
people in attendance here at
So-
our alma mater, Howard University. When that screen shows results
Dana
that are
White
favorable
and
to
other
former
special.
President
Oops.
Trump, it goes really
God
quiet.
dang
And
it.
right now, for the first time since they turned off
Dana
the
White
music,
and other special
we're really
guests join
just
Tucker
hearing the
Carlson
sound
to
of
break
that
down
network
tonight's result. Oh, never
broadcasting
mind. I
their
thought something
results.
better than that.
Off in the distance, I can see an enormous teleprompter that's in use. Technicians are testing it out, presumably for the use of the vice president.
Matt Storm
when he
says
comes
Trump
here and makes
2024
whatever
from your
statement she's
mouth
going
to
be
God's
making
ears,
her
brother.
supporters. The text that is scrolling through the teleprompter, however, gives us no clue to the nature of those remarks.
Once again, anybody wants to join us, just jump on that link. You'll be in the back room. I'll see you. We'll bring you on. Get your thoughts, ideas, opinions of what's going on. If you don't like cameras, that's okay, as long as your audio works. You don't have to activate the camera part. Let us know where you're watching this from. If you're inside or outside the country. If you're inside the country, what state are you in?
We understand President Biden has placed calls from the White House to a number of winners tonight, various mayors and governors elect. He is sort of the forgotten man in tonight's balloting. But so far, these folks are in it for the long haul, I can tell you that. If I tell you that there's several thousand supporters here, a minority of them, maybe 30 to 40%, have seats in 2 sections of bleachers. The rest of them are penned in on an open grass area. They've been standing for several hours, and they will stand for several hours more. We're not expecting to see the vice president leave the vice president's residence until at least 9:45 p.m. Eastern time. Katrina.
All right, James Rosen, thanks so much. I would love to know if James Rosen could see what it was saying on that telephone.
Oh,
Well, they
good
got to
Lord.
make sure
Well,
that
God
it's
bless
working
you.
well. All right, let's go to
Hope you get better fast.
a lot of good vibes.
And thank you for
behind
coming
the
to
vibes
check
now.
things out. I
Senator
appreciate
Rick
that very
Santorum, You've
much.
got some interesting numbers for us in Pennsylvania, Key County there. Tell us all about it.
Just want to give you a little quick update on a county that's of particular interest to the Biden family, which is Scranton, home of the office, and a home of Joe Biden as a kid. He got 53.7% in Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. Almost all the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is running
underperforming. Come on, let's do this.
Almost 90% of the vote in, and the vote that's yet to come in is day of vote, which is probably going to be a little better for Trump than what this number is. So what we see here is the turnout. If you look at it, turnout's about the same, but she's doing a little bit less. Pennsylvania was decided by about a point.
Well, that kind of sums her up in a nutshell, though, doesn't it?
Behind where
Doing a little
Biden
bit
ran,
less.
And that could be another indication things are moving a little bit toward Trump.
All right, Senator Rick Santorum, thank you so much. So based on all the polling, all the trends, it looks like Harris isn't doing as well as Joe Biden did. So we'll see
don't
how
think
that
Joe
all turns
Biden's
out.
not
All right, keep
laughing
it
his
here
ass off
as
right
more
now.
results continue to pour in. We'll be right back.
Him and Jill are cracking open a bottle.
2024 presidential election coverage is
They just called it for Ohio.
Well, they already called Ohio.
Well, I'm saying where I'm watching it. So,
Yeah, for those of you joining us online, this is exclusively using Net or Newsmax. I am not going to even give Fox 2 seconds of my time after what they did 4 years ago. They can go fuck themselves. As far as I'm concerned, they're as fake news as all the other ones.
Yeah, they're saying 67% of the votes are in. They got him at 55.1 to her 44.
Now, last election, Ohio went which way?
We squeaked by on the red. Oh, yeah, squeaked by on the red.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't get anything he didn't already have, but he did it much better, which is
well, right. That's the thing. It was like there was a lot of the rural counties and stuff that still went Democrat last time. This time, I mean, I wish I could show you the freaking map, because it's like you have the county where let's see here. You got the county where Cleveland's at, which that surprised me that they went Democrat. Of course, Columbus went Democrat, and some of the bigger places. But it's like, see here, see if I can hold it up. I damn it!
Yeah,
it's
you're not going to get that.
because of the reflection. But
yeah.
It's there's like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that are blue. The rest of the state is red, except for the 2 counties they haven't finished. So,
and then it comes down to the question of how many people populate those counties, because that can look at what's happening with Atlanta right now, fucking it all up.
they're tiny. They'll be red because one is Allen, and it's up north. It's a tiny community.
America election night
That
special
didn't look quite as impressive as it did a little while ago. 210 to what?
Our friends, Matt Schlapp,
80 some.
No, she was at 105.
Serino, great to have you both with us here. Rob, we've missed you for a while. I know that you've been.
Kamala should have been
studying,
Mondale,
looking
says
at numbers,
Scott
talking to
W. Well,
people.
hey,
What
the
are you
night's
hearing?
not done
Well, I
yet.
talked to some folks in Ohio.
She ain't going to
and
lose
they're feeling
49
very
out of
good about
50,
the
but
Bernie Moreno race,
she can
where
still get
he'll
waxed.
end up at the end of the night. I mean, he's doing well in the raw numbers.
He's running for Senate against a Democratic incumbent.
Yeah, I mean, to beat Sherrod Brown, going for a fourth term would be a huge, as Matt said, a huge
Yeah, fuck off, Sherrod.
a lot of breathing room as they go forward.
He's not there yet, but the early numbers seem pretty good for Bernie.
Yeah, well, they're getting to be late numbers now.
Not
They-
there yet.
They think they're in good shape, so we'll see. Just looking at like Wisconsin right now, those wow counties around Milwaukee.
They're not going to call
Washington,
anything if
Ozaki,
it's statistically
and,
plausible for the other
Waukesha.
person to come back and win.
They're doing okay.
Unlike
Waukesha,
Fox
yeah.
News that'll announce Arizona
I'm a
2
New
minutes
Yorker.
after the
Come on
polls
now.
close.
And, I can't wait for Greta Van Susteren to call me up.
I mean,
and
we're at
read me out
67%
from
in.
Wisconsin.
That's
But,
still
Bernie's
those
had
are the counties
had
that
50.8
Republicans
to
have to do well in to
46.1.
offset what happens in Milwaukee. And they're doing
again, so
well
out
right
of the
now
30%
so far.
left
All right, so
over,
that could help as you look at the statewide.
what counties and how many people there and which direction do they trend? So these guys, before they call it, they look at it. In other words, if they all trended red, then they'd be calling it.
Mark, I've been wondering what you were doing all night. What have you learned? What can you tell us?
Well, look, if you look at the exit polls, if you look at the confidence coming out of the Mar-a-Lago war room and boiler room, and you look at the lack of pushback on the Democrats, it's hard to escape the conclusion that Kamala Harris's one path to exactly 270 electoral votes appears to be fading. Trump is very strongly positioned in 3 of the 7 battlegrounds right now, and he'd only need one more to win the presidency. And again, great deal of confidence in Mar-a-Lago, no confidence right now. And focus in some quarters in the Democratic Party has turned to the Senate to see how many of the Senate seats they can save. The exit polls are quite clear. Donald Trump is overperforming with Hispanic men and Hispanics generally, Black men, young people, independents. This may be not just a Trump victory, but it may also be a realignment that goes further than the 2016.
He just stole what I was about to say.
Realignment for Trump. I'm not sure if you'd quite call it a Republican revolution if they can get 53, 54 seats in the Senate, but you use the word fading, that Kamala Harris may be fading in terms of reaching 270. Why do you say that?
Because she's losing.
Great deal of confidence amongst Republicans in Mar-a-Lago and in the states themselves, right? A cross-check, not just what the Trump folks think, but what Governor Kemp thinks, what Republican electeds in Wisconsin.
See, here's the thing: the whole
Those
transition.
have the most clarity right now.
It's not
There's
about
very
it going to
little Democratic
Republican.
pushback. So no
It's
guarantee,
about
no
the fact
projection
that he is
bipartisan,
transitioning
but
how the
if you
Republicans
take
have to operate
confidence,
moving
not
forward.
bluster, not
He's got
right.
4 years and
But
he's
the
done.
genuine confidence.
Yeah,
Democrats
but
He'll
you
never
know,
run for another office
in a very
again of any
limited way
kind.
saying, well, maybe we'll get
right,
the vote
but
here, maybe we'll get
you
the
know
vote
it's going to be
there.
Vance next, and he'll
Republicans aren't
probably
even sort of
run the
making the
same
case. They're simply
way as
asserting
they're running
those
now.
3
So
states will go to
They
Donald
have
you're
no
right.
Trump.
choice. That's the whole point.
If he
He
wins
is
those
set.
3, he then needs to
The
win
biggest
any
thing he
of
did 2
Arizona,
major things by
Pennsylvania,
getting
or
into
Michigan,
politics in these
and the
last
White
10
House
years.
again.
Wow. All right.
He shook up the
Mark
overall
Feldman,
system.
Always excellent intel
Right.
from you. We appreciate it.
And then he has completely
All right, and, by
redefined
way,
the
you may have seen
Republicans,
on
whether they
Twitter,
like it or
Vance now
not. They
called
have no
Colorado
choice now.
for Kamala Harris as well.
right, and
At this
that's
point
what
in
I'm
time, they
saying
are
is that
that would happen. Let's go back to former Senator Rick Santorum with the Newsmax numbers, talking about the balance of
All right, what
power.
we got here?
We just heard
Senate
from Rob
balance of
Astorino
power.
that there's confidence. There's not a call yet, but there's confidence in Ohio with Bernie Moreno, the Republican challenger.
Guys, I agree
We're
with you
hearing Mark
100%.
Halperin saying
We are
that
sick of their shit.
there's almost a fade going on for Kamala Harris, and that Democrats are training their eyes on desperately trying to win as many Senate seats as possible
He only
because
needs
the White House
60
may be
more
fading. What do you see?
electorates. Come on.
What we talked about before, but let's start where we are right now. So with the races that have been called to date, 45 seats with existing Republicans plus the ones that have been declared winners, compared to 36 for the Democrats. Let's go to the map and see where these are. These are the Senate map. Here's the blue wall, and right now, with the vote in place, Hovde is behind, Rogers is behind, and McCormick is behind. Those three. Let me go back there. That one more time.
Yeah, done fucked it up.
Pennsylvania. We talked about this before with Casey running very well, but if you compare him to what's going on with Kamala Harris, he's running about 2.5 points ahead of Kamala Harris. The thinking was within the McCormick campaign that Donald Trump had to win the state by 2.5 to 3%, and if he does, then Dave McCormick has a real good shot of winning that race. Right now, this early vote is showing that is the case. Let's go to Wisconsin, where we talk about Eric Hovde. Kamala Harris is ahead, but Eric Hovde is not. Tammy Baldwin is not running as well as Kamala Harris. That is actually a little different. We saw this before, that Hovde seems to be running a little better than Donald Trump. And if, as what Mark Halpern just said, that Mar-a-Lago feels like Wisconsin's in pretty good shape for Trump, that would indicate it's in pretty good shape for Eric Hovde. So
yeah, I think we all did, man.
That in the balance of power to pick up is Montana.
That's why I'm not going to sleep
Democratic held seat.
until I know it's a done
Republican
deal.
is favored to win there. So what does this all mean? You look at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana. In addition
I won't get
to
any
winning,
sleep anyway if it's not a done deal. I'll just know that if
West
I go to
Virginia
sleep
and
now, I'm going to
Ohio,
wake up,
which
it's going to be a
we're
repeat.
leading right now.
Fucking
That
Groundhog
puts
Day.
the Republicans at about 54. Plenty of space.
Great movie, but I don't
for
want to
Donald
live
Trump
it
to be able to
again.
Get his nominees done. One of the other important thing is you only need 50 votes in the Senate to pass tax cuts. You only need 50 votes in the Senate to pass spending, any kind of spending bill. So you've got a real opportunity to
For those of you just joining us, welcome aboard. This is
majority.
Amendment 1 on
And
the
that-
Nation Network. It is election
what we're
night,
seeing
and
is
we are watching
Trump
the
seems to
result
be on his way.
via
He's not there yet,
Newsmax.
but he seems to be on his
If you want
way.
to jump
The
on
question
board with
is,
us, you're more
how
than
much
welcome.
will
The
we be
link
able to
is now
govern?
up in the
And
chat
that
once
is
again.
gonna
Just
take a
click
little
on that.
longer for us to
We'll
figure
put you into
out.
the back
All
room.
right,
I'll
Rick
see you there.
Santorum,
Bring you
again,
on.
we appreciate
Let
that.
us know
Mercedes
where you're
slot back
watching
here
from.
at the
If you're
table
in
with
or
us.
outside the
Let's
United States,
take
and
a
if you're
breath and
inside
kind
the
of
States,
listen to all
where
this.
what
I mean,
state are
Rick,
you
you
in?
got-
And
It's moving fast.
how do you feel about what's
fast
happening
in
thus
terms of the
far?
Senate
Yeah.
battles,
Right.
where maybe the Republicans are maybe headed towards that 53, 54
Right.
vote majority, and they're currently in the minority. But even bigger is Mark Halperin saying they're feeling at Mar-a-Lago that Kamala Harris is quote unquote fading.
Yes, that's exactly what it feels like based on the sources I'm talking to. It's really fascinating to watch this Hispanic
Yeah,
vote.
Goddess,
this Black
there
vote
was
and how it's
expectations
coming into
of
being here.
internet
Hispanic
issues
voters may be the ones to put Donald
in
Trump on
that state.
top.
And
when
to the
you're
point
looking,
that
for
Jay and I have
example,
been
at
discussing now,
Wisconsin, you're seeing
they
that
have
Trump
put all
in
their
these
apples in
exit
that one
polls, Trump
basket
has
of
doubled his
Pennsylvania.
support with Black
You know,
voters.
she spent
This is
all day
very
yesterday in that
fascinating. This could
one
totally
state.
change the future of how
She even
the
called
MAGA
in there
movement is
to
being
2 or
formed
3
because
radio
bringing in these
stations
Hispanic
today.
voters and these Black voters. I think we got to be looking at North Carolina. It's still very close there, despite the fact that President Trump is outperforming Mark Robinson, who lost that governorship race, but by about 10 points. But again, there's still a lot of numbers out there from North Carolina that are from these
Yeah, they lost
Democrat
power for their
districts, so we
internet,
have to
or they
see,
lost their internet
what
signal
that's
for
gonna be
about an hour
looking
and a half.
at
But I
as
do
well.
think
And one
they
of the other
extended the
points I also heard is
polling,
what to
is
watch
what it
for in
was. A judge
Pennsylvania.
got
I know we
involved
have
very
Mr.
quickly and
Pennsylvania here
extended.
with us. But
Back again to
President
what I
Trump
said early in
got
the night.
18% in
Laura Trump has
Philadelphia
been
in
killing it.
2020. Right
Between
now,
her
he's at
and her legal team
16.6%,
jumping
with
immediately
only 26%
on
of the
these
vote in.
states and their judges
That's
saying
a very interesting
you have
number
to act in
watch.
real
Let me
time.
update
This is an
that number because
emergency.
it's right
You
here
have
on
to
the
do it
screen,
now,
I
and
was
they're
just
doing it.
looking at that.
Right.
Judges are getting involved and saying, no, you're not going to close the polls on time. If you're down an hour and a half, you're going to stay open an hour and a half longer.
I said the first vote within was the early vote. And that came in, and Philadelphia Trump was at 11%. He's now up to almost double that number, and we're still at 29%. And it looks like most of the vote that's still to come in is day of vote, which he has been increasing his number all along. I mean, if you compare that to where Joe Biden was, 81.4, Kamala's already down to 80. I think there's a good chance Donald Trump could end up with 24, 25% of the vote here. And just to give you a comparison, he was at 15% against Hillary Clinton. So that is, you want to talk about what the discussion was earlier about a sea change within the Republican Party.
Right.
This is not this is in the Hispanic community, it's in the African American community, and it's a huge deal for Republicans in Pennsylvania to see this kind of shift in the bastion of Democratic politics in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Mercedes, I also want to ask you about the female vote. It's something very important. We talk about the minority vote a lot, but also women coming out. Democrats, Kamala Harris assumes that the surge in female votes early meant that they voted
Yeah,
for
Goddess, you're
Kamala
right. She
Harris,
is leading in a couple of counties, and they're still getting numbers counted in.
And we'll get more
every
of these
leading
numbers
expert was
fleshed out a little bit, but
saying and predicting he's
But
going
you're
to
looking
take
at the fact that it'll
Pennsylvania.
be the single women, which will obviously align themselves with Kamala Harris, especially when it comes to this issue on abortion. But even in Florida, that
Wait a
Amendment
minute.
4,
Where are you getting this
that right to
49%
abortion,
thing?
as they call
For
it,
Trump and Harris?
that failed in Florida.
Yeah.
That's very telling because you would have thought
Well, it's a
the
big
women
difference
would
in
have
what they
come
just
out
showed on
to
TV here a
support
second
that.
ago.
That simply is not the case.
Well, that's what I'm
So
saying.
while I do think Kamala
got
Harris
different
will do
numbers than
very
what
well
I've
with
got
the
for
single
Ohio
women, it's
too.
those married
So
women in those
he might
suburban
be
you have
on
to
the
understand a
same
lot of the
page
numbers
as I
that
am.
he's showing here are county by
I'm worried
county,
about the
not
economy. I'm worried
overall.
about immigration and crime.
Oh, yeah.
And so those are the numbers we're going to be looking at in these battleground states.
Marijuana failed too. in
That's right.
Florida.
It did.
Amendment
It did.
three.
Yeah.
Rob,
All
we're
right.
just going to have to put you on hold. Hold
time
that
out.
thought, please. Time out. All right, because we have plenty still to cover tonight. It is very young at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in our Newsmax headquarters in New York City. Our continuing Vote for
We are
America
getting down to the moments,
continues
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, see, she's on like I am. She's on a live state count for Pennsylvania, where I'm on a live state count for Ohio.
Well, Ohio's a done deal. He got Ohio.
Yeah, but I'm saying you were wondering where she got the numbers. That's where it was.
Let me see. Yeah, 42% reporting in at the moment.
On because he ran a great race. He's been kind of leading the entire time, and this was a race they expected that they could win, Republicans, along with West Virginia. So it was always
Damn,
the
Trump
feeling
is
that they
up
were going
big
to
in
win the Senate. It was
Arizona.
by how much?
Well, it's
And
only
now if Moreno
4%
does
reporting
win
in, but
Ohio,
still.
if a Rogers can come back and win Michigan,
Like
if
58%, that's a
wins in
big
Wisconsin,
fucking lead.
If McCormick can catch up, they've got a real good shot. And we didn't even go out west
He's got
yet. Well, the point I was
52%
gonna
in
make,
Georgia.
When Mercedes was talking about
With
Latinos,
80%.
Trump is
reporting.
winning Latino men by 10 points.
Right.
You think about that. So now let's go
Goddamn,
west.
Carrie
where there's
Lake.
heavy Latino
She's up.
population
No, she's
in
up.
Arizona and Nevada.
Only
You take
4%.
a 10-point win among men in those states. Not
And
bad,
if I could jump in there, obviously for Arizona and Nevada, they're Mexican Americans.
Mhm.
So that's a very different group of Latinos than what we see, for example, in Pennsylvania, which are primarily Puerto Rican, or in Florida, which are Cuban, Venezuelan, Colombian. That's much more diverse group of Latinos there. So, but the issues are the same in the sense that it is this economy. Inflation has really hurt their bottom line, and the issue of immigration. When you're looking at Pima County, which is right
Donald
on
Trump,
the border in
49.9%
Arizona, and you've
in
seen these
Pennsylvania.
numbers where Republicans are dominating when it comes to these
She's
early
got
voting numbers, and even
49.2.
on election day, you
Yep.
literally have even the independents coming out
Thank
at a
you,
stronger
Jill
number
Stein.
than Democrats. That's very problematic. Pima is traditionally votes Democrat, and all of a sudden you've
Jill
seen
Stein
a
is not taking anything
dramatic
away from
shift
Donald Trump.
in Arizona, and there has been a lot of investment and time being spent on Hispanics in that area to bring them home to the Republican Party. Right.
What do we got here?
Let's bring in, do we have a projection here?
Yes, we do.
Utah going for Donald Trump.
Utah goes to the
Surprise
good
there.
guys.
That's right. All right. Let's now bring in former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. Governor, great to have you with us here. Your reaction overall to what you are seeing? What's your vibe? What are you hearing?
It sounds like a good night for
50,
Donald Trump and a
pretty
good
good.
night for America. And I think the reason is you were talking about a realignment earlier. there really is a realignment. And I'm really
Kamala Harris
just
now at 49.7 to
Republican
49.4.
Party is changing.
It really
It's
is going
morphing
back and
into
forth
a
here with this
party
bullshit.
that is really the party of the working class, a party that unapologetically says, we're here to
44%
make
reporting
America
in. There's still plenty to go.
and great.
56%
And
left.
it's not all about being globalist and shipping jobs everywhere. It's about bringing prosperity to American families. It's way past time that Republicans do that. There's some issues I wish we would get a little stronger on. I want to be stronger on the life question, but we're still strong on Israel. We're still strong on immigration. We're strong on having a strong military that, frankly, we don't have to use so much because we have countries that are afraid of us. Under Biden-Harris, nobody was afraid of us, and they ran all over the world doing
58% reporting
nefarious
in
things.
New York.
That's
She's
what
got
I'm loving
60% to
tonight,
40%.
is not just Donald
Man,
Trump's
I really
presidency,
felt like
but
he was
watching
going
these Senate
to.
races
I mean,
and
it's not
seeing
done
that there
yet.
are a lot of people who have
Right.
never voted Republican,
But I
who are
really
That's not
thought,
that.
because it's a different party. And yes, we're
We'll
losing
see.
some people. The Liz
But
Cheneys, they're gone.
at 60%,
Okay, fine.
almost
Bye-bye.
58% reporting in,
We've
that's
got
going to be a
people that
tough
I'd rather
climb.
have, and that's people that have worked hard all their lives, but they've built America, and it's about time they have a place in the political system.
On that very point, because in Donald Trump's first term, we'll see if he gets a second term in office. As you say, there are some positive
Between these
signs at this
two
hour.
independents,
In
Chase
his first
Oliver and
term, he
Jill
wanted to build
Stein,
the
they
wall. He
combined for
built some of that,
28,000
and he was
votes.
called a racist. And
Imagine
now
if the two of them
tonight,
weren't
we're
there, then
seeing
I think we
not
got
only
a
that
much
Kamala Harris in this
bigger
campaign
scenario
suggested
for
she
Trump.
wants a wall as well,
Yeah.
even though she called it racist. But we're now seeing, what is it, 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin, according to exit polls, going to Donald Trump. Mercedes was just talking about the Hispanic vote, particularly Hispanic men. I'm not sure you can continue to call this man a racist when he's getting increasing shares of the black and Hispanic vote. I see you smiling.
Well, because Ed, he's an American president. He's not a white president. You know, if policies are working for every American, who cares what color
37%
anyone
reporting
is?
in
I mean, the best
Wisconsin.
way to
Donald Trump
overcome
has got
racism is to ignore it,
49.5 to
and just to make sure that
48.9.
everybody has a fair shake, and that people in who are in black skin have the same rights and capacities and opportunities that someone in brown, yellow, or white skin has. Who cares? What matters is that in America, we ought to have free speech. We ought to have freedom to move around.
80% reporting in for Georgia.
We shouldn't be afraid
Trump
of our government. We shouldn't think they're going
52.2%
to
to
show up with a SWAT team
47%.
at 7 a.m.
Man, he is so
because
close to
Grandma
claiming
went
Georgia.
and prayed and protested at the abortion clinic because she really has a burden about
Georgia.
those babies. We ought to have a country where we can be happy and live in freedom. And doesn't matter what color you are, that's what you want. You want your little girl to be able to ride her bike down the street. You want her to go to a school where she can learn something and not be put behind because the government put her in a school that she couldn't succeed in, and the mom had no choice. This is the America that doesn't care about race, and that's the America we need to be building.
God, I'm
It's
loving
the
this shit
America Donald
too.
Trump
Are
has
you-
been
so you're in
talking about,
Pennsylvania right
and
now?
I believe it's the America he will lead us back to when he's in his second term.
Everything that
All right,
we
we're
have
gonna see
seen
how that
over the last
comes to
several
be
weeks that I've
former
covered here on the
governor of
channel, it's not like I
Arkansas,
don't
Mike Huckabee.
look at the other side. If I can find something that's a problem,
Thank
I'm
you.
still going to
All
talk
right.
about it because I
Well,
don't want it to
sorry
be
about
there.
No, that's all right.
We now have
Everything
our
I have seen
correspondent John
has
Glasser.
been
We're very
Pennsylvania
excited to
sick of this
introduce him.
shit.
Apparently, he is in Scottsdale, Arizona.
That's why I'm surprised
How
it's
are
even
things
this
looking
close.
there, John? What are you learning?
What part of Pennsylvania do
we
you
were
live
just
in?
learning
I don't
here,
need the
some
town
of
or
the
anything. I'm
early
just saying like the
results are just coming
central,
in.
lower
Let's
east
take a live
side.
look right here. This is a
You know,
live
what
feed
part
of
of
the
the state
Maricopa
and
County
in
Election
your
Center, where you can
geographic
see
region,
the election officials here
what do you
processing
think?
these ballots
Do the
as
people
we
generally
speak. But we've got
tend
the
to go
first
red, or are
round
they definitely
of
going red this
votes
time?
that have been tallied here, and it appears that we are seeing a little bit of a close race right now. But again, this is still very early.
Like I said, I
Election
think one of the
officials, they
biggest
do
things
say
right
that,
now that's going to
Maricopa
help
County
this whole
is going
thing
to be the
out
biggest
has
county,
been
makes
the
up
threats
60%
against
of
anyone
the
who
state.
tampers
I mean,
with
that's,
votes.
That's a huge number. And
Right.
that's including
State
Glendale,
attorneys have come
Scottsdale,
out. Laura
Phoenix,
Trump and her
Tempe.
attorneys
That's
have
where a
been
lot
on
of
top
that
of people
vote's gonna be coming
immediately.
from tonight.
If you fuck
So
with the
what we've
election,
seen
you're
so far
going
has
to
been
jail.
The storyline here has been the independent vote. So the Democrats, they have been behind in some of the voting here today. Republicans have been out front, but the independent vote is what we've been seeing has been really picking up towards the end of the night. In fact, it's outpacing
Pennsylvania
the
is sick of it,
Republicans.
but
So
she
we're
went
gonna
hard in
watch to
Philly.
see how
I'm
that
just shocked
plays
that.
out here. I mean, we
I
don't
mean,
know
Philly's
how
kind of
they'll
like,
vote,
but then
whether
again,
or
I'm
not
talking
they'll
about
vote
New York too,
Republican. We're
which is
also
my
watching
former
a tight
hometown
Senate
back in
race here between
up
Democrats
until the
Lily
80s.
Diego, as well as the Republican
I
Senate
mean, that's a
candidate
hard
Larry
hardworking blue collar community there. You got some rich folks in Manhattan, but outside of that, everybody's working, whether it's upstate New York, plowing fields, or the island, going back and forth on the train to the city to work.
State, but we're going to look at
Right.
I just
County as
don't
well. That's where
understand,
Tucson is. Now, I heard someone talking about this
especially
earlier,
with what they've done to New York. I mean, God, they have destroyed that city
that potentially
and
could change
state.
given what's happened at the southern border. So
I'll
we're gonna
never
see
get
how
it.
those,
I'll never get it.
numbers come in and whether or not there could be a change there. But there's some big ones here.
Northwest
I did talk to
corner
Carrie
by
Lake's
Blaze,
team. They're
actually.
very
Okay.
confident that this state will go red, but we'll
And
wait
we
to
are all
see
sick
as
of the
they
Dems.
sort of tally
Okay.
these votes here tonight.
That's right. Blaze is up that way too.
All right, John Glass.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I knew he wouldn't jump on this one though. He don't deal with this shit.
Represents the state.
Right.
Now, Congressman, welcome in.
He might even be watching, but he ain't gonna get involved in this
All right,
conversation.
it's good to have you. I want to add a
He
little bit
could
of
say something in the chat. Come on, if you're there,
maybe
Blaze.
associated with the, with our talk here,
Blaze
that there are
Radio.
signs that maybe Donald Trump will win this race. I stress maybe that it's heading that way. A source close to the NYPD now telling
I'm
me
gonna
that
bet he
New York
probably
City's
is.
OEM situation room,
Right.
I presume that's the Office of Emergency Management, is open, indicating there will be an issue with civil disobedience and that the NYPD is holding over people from their previous shifts. This source adds that Governor Hochul here in New York, the Democrat, is now considering working between New York State Police and the National Guard. Again, not to get ahead of anything, but they're preparing for the possibility of civil unrest. Your reaction, Congressman?
For what?
Well, that tells me that they think that the Republican candidate Donald Trump's likely to win. And so they're preparing for the left to go crazy and riot. I mean, that's the same thing you see in Washington, D.C., where they've boarded up
All right, explain something to me.
around the D.C. area. That's because
You're pissed off that Donald Trump gets
it isn't
elected,
it isn't the right that
and you're
that
gonna
riots,
start
it's the
rioting
left.
in your
It's
city that
it's the
voted for
BLMs,
her.
the discontent
Now, if New
on the
York
left,
voted for
the
Trump,
anarchists.
I
And
guess I
that's
can
where
see
you-
where
I think it's
New
actually
Yorkers.
Well, no,
that
that's what they're
New
talking
York
about
right now. New
acknowledging
York
that
is
Donald Trump
getting
has a
ready to roll
legitimate,
out the National
serious
Guard.
chance to win this
Right,
against
because they
votes he
think
can.
they think that, like
the
he said,
Democrats are going to protest and burn the place down because Trump's going to win. And I'm like,
Well,
yeah,
no.
but your state didn't vote for him.
no, that's not exactly what he said. He's saying that they think that Trump will take New York.
Oh no!
I'm telling you, if you would have,
Hold on,
did you see
hold
the
on,
Bronx?
hold on.
Did you
We
see
got
the
the
Bronx
numbers right here.
rally?
Your reaction to that, Mercedes.
Hold
but
a second.
The idea that the NYPD is prepared.
It would take a miracle. He's down 60 to 40.
Right. Possibilities. But this night, they're watching closely.
And they're at 50%, 60% reported in. There's no way.
President's residency.
Well,
I do want to bring up 2 points
No,
here.
what
In
they're
Georgia,
saying is
what we're
that
hearing right now is that
they're
Hillary would
little
have
blue
to win the
people that can't handle
remaining
these
votes by a
things
roughly
are going to behave badly because their candidate lost. The same way that when the Dodgers won the World Series, and I knew it,
in Virginia.
what they do? They fucking looted the hell out of the place, burned the place down, turned cars over because, hey, we won the World Series.
1,000 votes.
By the way,
in
half of the looters didn't
Virginia
know about the
at
World
that,
Series
with
until after they got the
65% of
TVs out the door.
I do have to say that Richmond is not been counted yet.
Right.
Richmond is more of a Democrat region, but still, the mere fact that
Infrared, my brother from another mother. How you doing, man? The way Mayor Adams kept de Blasio's bullshit during his term, that's why it's baffling that the state is going for Kamala. Dude, this is what I'm saying.
A victory speech.
And I've got several high school friends still live there on Long Island, and I talk to them, and I mean, they're definitely Republican, and I just don't get it, and they don't get it. Nobody can explain it. Ted Cruz
Democrats at the
gets the official victory.
And
Boom.
Rob Astorino's here with us. I mean, they spent millions and millions.
Let's get this shit. I'm loving the fact that all of the freaking Soros people are losing with all that money. Of course, that old bastard prick is going to end up writing it off as a tax loss, but I don't care.
Tonight is an incredible night. A huge victory here in Texas. Right now, we're up by 8 points at over 600,000 votes. And they're still counting votes. It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year.
God bless America.
And I believe and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as president of the United States.
It is time to hand out that spanking that the spoiled children deserve.
I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you.
Gags stay dropping.
I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary.
If you don't know, her daughter was one of the ones killed
Alexis,
by one of these
thank you
illegal
for
pieces
your
of shit.
incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn. And your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign.
Harris is dropping a little bit in New York,
Including
59.9 to
Harris
40.
County District Attorney Kim Ogg.
Trump's opened up a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania.
Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank...
All right, we wanted to dip in there live. What a night for Ted Cruz. It gives you a feeling, a flavor, if you will, of how Republicans are feeling tonight, Mercedes, because Ted Cruz was the most targeted Republican incumbent. Yes. Chuck Schumer had his eyes on this. Millions and millions spent, and he's riding high.
Oh, God, has he been all around there? You definitely follow this girl's career.
Barely receive any money from the senatorial committee, like a Carrie Lake, for example,
Yeah, she's
which
definitely
right
got
now,
a track
you're
record
looking
that
at her
precedes
poll
her.
numbers, you're seeing these votes coming in, and Carrie Lake looks to be in a pretty strong position to maybe win that race. So it's intriguing to watch. I really felt that Ted Cruz was going to win. Texas is
Carrie
just
Lake,
still
I really hope
red
she wins,
state,
man. She got
and
so
I didn't
screwed
think
in
that
Arizona
the Democrat
last time
candidate
out.
had a shot to win there. But
That was disgraceful.
it just shows that Texas is still solid red. Florida even more so. I was looking at the Puerto Rican numbers in Florida. Obviously, they weren't insulted by the comedian's joke because you saw the numbers. Yeah, the numbers.
We have a sense of humor on the right.
Iowa, now called Newsmax can project.
Iowa.
Now, a week ago, we would have said, oh, well, obviously he won. But this weekend, this was part of maybe a fake narrative, Katrina, that the Democrats were pushing. They got this poll in Iowa that claimed Kamala Harris was winning by 3 points, and the Democrats tried
they
to build
lie
the
like a
narrative
bunch of bitches.
Women are turning out in Iowa. Maybe they'll turn out in Wisconsin. Maybe Trump will lose and Kamala will shock the world. We're calling it Iowa for Trump.
We sure are.
So what does that give him? How many more?
Check in with Tom Basili for the latest.
That's only 28% of the votes in. I don't get how they're calling it that quick.
Yeah, that Des Moines Register poll got a lot of play over the last few days. But we're calling Iowa, and if we zoom in here, it really has to do with Polk County. Polk County is Des Moines. It's the biggest city in the state, and you can see that 89% of the votes in. Yes, Harris is winning, but Trump is overperforming where he was in 2020. So based on that and some of these other results that are coming in, we feel confident calling Iowa for Trump. So that poll was a little bit of fake news, as they say. Can I switch over to Wisconsin here just for a second?
Go for it.
Let's take a look at where we are in the state of Wisconsin right now. Still a very, very close race. Donald Trump outperforming where he was in 2020 in Milwaukee County right now. This is one of the big suburban counties that is a Republican county. It is still totally out. We have absolutely no results. I mentioned La Crosse County before, that this is one that Donald Trump would really like to flip because he lost it in 2020. Right now he is up 53 to 45% with 75.3% of the vote in. So a lot is still outstanding here.
Can you go to Madison,
Absolutely.
Dane County? And one of the reasons I bring this up is there was rain. There was like 4 hours of rain earlier
torrential.
today.
I saw it.
Coming across the state. And so it hit Madison, it hit Milwaukee, key areas where they have to overperform Democrats. And I wonder if that held down some of the vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but you think of Madison,
52% reporting in Pennsylvania.
You have a lot of bureaucrats there.
Trump is at 50% to 48.6.
It's a blue stronghold. But for the fact that by a couple of percentage points, Donald Trump doing better in Milwaukee right now than he was in 2020, that could be huge. Remember, this is a state that came down to just a few thousand votes in 2020. So we're going to continue.
This is like a prize fight right now. You know she's on the ropes. You just got to do that one ding on the chin.
Making it rain.
That's
Literally. Can you check out Pennsylvania?
You read my mind.
Take a look.
Oh, you're right.
Let's take a look at
steal the line.
Let's take a look at
There's a lot of
Pennsylvania.
social media chatter, pardon me, that Donald Trump is pulling ahead in Pennsylvania, and obviously caution, only about half the vote in, and it's going to keep flipping perhaps. But what are we seeing at this hour?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Philadelphia, because we were very concerned about about what was really going to happen with the turnout there. Was Harris going to be able to pull out her vote? 20% in Philadelphia is a good number for right now for Donald Trump. And again, this comes down to just a few thousand votes. So again, we're going to keep an eye on that. Only 42%.
The bigger thing about the few thousand votes, again, Chase Oliver and Jill Stein right now are combining for 32,000.
Trump
actually closer to 34,000 votes.
Was behind.
They're not taking anything away from Donald Trump.
He's now
They're only taking away from Kamala Harris.
Erie County.
Erie
County up north.
Hey, wait, I was going to say, Rob, wait, can I hang on one second? Could you just look at Berks County for me there? Former President Trump was in Reading, Pennsylvania. You see it right down there above where you were, Berks County. He was there yesterday after noon. I grew up in Berks County, and let me just tell you, 70%.
She's been on the ropes for the last hour. Is the truth,
in
man.
Reading, Pennsylvania. Many of them leaning towards former President Trump. We've been learning that over the past month.
Yeah, I will smile like a Cheshire cat as soon as this thing's in the bag.
Throughout the past few months, what are we seeing there?
With 73.5% of the votes in, a pretty convincing lead, 10 points for Donald Trump.
Wow.
Matt Storm calls for the
County.
knockout.
Rob Astorino, you mentioned Erie, and they always say, as Erie goes, so goes Pennsylvania. Let's take a look. These are some of the first numbers that we've seen. Erie kind of held back for a while. We just got these numbers, and 34% of the votes in. Kamala Harris has a pretty sizable lead. But again,
I don't think Keith O'Toole's going to be too happy the way things are going.
Pennsylvania, things come in slowly.
Yeah, it's never going to end up that percentage. It's going to be very close.
It'll be very close.
Very interesting. People are telling me the New York Times, which typically has these needles about where things may be.
Purist doesn't have a dog in the fight. He needs to shut the fuck up.
Right, the New York
of a
Times.
Trump victory. Now, caution, they had Hillary Clinton at 90% at one point. In 2016, they had to take that down.
But they also are noting something very interesting, because we haven't seen a Republican win the popular vote in quite some time. I believe since President George Bush.
Venango went red.
I think that
What's Venango? I'm assuming that's a county in Pennsylvania. I've never heard of that one.
Can win the popular vote, or even get close to winning the popular vote. That is very significant for the Republican Party. It shows that
54% in Pennsylvania, Trump up 50.8 to 48.3. Come on, let's go.
That whole narrative is going to be shattered tonight. If
I'm rooting right now for Chase Oliver and Jill Stein.
So winning that popular vote or actually winning that.
She said the popular vote right now.
Venango is her
it's pretty
county.
close.
Okay.
Trump
You get
in the
New
lead.
York.
Now,
Said it's
I would
right
caution,
under
So
Erie.
Donald Trump at about 42 million votes nationally. Kamala Harris at about 37 million. So he's leading the popular vote
And
but
the
most of
popular vote. Boy, this is a
Republicans
gift that just
thoroughly
keeps on giving.
have reported. You still have California.
Oh, California,
with a lot
yes,
of votes
that's
later in
right.
the evening.
Oh, she's going to
Hawaii
have
and some of the
California.
other
We're giving her
Democrat
that.
states. But Rob, real quick
Right.
point from you on that on the popular vote.
When you got a
Well,
state
they
that doesn't,
reduce it.
it's
I mean,
against
I
the
think
law to
Times just lost
reduce
10 million
ID.
subscribers because they put that needle towards Donald Trump. But yeah, I mean, you got massive population votes coming in for California, Oregon, Washington.
Yeah.
You're going to see some big shifts at some point. New York really hasn't reported a lot yet either. Although one race that, is the tip of the house potentially, Mike Lawler. Against Mondaire Jones. Lawler is winning comfortably right now. This is Westchester County, Rockland County. Heavy Jewish, switching votes because of what's going on the college campuses.
How about
the
that?
Israel war, all this stuff. So that's a
What
kind
were
of
they even
a
thinking with
bellwether,
that
if you
shit?
will, because that was
Not
one,
supporting
it was
Israel.
split.
How
It
do
was
you
won very
think that's going to
closely, and
play
he's
out in
kind
an
of
election
comfortably
year?
Yeah, all right.
You got to be
Our
a
Vote
special
for
kind of
America
stupid.
coverage continues after
Right.
a very short break.
We don't need
Stay
the
with
Jewish
us.
vote. Well, you don't got the Puerto Rican vote, you don't got the black vote, and you don't got the Jewish vote, and you think you're going to win an election. Somebody
Today's
somewhere
election
sold you a
coverage
bill of
brought-
goods. All right. Let me move this over to here. This is what I'm looking at. 55% looks like. Yes, 55% reporting in 50.9 to 40. 51, we're up. She's down again. Here we go. She's down. She's used to going down, though. That's how she got to where she is.
That's right. Put your head down and get to work.
Bam. Anyone talk to Willie Brown today? See who he's voting for? I'm just curious. Guys, I wish I were as good a person as you, because I have literally disowned family members. Sucker Skag was her nickname.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Everyone should be known for something.
I saw a post that I saw a post from Monica Lewinsky showing that she voted for Harris, and I'm going, so the abuse you received from Clinton wasn't enough.
Right. Well, no, I think she could just relate.
I didn't even think about that.
Or maybe she's like, damn it, girl, you did it the right way. I didn't get shit for mine. You made it all the way to running for the president. I mean, Trump is gaining a little bit of ground in New York. I don't know. There's a lot not reported in. Well, no, 44, 45%, 35%. What am I saying? 35% still outstanding in New York. I can't. I mean, damn, that would take a minor miracle. I thought it was going to be closer. Maybe it'll end up being closer to 50-50.
Right.
Which is still saying something in New York. I just don't understand New Yorkers. I used to know them, but I don't know them anymore.
Like I said, I watched the Bronx rally and stuff, and there's no way that I knew at that point she wasn't going to run away with it. It's going to be close, I think.
Are they trying to say Harris is leading Arizona? Fuck off. I refuse. Oh, barely. Barely.
Yeah, right.
49.7 to 49.5. I can deal with that. Chase Oliver and Jill Stein getting nothing. And that's only 50%. Plenty to go. Plenty to go. That number's going to change. Trump has got 242. Harris has got 108. Less and less than 30 points or 30 electoral votes away from putting this son of a bitch to bed. Breaking news. go. Boom! Goes the dynamite.
You want to fill us in?
Did you not hear it?
No, because we didn't.
Hold on. Trump just took Georgia.
Ah, very nice, very nice.
Blue wall, and she's done, which is why Mark Halperin was saying her chances are fake. He's starting to put those pieces of the Sun Belt.
And if I put my money on it, I would say Wisconsin probably has a better chance than I would even say Pennsylvania or Michigan. Let's think about it. Back in 2020, Joe Biden won Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes. Compared that to Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden beat Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes. I just feel like we're looking at Wisconsin and you're seeing the fact that President Trump is doing better with Black voters there. There's also a good 20% or more of Catholic voters in that area. And one of the most fascinating parts that I have seen with the Trump campaign is their outreach, a really targeted outreach to Catholic voters. They've been more organized in this election, which I think they're going to break for Donald Trump as well.
Well, I saw that CatholicVotes.org was urging Catholics to go out there and vote because, there is no such thing as the perfect candidate. Some felt like President Trump wasn't pro-life enough. And then, of course, the immigration issue,
It all worked in the end. Look, the fact is everybody who cares about the issue of life knows that
Trump
Donald
has 51 to 48 in Pennsylvania. He's going to take Pennsylvania, and it's
Harris
done.
doesn't believe in any regulations at any time. She wants
55 reporting
these
in.
activities, and that's obnoxious to a lot of people. Look, the other thing in these three states that's important to remember is that in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan, somewhere between 23 to 28% Catholic in these states. You've got a lot of pro-life.
Well, maybe you want to girl? Are you crazy?
The conservative issues, and
they got Justin Trudeau. That's a full-on freaking communist country now.
Of people who are strong Second Amendment people,
and a lot of Hispanics are Catholic.
That's right.
That's why Clown lives out in the woods and shit.
Yeah, man, he got to hide.
We were talking about it before. Newsmax projecting Trump taking Georgia. Let's go to the wall right now.
Let's go to the wall.
Rick Santorum. Rick, so talk to me about the. What?
How did it happen?
How did it happen? Talk to me, compare it, contrast to Joe Biden.
Yeah. And here's a little county, Atkinson County, which is down near the Florida border.
Come on, man. Let's do this shit.
Percent for Trump, he got 73%. You say 3%, 4%. You can go to all these little counties. In fact, that's what I've been doing for the last, and he's up 3, 4, 5% in all these counties in South Georgia. And to make up a difference, and what's happening with Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris, Joe Biden won the biggest county in the state, Fulton County, where Atlanta is, by 62.7, 71.5. That 1%, but it's 1% of her most important county that she dropped. Trump picked up everywhere else. Her second most important county, which is the black suburb of Atlanta, which is Clayton County. 84.3, great number, not as good as Biden.
Yeah.
So if you just go around and you look, she didn't quite keep up, and Trump picked up everywhere in all these red areas.
Yeah.
That was decisive.
That's a big pickup. He lost Georgia in 2020, was a key part of losing to Joe Biden.
Oh, he probably didn't lose it in 2020. It was fucking rigged.
Moving. Our Newsmax senior correspondent John Huddy is live at Trump headquarters there in West Palm Beach at the convention center.
I'll go up there and raise hell before I die. I can rub it for a while. I'm
now calling Georgia as well. Key parts of him putting a path to 270. What's the feeling like? What's the flavor there in West Palm?
Well, it's very optimistic. There's a lot of energy here. As one Trump supporter who's been very active in the campaign, and really the Get Out the Vote campaign, not only here in Florida, but nationally as well. She told me, look, I know we have to be patient. I know it could be a very long night, and this could stretch
this keeps happening.
Morning hours, if not longer.
Right.
We want to know now. We want this to be done now. So there's a collective feeling that it's certainly an extraordinary moment, a historic moment. And for all of us, the media, supporters getting to this moment, It's been a long, difficult path, but here we are on this incredible night. So as the numbers are coming in every now and again, and states are called for Trump, big cheer, big roar goes up among the crowd.
Yes, sir. We were
as
right
know,
here
as
with
we
it.
discussed earlier, Trump, the state of Florida
That's
has
a
been
big
called
win.
for Trump. We talked about Miami-Dade County, which is significant because it's traditionally been blue. Well, he shattered that wall tonight and showing that he's got a great deal of support among the Hispanic vote in South Florida as well. And then you see right there the numbers having to do with Georgia. Trump is at Mar-a-Lago. He's there tonight with his family. He's expected, and supporters, senior advisors, he's expected to come here. Whether that happens tonight or in the overnight hours, in the early morning hours, remains to be seen. But real quick, one final point having to do with some of the down ballot measures here in Florida. Voters here rejected Amendments 3 and 4. Amendment 3, which was supported, by the way, by Trump, had to do with the legalization of marijuana. That failed. Also, Amendment 4, which would have amended Florida's constitution to give people more, women more abortion rights. That also failed. Both of those amendments were blocked. Governor.
So for those of you that are not in the state of Florida, Amendment 3 would have legalized marijuana. Most of us were in favor of that. However, it only legalized it for companies that produce it, and there was only like 2 or 3 companies that were going to produce it. Kind of like a Marlboro thing, but it's marijuana. And that's it. Like we can sell it to you, but you can't grow your own. And that's where I said, no, fuck you. Not that I was going to grow my own. I'd just soon go to the store and buy a pack if I was going to.
Optimistic. Mercedes, you want to jump in?
Okay, so we've talked about this gender gap, right? Well, one of the most interesting numbers that I've seen so far are these single people, single ladies. Where are the single ladies here? Well, apparently, I think that this idea that Harris was just, it's going to be a blowout with single women. Well, in these exit polls, Harris 60%, Trump 38%, winning that support.
Getting mugged
of
and attacked.
Single women. Just think about that. Now, when it comes
That's
to that,
higher for Trump than expected.
yes, of
A
course,
little
it's higher
bit.
for Trump. Remember, Kamala Harris thought it was going to be a slam dunk. Let's win all these single women over. Well, guess what? Trump got over a third of that of that support.
That's why they put
that's very telling.
That's why they put all of this emphasis on abortion, reproductive freedom,
but it
rights,
turns out,
all that stuff.
turns
Exactly.
out crime is not that popular. Walking down.
Yeah, go figure, right? Like women are stupid. I forgot.
Money, right? They want to make sure they have enough money in their pockets.
That's true
another
too.
thing. Things are expensive for
You
them.
mean women
as well.
don't want an invasion? They don't want
yeah,
20
that would be
million,
helpful.
mostly young military-aged men taking over
Let's
their
shift to abortion because John's
God, it's
point
honestly, if they would have
about,
just done it that
the
way, they would have had to
referendum
go
that
through.
The left was pushing to make it easier, less restrictions on abortion going down in Florida.
Going down in Florida. Now, it did need a supermajority. It needed 60%.
Well, that's why I
The
think it passed
recreational use
here in
of
Ohio was because
marijuana
you
and-
were given
and
the
more-
option to either buy it or
basically
you
9
could
months of
grow.
unregulated abortion
I think
in
you were
Florida
allowed to have like
went
3
down.
plants.
The Democrats are very,
Right,
very
which is
good
fine. I mean,
themselves.
I don't expect people to be growing enough to feed an
pro-life
army,
side
right?
On this, like 10-1 in
Right.
most states, and they call these bans. And what a ban means to a voter is no abortion for any reason. And some people do like that, but most people are like Donald Trump. The Reagan exceptions: life, life of the mother, rape, incest. But
It's
they
like
just
I
call
don't
it a
agree
ban.
with
When they
Ted
do that,
Cruz
it's
when
very
it comes to
effective
the
messaging. It's
abortion
just
ruling.
also
I
a
mean,
good
he's one of these guys that
ban.
there's
So,
no,
that's why these things
no
are more
abortions,
difficult,
period.
To win.
And when you hear these stories about, somebody was raped and all, you can't ask somebody who was raped to have to, go 9 months and deliver a baby she never asked for.
Pittsburgh, he's obviously
right.
That's insane that you would even think that way. How do you get to that mentality? And you hear these people say, well, it was God's decision. Yeah, I look, I'm all about God. But no, I'm sorry. It's got to be the lady's decision. Look, if you got drunk and made a bad decision in a bar somewhere, that's your problem. But if you were just jogging and this guy jumps you and pushes you in the bushes, how the hell are you supposed to force that person to have a child? That's insane, man. That logic.
Yeah, I
never...
think that, and if it endangers the life of the mother, then those are the only 2 acceptable reasons to have it. Any, like you said, if you spread your legs willingly, it's on you.
He's looking very good for Donald Trump, and what David McCormick hopes to
do is ride those coattails of Donald Trump into the Senate. Look, Dave McCormick is a West Point graduate, a hedge
This guy's
fund
trying to
manager,
talk over the music, and he's failing miserably.
He's a Bronze Star recipient and combat veteran. He's exactly the kind of
In Pennsylvania, 57% voting or reporting in. It's 51-48 for Donald Trump.
at the McCormick camp. We're still waiting for vote totals to come in.
Bill Stein and Chase Oliver combined for
and the Republican for U.S. Senate, Dave McCormick.
about 38,000 votes. 38,000 votes, and I would say 80% of that's taking away from Kamala Harris.
How big that would be, not just to pick up for Republicans with McCormick, but the Casey family has dominated as these sort of pro-life Democrats in Pennsylvania for a generation.
Can I tell you the Democrats have been
We're
very
getting close,
shrewd in
man.
this
We are
strategy
getting
of
so
picking
fucking
people
close.
to run for the Senate who don't talk and don't do anything. And Bob Casey, Fetterman has popped up a little bit recently, but they run these candidates like Kamala Harris. They're very scripted and they don't do much media interaction. And Bob Casey, I can't think of anything he's really led on for all of his time in the Senate. If he were to go down to Dave McCormick, yes, I'd be very excited about that happening. But it also might be an end to this idea of avoid
New York,
all media,
68%
hide in the
reporting
shadows,
in.
Democrats. Because that's really a
58.5 for
waste
Harris to
of
41.5
and
for
let's remember,
Trump.
I mean, Bob Casey was running with the idea that he supported some of
Yeah,
Trump's
he's a million votes
initiatives
behind. I don't know how you can even make a
Democrats
fight
did
out of
that
that. I
as
mean,
well.
granted,
So
the
they
ones
were
not
aligning
reporting in yet
themselves with Trump,
appear to be
not
like,
with Kamala
Albany and
Harris.
Syracuse.
We're also hearing that Trump is up 51%, Harris 48%. In Pennsylvania,
Yep.
that's with 57% reporting
Yeah, that
right
pretty
now.
much mirrors where McCormick is against Casey. So
Yeah.
they're
Oh, this
kind
is
of
freaking
I think
amazing.
he's like
Come
a point
on, man.
behind Donald Trump. McCormick is at
pretty
this
similar.
Daddy wants to go to
I mean, you
bed.
can look at
Let's
it the
go.
other way, which is when these Senate candidates look to be up a point and a half. That's even better news for Donald Trump, who's been outperforming them regularly the last several weeks.
Absolutely.
All right, let's bring in Jeffrey Lord, columnist at the American Spectator. Jeffrey?
It doesn't matter what he says. It's what they say he said.
Pennsylvania.
There you go.
That's how the
It
friggin'
sounds like
and the
both
fact that
Donald Trump
the
and Dave
media is
McCormick are at least
90%
so far
regulated
having a
and
good
run
night.
by
What do
the
you think?
Democrats. That's got to change.
Well, not for nothing do we call Pennsylvania a purple state. In any given situation, it can go in either direction.
See, here's the thing, and a lot of people don't realize this. Obama was the one who determined and allowed the news media,
Trump and Kamala Harris were
because up until him, that wasn't allowable. He allowed them to basically spread propaganda.
President Trump has been here
Right.
over and over
That
and
you
over
guys are
again,
allowed
and
to
he
be a
gets these
propaganda
fundraising
outlet.
rallies that we're all
I am hoping that Trump's going to get in and reverse that,
the thing that in addition
because
to
this
that,
has got to stop.
the Dave McCormick campaign. Dave has run a
And if he doesn't change it, who will? I mean, this is the guy who most understands how bad this is.
against a Casey in Pennsylvania. It's like
So,
running against a
so
Kennedy
Scott put in the chat that you can't go to bed even if they call it. You got to stay up for the riots.
Bob Casey
I'm in Florida. We ain't got no riots.
much in his he's had 3 terms in
Yes,
the
but you
Senate,
can sit and eat popcorn and
I
watch
think
New
that's
York
been a
burn,
problem for him. So the fact that both President Trump
watch
and
Seattle
Donald Trump
burn.
win is a very
I mean, it's not even a question of,
be elected because of
the city burning down and all that shit. And you think you're going to learn at some point in time, but you keep doing it. Here's another run. You had a chance to get rid of AOC. You didn't. You put her back in again. You have a chance to get rid of, and everyone hates Kathy Hochul, but yet she's still there.
political system.
Yeah.
I have never seen an election in which Pennsylvania was such.
Look at that shit.
senator,
165 to
and
116.
incredible role in
Keep
this election,
going.
with all kinds of people pouring in here on each side.
That reminds me,
try
how
and
many?
carry the state. It
See
really
what
has
other
been a
seats we
remarkable
took.
thing to see. And here we
Oh,
are
let's
at
see.
the end of it with so far
Infrared,
a lead
don't be
by
so
Donald
sure.
Trump and a lead by Dave McCormick.
Don't be so sure.
Lord, thank you so much for that.
Oh, dear God.
Now let's keep it rolling.
They are a little bit wacky, and some of them aren't dumb enough to do. I mean, look, some of them are just looking for an excuse to do it. Like I said, the Dodgers win the World Series.
Hard to overstate.
Los Angeles gets torn to shreds.
Donald Trump did not get in 2020 had to have.
And not for nothing, California's always been that way. I mean, if their team ever won, they know they're on fire.
Obviously, 3.5 hours after the polls closed, we now know that Donald Trump has won the state of.
They don't give a shit about that. They don't care.
awarded to him, and we
First
just
off, they'd have to have a brain to understand that. and they vote blue. So we've established they don't have a brain. That wasn't even a joke. That was just fact.
And then in 2020,
Right.
lost by less than 1%. Yeah, it was separated by fewer than 12,000 votes
Check
in
out the
Georgia
board
in
here, see you.
2020. And now
On my board, it's showing
polling
Trump
for
210 to
2024 polling
112.
has had this race so tight, and now Georgia voters have spoken.
They still
you know,
haven't called
Trump
Georgia
has
on my
really
board
left
yet, but we
no
know that he's
stone
shit.
unturned
We know he's got
in
it.
Georgia. He fought for the black
Gosh,
vote
damn it.
at barbershops and
There we go.
economic forums. He fought for the suburban woman, female vote with town halls. And so he's
The AP hasn't called the race in Georgia as of yet.
voters, are you better
Well,
off now than
everybody else
years
has.
ago? And tonight in Georgia,
Right.
The answer is no. We are not better off now than we were 4 years ago. So a really pumped up crowd here, and all 16 votes, electoral votes, will now go to Donald Trump here in
Wow,
Georgia.
big night for him and the Georgia Republican Party. Carolyn Ryan, thank you. He mended fences as well with the governor, Brian Kemp. They were not always on the same page.
50.9 for Trump,
Trump
48.2
leading
for
Kamala
Harris in
do you think
Pennsylvania
she
with
regrets not picking
60%
Shapiro as
reporting
her,
in.
running mate
We'll see where it goes tonight.
Let's see how Minnesota does. We've been talking about this.
We got to get, maybe we'll get that on the board coming up. And somewhere Stacey Abrams must be shedding some tears. I mean, she loses 2 gubernatorial
And over
races. He keeps spending
40,000
money
votes
saying,
between
"We're gonna
Jill
turn
Stein
out
and
the
Chase
vote. We're
Oliver.
gonna
By the
win
way,
Georgia.
their
The
race, if
Democrats
you took out the
The
two
only
leading
thing Stacey
candidates,
Abrams won
Jill
on was
Stein
that
has
they
a
all
narrow
started
lead
to-
over Chase
Really
Oliver.
not had
I
too
love
good
it
a
when I
track
see
record.
the polls and they're like democracy's at stake here, and they have
Right.
it as like one of the issues. Come here, come here. All right, we'll be right
Well,
back.
no,
Keep it right here.
democracy
You're
is at
watching
stake,
our
but only
vote
if they
for
win.
right.
The coverage right after this.
We'll be right back.
If they win, it's at stake.
I will be right back.
We'll all be right back. All right, I'm going to show you guys what I predicted was going to happen tonight, and it looks like it's coming true. This is Trump performing here tonight. Where's the audio? No? There it goes. Boom! This is Donald Trump performing tonight. Oh, hold on a minute. You guys aren't seeing this. Why is it not showing it? Here we go. There we go. Boom! Here's your highlights.
What's standing out right now?
Look, Wisconsin is going to be, I think, is going to be one of these nail biter states for for the Trump folks, and because it's incredibly close. And then I'm starting to watch Maricopa County do its thing.
It's doing its thing.
You know, we've all been there before, and so again, the numbers are very close. But what we continue to see is, even if it's by 0.5% or 1%. We're continuing to see Kamala Harris underperform Joe Biden and Donald Trump overperform his numbers in a lot of these counties over where he was in 2020.
In fact, let's look at that. And basically, it appears a dead heat. Kamala Harris with about 888,000 votes. Donald Trump at
50% reporting
885,000
in,
votes. Obviously, a lot
and
more
it
votes
is
to be counted,
49.7 to
but the early vote
49.5.
math had been trending Trump.
Yeah, by a
and
couple hundred
maybe
thousand.
good for a couple 100,000.
But they have a huge, they have peculiar laws out there. They have a ton of ballots that they're going to scrutinize. Their mail-in ballots that they're going to scrutinize over the course of the
Just over
days
50% in, by the way. So there's still a lot.
So you have a lot of these ballots with, like I said earlier in the program.
Yeah,
they
he
have
needs
very
to get
good
a
voter ID
big
laws. They're
lead
gonna scrutinize
at
all
the
these
end if they're
ballots.
going to be starting
The
to play around
downside
with
of
votes
voting
after the
this way is
fact.
time to do that. So if it's that tight in Arizona, it's going to come down to these mail-in ballots that they haven't scrutinized yet, and we won't know for a few days. So let's see what the rest of returns are.
Yeah, that's why we need a big
I
win.
can't wait to start
Big numbers.
looking at Nevada, because Nevada is one of those states where Donald Trump's lost it twice, but there is a real possibility that it could go red this year. That the Republicans had a 50,000 vote lead in terms of the early voting there. There is a a candidate who's running for mayor of Las Vegas, a Republican, who has a good shot.
Like I said, with Laura Trump and her legal team on them, I don't think they're going to get away with anything.
It's Nevada.
I was about to say that.
They have been like absolute pit bulls on raw meat.
With your pronunciations.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But real quick, because we're going to set up Rick Santorum at the board in a moment. There's a big Senate race in Nevada as well, and the Republicans.
And everybody counted Sam Brown out.
Right.
And this is another one of these races. We'll have to see what happens. But you're right. They've added to their early vote lead. And as Trump has done very well in these states, starting with, you can see it in Pennsylvania, you can see it in Ohio, you can see it in all these states. Matter of fact, I just got a rundown on all the Senate states. There's not a state where it's not tied or close to tied. And Sam Brown is right there. The last numbers I saw showed him tied. I'm sure we can go through it again.
And remember, the polls were showing him 4, 5, 6, 7
63% reporting in Pennsylvania, Trump 51 to 48%.
Incredibly competitive.
How much of this comes down to that tax on tips suggestion?
Nevada, there's a couple things that are interesting. The first is you're exactly right. So you have the culinary union, which is kind of like the backbone of the political machine out there, the Harry Road political machine. The tax on tips, no tax on tips was brilliant. The other thing is that, if you're going to have a union-based kind of knock and drag, bring people to the polls program, the workers have to actually want to do it. And what they found in Nevada is a lot of these Hispanics and other people, they like Trump. They didn't want to go do all these actions. The firefighters are for Trump. The police are for Trump. We saw the Teamsters polls. So like the backbone of the union movement, they're for Trump. And it's had things kind of deteriorate for them in Nevada for that reason.
Tom, there's an interesting broader question as well that Matt's alluding to when you talk about the Democratic coalition.
Yeah.
Labor unions were at the core of that.
Yeah.
That's been shattered a bit. Hispanic voters, black voters, young voters, many of them are going Trump.
If Donald Trump wins this election, that coalition that you just talked about, the only ones that are left are the public employees unions and the teachers unions.
Yes.
That's really it.
Yep.
In terms of their kind
That's
of
my dad.
reliable base. Because Republicans now have something to build on. Trump wins this thing, then if it's 20% with black voters, he's got an opportunity to make it 25, to make it 30. If he's at 40, 45% with Latinos, or Republicans can crest over 50 in the next election. I mean, that's major alarm bells.
Every point you pick up in these demographics makes a dramatic impact in these states. If you move from 8 points to African Americans to 11%, it makes it very hard for her, as you just said, because her coalition has now been constrained. She doesn't have all of these ways to add to it.
And it's a game of inches. I mean, it's a game of inches.
It is. Matt, I want to ask you this. I know that you worked with President George W. Bush.
Yeah. Tom and I both did.
That's right. Of course, it was a very different Republican Party. So based on what you gentlemen are talking about right now, talk about what that Republican Party was to where it seems to be going.
Well, I'll just say quickly on the Hispanic front, Rich and I actually met each other working for President George W. Bush, and the Hispanic approach at that point was the Texas approach. Was it?
Jay's happy.
Their language.
I'm ecstatic.
All right, let's look at Wisconsin. 57% reporting, and Donald Trump leading 50 to 48.5.
This is a big one.
Oh man, Wisconsin
can now project has won or will win the U.S. Senate race in Ohio, knocking off Sherrod Brown, yet another.
Wisconsin's 10 electorates.
Down. I mean, right now it's a 5-point lead. And Tom, obviously Donald Trump winning this state early, which was expected.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania being 19, that's 30, almost 29. That's, man, it's so close. You can taste it.
This is a race where there was a pretty significant primary, and it was a very expensive primary. Marina wins it.
What's
There were a lot of
Michigan doing?
Republicans in the state of
26
Ohio
reporting
that were
in.
very
Trump
cool
is
on
leading
his
Michigan
ability
by a
to
big
actually
margin,
take out Sherrod Brown.
50.9 to
Donald Trump, I
47.3.
think,
Fucking
really
let's
helped
go.
his very strong performance. Marina ran a good campaign, but Trump was able to really make a difference in pulling him across the finish line.
So think about this, Tom. What's
Well,
interesting is
in that
Marina
in the
wins
Senate
that
race
seat.
also,
J.D. Vance
Sherrod
becomes
Brown
Vice President of the
had
United States.
again 4
Ohio's
years
gonna have two
and
new
just
baby
totally
senators
fucked
because we
over
have to
the
pick a new
working
senator
class
to
man.
take J.D. Vance's
And
spot. And I hear
we
names like
were
Vivek
just done with it. We're
Ramaswamy
like,
and
fuck
Ron
off,
DeSantis
we're
are
done.
these names.
That's right. All right.
Did
We
you
are
say
going.
Vivek?
It's
Vivek.
Oh,
Vivek.
okay.
He told me Vivek like cake. I will never ever.
Yeah, I remember him saying that too, because nobody could pronounce his name in the beginning.
Kansas, give me a break.
All right, all right. Speaking of the U.S. Senate balance of power, we're joined now by Senator
I'm with the felon.
Wayne Mullen, who is live.
And they were so proud of that.
Headquarters. Senator, quite a
They thought they were going to run on that.
for the GOP.
Right.
So
Here's the
far,
thing about Democrats.
what we're
They
seeing
are
so
the
far,
stupidest
again, you
fucks
seem
in
to
the
be
world.
Right in the middle
They
of
learned
a party that could
nothing
be
from
getting
history.
started.
Nothing at all. The more you slander the guy, the more popular he becomes. That friggin' mugshot won him an election. When this is official.
Well,
The only thing that beat that mugshot was getting up after being shot in the head, pushing Secret Service away, and saying, fight, fight, fight.
My race called before Tim Sheehy.
It was over. In Butler, Pennsylvania, it was done.
You know, we're going to win. Tim Sheehy's going to win too, so it's going to put us at 52. I think Dave McCormick's looking great in Pennsylvania. Eric Hovey is looking pretty good in Wisconsin. Sam Brown's looking decent. And Kerry Lake are both looking good. You know, Kerry from Arizona, Sam Brown, Nevada.
I'd be right
And
back.
don't
She
forget
needs to
Mike
get
Rogers.
hers.
Don't count him out up there in Michigan. So I've said for quite a while our floor is going to be around 53. As far as right here and you know, Palm Beach, man, people are super excited. We see the numbers coming in. North Carolina, Georgia, in some places have already called it. Some places haven't.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is looking good. If he wins North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, this race is over. It's going to be an early night for us, and I think we're going to see President Trump as our 47th president, and we're going to get this country moving again.
Yeah, Senator Newsmax has projected those states, North Carolina and Georgia, at least for former President Trump. We're still waiting on Pennsylvania, as you suggest. Talk about your confidence about a Donald Trump potential victory, but then you're alluding, obviously, to a robust agenda, whether it's cutting federal spending, whether it's tax cuts, whether it's securing this southern border. Talk about what a Trump second administration might look like with a robust, not 51, but 53, 54 Senate seats.
Yeah, that feels a little bit better right there.
It's going to be historic, and we're going to be mandated by the American people to do something with it. When we
I'm
put
going for
President
the
Trump
felon.
in there, we retain the House and we take back the Senate. That's a trifecta, right? American people has chosen that they don't like the woke agenda and the direction that the Biden-Harris took us, and we want something different. So we got to go to work. We got to cut the deficit. $1.8 trillion in deficit spending. Our interest payment is now higher than what we spend on national defense. That's a crisis we have going on. I love the idea of bringing Elon Musk in to start looking at wasteful spending. I think when he says $2 trillion, I think we can hit $2 trillion. I think we could cut our deficit spending by 1.8 and at least balance our budget.
We're going to cut the
when we start
budget
talking
down.
about
We're going
the
to get rid
economy,
of a
we
lot
can't
of
get
these
the
people in
economy back unless we
Washington,
bring energy
and
independence
they're
back
going to
and we
spin
bring
that on the
down,
TV by showing all the
cost of
jobs
energy.
that were
We do that
lost
by
under the
drill,
Trump's
baby,
new
drill.
administration.
You can bring down inflation when you bring
I'm
the
good
cost
with
of
it.
energy down.
I don't
And then
need
we
good
gotta
job
do
numbers.
something about
Speaking
our
of job
taxes, right?
numbers,
This
holy
the
shit.
business community has to be
14,000?
and
Yeah.
where the
Oh my God. I don't
American
know that
government
that's
is gonna
ever
be when
happened
it comes
before.
to
I kept meaning to
taxes,
check
and we
on
gotta
that stat.
bring
I
down
don't.
the size of government so we're not overregulating.
It's,
And
man,
President
they're
Trump
toast.
and
They are
Republican
fucking
Congress,
toast.
both chambers can do that.
All right, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. Thanks so much for being with us.
Appreciate it. Newsmax now projecting that Republican Senator Josh Hawley in Missouri will be reelected. Again, that was expected.
Good.
That's another victory for the Republicans. They're
Yeah,
not
he's
losing
another
at
one. I
least
like
not
this
yet
guy, Josh
any of
Hawley.
their incumbents as we bring it back
Oh,
to
yeah.
the table here, Matt.
He's
earlier this evening,
absolutely
Cruz
vicious.
retaining his seat. That was what made Republicans most nervous.
That's right.
That
He
the
goes after
majority was still
everybody,
hanging in
man.
the balance if Cruz lost, but you keep Cruz, you keep Hawley and some of these others.
Rick
and
Scott.
yeah, you got Rick Scott in Florida.
But
You
that's what we're
hold,
saying.
And
you've got
Senator
a whole
Markwayne Mullin
different
didn't mention
class
Wisconsin
of
as well, which is still out there. It
Republicans
could be a Republican.
So
what
coming up,
strikes
and
me as we were talking a little bit about the Bush
it's a
years,
whole new
we
ball
used to
game.
chew our
And the
nails
trick
over
right now is we know
Florida,
what Trump is going to do.
Ohio,
He's
and
going to do
Iowa
right
and
by them and make
Missouri
them
being the
understand
ultimate swing
you bought
state.
the right car.
One of the aspects of Trump
Right.
is that
But
those
he's
are
there for
all
4
solid
years.
states now, right?
After
We're
that,
talking
it's
about
on the
different
party
states
to
breaking into what we
maintain
call
it.
the blue wall.
Yeah,
And we've got a great bench. I mean, you got Vivek Ramaswamy. You've got, hell, Elon might do what Trump did.
Party is becoming sort of this very coastal
I
regional
mean,
phenomenon. You take a look at the map.
I could see it happening.
That wasn't the case. I mean, Ohio was a swing state. Remember? I mean,
Not
we were
anymore,
biting our nails
baby.
over Ohio. But that's
Look at all that
because
red.
the
Look at
Republican
them
Party
last
that
seats
doesn't
that
get
are
the
empty.
credit
Oh,
for
this is where it gets
has
fun, boys and
reached
girls.
out to try to expand for the.
We've
They are
taken
fucking
it's something
flipping
that they
their shit.
needed
I'm going to
do
spend
for a
all
very
day
long
tomorrow
period of
watching
time,
Democrats
but they
melt.
managed to increase
Yeah.
And
the
the
coalition
Well, that's
crying
what
on their
and create that.
Well,
big
that's what we
tent
were talking
that
about
Ronald Reagan used to
X.
talk
Is
about, but in
after
a very real
midnight,
sense.
it's
It's
going to
really
be
interesting
fucking
because,
blowing
to
up.
your point, Tom, we know that.
By the way, has
the
anybody
ultimate
seen Jim
face
Cornette? Has he
of,
locked the
the
medicine
Democratic
cabinet
Party,
yet?
Robert
Or
F. Kennedy Jr.
Point.
Is
I
exactly
might
what
actually
it's
followed
about.
him on
Opening up the
everything,
party,
so I
coming
me
don't
on
know.
too.
purpose
I
and
actually
saying, listen,
blocked his
come on
video,
in, give
his
me
YouTube
your
channel where it can't
ideas.
show up in my feed.
Your reaction to that, but also we know he's still on the ballot.
I am done
in
with him.
states across the country.
Oh,
I don't know. Do we know
Infrared
where
said
those votes
they're
go?
already
Do we?
crashing out
Isn't
on
it
X.
insane that in America they tried to tell Donald
Oh,
Trump he
God.
couldn't be on the ballot in 2 states? The Supreme Court
My
intervening
cup
to
is
stop
empty at
that
the moment. I
nonsense.
will fill
Robert
it
F.
with their
Kennedy wants
tears
off
and
the
drink
ballot,
from this.
and they keep him on in some of these states. The games we're playing politically, once again, I think it's backfiring for the Democrats. And as far as
You
the
think it's
Ohio and
backfiring?
this question,
Take a look at the scoreboard.
Iowa, we solidified some of these states with large white populations by getting the white working class voters. But we did it without it being obnoxious to blacks and Hispanics and other immigrants. That's something nobody thought the Republican Party could pull off. We pulled it off because
You and me
Donald
both, girl. I'll tell you
led
what,
on these
since I
issues,
started
even
bringing
when
Amendment
it
1
looked
onto my
like
channel,
it
I
wasn't
have
gonna
lost
work.
60
and when Slack and
subscribers.
Vasily
And
were
I'm
in
like,
the White House, there was a
goodbye.
guy named Dick Cheney helping
Yeah,
to lead the
it's
Republican
okay.
Party. Well, not your father's
I'm
Republican
perfectly
Party
fine with it.
anymore. It's a
Very
little bit
different.
different.
Sure is.
Stand by. More of our coverage continues.
I wish YouTube
right
had a
now.
way
Stay with
where
us.
you could prevent somebody from even seeing your channel. For the people that annoy you and you want to block them where they can't even see your content.
2024 presidential
Right.
election coverage is exclusively sponsored by Preserve Gold. Get peace of mind with precious metals delivered to your home or
Give that a break for a minute. All right, let's go and take a look at the
What
map.
a
real quick.
ride.
See what's happening here. Show all states. This is the AP, by the way, that I'm going off of. So they still haven't called Georgia, even though we know it's called. And we did North Carolina already, too, right?
Yep.
But they still haven't called it, even though 86% report in, and it's 50.9 to 48%. Jill Stein and Chase Oliver combining for about 40,000. Boy, at the end of the day, those two really killed her. No, not necessarily, because with those 40,000, I would have to think Trump probably would. If they weren't in the race at all, and it was just a 2-candidate race, I got to believe out of 40,000, he would have got at least 30.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Tom Basile as well. And by the way, I didn't mean it as a low blow that Dick Cheney used to lead the party. That used to be the standard bearer. This party, this Republican Party is changing. And I made the point earlier with Mike Huckabee. It's amazing that the Democrats spend all this time saying Donald Trump's a racist. He wants to build a wall. And in this race,
It's funny
Kamala
that
Harris admitted
AP
she
will call
wants a
New York,
wall,
though,
and
with
now
78% of the vote
Hispanics
in.
And Black Americans are voting for Donald Trump in record numbers.
I want to hit this Cheney thing head on. I don't
Fuck
believe
New York,
Liz
man.
Cheney
I'm so
took
glad
on
I
Donald
left that
Trump
state.
for any principle. I think Dick
And my
Donald
sister
Trump
asked
always
me,
made
"Are
Liz
you never
Cheney
going to come back and visit
She
again?"
played
I
the
said,
game
"Yeah, as
because
soon
she
as you
was
get
in House
Giuliani
leadership
back
and
in
she wanted
office
to
and
get
clean the
ahead.
fucking place up."
After J6, she
Right.
thought he was done. A lot of people made this mistake.
I'm not
They
going to
thought,
go
I
there
can
to get
finally
killed by
get rid of this Donald
MS-13.
Trump I
No.
don't like.
Well,
And
see,
she
and that's
made
the thing. I lived there
political
for like
decision,
2.5
not a
years in
moral
the early
decision.
2000s, and I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me to go there
No.
and live now.
Chairman, so
Not in the least.
The first member of our family to move here to Florida, and this was back in the 70s, was my uncle. And
Democrats will win California. Imagine that.
there was a point like, yeah, he'd been gone a couple of years and all that. And then we came down to visit him here. And at that time, I was only like 14 years old, right? And I always looked up to him. He was like the cool dude from the 60s, had a really cool car and had the slick back hair and all that shit.
But the Electoral College vote tally.
Okay, for a minute there, I thought they were trying to say California going to Harris. I'm like, or to Trump. I'm like, excuse me. But anyway, you know, I was like, well, when you coming up to visit us? He's Billy. I'm never going up there. There's no way in a million years I'm going back to that state, that shithole. And that was back in the 70s. It wasn't like it is now. But now I get it.
Has been called. You know, half these swing states haven't been called, and of course, we haven't even gotten to Nevada yet, and it's six electoral votes.
And to the people who didn't vote, sit down and shut the fuck up and stay quiet. I don't need to hear your opinion if you can't make a decision and vote for it.
That's right.
That's not.
If you don't vote, you don't get a bitch. That's just how it is.
Unless you're a felon, in which case you can't vote, but you could have run for president. You have no excuse.
Nah. See, I had this discussion with my girlfriend today. She thought in Ohio you couldn't. You can only not vote when you're in prison here in Ohio. Once you get out,
yeah, every state has their own
rights back.
election laws. So, like in Florida, if you're a felon, you're not voting.
But see, that's one thing that screwed Sherrod here because he wanted to take that right away.
Wait a minute. We got an announcement.
Idaho.
I wish more people lived in Idaho.
I know, right?
Did we just get Idaho? We got Idaho. How many is that? Hold on.
Everyone from California is moving to Idaho. So
I have heard that. That is a big trend. That
And you
is
also,
a big trend.
you have a whole bunch
Where you
of
at?
Oregon and Washington. They're trying to secede from those two
That's true.
states and join Idaho. That's been a process that's been going
Iowa,
on for some
Idaho.
time.
What's
That's
the
right. But
abbreviation
what
for
I wanted
Idaho?
to say, though, here is, again, we're
ID?
former President Trump creeping towards that magic 270 number. As Tom pointed out, a lot of states.
Okay, let's
still
try it this way.
have.
Where the fuck
So
is
again,
Idaho
just kind
on
of
the map?
level set here, based on what Newsmax is
Look at here. I don't
projecting,
see nothing
what
for
you're
Idaho.
seeing, and where we're going. Again, lots of questions still to be answered.
No disappointment.
Oh, there's Idaho. It is ID. You're
the
right.
whole evening, I can't think of one. I can't think of a Senate disappointment. I
I learned something. In
Even the AP called it for Trump.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. You guys made a decision.
Blue wall states to go her way. The reason why I said be patient is because, you know, we do CPACs in all the continents all over the globe.
And he picked
We're
up
the
another
only,
4 electoral
in,
votes with that one.
Free country that votes like this. We have so much.
Oh, we are
mail-in
so close
voting.
to
We
going
have
to bed.
Unsecure drop box voting. All of these take different
Let's
processes
do
to
this
count.
where
If
fuck
people want all
Arizona.
these ways to vote,
You know,
we're
take
not
2
gonna
weeks and
find
count
out
your fucking votes.
who
We don't
wins
give a shit.
tight elections, and you have to give the process time. So it's not. I'm not saying that because I felt like the race would be tight. I'm saying that because we have an insane way of electing our president. Nobody on the face of the earth elects their leader this way. And we should really consider
Pennsylvania,
knowing
70%
the
reporting
victor
in.
by
It is
about this
51.1 to
time, as France
47.9.
does,
She's
Germany
going
does,
nowhere.
UK does.
They do it in one day.
I will say
And Jill
this.
Stein
Although
and
we have a
Jay
big
Oliver
country,
just
we have time
killing
zones
her.
to
Right.
get through.
And when I was born, there were only about 200 million people in this country. Now we have 330 million people. So we're
gotta
getting
get
bigger. It's
Pennsylvania
far more
off the map,
complex.
man. Just take
and
it off
frankly,
and do
as
it
much
and
of a pain
make
as
it
it
official.
is, the Electoral College is one of the most brilliant things ever conceived of when it comes to governance.
Amen.
We live in
Absolutely.
a Republican form of government. We do not live in a democracy. We live in a republic.
Yep.
For a reason.
There's still
The
no
states-
reason why you can't know by 11 or 12 o'clock.
But it's up
Well, there
to
is a
those
reason. It takes
individual
time to
states.
make all
And I
those
think-
ballots.
Abolish the election.
Exactly.
It's up to the individual states,
voter ID.
which is a good thing. And we've seen since 2020, well more than a dozen states enact
My
reforms
point of
that
view
have
on
actually
this
made the
with the
process
felon
more
thing
efficient and
is
more secure. So
if
it
you've
takes
served
time,
your
but,
time and
but
you've
I think
been
ultimately we're gonna get
released,
there.
then yeah, you should be able to
Incredible
vote.
Developments. You made a point a moment ago, Matt.
And that was the
About
thing.
how there's
Sherrod
not
Brown
a
wanted to
single
take that away and make
yet
it
for
retroactive.
Donald
So
Trump
if you were
beyond
ever in
the
prison,
states that have
even
gone.
if
The
you've
million
been out
states that have
30
been
years,
called, like North
you
Carolina,
were going to
Georgia,
lose your right to
have gone
vote.
his way.
And all
Can
these
we
ex-felons
submit
said, go
that?
fuck
I'm
yourself,
starting to think it's more
and
than
voted the other
54,
way. So he
54
fucked
if
himself.
You run the table on Wisconsin. and
Because I look at
Michigan.
it this way. You're right. If you serve your time,
There's a lot
you're
still
done.
out there.
But
There's
if
a
you
lot
keep
still out
taking
there, and what it means
ex-felons'
is
rights
that
away,
Donald
what's
Trump had
the incentive
pushbacks.
for them
And a
to
lot of
not
people in Washington,
go
D.C.,
back
it's
to the
really
way
death
they
of the
were?
Washington,
You
D.C.
know?
establishment, Republican
Trump has
Party,
Wyoming.
because,
How much is that worth?
Donald Trump, this
Nobody mentioned
outsider,
Wyoming.
is going to have a bigger impact on Senate races and House races. We haven't even gotten into the House races yet. The House races, if this many Senate races fall into play, you're going to see House races follow suit. And it gives
3
them a
electoral
chance
vote.
to actually govern to the extent to which we really want government to work. And we're actually
Dang it,
going
I
to
did
pass
it
any
again.
legislation because the biggest characteristic of the American government today is a strong president using executive authority. So old-fashioned.
This is so almost
like
done,
the
man. We're
idea
that
of
freaking
taking the
close.
Congress out
What's
for a
Michigan
week or
looking
two
like? Let's
besides
go.
just on budget matters.
And look, you know, when it comes to
29%
that,
reporting.
that's
Oh
those are
God,
local
Trump is
races.
killing Michigan right
And
now.
we were kind of joking that, of course,
51.7 to
California was going to go to
46.5.
Kamala Harris. There are some targeted congressional seats that are in California.
How's
If Donald
Minnesota
Trump
doing,
is
man? How's Tim?
outperforming his
Oh
2020
God damn!
numbers at the
Holy
local
shit!
level, so in
All right, it's
election
only
districts, in
12%
counties,
reporting
well,
in,
we
but it
could
is
still see
Minnesota.
those
It's
seats
Tim
be
Walz
competitive
country, right?
even in a state like
60.6
California or
to
New York.
37.2.
Wisconsin, by the way, you put it up. Newsmax now has it with about 63% of the vote in. Donald
And
Trump up
dumb fucks.
50
Robert
to
F.
48.
Kennedy has
Again,
got
if he holds the Sun Belt and just
3,611
wins
votes in
one of those
Minnesota.
blue wall states.
He told you don't vote for him.
Pennsylvania has more electoral votes, but he can win Wisconsin.
Stupid
He's got
motherfuckers.
the path to 270. You see Arizona still deadlocked 50-50.
Yeah, sure. A super tight race.
Whoever those
there.
3,000
All
are,
right,
they should
also,
have their
William
ability
Marino,
to vote
the
taken away.
winner, the victor. He is
You're
taking
too
to the
stupid to
stage
vote.
right now. Let's listen.
I need to get this off the microphone. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Look,
Is that your boy?
today starts a
That's my
new
boy.
wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave. In this
Good
country.
one. I like that.
Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C.
Amen,
that
brother.
actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're
And again,
tired
he was
of
a
being
business
treated like
owner before he
second-class
got
citizens
into
in our own
politics.
country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man, and I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy.
Yeah. So Scott W says Bette Midler said she'll drink Drano if Trump wins. Fuck these Hollywood people. They all say they're going to do this, they're going to do that, then they don't do it. I'll say this. I think a lot of them are going to move out of the country because once Trump gets in, once he turns to DOJ to look into the Epstein flight list and all those folks that did that, and then the Diddy list, they got to go because they know they're going to end up in prison.
Are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy dominant.
I remember
so that my
Bette Midler when
kids
she was actually
do not
funny.
grow up in a country where we ever
That was a
rely
long
on
fucking
foreign
time
nation
ago.
for energy
Right.
ever again.
And I can say the same thing about Whoopi.
And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal. That means natural gas. It
Cyanide
means
live on
oil,
air.
it
If
means
I'm with,
nuclear.
yeah, they all
And in
talk a
terms
big
of
store and then they don't do
mandates,
shit. So
they need
tell
to
them
be
to shut the fuck
gone
up, have a
first
Coke and a
thing in
smile.
January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country.
No kidding.
what
We would
our
change the
emission
whole face
standards
of
are.
Hollywood if they
We're
follow
gonna
through on a
dictate that
promise.
At the federal level, and we're going to
Right.
allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want.
Whoopi fucking looks a whole lot like Jabba the
The
Hutt
other piece
nowadays.
that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought
It's
to
like
this
they ain't
country,
even a neck
which is
anymore,
peace
man.
and
It's just this
stability around the
plopped
world.
up ugly
America
face and
will be
head
a
on
leader
top of
in the
this
world.
massive
Will
body.
always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength.
Yes, sir.
The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected. And I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world.
Absolutely 100%.
And if you're a police officer, if you're a police officer in this
73%
country,
reporting
just know
in
you
Pennsylvania.
have a
Trump
senator
41.3
in me
to
and a Republican
47.8.
Party that will always have your back.
Can you imagine the view
And
tomorrow?
We
They're
got
going to
rid of
lose
Chuck
their
Schumer
shit.
tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid
Damn,
of another
California has
couple people that need to be gone.
54 electoral
First among
votes.
them, Randy Weingart
Yeah.
should start packing her
Wow.
bags.
Well, now you know why
What
we have
we
the
need in
electoral
this country
college. You
is
can't afford to
school
have them
choice
dictating
for
the
all
world.
Americans.
And New York's got what,
And then as I
28?
look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget.
Yeah, New York's got 28.
Bridget.
We got to keep this Minnesota lead. It's a big fucking lead.
Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every corner.
Yeah, not
of
glorified.
And then they're
Teachers
voting for Democrats.
Are our front line. Unfortunately, they have a teachers union that doesn't care about them. We're going to make certain we empower teachers to teach our kids what they need to do. And that means getting the federal government out of the way and allowing states to take on responsibility.
Virginia's still in play.
And finally, I'm going to say this.
Harris at 50%
All right,
to
you can see Bernie Moreno.
48.3.
What a big win for Republicans.
He is very, very excited, telling, of course, his opponents, you are fired. All right. We're going to
Chuck
continue
Schumer,
our
he
discussion.
said, you're
Yes, he
fired.
sure
We've
did.
got Dick Morris at the table. Matt Schlapp made the point a moment ago. There has not been a disappointment for Republicans yet.
I think that's true. But I think we're going to do much better than it looks right now. I think we're going to have 57 seats in the Senate. Not 60, 57. Justice in West Virginia, Sheehy in Montana, Marino in Ohio, Avdi in Wisconsin, McCormick in Pennsylvania, and then 2 that are
You
outstanding.
got Rogers in Michigan.
And then
still.
Rogers, Brown, and Lake.
Yeah. And Lake in Arizona. You got the Nevada race as well,
That's
Brown. Yeah.
So you could have 57 senators. And I think the other point is that your point is great, which is the Democratic Party now is only a bi-coastal party.
Yep.
That flyover country is gone.
Yep.
And I think that there's a whole crop of new candidates here. I mean, Marino, he can't be president because he was born out of the U.S.
That's not
But
true.
Sheehy,
Obama was president.
McCormick, Lake, Brown.
It's a deep bench.
Yeah, the future of the
bench.
party. We're
And you
beating
look
now.
at Kamala Harris and you see the fallacy of having no bench.
Yeah.
He had to go to a third string player and put her in, and she obviously
But
couldn't.
what about the mainstream media narrative going back a couple of cycles?
The
And
AP
all
is
these
really
MAGA
just trying to drag
candidates
this
can't
out, man.
win.
They don't want to say the obvious.
Mainstream right here.
Right.
Interesting.
The other point that I would make is about the Latino vote. In 2004, after Obama beat Romney, 2008, excuse me, whatever, 12, there was a whole
12, he beat
discussion
Romney. Yeah.
among the Republican Party and Reince Priebus and the head of the
They did
party.
an autopsy of the
Did an
RNC.
autopsy.
Yeah.
We already
And they
called
said the
George on
problem
this
was with
network.
the
It's
Latino vote is
AP
we
hasn't
had
called
to
George yet, but at this
wait
point in
for
time, what are you
amnesty.
waiting on, man?
Let's
90%
stop talking
reporting
about
in,
the wall,
51 to
and we had to stop
48.3. There's no way
comparing
she's making that up.
It turned out that the key to the Latino vote was to be more.
They were really
conservative
just trying to drag this bitch
on
to the end.
issues, particularly foreign affairs, particularly standing up to
Donald
communism.
Trump rejected all that and took
That's
hold
right.
of the
North
border.
Carolina right now
All
with
right, we're going to go over to former
89%.
Senator Rick Santorum, who has lots of updates. I don't know, Rick, what do you think? Dick Morris thinks the GOP could have 57 seats when it's all said and done.
I circled the ones that Dick talked about, and you start at 49. You add West Virginia, that's 50.
God, this is a
51 in
beautiful
Ohio.
fucking thing.
And here are the rest of them: 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. So there is a chance if the Republicans run the remaining table. And here's the situation: Trump is leading here. Let's take this off and see where Trump is leading here. He's leading here. He's leading here, and he's leading here.
Yeah.
In the
You got
last,
Arizona and Nevada, too.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah.
circle Nevada because there's no numbers in. That's why I didn't circle it. So that could be 57. We don't know what the Nevada numbers are, but he's looking at, if you
He's
listen to
taking
what Matt was
Pennsylvania. Look
saying,
at
he's
this.
actually running very well in Nevada. The early numbers look very good.
75%
In the
in, he's
last
up.
2 presidential cycles, there were 69 Senate races, and whoever won the presidency, that party also won the Senate seat. So if Trump is able to sweep the 7 swing states, including Nevada and Arizona, and he can carry on those others, then Dick is right. We'll get to 57. Republicans will get to 57 votes. We got a ways to go. Number one, looking at Michigan.
Ain't got that long a ways to go.
Michigan, you see Kamala Harris has a substantial lead.
No, she doesn't. I was
Same
just
thing with
there.
Mike
Hold on a
Rogers.
minute.
He's running to actually a little behind. It's only a third of the vote in.
Yeah.
Long way to
No,
go.
where are you getting
But
your numbers
right now,
from?
That one looks like of all
31%
of them,
reporting
the
Trump
longest
up
shot.
40,
All right, Rick Santorum, we'll get
51.9
back
to
you. We appreciate that
46.4. I'm not sure where this fucker's
We're
at.
joined now live by the former Assistant Secretary of Treasury, Monica Crowley, in the Trump administration, and the founder of PragerU, the one and only Dennis Prager. Welcome to you both. Monica, I see you there at the convention center in West Palm Beach. What they hope to be a victory party tonight. We were just talking about how Republicans are running the table in the U.S.
Wisconsin,
Senate.
where are you
what are you
at?
seeing big picture
85%? No.
It's really an
65%
night,
reporting in.
and I'm so
Trump
honored to be
50.7
here in
to
this room tonight
47.8. That's
because I
another
was
almost.
pretty much Donald Trump's very first supporter in June of 2015. So to see this kind of dynamic unfold tonight is really quite extraordinary. I think we are witnessing a truly historic moment. And I just listened to Senator Santorum there talking about the Senate races.
All the predictions
Just
are coming true. They said this was
and
going to
now
be the
President
biggest
Trump
one-sided
looks
victory
very
since
well
Jimmy Carter
positioned to
lost.
pull off this race again.
Right.
I worked with President Nixon during the last years of his life. Richard Nixon lost in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, and then came back 8 years later to
Only
win. and won
14%
re-election
reporting in Minnesota, but
1972
Trump has
in
a massive
landslide.
lead early on,
That was
60.6
previously known
to
as the greatest
37.3.
American comeback. I think tonight,
Mm.
President Trump is actually poised to trump Richard Nixon as the greatest American comeback. I think the American people have had enough. The
You
last
think?
4 years under Biden-Harris have been an historic catastrophe, economically, with regard to the border, the collapse of law and order, 2 new hot wars, the Afghanistan debacle. And I think the American people have
Arizona's
seen all
still
of that.
tight.
Their lived experience with high inflation and high prices, just far too much for them to take. They want to change, and they want the tremendous successes of President Trump in his first term. They want that back.
Dennis, we've been talking a lot tonight about how the Republican Party, the demographics, have changed dramatically. Also, of course, you are very close to students, to the youth vote. Have you observed a similar change, and how so?
Well, we certainly work at
Is
it
that
at
to me?
PragerU, and we certainly work at it. 65% of our billion views are people under 35 years of age. So that's a big deal.
Associated Press has finally acknowledged North Carolina.
A matter of youth. It is not a matter of
They've got
color.
Donald
It
Trump
is
with
not a matter of
230 electoral
ethnicity.
votes.
It is a matter of the majority of the
40
American
away
people
on their
have
map.
had
And that's
enough
not counting
with
Georgia, that
leftism.
we know he's going to get that.
They've had enough with the idea.
That'll put him at
that if
246
a
on
boy
theirs.
Is 9 and says he's a girl, then you give him hormone blockers. If a girl is 17 and says she's a boy, after 2 hours with a psychologist, they will remove her breasts. A lot of people know about this. The left has tried.
As soon as he closes Georgia
during this election period, Kamala Harris does not want to talk
and Pennsylvania,
about it,
it's over.
but a lot of people know about it. What has
And
happened
he's
to
still
the
got
Democratic
Michigan,
Party,
Wisconsin, and Minnesota,
apparently,
all of
we
which
don't
he's
know for
leading.
sure, but
Fuck you,
apparently
Arizona.
tonight is what happened to Bud Light. That's what has happened.
Oh, this guy hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just an incredible night so far. Dennis Prager, appreciate it. Monica Crowley live there at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Dick, I see you smiling here at the table.
Well, I liked what Monica said, that she was one of the earliest.
Folks got
people
tired of the money going to
support
Ukraine.
Trump.
Let me
Yeah,
tell you
that's
something.
myself.
Donald Trump's going to
Just
call that
getting ready
motherfucker up in the morning and say, you better write a check and give us our money back.
And you called the comeback in your books as well.
Or else I'm going to let Putin just steamroll you.
Come back? Yeah, come back. All right. Vote for America special coverage continues after just a 1
The
minute break. Don't go
ATM machine
anywhere.
has just been
The
shut
suspense is
down.
building. The excitement.
Right.
It sure is.
Oh, things are looking good, ladies and gentlemen. I was nervous as fuck coming into this night, but right now I am feeling real good about getting some sleep. One of the big reasons I have not slept for shit in the last few months is thinking this wasn't going to happen. Oh, I just need to see the 270, and then I can say it's done.
Right.
He's going to end up with about 300 and a little more. And that's presuming he doesn't get, like, Nevada hasn't turned in any numbers yet. So,
right.
Arizona is interesting, though. I think once they see that Pennsylvania falls and, you know, all the other ones up in that, you know, the Michigan area, once they see they all fall and that they don't matter anymore, they're probably just going to let the votes run out.
True.
They'll probably just give it to him. What's the point? You're not going to hurt him. Try as you might. You can't hurt Superman.
For America
You ain't
coverage
got the
live at
kryptonite.
11:23 Eastern Standard Time as Americans are making their voices heard. And welcome back. We're looking there at Pennsylvania at the latest numbers, 75%. Yes, getting close.
Yes,
there.
it is.
Looks like
Come
former
on.
President
I
Trump
just
has
want to
a
hear it.
51% lead
Calling
over Harris at
Pennsylvania for
48%.
Donald Trump.
But again, 75% votes are in. And I know exactly who to ask about what he is seeing and hearing in Pennsylvania. That would be our senior political analyst, Rick Santorum.
Excuse me.
And also senior fellow of the American Conservative Union, Mercedes Schlapp, joining us at the table, also looking there at numbers from Wisconsin, 67% in.
67% in. Trump has the same 3-point lead.
That's
this
right.
blue wall, Senator, seems to be starting at least. It's shaky, if not collapsed.
Well, the problem is that the Democrats don't know how to build a
quite
wall.
remarkable that
They don't believe in
Trump
walls.
is running as well
Right.
as he is, and
And
I'll
it's
go over
proven
the walls
again
in a
here
minute
today.
and
We're going to
the
show you how to
details.
build walls.
But we're going to see in the city of Philadelphia. Remember, I talked about earlier. It started out at 11% Trump.
Oh,
it's now up
gosh.
to almost 22%.
Can someone
Trump. Just to give you
please
an
get a
idea,
camera
he
on
did
Robert De
15%
Niro?
against Hillary Clinton. He did about almost 18%.
Please,
against Joe
anybody.
Biden, and he's at 22%. And
I gotta see
I
Robert De
believe,
Niro right now.
based on what's happening, that number is going to grow, and that's historic numbers in the city of Philadelphia.
Well, I was going to say, to what do you attribute that?
Dems
I
can't
haven't
blame
had a
black
chance to
men
look
for this.
at the details. It looks
best
like
guess.
he's doing better in Northeast
My
Philadelphia,
man.
which is actually white, blue collar voters, but he's clearly doing better with Hispanics and blacks. Otherwise, those numbers wouldn't be coming.
Yeah,
the way they
Mercedes,
are.
you've been talking a lot about that minority vote and how it hasn't gone the way, from what we're observing,
Matt,
the way that
you and me
Democrats
both,
thought it would
man.
or should.
I mean,
no
I
kidding.
knew who
I
was
mean,
going to
we're
win
looking
a
just at the
fair
general
election. I just
numbers,
didn't think we
even
could
for
have
Donald
one again.
Trump.
And again, I keep on
you're
saying it.
looking
I'll
at
keep on
maybe
saying it.
possibly
Laura
Donald
Trump and
winning
what she has done since taking
45%
over
of
the
Hispanic
RNC,
vote.
and with this
That
legal
is
team that they put together,
historic. I mean,
and how
you saw
quickly they have
President George
beat the
W. Bush
shit out of
getting
these
to about
people in these
40,
different states trying to
44%.
rig things
He
already.
was very focused on that back in the day.
It
That was
sent
back
a
in 2000.
message out
Those
to all these
numbers
other states,
dwindled when
and
it was
these people
John
that were
McCain
like,
and
"Hey
Mitt
man, we've
Romney.
seen a couple
Mitt
people
Romney
go to
only got
jail for fucking around with an
27% of
election. I'm not
Hispanic
going to
vote. Just
jail over
think
this shit."
about that. I do
Right.
want to bring up one thing before we go back to
Now,
Pennsylvania.
Gaddis did bring up a
Wisconsin,
point.
one of
There
the
was only
things
26%
passed a constitutional amendment banning
counted
non-citizen
for the mail-in vote, so she
so this
said
could
that's
be
got her a
tricky
little
here, right?
worried.
You could see then Republicans going out and even these independent voters saying, wait a second, we don't want
Where are we
non-citizens
at
to
here? Hold
vote.
on a minute.
That also something
Right
that
there.
I think
Mail-in
favors
count is only
Donald Trump,
26% counted.
including the fact that you're seeing these black numbers. And I'd be curious to see how the
Mm.
Catholic numbers are doing in Wisconsin as well.
But Speaker Johnson was trying to pass the SAVE Act.
That's
and
an interesting
the Democrats were
observation.
saying, well, there are no illegals vote. That's what they kept saying. And you can see right there, it's still 51-48 in Pennsylvania. But they kept saying non-citizens don't vote. We don't need a law.
Right.
And you're right. Now there's some constitutional amendments in states spanning that. And Mark
Yeah, but
Lyons,
how
the
many can you
Democrat
have
Try to stop
was in
it.
in
Virginia
mail-in
saying,
voting? I
"We
mean, he's
want
got a pretty
non-citizens
good
to be
lead
back
on
the
her, and it's
rolls in
getting
Virginia."
bigger.
I thought you said
Now
they
it's up
were
to
not voting.
51.2 to
Supreme Court stepping
47.9.
in on that one at the 11th
How
hour.
many mail-in votes can you
Let's bring our
possibly
friend,
have?
Rick Santorum, he's back over there with some Newsmax numbers.
I think what she's saying is
Hold
she
on,
finds
hold
it
on.
odd at this.
I've been salivating on this all night.
What do we got?
Again, we got to remind you, Donald Trump has already won Georgia. He's already won North Carolina. He needs 19 more votes. Just coincidentally, Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. So if he wins Pennsylvania, the race can be called and he will be the next president of the United States. What has changed from Joe Biden narrowly winning the state? Well, number one, as I talked about before, city of Philadelphia. Now we're up to almost 71% of the vote. Trump's approaching 22%. Again, he got 17%. It's already a 4% increase in Philadelphia, and I think that's
Orange
actually
man
gonna
is
grow
good.
as more of the vote comes in. Another one of these counties, Bucks County. It's a county. Look at that, almost dead even. 4 years ago, Trump lost it by 4 points. That's a big suburban county. Again, it started out with Trump being way down. He has worked himself up as the vote that's coming in right now all across the Commonwealth are day of votes. They've counted most of the mail-in ballots, which are overwhelmingly Democrat. And so the votes to be counted yet overwhelmingly are day of votes, which should benefit.
Yeah.
You look at there and you can see the blue area down here. It's the same except here. This is one of the bellwether counties that we were talking about earlier. Erie County and Northampton County, which is Bethlehem and Easton. And you see Trump up by 6 points. He won it in 16. He lost it in 20 to Joe Biden. And he's winning it here again. It's all looking great. Center County. And one last one. That's where Penn State is. He lost it by 5 points, but he's winning it by almost 5 points here. So and that again is these rural areas, which I haven't clicked on, with the vote up.
Realist guy in the room. How you
Penn
doing?
State in the middle.
Yeah.
And all of these rural areas have come out in droves.
Yeah, he's sitting on 246 electoral votes. If you see on our screens, 19, as the senator pointed out, in Pennsylvania. So here at the table, that would bring you to 265.
That 246 is wrong. He's
what else? What are we not counting?
He's at 241.
No, 251.
He's at 251 right now.
Okay, so that would get him to 270.
That's correct.
Okay.
You got to win Arizona and Nevada, and then
When I say he's at 251, he's going to have Alaska. He's of the states.
He's got Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. That's it.
He's at 251.
But what we know for sure. Okay.
I just want to bring this up because this is unreal. And goodness, Rick, I'd love to get your impression on this. Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is the campaign manager, sent out this email. Did you read
Thank
this
you,
email?
Lord.
Okay, the email to the Harris campaign: get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. I don't think I've ever heard a campaign say, go get some sleep.
Go to bed.
No one goes to bed when you're in a position where you're having these
people
votes coming
are
in.
saying that Pennsylvania is going to be all night. That's just not true. I mean, you'll see a couple of counties that are low in Erie and Cambria County.
It won't
There's some
matter.
voting irregularities. As you know, Cambria County was.
If he gets Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, then he don't need any of the other
votes
ones.
are going to come in late.
Right.
But the only votes
And
that
he's
are
got
not
those
gonna be
three
counted tonight
in a
are
much
votes
bigger
that are
margin.
absentee ballots that come in today, tomorrow. After 8 o'clock tonight, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday.
Okay.
Yeah,
That is
okay.
not a big number.
No, we also want, just to let everyone know, the Newsmax projection number for electoral votes in favor of Donald Trump, 246. We are at 246 projected electoral votes at this moment. Let's now bring in Rob Schmidt for the latest. Rob, we saw you a few hours ago. What are your observations? What are your reactions? Lots and lots of momentum behind Donald Trump.
Well, it's not over yet. But I mean, the momentum. I'm watching a little bit of MSNBC. It sounds very grim. Mercy just talked about the fact they're telling people to go to bed. That doesn't sound very good. He's won 2 swing states. He's leaning.
This just in: a
Republican
drunk
in full
Hillary
war,
Clinton
according
has
to the
just
New York
poured
Times,
Kamala
which
a
has
tall
Trump with
glass.
about a 90% chance of winning the election at this point of the New York Times website. I mean, it's all moving in one direction, and we just haven't heard much from Nevada yet. But I mean, there's a good chance that he wins every swing state.
I'll be here with you.
Which would just be, again, would we?
That's what I just said in the chat. I was like, that's how we feel too.
This country for the last 3.5 years, and would be one of, if it happens, and it's not over yet, but if it happens, it would be one of the greatest stories of vindication and of perseverance that the world has ever known.
By
If
the
you think
American
about
people.
where Trump was 3.5 years ago, how down and out he was. He wasn't eating. He was depressed. I mean, how
was he not
dead
eating and
he was
depressed?
3.5 years
Yeah,
ago.
after
Shit rolls off of
January
his back.
If
Second
this
impeachment.
happens, I mean, this is it's unbelievable. It's going to be one of the greatest stories ever told, and of course, the media will never tell it. We'll
This
have
is
to
the
tell
greatest
story.
F
Think
you
about
ever.
coming back from that, and just he just outworked her in every way. It's an incredible story.
developing right now as we speak. We're seeing it happen in real time.
Yeah, Rob, real quick, sitting on 246 electoral votes, Senator Santorum pointed out.
Her husband saying I should have stuck with the nanny
if he gets it. 265. And then you look at the rest of the map, Rob, and this is what we've been talking about for weeks. There's more paths to 270 for Donald Trump. I mean, Arizona's 11. You know, Nevada is out there with 6. You just start looking at it.
Oh,
there's
Minnesota
multiple
just
paths
took a
for
weird
him,
turn.
And Kamala is just running out of math.
Holy shit. A massively weird turn.
There's very little left. I mean, it's as it stands right now. I think there's
46% Minnesota voting comes in, and now all of a sudden she jumps to 55.
I think it's
0.2 to 42.7. That seems a little odd
I
to
don't
me.
see it. I mean, when I'm looking across all the data forms, and I'm looking across all of these different predictors, all these different websites and news organizations, and how they're looking. It just I could see him winning all 7, and maybe Santorum has a different thought on that. But when I look at all the estimations across and I see how everybody's weighing this, I don't know if Rick can hear me, but I think there's a good chance he gets all 7.
Yeah, and by the way, the numbers that aren't counted in the Newsmax are Utah and Alaska, which are pretty safe Republican states. That gets you to 251, and then the 19 for Pennsylvania gets you to 270, along with the first, 2nd district of Maine. So that's where we are right now, and I think you're right. I think we're looking at. I predicted earlier today 6 of 7. I thought that Michigan was a little bit out of Trump's reach. It's just a state that's not moving in the same direction that Wisconsin and Pennsylvania have been moving on the blue wall. And as you can see, he's actually not running as well right now in Michigan, but it's still possible.
What are you talking about? He's up. He's 51.5 to 46.8. What the fuck do you want?
Out of math, based on what Mercedes has also been saying, the team saying, telling everyone go to bed. It also sounds like they run out of gas, so to speak, at this hour.
Yeah, well, gas is too high.
No,
it is too expensive. Yes,
they got an
EV problem. They need to find a charge.
Let's check in with our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He's on the ground at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. John, we've been checking in. We've heard from some senators there in the crowd who say that it's gotten pretty festive. What are you seeing? Give us a flavor of the room as they await the possibility of former President Donald Trump visiting.
Well, the mood is very optimistic here, and we're also hearing that at Mar-a-Lago, it's extremely optimistic. That even the word jubilant has been put out there as Trump is at Mar-a-Lago with his family, with senior campaign officials, senior advisors, close friends, supporters, Elon Musk, Dana White, of course, with the Ultimate Fighting UFC. Trump's a big fan of that. Steve Witkoff, who's another billionaire or businessman who's Trump has been very close to over the many years that they've known each other. We have not heard from his campaign when possibly he could come here. It's not looking like it's going to happen tonight as we're getting close to midnight. More than likely, it'd probably be the overnight, early morning hours. But again, we're still waiting for the results from some of those battleground states, the blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin as well. But one thing, we talked about this earlier, that we saw here in Florida, Trump obviously took Florida, Miami-Dade County.
When are they going to call George on the AP?
Hispanic,
Holy shit.
Latino vote turnout for Trump. We're seeing that
91% reporting, guys. It's over. Give it to
in
him.
those so-called blue wall states where we've seen a surge in illegal migrants since 2021. So clearly Trump's message, as he's been really drilling down on throughout the campaign about the border crisis, about fixing the border, about closing the border, has resonated among voters. We are seeing that nationally, along with, and there is a feeling not only here in the room, but nationally as well, that, this is an extraordinary moment domestically and
California, I'll tell you what, man,
as we're looking
that
at all
place
these
needs
wars,
to secede from the
Ukraine,
Union.
and also in the Middle East, the potential
needs to fall in
for
the ocean.
Israel. There was
No,
some
that's
talk
only a matter of one
Israel
earthquake
intelligence
away.
was seeing that Iran possibly was gearing up to attack Israel, maybe even on election day. So these are all critical issues that are on voters' minds. I've been talking to people here in the room. They've talked about
I got work
that,
in the morning,
the
but I'll
concerns
go
about
with 3
that,
hours
and the
sleep
feeling
now.
that
I'll make
Trump
it a short
not
day.
only help
Good to be
fix
the boss.
border crisis, but but obviously keep not only America safe, but also deal with these wars overseas as well, guys.
If he does win, there's a lot.
Yeah, I'll feel a lot better once they start calling a couple
John Huddy,
more.
thanks so much. Mercedes, you've been speaking throughout the entire night about, of course, that minority vote. Again, it's interesting because that has been a very big strategy of the former president's campaign. And so far, it seems like it is serving him well.
Well, I want to bring up two examples. One is in North Carolina, Anson County. Okay. President Trump won that county, 40% Black voters that are part of that county. I mean, that is significant. And then in Stark County in Texas, it is the most Hispanic county in America. President Trump wins by 97%. I mean, these are just unreal numbers when you're looking at this. And so his message on the economy, his message about protecting the border, on dealing with crime,
2 bags of Doritos and a 24-pack of Pepsi and a 6-pack
resonating.
in the fridge. But damn it, got us now. I want popcorn.
That in particular,
That's right.
well, in Miami.
By the way, Matt,
County, as we
does
have
Donald
seen.
Trump know that you
gonna
raided
add
his
one more thing
refrigerator?
that I think has been underappreciated because it is typical for Republicans to underappreciate this. Not you, Mercy, but typical Republicans underappreciate the power of cultural issues. And Donald Trump went out there, and it's the first time I remember in a long time for a Republican candidate to go out and use a cultural issue to go after the Democrats. And what was it? It's transing children and men and women's sports. Those two issues were used, and paying for transgender surgeries for prisoners and immigrants and things like that. That was an issue.
No,
that
us paying for
I've heard from African Americans, Hispanics, that these are folks who have strong family values.
God damn, what happened to Minnesota?
And participate at high levels in sports. They don't want their little girls to have to compete and be bullied around by boys. And Kamala
I wish
Harris
this guy would shut up and talk about Minnesota by counties and figure out what's going on. If there's a chance of turning this thing back around, because
on this woke agenda, and I
was
believe
kinda
that's
liking
one of the
having that.
principal reasons, in addition to the economic stuff that Mercy talks about, the border stuff, but that trifecta really delivered a lot of votes for Donald Trump.
Well, what about abortion then, Mercy?
Well,
because he leaned in on
what
that.
happened to abortion.
Well,
Really, what
he
happened?
leaned in.
Yeah, and what he did was he blunted abortion. To be honest with you, he went out there and basically said, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to leave it to the states. And it looks like people didn't vote on abortion.
No, and the Harris campaign, of course, we know has been saying that is the biggest issue that officially are going to bring female voters. But
The
again,
Harris
not so
campaign
much.
has been obsessed with abortion. Every time any other issue was brought up, it always
Oh,
went
they've
back
been
to
obsessed with
abortion.
Donald Trump.
You look across the map and you're looking at the fact that it's always economy, immigration. And I do think these cultural issues really played a role, especially in the Hispanic community. And with abortion, there's actually a good chunk of Hispanics who are pro-lifers.
Yes.
And so they don't like this idea of moving forward
very
with this
family-oriented,
radical
so yeah.
abortion policies that Kamala Harris basically supports. I mean, she supports abortion till the 9 months. I'm telling you, it's too extreme for a lot of I would say even people who are pro-choice. I think it's a problem for her.
A lot of extreme policies, both on what you both are just saying there about
Absolutely.
the
If
trans
you look
policies,
at
the abortion.
one of the most pro-choice counties in Pennsylvania, Bucks County, which Joe Biden won by 5 or 6 points. It looks like Donald Trump is going to win it.
Really?
Now, it's a wealthy county, but it's it was the center of the pro-choice movement in Pennsylvania for a long, long time.
Can you
Donald
go play
Trump
with the
may win it.
fucking map in
All right,
Minnesota?
hang on. Newsmax making a projection now that Kamala Harris will win New York. You just saw there a minute ago with 56% of the vote. Notable
Fuck
because
New York.
it's not as big a margin as Democrats have had in presidential cycles. Donald Trump made a run at New York. We knew it was quixotic.
Right.
But between the Madison Square Garden rally, the Bronx rally, which may have succeeded not in winning New York, but in rallying Hispanic voters largely in the Bronx as well as Black voters. And he had a rally on Long Island too at Nassau Veterans Coliseum. All of that was part of this energetic movement.
Also, we saw him actually talking to people. He went to the barber shop in the
That's
Bronx.
right.
Again,
Yeah,
he
how'd that
was
work out for Marty
talking to
Jannetty?
The people. He was out there being who Trump is. That I know, Mercy, you know this better than anyone, having worked with him.
Yeah.
People got to meet Donald Trump.
Right. Remember, the Democrats did everything they could to put him in jail, right? So they used the DOJ, weaponized against Donald Trump and anyone who was a MAGA supporter. Then on top of that, the fact is that President Trump then used his personality in the most effective way I have seen, which is go work at McDonald's. Go be in a garbage truck.
Yeah.
Those moments went viral in the campaign. And then obviously,
He's a
I
genius
would say,
when it comes to
these
marketing.
two
Always has been.
assassination attempts, I think, woke up Americans.
Yeah.
Where they said,
Humanized him too.
it was all this horrible rhetoric, dangerous rhetoric against Donald Trump The man, literally, there's this moment of humility. There's this moment where he says, God is on my side. And then I do believe at
If
that
God be
point,
for
there's
you,
so
who
many
dare be
Americans that
against
said,
you?
let me give him a second chance.
Yeah. Real quick, Senator, she just mentioned, Mercy, great points there. One was they try to put him in jail. And what happens if Donald Trump can pull this off and you have well over 53, 54 Republican senators? Seems to me, you've been in the Senate, that the DOJ is going to be a completely different place. And this is all
Merrick Garland won't be the Attorney General.
Yeah,
anymore,
we can
and
say
Jack
that.
Smith won't be a special counsel anymore.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean,
Oh, there's people
this will
quaking
go
right
away,
now.
and as will the Alvin Bragg thing. I mean, all of this will simply go away. There may be legal machinations,
Remnants of it. Yeah.
the remnants to make it happen. But
All
this will go away, and Donald Trump will serve as president.
All right, let's check in at where we are. 246 electoral votes for Donald Trump by Newsmax's count, still short of 270, but a lot still on the board. Let's bring in our political analyst, Mark Halperin, for a little update. Mark, where do you think the race stands at this hour?
Well, I think if you look at the body language and the vote counts and the exit poll, I think Donald Trump will likely win 6 of 7 battleground states. Probably not any others, but maybe the popular vote. And it will be, based on the exit poll, a realignment bigger than the one in 2016 when he turned the Republican Party into the party of the white working class. The exit poll suggests he's turning the Republican Party into the party of the white working class, black working class, Hispanic working class, Hispanics, young voters, and independents. And it will leave the Democratic Party reeling without any clear leader or clear direction.
They already don't have a clear leader or clear direction for the last 4 fucking years.
We'll get you back later. Our coverage is just beginning.
That's right. We're going to be back with more with our Vote for America.
All we know is they're pulling the strings. We don't know who. No clear leader. Give me a break, would you? Unless you just had a morbid thought. I don't know if I want to hear it. I don't know if I want to hear it. I've been in a good mood. Don't mess with me, man. The AP just does not want to give up Georgia. 91% reporting. Maybe when they get to 100%, they'll give it to them. %51% to 48.3%. Come on, Minnesota, turn this shit around. 51% voting in. 53.5 to 44. I can't believe Minnesota's not going to vote for him. I get Minneapolis maybe not voting, but like St. Paul and all those Fargo fucking people.
Right.
Oh, I think we're going to vote for Donald Trump. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's see here. See here.
In Arizona, what are we doing here? Trump is, he's up in Arizona. It's a small margin, but he's up.
Yep.
Of course, that's only 50% reporting in, so still a ways to go there. Nevada still hasn't given a shit.
Actually, the one I'm looking at has Nevada with 2% in. It's got Trump at 73% and Harris at 26%.
No.
Yeah.
It can't be that big
Like-
a difference. You got to be looking at something in the wrong numbers.
No. It says too early to call. State Nevada, 6 electrical votes, 2% in.
Oh, you said Nevada. I'm sorry. I thought you said Arizona.
No, Nevada.
Yeah, they're still not giving us anything on the AP. What are you getting yours from?
It is. Actually, it's NBC News, honestly.
Wow. Well, I trust them as far as I can throw them.
Comes down to, and we are starting to get some of these results in. Right now, the Republicans are up 2, but they've got a couple of incumbents that are on the ropes, and so we're going to try to go through that as
How many
we
suicides in government tonight?
over the next.
You'll try to blame it on the Republicans.
All right, Mercedes.
Oh, I mean,
again, give us
technically it
up to
will
date
be
on what
because of the
you're
Republicans.
Looking at, but also
Yeah.
what is standing out.
But like I told her, I was like, no big loss.
Minority voters, but let's.
Well, they were
I
going to
think
get
one of
fired
the
by
things
Elon
in,
anyway,
like,
right?
Where Donald Trump, the
Right.
one state that it's not clear if he could win is Michigan. I know there's been a lot of effort out there, especially by Ambassador Rick Grinnell's group, Trump Unity, to reach Arab voters, for example, Arab American voters there, Greek voters, Lebanese voters. But the reality is what you're looking at is, look at Detroit. That's 77% Black population in Detroit. Will that
He leads
also
Detroit
follow the trend that we're
51.6 to
seeing in
46.7.
states like Wisconsin and Georgia, where the Black vote did shift to Donald Trump, or at least that's what we're seeing. So Michigan is going to be tricky because in 2020, Biden did win Michigan by over 174,000 votes. That's tougher than I think what we're seeing in Wisconsin and,
Yeah, but
and
he's
in
doing it.
Pennsylvania. So right now it looks like Harris has taken the lead in Michigan, but we are not going to know those results for quite some time.
Yeah,
That's right.
absolutely. You mentioned
Again,
Michigan.
where are you all
a
getting your
moment
numbers
ago.
for?
We're going to get to that in a second, along with Pennsylvania.
I was
Some
going
of
to
the
say,
House
I've
races,
got
Senator Rick
Trump up
Santorum.
51 to
We'll bring
46
you over
in
to the
Michigan
table in a
right
minute
now.
to talk about
Same
some of
thing I'm
that.
looking at.
because
40.
There's just a lot bubbling in these states, and our desk is now putting out here at Newsmax some details about this realignment that we were talking about with Dick Morris and Dennis Prager and others, that Donald Trump, not just in Miami, and we covered Miami-Dade earlier, is improving on his 2020 margins in various places like Chicago, New York, Dallas, Houston, big cities that normally are not Republican friendly. He's vastly increasing his vote totals, which may be a reason why he has a shot at the popular vote. Even in a place like Chicago, where he's not going to win Illinois, but his vote totals, people must be fed up with the current situation.
That's right.
You
I mean,
think?
we're
Yeah,
also hearing that
think?
he is improving specifically on his 2020 margins in those biggest metro areas by double digits. So really impressive. I know, Tom, where you're going to go. Take it
We
away.
just called New York, right? And I think that perhaps Donald Trump might be more proud of the fact that he's improved.
I think
He
so.
lost his home state by 20 points in 2020. He now may only lose it by 10. And as a former New Yorker, it's a very big deal.
That's a really big
if you
deal.
get to 45 as a Republican, 45% statewide, which Donald Trump may do here, that's significant. I mean, think about the number of votes in a state that big to move the numbers that much. And so that does, when you have that kind of improvement, that does put the popular vote now into play along with an electoral victory.
Yeah.
I do want to say, I just got the numbers from Michigan. In the Arab Muslim precinct in Dearborn, Michigan, Trump took 49%. Kamala just took 14%.
Wow.
That is
Boom.
a really interesting number. But again, Detroit, we'll see if the Black vote is going to shift towards Donald Trump.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We're hearing that Dave McCormick may be speaking soon as well in Pennsylvania. I don't know if he's going to declare victory, if he's going to say that they're still counting. We obviously haven't called Pennsylvania. It's been extremely close as votes
AP
still
is
come in.
calling
But that Senate
Virginia
race
for
is still out
Harris.
there.
All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of Senate races, Senator Santorum is standing by with Newsmax numbers.
I
Senator.
want to talk about coattails because if you go back to 2016, Trump did not have a lot of coattails. He actually didn't really carry a lot of Republicans into the House, into the Senate along with him, and obviously didn't have any coattails in 2020. I'm seeing coattails here in Pennsylvania, in particular. There are two House races here. This one up in the northeastern part of the state. Again, this is Joe Biden territory, held by a Democrat, Matt Cartwright. Rob Bresnahan looks like 100% of the vote in. It's not. It's very close, so they probably haven't called it yet. But it looks like Rob Bresnahan is going to win a seat that the polling throughout the course of this race showed him 5, 6, 7, 8 points down. He exceeded that. Why? Because Trump exceeded those numbers. Another race, Susie Wild, who incumbent Congressman Ryan McKenzie, Lehigh Valley. This is the ultimate swing area. large Hispanic community here. She's held this seat for several years, had tough races, but has always held on. Looks like Ryan McCann is going to be the new congressman from Lehigh Valley. That's a Charlie Dent seat, who is a very liberal Republican who now supports Kamala Harris. Interesting seat here. It looks like it should be okay. Scott Perry, the head of the Freedom Caucus, his district was redistricted, made it a much tougher district for him to win. He's hanging on. He's behind a little bit, but he's still got 25% of the vote in. And remember, as I talked about, the first vote that comes in is the mail-in vote, which is more heavily Democrat. I'm guessing just looking at this and how much is out, Perry probably squeaks by and wins this, which means a net 2 pickup of Republicans in Pennsylvania, which is huge. Let's go out to the Senate map in Pennsylvania. There you have McCormick, and here's the interesting thing with McCormick. McCormick's only running, he's basically running with the same number of Trump right now, which is remarkable. One of the things that we were hearing overall was that Trump had to win by 2 or 3 points in Wisconsin for Hovde to win, for same thing in Michigan for Rogers to win, but McCormick seems to be running right now, even with him. That is a very, very powerful thing. Why? Because it's about the narrative. It's not just about Trump. And that's what you guys were talking about. That the transformation of the party is not just people are loyal to Donald Trump. What they're loyal to is the message of Donald Trump. What we're seeing is that transformation. And you see transformation if it's a cult of personality. Well, Trump will do really well, but other folks down ballot won't do as well because people really just like Trump. But what's happening here, it is going down ballot, and we're seeing it in Pennsylvania, which is more attention than everybody else, more messaging than everybody else. And the message.
God, the reason they hate him so much is they're taught to hate him. They're told to hate him. He is misquoted nonstop, and these people are too stupid to do their own research.
Pennsylvania, not surprisingly, the Keystone State is ground zero.
Incredible. Michigan, thank you, Senator. Also interesting. It looks like Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn in Michigan, an area that's 90 plus Muslim American.
Go figure.
Biden won this area with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. We've got 92% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is slightly winning there over Harris. In some, anyway, it's just the numbers are still coming in, but there's areas of the country that Republicans didn't seem to have a shot at that all of a sudden Trump did pretty well.
Yeah, look, his message in Michigan, I think, has really resonated. And whether it's union voters, it's the auto industry, it's trade and trade issues. He's, I think that's been tremendously successful.
Yeah, can we go back to the board for 1 second? Because
one of these states
Michigan's just
one of these states just went red. And now, again, still a lot of vote out, but now with we get the numbers in the Senate.
Here we go.
6% of the vote in. Rogers is now up.
Rogers are ahead too.
And Trump is now up a little bit more. So maybe the things you were talking about. We were always looking at
Michigan. Come on, man.
Let's look at Wayne County.
Steiner country.
Only 24% of the vote in. So we don't want to jump ahead too much. Oakland County, which is another very important suburban county, she's doing pretty well there. Actually, better than expected there. If you compare that with, well, actually worse than expected. I'm sorry, worse than expected in Oakland County, but they're suburban counties. So
You forgot who you're talking about for a moment there.
Map, which means for the first time in Trump presidential history, it could be a sweep of all 7 states.
Incredible.
For one of the candidates.
All right, Senator, we appreciate that. Let's get an update from James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent. He's at Kamala Harris's headquarters at Howard University in Washington. James, what's the mood there, sir?
Let's get some facials.
It's growing increasingly apprehensive here, Ed. And as a matter of fact, where the whole crowd, several thousand strong, have been watching a giant jumbotron showing, I'm not going to pussyfoot around it anymore, CNN. I guess the crowd or the organizers here didn't like what they were hearing from that jumbotron because they have now turned down the sound on CNN. Hip-hop and rap music, which is being blasted through. In
other words, they said y'all gonna lose.
2 stories tall.
Right.
I can feel my feet vibrating just from the thunderous bass boom of the soundtrack here.
If they don't like that, they should switch to Newsmax.
Former President Trump has been ahead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening, and that has not gone unnoticed by this crowd. One thing we're also paying attention to is the movements and the whereabouts of Vice President Harris. We had been earlier told
She's on
by
top of the
White
roof.
House, that there was a lid until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time,
Jump!
suggesting she might start venturing over the few miles from the vice president's residence in Northwest Washington over here to Howard University.
For what?
But as you know, that was over 2 hours ago.
We know she ain't gonna
The White House
concede.
press pool has had no updates for over an hour.
We're still waiting for
maybe an
Hillary to
hour and a half.
concede.
And the last update we received from her was
Right.
simply that they were holding at the vice president's residence. It seems to me if the vice president and her team thought that there was an opportunity to declare victory.
If we
would
turn
have
off the
seen
volume, it
earlier
won't
by
happen.
now. But you're seeing this crowd. They have had very little to cheer about over the last hour plus. They cheered when.
See, that's not true. They have
CNN
something to
went
cheer about.
its
They just don't
reporter
realize
here.
it.
They cheered when the victorious candidate for the Senate in Maryland, Angela Also Brooks, was seen giving her speech. They cheered when a slate went up showing that Andy Kim won his race, the Democrat in New Jersey.
Yeah, congratulations on the
By
three
and large,
races that
we've
you guys
seen
won.
Former President Trump is maintaining these leads in battleground states, and I would describe the mood here as apprehensive plus.
What an accurate song for them to be playing.
Thank you very much.
I didn't even catch it. What song is it?
Our coverage continues now.
Belle Biv DeVoe, Poison. She's poison.
All right, it is the top of the hour here. It's midnight on the East Coast as our
Thank God for that
special
extra hour. I'm gonna need it.
continues. I'm Rob
Right.
Astorino.
And I'm Lydia Serrani. Polls closing just now in Hawaii, the second to last state in the country. 4 electoral votes up for grabs in the Aloha
I'll
state,
take 'em.
one that historically votes for the Democrat candidate. We're here now with Matt and Mercedes.
Yeah,
Schnapp. We've got
after
a lot
what
to
happened with
discuss.
those fires, I don't think they're going to vote for no Democrat.
Well, see, that's what I put in the chat. I was like, $700 just wasn't enough to buy those votes.
And so I don't have
Yep.
my IFB.
That's
Matter of fact, I think that was the ultimate slap in the face.
Yeah.
I need my IFB. Please, can you give me? You took it off of me.
You know, I gotta say,
Give me my
it's been one of the most fascinating nights,
Yeah.
I think, so far. It looks like the election map is appearing more like 2016 as opposed to 2020. Obviously, I think it's even better than 2016 when you're looking at the popular vote at this time. And the
Yeah.
fact is that Trump is making inroads in so many of these states, but still, now you've got what the Harris campaign. They're going to get some rest till tomorrow. I've never in my
Can we
lifetime
talk about
I've
that
never heard
for
of
a
that.
quick second?
Never
The fact
heard of
that the
that.
campaign
Now I got it.
manager sent out an email and said, go get some rest and we'll finish strong tomorrow.
No one
Like,
ever does
who
that.
does that?
No, exactly. Not especially not when you're trying to just make the fight, make the case that you could maybe in some way win one of these blue states. But there, I think possibilities, the Democrats' paths, it's just crumbling right before our eyes. You have Trump winning in Georgia, Trump winning in North Carolina. And then obviously the numbers in Pennsylvania, numbers in Wisconsin, looking very favorable for Donald Trump.
And in terms of the balance,
As soon as
of
we
power,
call them, I'll
the
feel a lot
Republicans
better.
Will take control of the
Right.
United States Senate, and if you're just looking at the numbers right now, they're going to hold on to. I think they're going to hold on to that House majority. What that majority is going to look like is still up for grabs, but we, I think that at this point, it looks like they've got the momentum to hold the majority as well.
I was going to say some flips in New York to the Democrats, some flips to the Republicans in
This
Pennsylvania.
girl with the blue dress having all kinds of
So
trouble with
it
her
could be a
microphone.
wash as we go to a lot of like 5 key races in
Like
California.
I said, this has not been a good night for Newsmax.
But there's one thing we know.
Technically
Rob,
speaking, they've
it's
been
that
just having
Chuck
trouble.
Schumer, he's been fired
Yes,
by
he
the
has.
American people, and the Republicans will have an opportunity to really govern, especially if Donald Trump wins this race, which it looks more and more that that's going to be the case. But, again, not a lot coming out of Kamala Harris's campaign.
I
They're
shall
kind of
return.
quiet. I think they might be
Yep.
in shock that the numbers have been so bad. And with that being said, it's because of the black votes, the Hispanic votes. It is a whole new coalition that's coming together for the Republican Party.
And we're going to call that the Republicans have control of the Senate officially. I mean, when you add Montana,
Nice.
West Virginia was
Very
early
nice.
and easy. When you have Bernie Moreno,
Now we
winning
just
in
need to finish with
Ohio,
the House.
you know, now they've got a little wiggle room, and they could pick up in Michigan, they could pick up in Wisconsin, and they could pick up in Pennsylvania. We still haven't really gotten some, you know, a hefty amount of numbers yet in Arizona and Nevada. We'll see where that goes. But Rick, you're in, where are you, in Wisconsin right now? Is that where you want to go into?
Yeah, we'll
So
go
what's
to
happening there?
Wisconsin, which we really haven't talked too much about. And the reason we haven't talked about it is because to win Wisconsin would be great, but you need another state to put you over the top. But what it shows here is Donald Trump's doing exceptionally well. He's, if you look, same with Eric Hovde, the Senate candidate, running about a point or so behind, 76% of the vote in. Where's Kamala Harris going to make it up? Where's she going to make this up? Well, obviously, there's only a couple places, because if you look at the state of Wisconsin, there's only a couple places where Democrats really win, and one is the city of Milwaukee and the county of Milwaukee. 76% of the vote is in overall, only 59% in, so there's some space there. Let's look at Dane County, which is where Madison, which the University of Wisconsin is. 96%, not many votes there for her to pick up. And you know, again, these counties outside are not big counties, 100% in. Another county, it's 100% in. There's not a lot of space for
she's running
her
out
to
of
pick up. The counties that she's winning, these were counties that Biden won too, but most of the vote is in. So you really have to come back to, is there enough vote in Milwaukee with a little bit more room than the overall to make it up? I think it's looking pretty slim. I mean, we haven't made any call right now, but it looks like a pretty long shot for her to be able to come back and pull that off. And same thing, you know, Harrison and Hovde, pretty much the same numbers. There it is, 60% of the vote in, and it's not happening. So Wisconsin does it. If we declared Wisconsin the winner, Trump would not be president, but it's another path that Kamala Harris doesn't have to win the White House.
Rob, if I can jump in
It's like
here,
playing
we're
chess.
getting intel
Take out the
that right
pieces
now,
one
it
by
looks like
one.
Arizona isn't counting at this point, and Pennsylvania is a bit
It's like
stalled.
going for the
Wisconsin is
check
waiting
bait on the king.
Milwaukee, and that is just starting to come in. I mean,
Keep
these
backing
are
them into corners.
right now. I got to tell you, it is going to be a long night. As
Yeah.
much as we're all antsy to
Right.
call Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, it might take us quite a while to get there.
But that Dearborn number, that's huge.
Dearborn number, very fascinating in the sense that
Yes,
you're
Goddess, but that depends on where they live. Like they were saying, in most of the places where she's blue,
Kamala Harris 14.
they're at like 100%. So where else she's going to get them? Milwaukee is about the only place right now for her to pull anything from.
Kamala Harris's administration has handled the whole situation in the Middle East, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, Rick Santorum.
So
brought
maybe
it up
all the people
earlier,
that you
gender
know in-
ideology issue.
That's
biological males.
You said they were
competing
from
in girls'
Milwaukee, so
sports,
okay, yeah, that
things
makes
like
that makes sense
really
now.
have
I guess I
turned off
should
the
have
Muslim
read your
community. And I have to
comment
say,
a little bit
between
closer.
CPAC and the work that Rick Grinnell has done out there, they have courted the Arab American vote. They have courted the Muslim vote, brought them over to the
And also the Albanian vote. I have a lot of family, exactly,
Yeah.
Chaldean. I have a lot of family members in the suburbs outside of Detroit, and they are against the woke. They don't like the whole trans stuff. They don't like the whole LGBTQ. They are pro-family.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, they can have different religions, but they are focused on family. All right, let's head over to Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the Trump campaign is holding their huge election night party. Senior correspondent John Huddy is there live for us now. John, we're seeing on social media that President Trump arrived. He gave even a little kiss to Marla Maples there, right? Isn't that's nice. He gets along with his exes. John?
So he's there now.
From
All
what
right.
I'm hearing from what we're hearing at Mar-a-Lago, it's a very, very optimistic mood, and that's really what we're seeing and hearing as I've been describing here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. I'm starting to see, by the way, more people coming from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center here, members of his campaign.
Gotta
surrogates,
get something to eat,
some
man. I
of
was
those
getting
faces
hungry.
that we've seen throughout the course of this campaign. I believe I saw Senator Marco Rubio, just kind of down the riser, doing an interview with one of the other networks a short time ago. But, that's perhaps
Funny, we're going to
indicative that
naturally
many folks that
associate people that
possibly
are not
coming over
smart with the
here. I did
Democrats.
talk to a senior staff official. Don't really have a timetable on that. Obviously, now we're in the overnight
I
hours.
agree.
Mercedes, you made the
And
comment.
stop
it's gonna be a
forcing
long
that
night.
shit on
It's
people.
already been a long night, for everybody here. But the mood is certainly optimistic as we're looking at the numbers. As the numbers continue to come in, Trump obviously won Florida. He won Miami-Dade County. I don't want to repeat myself too much about that, but it is significant because clearly, back in 2020, Trump lost Miami-Dade County, which is traditionally blue by, I think, about 10 points. Well, tonight he won by more than 10 points, and we're seeing that nationally as well, and in also, the Hispanic vote in the so-called blue wall states, in Michigan and Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and other parts of the country, as well as we're seeing voters being concerned about not only the economy, but immigration, the border crisis, something that Trump has really drilled down upon throughout the course of the campaign, but not only domestic issues, but international issues. You guys, I've been talking when I can get off the riser and go talk to folks and some of the people, some of the Trump supporters, they're concerned about what's happening internationally. They're concerned about the ongoing war in Ukraine, the funding for Ukraine, and what's happening in the Middle East, the potential for war with Iran. There was even Israeli intelligence, you guys, that Iran was possibly planning an attack on Israel to coincide with Election Day here. So that is a very real threat. People here, while they're optimistic, while they're enthusiastic, they do understand that it is going to be a long night and morning ahead, but that so much is at stake, both here and abroad. Back to you.
John Huddy, senior correspondent, thank you so much for joining us. All right, Newsmax has a projection right now. Kamala Harris taking New Mexico 52% over Trump 45%. Again, Kamala Harris, Newsmax projecting taking New Mexico.
5
So what
electorals.
is that? I see you shaking your head, Thomas.
No, it just astonishes me that a border state that has suffered so much
Really?
at the hands
No
of the
shit.
Biden-Harris administration when it comes to immigration, and also a big energy policy state where their policies and the have crushed the economy in New Mexico that they've managed to hold on.
Yeah,
to that.
I think there has been a lot of investment in New Mexico from a get out the vote effort. There was a time back, I believe, under President Bush that he did win New Mexico. I believe it was in 2000 or 2004. And so the Republicans lost that state. And you have to remember, you have the resources. Where are you going to go? You're going to go into the bigger battleground states that are going to give you the bigger numbers.
Right.
So New Mexico it's 7 points, not that bad. A 7-point difference for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris without really investing too much in
Some
that state.
investment that could make a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah, but at the same point, you shouldn't have to invest in that state because they just got their asses kicked for 4 years.
Sanchez, who was lieutenant
Right.
governor there.
At some point in time, there's a
there is
sign in the Colorado River that states you
time
must
to keep
participate in
building
your own
on
rescue.
The wins of the Republican Party, especially if they're able to really maintain this Hispanic vote that's becoming more and more independent in these different states.
I want to go to Nebraska for 1 second because there was a lot of talk about Deb Fischer potentially losing this race. Some polls had her down. She looks like she's going to win this race, and that is a big hold for the Republicans. The Don Bacon, though, the CD2 race, Don Bacon, Tony Vargas race, which could have an impact on the entire House. Bacon has come back now. It is very, very close. We'll see if he can pull that out. You have all those blue dots in Omaha, which is what they put a big emphasis on. Remember, it could have come down to a scenario, maybe it's still good, but it could have come down to a scenario of that one electoral college vote, because they don't give it winner take all in Nebraska, where that CD2, Omaha, could have played a role nationally in giving Kamala Harris a win. She's going to win that district, but it looks like Republicans are going to win that state. But what do you got for us, Rick, in Nebraska?
Yeah, there's CD2. So you see it's still 20% of the vote in. Don Bacon just neck and neck. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, he's a military history there, and don't know what's out, so I can't tell you what's going on. But we've called Nebraska. both Senate races. Ricketts, who is in a special election, and Deb Fischer, who's running again. Those have both been called. For some reason, we don't have the Democrats up there, but it has been called for that. But if I can, just let me run through the blue wall one more time, just so we can say what are the scenarios where Kamala Harris can come back, because we haven't called the race yet. Everyone's sort of celebrating, but let's just wait and see what do we have here that could make it possible for Kamala Harris to come back. It's only a couple of point lead. We have 80% of the vote in now, so it's up a little bit. What I mentioned before, Bucks County, which is one of the most pro-choice counties in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is now with 55% of the vote leaning toward Trump. It started out a big lead. He is now coming back. There's a chance that he could actually win Bucks County. But these are the counties. 40% of the vote is right there. 40% of the vote.
Colorado. I mean, go figure this shit out.
Is in that Philadelphia metro.
65% reporting, and 55% to 42% for Kamala Harris. They got fucking
a little less than the 80% statewide.
Venezuelan gangs taking over their apartment complexes.
80% pretty much
right
on the statewide number.
What the fuck?
Delaware
What
County,
level of stupid are you?
Actually, not as much opportunity.
Obviously, a special level.
Here you have Philadelphia. Again, 80%. That number, Trump number, is actually down a little bit. It was up to 21.5. Now it's down to just 20. So this is where she has to make it up. But if you look at what the percentage of vote in versus the statewide, it's almost the same, which means all these blue counties have about 20% left also, because the other county with a big number is Allegheny County, and that's 95% in already.
Senator, can we show Michigan real quick? Because I wanted to go over to Kilmeny Dukart, who's live for us from Novi, Michigan at a Mike Rogers watch party. I want to look there. Michigan, seven counties, 95% reporting Trump tracking 4 points better than he did 4 years ago. So it looks like he's doing exactly what he needs to do to win that state.
Yeah, 54%. We have 54% in. You notice that Trump and Rogers are running pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's amazing to me.
Wayne County. The big problem here is Wayne County is only 28% in. It's the largest county in the state. It's the most Democratic county in the state. Largest African-American population. Oakland County, which is, that's about 85%, and that's actually good news for Rogers and Trump. And one of the other bigger counties, again, 78%. And so really it's going to come down to Wayne versus a lot of these counties that haven't reported they're going to be red counties.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It comes back down to
Because that gets you up around Traverse City and a lot of those, and they're where all the
hour. So that's going to be interesting, because there's always this dynamic of who speaks first, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to be
more
Donald
wealthy
Trump or
people
Kamala Harris? Do you want to
go
too
on
early,
vacation in
too late?
Michigan?
So we'll see what
you
her
saw
message
that. You
is,
saw that
because-
gaffe before where she was pretending to be on the phone and then she actually.
Oh, wait,
showed
that
her
was
camera.
earlier today.
Yeah.
But remember, this is the campaign, the Kamala campaign, saying, go to bed, get some rest. It's going to be a long night.
All right. Kilmeny Dukart joins us live now from Novi, Michigan at a Mike Rogers watch party. Talk to me, Kilmeny, about the vibe there. How's it going?
Yeah, so here at Mike Rogers campaign headquarters, there has been a lot of enthusiasm, especially when we're seeing these races called for the former president. Now, obviously, Michigan is still counting the votes. It's still quite early, but there's a sense of enthusiasm here as we have seen Mike Rogers pulling ahead slightly over his Democratic opponent.
If you got the money, it's not a bad gig.
Alyssa Slotkin. But you
Right.
mentioned
They actually have a castle up that way that has horseback riding and everything that you can do. I took a girlfriend there once. Cost me about 2 weeks' pay to do it, but
Yeah, but they still haven't found the body, so it's money well spent.
Many of them
I'm sitting right here. There was no body to find.
Because he has
Wasn't you we were worried
the
about.
community, he has spoken with them. They've had direct engagement. Kamala Harris did not visit Dearborn. They've been very frustrated by the Biden administration, Biden-Harris administration's handling of Israel's war with Hamas. And they're essentially going to, they're wanting to bet on Republicans at this point. It's been very interesting because we are seeing a lot of indications right now.
I'm all about
that
some good
Dearborn
seafood.
is going
Yeah.
toward Trump. This, again, it's important to mention, is a Democratic stronghold. And we've been told by political strategists that if Republicans take Wayne County, this would be quite a seismic shift. This could certainly be something that could push Republicans over the top when it comes to Michigan. But there's been a tremendous amount of enthusiasm here, but still very early in Michigan right now.
All right, Kilmany, thank you so much. We were just now talking of Michigan. That was a huge endorsement by that imam, right?
Oh yeah, huge.
That was huge. Who would think, you were just saying it, Rob, that the Muslim vote could push Trump towards victory?
Well, you know, I have to give Ambassador Rick Grenell a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
And Donald Trump a lot of credit, because they realize he's very pro-Israel. He's got great support in the Jewish community. But as Rick says, people want peace in the Middle East, and they don't think the Biden policy of weakness is helping anybody. So there's actually something that Muslims, Arabs, Jews, Christians can all agree on, which is a weak foreign policy is awfully dangerous for Israel. And so air voters in this country, and specifically in Michigan, like the message. We'll see if it works. I have a feeling it's working. I feel very confident about Michigan right now.
Here's the other thing they'll agree on: God.
Yes, it's true. The monotheistic religions. That's why we called it the.
So holding in
Abraham
Pennsylvania at
Accords, right?
86% reporting in. Donald Trump has got 50.9 to 48.1.
You're a Republican, you just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
That's with a lot of people. We're seeing that this
And
year.
there's two dynamics also happening that we're seeing in other states. We'll see if this replicates in Michigan as well. The rural turnout, massive for
Yes.
Donald Trump. That helps it in helping out in basically balancing off what's happening in the urban areas. But in addition to that, 12% of Michigan's population, union voters.
That's right.
And that is going to be the area where Donald Trump has made massive inroads again into this area.
And that's the
But
reason why they would not
out of the
endorse
Republican Party.
Kamala.
The Republican Party for too
Right.
long would not go into these communities, the Muslim
They
communities.
said no to the
Hispanic
Ugandan.
communities and the Black communities. And I think President Trump and the campaign.
Well, she's got every other
put it all on the
ethnicity. She might as well have
table
that
and
one
said,
too.
We're going to go into all these communities and make our case. And literally winning with the message is why we're seeing the results I believe we're seeing
When you knit this together,
in these districts.
I'll always want a lobster roll.
All these people
Yeah.
together. A lot of establishment Republican consultants, they hate all this stuff, this niche politics.
Daggum,
and
this
everything
may be
else,
one
but
of the longest
it
streams I've
really,
ever done.
really
5
works.
hours and
People feel
25
like
minutes
they've
and
lost
counting.
their voice with
I
cancer.
did that all-nighter
Because
that
your
time for
personal
the
faith,
Children's
your
Network.
voice doesn't count. And so when Donald Trump and his surrogates,
That was like 12
tell them,
hours
you know,
long.
You'll have a seat at the table.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
We talk a lot about
Had some
Black
good shows,
communities
though.
Or other LDS or other communities.
That
have
was
done a good
another
job
one. You're
with.
right
Yes.
about that.
Yeah.
The LDS community in Arizona, that's something that when we were out in Arizona, J.D. Vance
New
met with the
Legacy
LDS community. Carrie
had
Lake
his
spent a lot of
audience
time
come
as
and
well. So
invade
really
the
getting
stream,
that
and
Mormon
I
vote
picked up like 100
in
subs that night.
Arizona also was
Wow,
one of the
nice.
All right, let's continue
Yeah, it
this
was really cool.
conversation after the break. Don't go
And it was
anywhere.
like at 2 in the morning too when I needed that boost. I had my little alert thing on. It's like ding, 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 ding. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for
Oh.
only $50.
Whew.
Lord have mercy. Can we please take this thing across the finish line? The longer this drags out, the more I get itchy.
Oh, that sucks.
Hey, at least you have some in your freezer. I don't even have any in my freezer. Closest I got's 2 miles away, and they ain't open.
Yeah. Oh man.
Indeed. There is no way I'm going to go to sleep, though, until I know it's official. AP will not call Georgia, man. They just 93% reporting in. Trump up 50.8 to 48.5. Come on, man. Give me a fucking break already. The fix is in. These guys just don't want to do any of this shit.
No, because that gives him 16 electoral
Yeah.
votes.
But he's already got. I'm presuming Fox has called it. I'm not going to check on them. They can go fuck themselves.
see whether you should go to bed or
No, do
No,
not go
you
to bed.
can't,
Do
because
not
look
go
at
to bed.
this.
This is the election of our lifetime.
It
We are
is,
watching
and there's no way I'm going to bed.
This is exciting. I mean, there's a lot of good things happening all over the place. I think if you're a Republican, you're probably feeling better right now than a Democrat would.
I felt
But
better an
look,
hour
there's
ago.
Still lots of votes to be counted in
Yeah.
Wayne County, which is Detroit. Still in Philadelphia. You still have
I
some
don't
areas
trust
in
these
Pennsylvania
motherfuckers.
that haven't come in yet. So it ain't over till it's over.
It ain't over. All right, we have reporters at hotspots throughout the nation. Caroline Ryan in Atlanta, Mike Carter in Pittsburgh, John Glasgow in Scottsdale, Arizona, Kilmany Dukart in Novi with Michigan, and John Huddy at headquarters.
Please
Trump
call some
headquarters,
states.
and James Rosen. We
Right.
have reporters everywhere at Harris campaign headquarters. All right, welcome back everybody to our Newsmax special election.
Michigan, 52%.
America decides. I mean, this is huge.
Trump has
you just
52%
don't
as
know.
well.
This would be the
The
comeback of
45.
the
I mean, that's a
century.
big
The
number to
comeback
make
of the
up.
century. All right, do you get
Right,
goosebumps
2
even?
centuries because
Yeah.
it really hasn't happened since Grover Cleveland. I've been reading a lot about Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland.
Minnesota's
is no
59% now.
I'll tell you. This is an
Reported
amazing
in.
thing. I mean, it's
They're
not
saying
over yet.
Kamala's
but,
got 41 to 46 for
It's a
Trump.
story like it's a fiction novel.
I don't know.
Right.
Right. This election of 2020, which was unlike anything we ever saw. We all remember that night. Mercy and I were at the White House that night. Crazy. And then they try to put him in jail.
Wisconsin,
Right?
80%
And then they
reporting
try to
in.
take all of his money.
Trump is up
They
51
prosecute him in
to
all these
47.
states. Then
What the fuck
DOJ
you waiting
gets
for to
weaponized
call
when
it,
Joe
man?
Biden
You
used
called it for
it's not
a
his
smaller
DOJ, by the way.
amount
He
in
thought
other
it was,
states.
and used his DOJ to go after his political opponent. And then he was going to be in jail. He was supposed to be in jail at this time, and he would be
That's right.
campaigning for president, which is why everyone said, how does he do all these rallies? In his head, he always knew that they thought he was going to be in prison. So he's like, I've got freedom. I'm going to use every moment I have of freedom. I'm not even going to golf.
And
I'm
even
going to
when he
go.
was chained basically to a courthouse here in New York City, right? He was going to the Bronx. He was going to the
And
bodegas.
then-
He was going to Harlem. He was going to Queens. Everywhere in New York City.
And then the establishment Republicans in D.C. said, oh, he's going to, be a weight on all these congressional candidates. He's going to be a weight on all these Senate candidates. You're going to see a series of additional Senate wins, I believe, tonight.
Mhm.
He wasn't a weight. He actually pulled them over the finish line. So everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it, but now he's got this. If he wins the presidency, which I believe he will, but I'm not the person that gets to call these states. If I was, I'd have a lot more fun right now. But when he gets this job, it's also going to be a daunting task to take on the swamp. All the people try to put him in prison and get to
Leading
work
in Arizona,
without
but it's
letting it be
slim.
a personal vendetta thing, but just do what the country needs.
But I think he has experience now. He knows what to
He
expect
does.
when he walks in as opposed to 4 years ago. I'm looking at New York. So he lost New York by 23 points 4 years ago.
It's probably half that now.
It's less than 11.
Wow.
This is like Virginia.
It's crazy. So I mean, you talk about that forgotten person all
Right.
over, and that suburban person that doesn't like what's happening. New York is a perfect example. Tom,
1 hour
you
ago,
want to go out west?
Elon Musk
We can go out
posted
west. All right,
game,
let's go to Arizona,
set,
guys.
match.
How are you?
Hi, Tom.
I'll believe
Let's
it
go
when
to
I see it.
Arizona, and still counting votes there. 55.6% of the votes in Maricopa County. Harris actually overperforming where Biden was. Donald Trump kind of hovering about where he was in 2020. The same thing in Tucson, but there are a lot of votes that have yet to come in here in Arizona. I've also been taking a look here at where we are in Pennsylvania, because PA is just, as you know, I mean, there's so many dynamics at play in PA. But when you take a look at Philadelphia County, which is the city of Philadelphia, and then also Montgomery and Chester and Delaware County. So this whole area here, these Philadelphia suburbs, consistently what we've been seeing is Kamala Harris underperforming by about a point or two, Donald Trump overperforming his 2020 numbers by about a point or two. So Donald Trump continues to be ahead in the state of Pennsylvania by about 150,000 votes. And if you want to head to Wisconsin, let's see where we are there at this hour. Donald Trump ahead 51.2 to Harris's 47.3. And again, in the city of Milwaukee, Donald Trump seems to be overperforming where he was in 2020. And remember, this is a game of inches in in these states. They're not going to be big blowouts. This could still come down to a few thousand votes in a few counties in a couple of states as to who actually breaks through in that blue wall. Well, we're going to continue to track all of this throughout the night.
Yeah, Matt. The one thing that we've been saying all along, you had this great Republican news in the southern states and the Sun Belt states on the early vote, and you had a lot of people trying to interpret what that meant. The fear is that they have this term cannibalize. You cannibalize your election day vote by getting those same people that would have voted. For instance, Mercy and I voted early in Virginia. We were going to vote on election day if we had the chance to, but Newsmax wanted us in New York, so we voted early. And so what it looks like in Arizona with, I believe, Harris having a lead in Maricopa County, which is 60% of the state. It's a Republican state, although it's a suburban, it's a swing in a way, but it's Republican. She's got a lead in Maricopa. So you have this whole question. There was so much enthusiasm about the hundreds of thousands of votes that we came into Arizona with the early vote. That being said, Donald Trump continues to do amazing with Hispanics, 2 counties, Santa Cruz and Yuma. He's doing incredibly well. He's improved greatly in both of those counties.
Do you credit that immigration to that? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so. I think
100%.
Pima.
Yeah.
I'd love to dig into Pima too. Pima's on, Mercy and I have visited the border there. That's where Tucson is. They've just been ravaged by crime.
She's winning Pima with 62.6.
But it's a very Democrat area.
Yeah.
So the question is, has he improved his position from 4 years ago?
Tom, can we look at Pima County in Arizona?
Absolutely. Let's.
Because that's definitely one of the areas back in 2020, President Biden won Pima County 58% and then Trump 39%.
Pima County is Tucson or Flagstaff? Tucson. Okay, there we go. All right, so right now, Harris is at 62.6, Trump at 36.6, 52.1% of the vote in there.
It looks like state after state, Trump is exceeding or at least meeting benchmarks.
Yeah.
She's ahead. She's doing better than Biden.
She's doing better.
She is, but that's at 52%.
Yeah, I think that'll change.
That I think can change. I think one of the things to look at there is that Kerry Lake has been trailing at about 4 points.
Infrared, man, it's all your fault.
Seeing if she can make up those numbers as they go along. So I think as opposed to McCormick, that's been just trailing behind Donald Trump by just 1 point or just much closer in those numbers.
There's a tremendous amount of mail ballots at state.
I'm right there with you, Goddess.
A lot of mail voting. My understanding is that they are counting these ballots at the precinct level. So it's
isn't that going to be funny? It's going to be racist, but this time it's going to be the black people.
Next drops.
All right, let's check in now with
he's right. I just went over and looked through.
The Democrats are always the ones that have been saying, I'm black, I can't be racist.
Right. But he's right. I went over there and I'm looking. I'm looking through a bunch of posts, and a lot of these people are blaming like the Hispanics and the black people for
where the crowd here
voting for Trump, saying that they're going to whoop their ass. And I'm like, these are two groups you do not want to fuck with.
1 a.m. Eastern time.
You want to fuck around and find out? That's the way to do it.
Of the several thousand who turned out to see,
and not for anything.
They're
with us, we're with them. So
stick around and wait
yeah,
to show up. From the
there's that too.
You're getting it wrong when you're talking about black and brown. It's red that you got to worry about.
Around 4 p.m. Eastern time, we have had no updates, guys.
All right, James Rosen, thank you, and enjoy that.
You ain't
beat.
seen nothing until you seen a redneck, a Hispanic, and a
just
black man all
that,
standing
President
side by
Trump's
side,
actually
ready to
flipping
whoop
some of
some
the
ass. I'm
counties
telling
in
you.
Tim Walz's home state in Minnesota. So, Tom, I'm so curious. What's going on there?
We're finally going to talk about Minnesota. Let's go.
Come
Thanks,
on.
Mercy. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
I mean, it's
Let's-
only 12:30
that's
in the morning. Come on.
No, we're a little delirious.
Well, we've got 52 to 40 to 45. But let's take a look at those.
I'm seeing a lot of
2020
red.
numbers,
This doesn't make
and,
sense.
We'll do a little Rorschach test and see what we can see here.
What is there, like 3 people
let's
living
take
in
a
all
look
that red?
and see where we are with Rochester. So there isn't a lot that has come in. Minneapolis and St. Paul. 98% of the vote in.
Tom, go
there-
back to 2020 for Hennepin County.
Yeah.
Because that's Minneapolis, which was burned to the ground, of course. Let's see what they're doing there.
Okay. 70% to 27%. That's 2020. Let's see where we are today.
Exactly the same.
They're keeping the numbers.
They like
so
they like
far.
the smell of burning rubber.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say they want their
She's
city
doing
burned
what
down.
she
Fucking
needs to
burn it
do.
down.
In
You're about to get your
Minnesota,
wish again,
seems to be
apparently.
holding her numbers, her numbers there. But again, we have a lot more votes to count in the state of Minnesota.
And another indication of the pendulum swinging towards the right. Prop 36, it looks like it's passing overwhelmingly in California. That is it's reversing. That's the proposition,
Okay.
reversing the soft on crime Prop 47.
And she wouldn't say how she
reimposing
voted.
Exactly, for drug and theft crimes. So
Yeah.
there you have Californians that are sick and tired of these revolving door justice system. They want people prosecuted. They want the bad guys to be put away. So even California is waking up.
I'd love to see how these Soros prosecutors are doing as well. I saw some polls heading into election day that they were behind. I don't think crime is a popular topic.
That's what I was
Yeah.
just going to get your punch.
Steve Garvey, former Dodger, not doing so well.
Great first baseman.
Yes, is this year's Dodgers did very well, winning the World Series, but Garvey is trailing.
And then they
Adam
burned down the
Shea by
city.
a lot in that state.
Right.
I don't think he ran a great race, by the way. Hard to
Look,
raise money.
California is so impossible
I know it is,
to
but I would have
win.
hitched my ride to that.
Red is the
proposition.
color of
Yeah.
And I
blood.
don't think he did.
Mm-hmm.
But look,
And the fact
that was a
Kamala-
hard race.
What
to
did you
win.
That'll
think
be the name
fact
of the
that
movie
Kamala
when they
Harris
start
would
telling the
not
story
say
about
where
what
she
happened.
voted on that prop? I mean, that is incredible to me.
Look, she wants to build the walls. She wants to put you in prison. I mean,
But we don't know
She didn't know where she sat at the end. It's one of the reasons why she should be the
Touché.
blue wall should be being called for her, or at least a couple of these states should be, and they're not, because she didn't connect to people, and the people she thought she had got confused at the end.
Mm-hmm. Tom's got up right now, Erie County.
This is
That is
important.
huge.
Yeah.
Huge right now.
They say as goes Erie, so goes Pennsylvania. And remember, when we first started talking
From
today,
your mouth to God's ears,
about
let's
this
call
race,
it.
Harris was way ahead, 100% of the votes in.
Wow.
Donald Trump is going to win Erie County, Pennsylvania by about 2,000 to 3,000 votes. So that could be a harbinger
It's
of
still
what
showing
is yet to come.
50.9 to
Let's take a
48.1.
look.
And
There you go.
86%
Wow.
reporting in.
There you
About
go.
2,000 vote difference.
Wow.
Same thing, other way now with Donald Trump winning Erie County. That is a
That's a big deal.
That's a very big deal.
And Senator
right.
Come on,
Fetterman
man, let's
earlier,
go.
was
Do
talking to
this.
Greg
Yeah.
Van Susteren, and Carl Higbee, and he was very honest about, all that red you see in the middle of the state.
If you're the
nobody wants
AM
to talk to
reporter
them if they're a
team that's like
Democrat, right?
sleeping
They just
overnight,
skip
getting ready to
over
come in
them.
early in the
And
morning.
He said, I go to those counties because I want to
Are you
hear
actually
them."
getting any
And he was
sleep?
talking about Erie County,
Knowing
and
that
he
the
says,
news
"I
is
think
being
whoever
made right
wins
now?
Erie County is going to win.
So what
Not
about
really,
Erie County
probably.
with Dave McCormick? Is he following the same trend, Tom?
Let's take a look.
I'm putting you to work.
Press the
You need-
button.
gotta keep- gotta
Interesting.
keep me
Sounds like
Look at
Erie
that
already
one,
came
Matt.
All right,
through.
very close
Yeah,
Wow.
50% Bob Casey,
to 49.
49% David McCormick.
This Senate race is going
Skag out already.
razor thin.
They have 700,000 ballots still to count in Maricopa. They're going to have, unfortunately,
saying in
days
Arizona.
in Arizona. They're going to
Okay.
have days to count these ballots. So here's a question for you, Tom, as we talk about our pathways.
Yeah.
Let's say we don't really have anything definitive out of Arizona, but Pennsylvania keeps going the way of Erie County.
Right.
All right. Well,
Where do we sit in that scenario?
okay. Well, let's take a look.
Please, thank you.
So what we'll do is we'll turn Arizona. We'll turn Arizona sort of swing, right?
Gray,
So we're
yeah.
going to keep it there.
Okay.
We're going to keep it gray. Let's, for argument's sake, right now, just turn Michigan and Wisconsin. All right.
Yeah.
But to keep
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania red. Okay. And maybe Trump pulls off Nevada. You're at 250. You're at 255. He should be able to bring in Alaska. You're at 250. You're at 258.
So you're going to need one of those states.
One of
Yep.
those,
The
you have to get two
Arizona
of the
with-
blue states.
Yeah.
So
Blue wall states.
and right now, I mean, if we go back out of this, go out of this predictive mode, he is ahead in all three of the blue wall states, and he's ahead in Arizona at the moment. So, so again, but he's got a couple of different a couple of different paths. I mean, if you want to
I just think that you might know about the blue wall states before you have definition on Arizona. So it's
Interesting.
interesting to see if we get there in the early morning light with two of the three blue wall states.
Well, staying on Pennsylvania, let's bring in Jeffrey Lord, columnist for the American Spectator and political analyst. Jeff, what do you think about this? Is it true? Who wins Erie? What's the saying, Tom Basili?
As Erie
goes, so goes Pennsylvania.
So
There you
goes
go.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, the thing about Pennsylvania that I always find interesting is that everybody thinks that whatever happens in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh is it, when in fact you have the whole rest of the state of Pennsylvania, a good bit of which is not fond of either urban area. So what you get is this race to increase the votes in all of these counties in what we call the T, that stretches in the middle between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. They start at the Maryland line, go up to New York, to the New York border, and then go left to Erie and right to Wilkes-Barre and Scranton. And that's how Republican victories are won in this state. And it looks to me as if we're on the verge of doing that yet again. It's sort of a time-tested mechanism, but it works.
James Carville famously said that Pennsylvania is New York City surrounded by, I think, Alabama, right?
Alabama, that is correct.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Lord. We'll check in with you in a bit. All right. Keep it right here. The race to 270 continues. We'll be right back.
The AP simply doesn't want to call Georgia. 93% in, 50.8 Trump, 50.8 to Trump, and 48.5. She ain't making that up. Come on. I mean, Newsmax already called it, so I just feel better when everyone's on the same page. That's all. What's doing in Pennsylvania? 86% reported. And it is a 2%, a little better than 2% lead for Donald Trump. It's looking good. Pennsylvania's looking good. Just get us across the friggin' finish line. Michigan, only 56%. That's going to be another few minutes. But Trump's got a really decent lead. 52.3 to 45? 46. Call it 46. Jill Stein and, oh my God. Are you ready? You motherfucking idiots. Robert F. Kennedy has 16,000 votes. Dumbasses. You want to talk about Democrats? Those are Democrats. That's your candidate, then you vote for Trump, you stupid, dumb motherfuckers. That is staggering. $16,000 friggin' votes thrown away. They'd probably be calling Michigan for him right now if he had those votes. Jeez Louise.
We are looking at Pennsylvania right now as Rick Santorum. You gonna got some updates for us?
I do have some updates. Very interesting. Just for the record, for those who might be flipping around to different networks, we called Georgia very, very early in the evening.
Yes.
A network, Fox, has yet to call Georgia. MSNBC, though, just did call Georgia.
Yeah. Yes.
And so Georgia, North Carolina had now been called.
They also waited 2 hours on North Carolina.
They always wait. So
And the AP still hasn't given it to them.
And
Good job.
not that we're ready to call Pennsylvania, but we're getting close. If you look at this race and you can see the percentage it's up to 83%. And let's go back to the presidential race. And where is the outstanding vote? And the reason it's not been called is that there's still a substantial outstanding vote in the city of Philadelphia, 83% overall, 81%, pretty much in line. And again, Trump exceeding expectations. If you go back in 17% as opposed to almost 21%, or 18% as opposed to 21,
18%.
which surprisingly, again, 15 to 18, 18 to 21. Every year, Trump has been making gains in the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's because people like that money.
So again, up to 81%, which is pretty much where things are, and Trump's still holding a lead. Another county that he did not win last time around, that he is ahead of, again, still a third of the vote, but that another very positive sign there for Trump. The two swing counties, if you go back to 2024 and you look at Biden, the two big swing counties,
We got swing states, swing
that everyone
counties.
we're talking about is here in Northampton County, where Biden narrowly won. And you saw Tom Basile talk about Erie County that Biden narrowly won. Well, let's look at 2024. This is Bethlehem and Easton. Trump wins, and actually not a particularly narrow win, actually a pretty solid win, and still more vote to come. And Erie, a narrow win, but a solid win for him. So where's the Trump vote? Here's a big county. It's also an important county. That's Scott Perry's home county, which is a county that where Congressman Perry, who's the head of the Freedom Caucus, is in a tight race right now. But only 42% of that vote in, as you can see, 100,000 votes with 42%. It's a big county. And it's one that Trump is going to, you can see in 2024, won by 61%. So it's a county that Trump's got a lot of votes that he's going to be able to pick up to offset some of these votes coming here. And he's already, as you can see, a lead statewide let me get to the statewide number. Where is it? Let me go back here. That's national. Let's go to state. The statewide number, he's got a good almost 3% lead with, this is where we get the other number, 83% of the vote in. And the interesting thing here is that Dave McCormick is tracking almost identically with Donald Trump.
And can I tell you,
no one would have predicted that.
Rick, can I tell you something else? At least I don't predict races. I don't call races, but Raga is now saying Dave Sunday, this great candidate for Attorney General, will win in Pennsylvania too. So that's a good sign.
It's a great sign, because that's a race it's a down ballot race. Very little money was spent in that race. Just sort of the organic Republican vote. There's also two other races that are statewide offices. We're looking like we're going to win. Republicans are going to win both of those. So the organic vote looks like Republicans are posed to pick up 2 congressional seats in the state of Pennsylvania, neither of which were predicted.
And hold Scott Perry, it looks like.
And it's still a little early for that, but because of the York County vote. But again, that's his vote. That's his home county. And you will probably win that.
By the way, we were talking about it before. We had James Rosen. He said people were clearing out of that watch party, whereas at Mar-a-Lago, they're packing in.
They're flying in from all over.
They're flying in from all over. And then Caroline Levitt, she posted on X, sounds like the joy has left the building, talking about Harris.
They didn't run away when the gunshots were going off. They're certainly not going to leave because it's 2 in the morning.
In 2016, we were on an Amtrak up to New York City, and we were on with all the Hillary people. They were already celebrating. We were nervous as heck.
Yeah.
And then there was that, she didn't break the glass ceiling, and what was it? The Javits Center. I think maybe they knew that it wasn't going to be joyful tonight because they didn't.
And you got to ask yourself, what is Joe Biden doing? You know,
he's
what I mean?
laughing his ass off.
But he's got to be asking himself.
Probably.
Mercy, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Jill. I'm going to break some news here.
All right,
I think Jill Biden and Joe Biden want her to lose.
Is that why she
100%.
Is that why he said the garbage comment? He wanted to torpedo the campaign?
It was a nasty, bitter pill for Joe Biden to swallow from his own vice president and Nancy Pelosi to boot. And I don't think they ever got over it.
If she loses, he can always say, I would have won.
Well, the Babylon media is already out there saying that they're trying to figure out if they can make a late second switch. So,
I remember on Sunday when he found out that he was no longer running for the highest office in the land anymore. The night before, Joe Biden, he put out a statement saying he was unequivocally not dropping out. And so the very next day, then all of a sudden that statement came out, remember, and he didn't even sign it. And then he didn't officially endorsed Kamala. So you just wonder what really happened. And you know that Kamala Harris was installed because she didn't get a single primary vote.
They are hitting the exits right now at Kamala
but
Harris's
that's
election night. Well, it's not
Wow,
a party anymore,
that's
whatever
great.
it is. It's more like it's becoming
It's
like a funeral home over there,
exactly.
right? Yeah.
Well, and I think the breaking news is Kamala Harris, she's canceled all public appearances and speeches tonight and won't be
Oh, she's
addressing
canceled them for the
supporters.
last 60
They
days.
Moved from listening to what was happening on CNN, and then once I think one of the commentators says that this was feeling more like 2016 as opposed to 2020, they started playing very loud music.
I mean, the
I
fact
wonder-
that Trump is winning the
Harris
popular vote, that's pretty
headquarters.
incredible.
I
Trump,
think
I
that is
gotta
kind of
ask you-
amazing. I'd like to go back and look at those numbers.
But is it going to be? Remember 2016 when Donald Trump was up in Wisconsin, Matt? I mean, you remember this. Then people fell asleep, woke up the next morning, and then it was 100,000, votes that went in favor of Joe Biden. Do you think something like that could happen?
I think they put up the graphic on the
Yeah.
popular vote. Since I have old man eyes,
Which
I
is
can't read it, but
it's
is it good?
incredible.
It's very,
5 million
very
plurality
good.
right
He's-
now.
It
he's
is amazing.
killing
It's
it.
totally amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's face it, a Republican hasn't done this since I think 2004. That's like a generation ago. The way they changed the laws in
She's the least
California
popular
and New York
candidate
and
ever
other
to be nominated,
jurisdictions with just the
and
least
she didn't even get a
voting.
vote.
I'm not saying
Right.
he's going to carry the.
Nobody should
popular
be
vote, but
surprised.
This is quite an amazing thing. And the other thing is, 57 million. That's not 81. Now we have a lot.
You know
of
what?
still to
Infrared,
count,
I'd be
but,
curious to know what would have happened if they had left
People
him.
didn't like the 81 million.
Yeah.
It always seemed kind of high, kind of sky high.
He'd be
Well,
coming
we'll
out
see
right
where it comes
now,
out.
even
I
though
don't
it's
think
not
we're
over.
gonna
He'd be
hear
coming out right now.
Dog Night during the world.
I just want to say,
No.
everybody,
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm
Rick is
serious.
saying,
I
I'm
just want to
serious.
take a look at Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Can you go to back after that? Can you go to Michigan? I want to see what's going on in
Yep.
Wayne County because that's all hanging out there.
Okay, so
Yeah, right now it's all hanging out
Wisconsin's
there.
here, and again, if you want to go back out and look at the state of Wisconsin,
Let's.
51-47. If you go to the Senate race to see what they vote in, 85% of the vote in. You notice that Hovde is running about a point behind Donald Trump in the state of Wisconsin. Where can Kamala Harris come back? 4 points. That's not a small amount of money.
No.
Amount of votes. Where can she come back? Where the votes are, which is Milwaukee. 83% of the vote statewide, but only 63% of the vote in Milwaukee. If you look at Joe Biden in 2020, got pretty much a little bit better, but he got
He underperformed.
317,000 votes. She's not on a path to coming anywhere near 317,000 votes. She's only 182.
And Trump
with
overperformed.
2/3 of the vote in. So
Right.
she's going to underperform in Milwaukee. So where does Trump hold her off? Well, the big vote totals are suburban Milwaukee, and you look there in Ozaukee County, still 78% in,
Winning.
a little bit below the 83%. Same thing with Washington County, a little bit below the 83% statewide. Waukesha, which is the biggest suburban county, actually almost all in. But there's an opportunity in Racine County with only 56% in, and that, as you see, that's a pretty big county. So there are some votes outside. The other big center of Democratic vote is Dane County, where the University of Wisconsin is, and that's all in. So it really comes down to her being able to crank out a vote. And if you look at Milwaukee, it's hard to see how she gets there. We're not calling the race right now, but it's hard to see how she gets there, and it's hard to see, frankly, how Hovde doesn't get there too.
So Rick, she's got a Philly problem. She didn't get what she needed.
Right.
Or Donald Trump overperformed, and he's overperforming in Milwaukee.
Yep. And you can go, and the problem with Michigan, which I know, Rob, you wanted me to talk about, the problem with Michigan is Wayne County, where the city of Detroit is still only at 44% in. And that's the Senate race. Let's look at the presidential race. Compare that to where Biden was. She's running actually better than Biden so far. There's still a lot of vote to come in. Only
But she's still not going to beat him, and I beat him.
The vote in Michigan is still 66%. So there's still a longer way to go to Michigan. It's a lot slower counting. I'm not sure we're going to be able to call that any.
Let's talk about independents.
Speaking of
in
slow.
Georgia, independents, they broke for Trump, right? This is a group that went for President Biden in 2020 by 9 points. And then when they were asked during the exit poll, what was their biggest issue? They said the economy. So as James Carville said, it's the economy, stupid.
People vote with their
Talk to
wallets,
me,
man.
Mercy, about how
Historic
good
fact.
the independent vote is. I mean, I'm a registered independent. I always split the ticket if I feel like it. And I think I'm in good company.
I think it's like a growing phenomenon in America. I think more and more, and we've seen these in the Gallup polls, that people are moving away from party affiliations. And so
Pennsylvania at
you see this
90% reporting,
particularly with the Latino
51.2 for
voter,
Trump,
the younger Latino voter.
47.8
Younger voters like to be independent.
for Kamala, the
they are
Ugandan
your swing
giant.
voters. This is who you're going after. So this idea that you're seeing in these different states of the independent voters breaking towards Donald Trump, I think you're seeing this happening not only in Georgia, not only in North Carolina, but in places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We talked about this even in Arizona and Nevada, where they're going to play a very influential role of who's going to be the next president. But they don't want to be called Republican. They don't want to be called Democrat. They want
Well,
to
and this is, remember, Donald Trump's greatest appeal is that he wasn't a regular Republican.
But you know
he
what?
came as an
You
outsider.
know who's the loser, the big loser tonight? Liz Cheney.
Kamala Harris.
Think about it. Kamala Harris spent how much time doing
Why did
these
she
town
become
hall
this martyr?
meetings
When did she become
with
this like
Liz Cheney, the war hawk? Okay,
and then Whoopi
Like her
Goldberg saying
father.
she should head
Yeah,
the
she should be-
FBI.
oh yeah, to become attorney general or head the FBI.
Yeah.
I think.
Can
Liz
you
Cheney right now
imagine?
is the biggest loser of them all, and the fact that Kamala Harris spent more time with Liz Cheney because she thought she would pull away Republican votes instead of honing in on Hispanic voters and Black voters. I think that was definitely just such a misplay.
I think
from
where
the
Kamala Harris, her
campaign.
biggest mistake was when she was asked if you would have done anything different than
I
Joe
agree
Biden.
with you. And
She
it was
should have-
such an obvious question.
She should have easily just said, listen, why not be honest? I'm the vice president of the United States. I'm not in charge of X, Y, and Z. If I were in charge, I would have done this
You
or
know,
that.
it's like watching
Why
a
not
bad-
just be honest and
She's
say
like
that?
watching a bad golfer go to the tee box, and you're like,
Right.
oh my God, he's going to shank it again.
I
He's
made him
gonna
move
slice
away.
it. And this question would come. It was like, what's she going to do this time? And one time she goes, well, first of all, I'm not him. That was one of the answers she gave. And then she said nothing. I wouldn't do anything different. I mean, she could never get that question.
She
down.
said,
Look,
I'm
when you're
not
the
Donald
vice
Trump, so
president
that's
running
different.
to
Yeah,
replace the
thanks. Okay,
president,
Captain
the first
Obvious.
question you're going to get asked is, what would you do that would be distinct, right? George H.W. Bush had this question. Joe Biden had this question. And you're right, she flubbed it every time.
And Donald Trump, look, you know, from the first run in 2015, 2016, you knew exactly where he stood. The wall, whatever. That means immigration, right? The economy. And it never changed with Donald Trump. In this election, too, people knew exactly why he was running. They couldn't tell you why Kamala Harris is running. And I think certainly with independents, you're like, well,
She never got the question. She never got, this is called the Ted Kennedy question, right?
Yeah.
Where he was famously asked when he ran against
You
Jimmy Carter,
cocky
"Why are you
bitch, and
running?"
I don't mean
He couldn't
arrogant.
answer.
Seconds.
He couldn't answer. And no one really asked her that question. It was weird. She didn't, besides it's fun and you have a lot of power and those parties.
By
are
the way,
great,
what
and I'm
time of
gonna
the
hang
year
out
is
with
it that
my
they do that
Hollywood
hot dog eating
friends,
contest?
You never got the idea that she had a vision. For
Do you
what she
remember
wanted to do.
during the debate, we're going to go right now to Harris headquarters in just a moment, but just real quick, do you remember during the debate?
You're going to go to
Trump
Harris
asked her,
headquarters.
"Do you
Why?
think
She's
there
not
should be
there.
Any limitations on abortion all the way up until the 9th month? And she wouldn't even
lied.
answer that. She
Yeah.
wouldn't answer. All right, let's take a quick listen to.
She hasn't answered any question in 90 days.
Kamala Harris has told everyone she is not speaking. Let's take a listen.
Good evening, Howard.
There's the voice of
Good evening,
excitement.
HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank
Losers.
you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
But that shit's over. Go home.
We still have votes to count. We
Famous
still have
last
states
words.
that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
Every
that
legal
every
vote, right?
voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She
You wanna
will be
bet?
back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you.
The nation
for
just
believing
addressed
in
her.
you.
The nation
May
just
God
addressed
bless
her.
You. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
4th of July is when they do
Harris
that hot dog
headquarters a
contest.
short
That makes
time
sense.
ago,
Harris should be a shoe-in for
Well,
that
I've
one.
thought all week that one of the
So George is
strategies
at
of Democrats
98%.
would be to put
Has AP
tremendous
called
amounts
it
of
yet?
pressure on media companies
Probably
to
not.
call
Hold on.
states, and that happened.
Yeah.
Newsmax called states, and I watched in the green room that
They're
nobody
saying
else could call.
94%.
And I knew that there would be tremendous pressure to say that somehow this
And
race
now
isn't
Nevada's
gonna
finally on the
stay
board.
thin.
What
Now,
are we getting
I
here?
can give you that. We might
Only
be a few
5%
inches from the
reporting.
goal line, and it's not over.
But it's really
if
good
you
for
look
Trump
through
in the
all
early
states that are yet
5%.
to be called,
71 to
Trump has leads
27.
in all of them. So this
But at
is
least that's in
I
play
believe-
now.
This is just me. I believe this is
6
an
electoral
inevitable
votes on
thing.
that one.
Here's the concern. We've all been here, right? Where we went to bed thinking one thing,
Yep.
and then we wake
Yep.
up in the morning and we're like, what just happened here?
Exactly.
How do we allay those fears?
Well, we're staying up all night, Lydia.
Yeah.
I know,
Keep
but
an eye on the
2 o'clock
fuckers.
in the morning, then we wake up in the morning. Could that happen again about
I think
the
everyone-
mail-in ballots
well,
and all of that? You know, how many has been counted?
I got to tell you, I do have to say the Republican National Committee under the chairman, Michael Gottlieb and Laura Trump, they have done a very effective job in deploying lawyers in all these battleground states. This is something, and I was in the 2020 campaign, that they did not do effectively. They have about 500 lawyers in each of these battleground states early on. And they've been on it when it's come to any legal disputes, any
What have I been
issues
saying all night
with,
long?
Absentee ballots or ballots coming in after the deadline. RNC has filed lawsuits and they have won in many of these cases. So I do feel that there is more of a sense of people are keeping an eye on the ball as opposed
Well,
to
this
what we
is
saw with
the eye on the ball is critical. There is a
Yes.
chain of custody.
Yep.
And what was happening 4 years ago is they were putting up poster board.
Yep.
So you couldn't see what was happening.
Right.
You were going to get people sick if you had observers. What I encourage all these big cities to do, I challenge them. Let's not have problems.
Yeah.
Let everybody watch
look.
everything you're doing.
That's right.
Put those video cams on those ballot boxes wherever they are. We're the American people. We can be fair about this. The whole world's watching. Don't do anything stupid that causes people to question the outcome of elections. Let's do this right.
Don't
We
do
can
anything stupid
this
to put your ass in jail
And
for
I
the
don't
next
feel
20
like we're
years.
off the rails in any way. Anyway,
Hey,
now, and
get
if we
that
have
out of the way.
transparency and
Thanks.
observation, we're going to be okay.
We got a lot of cameras moving. Sorry. All right, let's go to Chief White House Correspondent James Rosen, who is live for us at Kamala headquarters
92% for
tonight.
PA.
Where the party looks like, it's over. He took off the headset. The boom box is over.
It's all over.
Yes, that's right. Sweet relief all around for the several thousand supporters of Kamala Harris, the vice president, who showed up here to see their favorite candidate and who stood, most of them, on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. Okay. And without their candidate coming to thank them for that demonstration of loyalty and for their suffering. And yes, for the reporters on the press riser, we have been relieved of our suffering. The thunderous bass boom sound system that's 2 stories tall, perched right above my head, has now ceased playing.
Playing some of
But
the
it's
worst
very
fucking
extraordinary
music.
that we saw Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman, former director of the White House Office of Public Engagement under President Biden, one of the most prominent African Americans in American politics today, come out sometime shortly before 1 a.m. and tell the crowd of several thousand Harris supporters, which had already begun to thin out just based on the balloting they were seeing on the Jumbotron, and tell them to go home. Tell them they wouldn't be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that she will
When you go home, turn on CNN and turn off the volume.
It was extraordinary. And I have to say, I think it left a bitter taste in the mouths of those who did remain until the bitter end. And one wonders why Vice President Harris didn't take the opportunity to come here and reward these supporters and make a statement of some
'Cause
kind.
she don't
She would have been
fucking
on safe
care.
ground to say that the vote count continued, that she was so grateful for all of their support, and to stay tuned. And I think
What are you talking
her
about?
base
She sent
would
the
have
guy
felt
out there to
well
say it
rewarded
for her.
by
That's what
that.
she does.
But instead, she was a no-show at the party in her honor, at her alma mater.
Not that kind of a party,
that
man.
she designed and she crafted, and which she
You want me to
invited
come
all
out
these
and
people
celebrate
to
my
attend.
funeral?
Back to you
Yeah.
guys.
James, was the prompter working?
Was the prompter
working properly?
Touche.
Well,
Touche.
Now, Lydia, that question requires a two-part answer. Number one, I don't have any prompter here. I want the viewers to understand that. So, yeah, well, the prompter was being tested earlier in the evening.
It would
and
have
it seemed to be working just fine. I can't tell you how many times I saw I think it's a very brief
Holy
address,
cow,
the
the
Gettysburg
AP
Address. I don't know how
finally
many
giving
words it is, something
Georgia
like
to
500
Donald
words.
Trump.
Repeat again and
I
again.
was
as they
wondering.
tested it. Sometimes
Man,
with
oh
black
man,
font
talk
against
about
a white
dragging you
screen,
through the
sometimes
mud.
with white font against the black screen. But in the end, we didn't hear the Gettysburg
That was the
Address either
246,
from Vice President Harris
247
or
now.
from
What did they
Cedric
just give
Richmond.
him? He just picked up another
Well,
point or
James, I'm
something.
very happy you will have some sweet relief and you will no longer be hearing the boom, boom, boom in your ears anymore. All right. Thank you, James Rosen, so much.
247,
All
19
right, well, it
for
is now
Pennsylvania. Oh,
1:01
it's so close.
a.m. on the East Coast. Good morning to you on
He's
the
got
East
this.
Coast, and you're having a good evening
Whether
on
it's
the
Nevada,
West
Arizona,
Coast.
I
Hopefully.
mean,
The polls are closed everywhere now. Alaska just officially closed as well. Is Hawaii closed? I believe so. So
even those
we're
little
down
tiny
now.
ones are
All
working
50
out.
states have stopped voting. Now they got to count
See, I've
everything.
got 70% in at
For whatever
Nevada.
reason, nothing is coming in from Nevada yet.
And
we'll
they're
see,
saying
'cause that
nothing's
could
coming
become
into
that could be a
Nevada. What the
critical
fuck?
state, depending on what
I
happens.
don't know. I'm looking at
Minnesota
70% in.
is close.
Let me
I mean, it's
see.
a 3-point spread right now for Kamala
I got
Harris.
20%. What
it
are you
looks like
saying?
she will win, but again,
I say 70.
that was closer than people thought.
Something's gotta be wrong with that, because
and
they
it was
just
in
closed the
sights
polls.
of Donald Trump, although he didn't
How'd he
put a
go
lot
from
of
0
effort
to
into
70?
that, and maybe he doesn't need it.
I don't know.
How
Tom.
upset
But Trump's
do you think
winning,
Kamala
so-
Harris is with
What are you
herself
looking on?
right
What's-
now that
what's
she
your
did not
source?
pick
I
Josh
mean,
Shapiro?
To me, it was the dumbest move
Tim,
in a
I
long
mean,
time.
Tim
It's
Walz,
NBCnews.com.
the nickname
Oh,
that was
NBC.
given to him did not help matters either.
But they called Georgia before AP did, so
Yeah, but these guys called Georgia before anybody did.
She didn't have much to offer, as it's fairly obvious. She didn't have a lot to offer to the American people. And
Oh, now all of a sudden it
Shapiro's a
just
very
jumped to
powerful
75%.
personality, very
That's
dynamic
fucking
speaker.
wild.
And I
see,
the reports are, he
No, but
came
I mean,
in
that's
with certain
kinda
demands
weird.
about what he would be doing, and she was.
And he's got a pretty
she was
comfortable
overwhelmed by
lead.
it.
Well, the New York
So she
Jewish
did.
voters, they
50.9 to
Governor Walz.
47.
according to one exit poll, New York Jewish voters fled the Democratic
6
Party
more.
in high numbers
Yeah.
as 43% backed Trump, up
Well, as we
50,
finish that
15
up, that's
points
6
from
more
2020.
votes.
And I think if you look at
So with
suburban
those 6, that
Philadelphia, the
puts you at
Jewish vote, there's 300,000
253.
Jews in the state of Pennsylvania.
And Pennsylvania's
heavily
done. That's
concentrated
it.
in
We're
in
so close to
southeastern
going to bed.
Pennsylvania. A lot of suburban Jews who will vote Republican. It's usually about 70-30. But for example, in 2000, I won the Jewish vote in the state of Pennsylvania. They will vote Republican, and I think I haven't seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did this time.
The Shapiro non-pick to me was so bad. For
Come
her
on, Lord,
because
you got this.
a
Let's
governor
finish this
controls
thing.
every county, basically, the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, in really statewide, and have so many resources. And I think this would have been a very different night.
I'm gonna have a very short day at work tomorrow.
Well, yeah,
Holy shit.
but it was just a bad political move.
Well,
It's obviously
I'm glad election day is
Walz
Tuesday
didn't
because
help, but I
Thursday I
think they
have
were
like
trying
meetings
to
all damn
keep,
day long.
the
And if this
peace
was
with the
Wednesday
Arab
night into
Americans with the
Thursday,
Muslims.
it would be
that
bad.
seems to be backfiring
Right.
as a strategy
Sometimes
in
you
a
get too
state like
cute.
Michigan. I did get heads up that in Nevada they just had a huge dump,
okay.
and literally
Yeah.
went
See?
from 2% to 70% with just one drop in
Yes.
terms of the votes coming in. So it's looking at Trump being at 50.9%.
The
Harris
House
Take a look at it on the map.
7.6%.
I
Not
think
sure
it's
if it's
up there.
populated
It's not
yet.
up there.
But
Okay.
these are our people embedded
Populated
in
yet.
So that reminds me.
Nevada.
Did we
But
get our
I
last
do
3
think that we're
seats in
getting-
Ohio?
But I
Let's
do think we're
see
getting
here.
close on perhaps in a couple of states. Let's take a look at Wisconsin here, and if we expand it, you see the vote totals here. 51 to 47. And if you look at the percentages of what has come in from all of these counties, there's really only one place that Kamala Harris can make up that deficit, and that's in Milwaukee County. Where she holds a sizable lead. She was expected to, only 63% of the votes in. But if she's going to make up the difference, it's really going to come from there. All these other blue counties are well over 90% of the vote in. So we could be getting close to a call in the state of Wisconsin.
Man, do this.
The other state where we're seeing a similar phenomenon is the state of Pennsylvania.
4 years of waiting for
and
this
again, as
moment.
we've been discussing, Donald Trump has flipped Erie County. He's also managed to flip, it looks like he's going to flip Bucks County, as well as
You call it for Donald
Northampton
Trump.
County,
God flipped it.
and a big chunk just came in I believe in York County. Here we go. In York County, there was a big dump of votes for him. Look how much he's winning in York County there. And this county, Cambria County, there were some irregularities that had been reported earlier in the day. They stayed open a little bit later. This is a
I'll
county.
tell you what, once he gets into
the
office and he
2020
gets to take a
results,
week off, nobody's
Donald
earned it
Trump
more.
won 68% of the vote.
Right.
So even though right now it's showing as a blue county,
Biden's living on the
this
beach
is
right
likely
now, and he's
going
still
to
supposed to
turn
be the
red,
acting
and
president.
Donald Trump should
Acting
get
being the
another
key word.
infusion of votes from here. So again, the map is starting to get a lot smaller for Kamala Harris in the state of Pennsylvania to make up her deficit. And if it is, if she is able to do it, it would have to come probably from Philadelphia. And so I think we could be getting close, maybe over the next few hours, because they do by law, they can't stop counting in the state of Pennsylvania once they start. So we
Y'all want to go to
actually
bed?
have
Get
a
it done.
result here in the state of Pennsylvania tonight as well.
Yeah, the only ballots
At this
that
point,
will
they're
not
like
be
seeing what's
counted
going on in the
tonight
rest of the
are
country. They're like,
ballots
fuck
that
it,
are
just finish this
received
up and
by
let
the
it go.
county. In Pennsylvania, the law says that any ballot received with a postmark of election day or before can be counted if received by Friday. So they will wait until Friday, wait until all the votes that were postmarked.
So will we know when Pennsylvania? Will we have
There
the
aren't.
result from Pennsylvania?
Think about it. I mean, they're not going to be that many votes.
That's
that
what
are
I'm
gonna get
saying.
in. And so it's one of those things where if there's a big enough lead, and candidly, if that lead is maintained, if it's a 2 or 3 point lead, there just simply aren't enough.
No way
votes.
to.
There's just no way
And
that they'll do that.
Tom, also York County.
So I think we can call it tonight.
Those
I do.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
do.
The American people
I think
want
we
to
can
make
call
sure
it
we call it tonight. Yes.
York County, when those come in for Trump, they're also going to come in for McCormick. What's going on
Let's
with
take
that race?
let's take a look at the Senate race right now. This is very tight.
It's stunning.
Yeah.
Very tight, 50.9, 49.1 McCormick leading. But again, when Cambria County comes in, McCormick is going to get those votes as well. Let's take a look at York and how he performed. You see, take a look at that, 62 to 38% in York. He also is, and again, Donald Trump has flipped these two suburban Philadelphia counties.
It's not a red wave,
Bucks
it's
and
a red
Northampton.
tsunami.
And it's close. It's actually closer in the Senate race than it is in the presidential. But still, he could be winning both of those suburban counties. So again, a few counties
Nevada wants to
flipped
go to
here,
bed.
By day.
Hey, for them, it's not late,
it's a
man.
close
They got
race.
4 hours
And
on us. It's only
Rick,
like
I'm
10
curious,
o'clock
how
for
is
them.
Scott Perry doing? He's been in a very competitive race, and I believe that Pennsylvania 8 has flipped Republican.
There's
Is
two
that
seats.
correct?
There's 2 seats that flip Republican, and he'll show you Scott Perry's seat, which earlier he's ahead of the Freedom Caucus, was behind. That York County is Scott's home county,
right?
And
Wait,
you see that he in fact.
Well, we have an update. Not a big surprise.
Alaska
goes to Donald
how many
Trump.
votes?
He's got 56% of the vote right now. That is a solid red state.
3?
Hawaii is solid blue state. So
3?
That's what happens on 49
I believe
50
so.
states.
I can't read my eyes.
All right, let's go to John Huddy. He is
4.
at Trump headquarters tonight
No,
in
3.
Florida. John, I think
Alaska.
it sounds a little bit different there than it does
3
at Kamala
electoral
Harris's.
votes.
Oh, yeah, 3. Sorry, my screen
That's right.
kept
The audio
going.
is cutting out right now, but I can tell you this.
That's what I'm saying. These little
there's
ones are
definitely
going to
been
help
some
just make
movement
it
here
easier.
Within the last 15 minutes,
Right
there's
there,
been
that's
a noticeable
50,
increase in Secret Service.
according to the AP.
And also, some Trump staff members came out onto the stage, basically readying the
Add
podium.
19 for
getting the
Pennsylvania if
teleprompter
that
ready,
goes
bringing out the
through.
Trump
And
fence
then we
sign,
only
putting
need
it on the
one
podium to a big cheer,
measly
among the crowd here. And we were
electoral
told
vote.
about 30 minutes ago that the Trump motorcade was going to be en route and that he would be here within 30 minutes.
Nevada,
so
75
we
still
have
in.
reached that period of time.
Really
I just
good
talked
lead in
to a senior
Nevada.
advisor to
Yeah.
former President Trump, who said that he will be
And
en
that's
route
6
shortly
electorals.
if
That's
he
it right
isn't
there, man.
already. So we are expecting the former
You get
president
Nevada
to be
and
here,
Pennsylvania,
to
and we
more
go
than
to bed.
likely either watch the results coming in with all the folks here, with all the supporters, with Trump surrogates who we've seen, with advisors who have now been on the ground really over the last hour and a half. I've seen more people coming from Mar-a-Lago.
And he's still
that
got
were
a
at the
really
viewing
good
party
lead in
there,
Michigan.
coming to the watch party here, really the headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center. this as the numbers continue to come in. We're watching
Too
those,
big
as
to
you
rig,
guys have
man.
been
It's what it
talking
had to
about
be.
in those battleground
Yep.
states.
This
Florida
is what
was
it had
called
to be.
quite a while ago. Looking at kind of the breakdown in the numbers, the breakdown in the voting,
The breakdown of
South
the
Florida,
Democrats.
and then nationally as well, the Hispanic vote, the black vote. I
Hey,
was talking to
Carl.
a senior advisor from Georgia who's looking at what the black vote turnout this year was. He believes it's probably pretty good in Georgia. But again, we're kind of waiting on those numbers. But definitely some movement here.
I remember
as
some
we're waiting
schmuck from
the
Italy
arrival
saying
of
that Kamala
former
won the
President
debate.
Trump and his
Yeah,
comments,
I
his
see
remarks
his
to the
private
crowd.
chat
Guys,
here.
back to you.
All right, senior
Is he
correspondent
back?
John Huddy,
No.
thank you so much for that.
No, he put that in before you
I
kicked
just
him out.
saw
I
another
think.
report here that the
That was back in
Obama
I don't think he picked up
rose
on it.
to vote in Pennsylvania. What do you?
Well, they came out in carts.
Yeah, that's why I was being trying to be cute.
And they are coming
Came out in
voting Republican. And Scott Pressler's team over an early vote hack, they honed in on registering the
They did.
Amish voters. It's a fantastic work that they've done there down in Lancaster and York County.
No, that was a real intentional
Wisconsin,
effort.
let's
And
finish
once
this
again, this
up.
goes
Where
back
we
to
at?
what we were talking about earlier, different people of faith banding together to be
Yeah.
part of the
88%, I think.
what I think
88
will
or
eventually lead to Trump
86%.
win.
Do you think Kamala got
And
cocky?
another big lead there. Yeah, this
I
is
think she's
done.
always been
Come on,
cocky.
man.
I
Let's
think
just start
you'd
calling
have to be
shit.
cocky. She's gotten everything she's ever wanted, not necessarily by earning it. And
But think
the
about it.
problem with that though is that if that's how your life
What
goes,
was Willie Brown's? He was a
you're sometimes
governor?
not ready for the big moments because you haven't paid your dues.
I think
I
more than
honestly, I don't
cocky,
know.
I think they're the obsession
on.
with the Trump derangement syndrome. And then you had the media institutions
Mm-hmm.
really trying to dismantle and destroy Trump and the MAGA movement. I think it's backfired. I think it's backfired. This is where you've seen the American
Willie Brown,
people
American
stand up
politician,
and
member of
say,
the
I
Democrat
do
Party,
not
served as
believe
mayor of
in
San
the
Francisco.
leftist
Mayor.
propaganda that you're pushing in the media world.
You can
and we
blow
don't
a
trust you.
mayor and be
they
the
just
candidate
want
for
to
president
go back to normal. And
without
normal
gaining
is
a vote.
prosperous economy, a secure border, and making
Well,
sure that we
that's
don't
just
have these
where it
endless
started.
wars.
I'm
And
sure
that's
there was
where
a lot
Donald
more
Trump
blowing along
clearly
the way
defined
of
that
others.
message early on.
Higher up.
Rob, can
The
you see
bottom
why I fell
line
in love
is,
with
like they said in
I
Star
think
Wars,
I'm
the
falling
longest
in love
journey
with you.
begins
I
with the
mean, you
first
saw it
step
day one
or the
when
first
they
dip.
said he's going to be a dictator on day one, and they
I'm
took that little
paraphrasing.
comment out of context. He said, "Drill, baby, drill," and it just goes on and on. And then, I dream about
Man,
putting Liz
oh,
Cheney
man.
in front of a
And
firing
by the
squad. I
way-
mean, you saw
And
it from
they take it out of
ABC News
For
to
somebody
Rolling
supposed to be a
Stone. It went
prosecuting
on and
attorney,
on.
how could she
Tonight, Liz
be
Cheney
this
put herself in
stupid?
the
Well,
position.
Thomas, you've got some numbers.
She
it
can't
looks
think
like
for
over there.
herself. She
You're like
can't.
pointing the
I mean,
finger, going,
she's a
"Come on."
blithering
I've been waiting
idiot.
for Nevada.
Right?
Oh, finally, Nevada.
Hard to
No
believe
wonder
she
she
was
didn't
an
pass the
attorney.
friggin' thing the first time
for
out on the
hours
bar.
now, and we finally have some numbers in the state that is home to Las Vegas. And here we are in Clark County. Let's take a look right now. 80%, almost 80% of the vote in Clark County. And it's
Trump's killing it.
even. I would suggest that's
This
probably
is,
a very good position for Donald Trump.
Very good.
Right now, the county that is home to Reno, this Washoe County, 62% in. Again, very tight right
Why does
there.
the AP have better and more
then,
accurate
and then we have
up-to-date
Douglas
numbers than
County,
Newsmax
Donald
right now?
Trump
I'm
way
telling you what,
ahead
I've been
with
hyping
75%
Newsmax for a
of the
while,
vote.
but I'm starting to think
That's
maybe not so
near
much.
Carson City. So we're going to continue to follow this.
How does that compare to Joe Biden?
Let's take a look.
No, those numbers are going to get a lot worse.
19 points away from naming him a president.
So this is all the Trump the Trump County. But I look at this and I say, they're almost 80% of the vote in Las Vegas, and he's almost at parity with Kamala Harris. So that's a better position, I would think, for a Republican than we've seen in Clark County in a long time.
For certain.
So keep an eye on this. Donald Trump has never won Nevada in his last 2 times running for president. This could
Well,
be
she
a
sucks
way
even
that,
now. The only
he
difference is there's
expands
no
his
dick in her
map,
mouth.
giving him maybe a little bit more cushion.
Now
This
she
could
just
be
does it
the
out of habit.
surprise of the night. That Nevada, for the first time,
Muscle
in,
memory.
In many cycles, goes red.
And not for
And
nothing, man.
Las
I've
Vegas
seen
may
pictures of
have
her in her
their
younger
first
days.
Republican
What-
mayor.
Republican mayor.
Forever.
Right.
Hey, real quick, Tom,
Yeah.
can we look at the Senate race there? Because that's, I believe, Sam Brown
Sam
is
Brown.
Yeah,
running
let's
there, and
take a look
he's
at
been
Sam Brown.
behind in the numbers. I'd be curious to see what's going on.
This is let's
By the way,
look
after we get a
overall.
camera on
Yeah.
Robert De
We're gonna have
Niro,
to
can we go pan
zoom
over to
out
Drew
and then
Barrymore's
zoom
house
back
real
in
quick?
here. But Sam Brown right now trailing by about
I want to see Rob Turner actually.
By about
I want to see him hanging there
30,000
swinging.
votes with 67% in.
That might
Depending upon
happen.
where the votes
Hillary
are
might
out,
take a shot at him.
That could certainly tighten. But that's a race. Tim Brown, a Purple Heart recipient, and an American hero. He was some 10 points down at one point.
We are 2 months away
against his opponents. He's definitely closed the
from
gap
seeing
there.
who's on the Epstein
Schwab,
list.
what do you think about Nevada? That's your state.
I think
You've
Trump's going
spent
to.
a lot of time there.
You know, I think it's a weird state. The Democrats have taken control.
But like you
although we
said,
did elect
I don't think we have to
Lombardo,
wait
who's
that
a
long. We just got to watch
former
people
sheriff,
fucking
and
move
they changed when they
their,
got control of
True
the
that.
legislature.
True that.
They
Other
changed all the
countries.
laws, and one of the things that's legal there is ballot harvesting.
Real estate in California is
You have
about to go
these
through the
very
roof.
strange
Is all these
rules on
properties are going to be
postmarks.
listed for
So
sale.
They're going to be accepting ballots throughout the whole week. So there was a 50,000.
I'll never forget 2016,
some odd thousand vote lead with the
the
early
day
vote.
after Trump was
The
elected,
great news, if what
or
Tom
maybe a
is
week
saying
or
is
so
right,
after
and
that.
I'm a little concerned that that's a little too
The Big Bang
optimistic,
Theory, if you
is,
recall, when that at the end
it
of each
didn't happen in
episode, they have the
Arizona, it happened in
vanity card that
Nevada,
only
but also
flashes for a
election
second.
day was also
You have to hit
strong.
pause, read
And
it.
then we'll have to get through these next.
It was a
couple
big
of
white
days.
screen, and the only thing it said on there was "uh oh."
All right.
Tax on tips, baby.
That's a smart thing to do.
Brilliant. All right, keep it right here. We'll be right back in less than 2 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes. Maybe you can call a friggin' state so we can go to bed. Oh,
Scott,
things
it's- I
are
mean,
looking good.
Between
Things are
Epstein
looking
and
good.
Diddy, yeah, Hollywood's fucked.
If your name's not Kamala Harris, things are looking good today. 90% reporting in for Pennsylvania. Let's finish this. 51.2% for Trump, 47.8% for the Ugandan giant. She is not going to take Pennsylvania. I am telling you, I'll just keep beating this drum. What Laura Trump and the RNC has done to scare these people from cheating is truly what really put this thing over the edge. These people realize they're going to serve serious prison time, and they ain't having it. Wisconsin, we're at 63% reported in. Trump up 52 to 46. These are really good leads right now. I mean, after what happened in Minnesota, you can't say that they're not insurmountable. But speaking of Minnesota, what do you expect out of Minnesota? The friggin' place that voted Tim Walz as their governor. I mean, for fuck's sake. And Jesse Ventura came out with this glowing endorsement of Tim Walz. Greatest governor of all time. Even better than me, the way he handled COVID. Yeah, how about the way he handled burning down the damn city, you dumb fuck? Another person I used to like and can't even look at anymore. Thanks for ruining Predator, you dick. My best impression now, I don't even want to do it. In Minnesota, it's not that decisive, though. 73% in. She's got a 50.7 to 47.2. I don't know the counties. That's where these idiots got to come in.
Right.
And break down these counties, because that's to see if it's even feasible to get it back.
North Carolina went for Donald Trump. We had called that fairly early, but we still have
Earlier than anybody else.
Looks right now like Wisconsin, maybe even Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Ballsy move, because that could have backfired and blown up in your
You
face.
still have Philadelphia. You still have Detroit and Milwaukee. So things could shift, but right now,
Don't
I'll
forget
send it
the
over to Tom
diddler.
Vasili, but right now it looks pretty
I'll
good.
never forget the
Let's
diddler.
take a look at the lay of the land here as we're waiting the former president to take the stage. Kamala Harris at 213 electoral
Former
votes.
president.
Donald J. Trump,
Future president. Get your shit
251.
right.
So he's inching his way closer.
Kamala.
Here are the states that we haven't called: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, and then Hawaii. Hawaii
He'll
is
get
expected,
Nevada.
to go for
might pull
Kamala
out
Harris, but we
Arizona.
haven't called that as yet.
He's gonna get at least 3 or 4 of those
as I
states.
explained in the previous segment. Perhaps
He's gonna be
in
really close to
Wisconsin
300.
and in Pennsylvania There's
Yeah.
just a lot of vote coming in, and
I mean,
Pennsylvania has
it's
to
a small lead,
continue
but he
to
is in the
count.
lead in Arizona.
Nevada.
Yeah, but it's getting
right
to the
now,
point where there's
Donald
not
Trump
enough
is ahead
votes
in the
left
state
for
of
them to
Nevada,
overcome the small lead.
and in Arizona
Right.
as well. But that's where we are at 1:20 a.m. And it looks like we're going to hear from the 45th president of the United States in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Elon Musk has already shown up with one of his children on his shoulders.
What letter is the child?
There,
Yeah.
there is a
Yes.
contrast here happening in these two campaigns, right? So former Biden official Cedric Richmond came out, basically
Cedric the
said,
Entertainer?
go home. This is very similar to what happened in 2016 when John Podesta, who was Clinton's campaign chairman, also came out and said, they're still
The diddler
they're
is
still
P.
counting
Diddy infrared.
votes.
Come on,
Very
man.
similar. Here you have Donald Trump.
I know you've been
coming
paying
out
attention to
and
the
giving,
news.
I believe, will be a very interesting, stay
Everybody
with us.
wants to
We
know
gotta
who's on the
fight
P.
for
Diddy
Huntington
tape.
Beach.
Podesta then left the stage, and then they cooked up.
We know it's a
Russian
lot of big
collusion, which we
names.
talked about for 4 years. So I'm hoping, like you said, Kamala Harris did go to bed, and they're not cooking up some kind of reason why she was denied a big victory tonight.
Because she's
And,
drunk off her ass and
like I
couldn't
said,
possibly
we need
stand up at a
complete
podium.
Transparency on this process, video cameras on all of these ballots. Let's keep it.
Let's
clean,
be real.
and
How
let's get
many
this answer.
interviews
And to our
and
knowledge,
rallies
there's
was
been
she
no
drunk
phone
at?
call from
Right.
anyone.
I
from
mean, it was
Kamala Harris.
friggin'
She has not
blatant.
conceded, obviously, but you don't know. There have been times before anything goes public that a candidate will call the other candidate and say,
Well,
you know,
The good news is that in Pennsylvania, you got to keep counting. Once
Yeah.
you start counting, you got to keep counting.
Yes.
That I think is going to be interesting to watch. But I think just getting Pennsylvania is not going to be enough. It doesn't close that gap for Donald Trump to get to that 270 number. It does get closer.
Yeah, I'm looking at a live look online here of the crowd there in West Palm Beach, the Trump
yeah.
campaign headquarters. It is absolutely.
The-
Let's go to John Huddy there.
Not
Quite
quite
a
the same
different
as Kamala's,
mood
huh?
there compared to what we saw at Kamala Harris, which
Scott
the
said he
party
thinks
is
he
over
can
now.
call
But it looks like
Pennsylvania.
it's just getting
Just went
started.
up in the crowd as the numbers from Pennsylvania came out showing Trump winning Pennsylvania. So obviously the energy just went up. A
That's
huge
it?
notch here,
Right?
at the Trump
I think
campaign
so.
election viewing party. Again, as I said,
AP hasn't
earlier,
called it.
the podium has been readied. We are expecting former President Trump to be
Here's
here
Mac's
at
projection
any moment to address the crowd.
for Pennsylvania for Donald
Guys,
Trump.
I'm gonna send it
Yeah,
back to you.
baby.
All right, we've got some breaking news right now. We have it up on the screen. Oh, we have it up on the screen.
It was broken by
All
the
right.
guy at the
We
convention.
are hopefully going to get there. If we do win
All right.
Pennsylvania, that's going to get us to the
Well,
270 number, and then it would be
All right,
Trump
Newsmax
victory.
projecting Trump taking Pennsylvania 51 to 48%.
well, that means he's the next president of the United States because
Yes!
those 19 votes added to what he has would put him at 270.
This isn't.
So Donald
What?
Trump, according to our projections,
We are
the
calling it
47th
124.
of the United States.
It's a
Yeah,
projection.
baby. We are reclaiming all country tonight.
Do we want to see what Donald has to say?
Oh yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Gotcha.
Arizona, Nevada, not yet being called, but this obviously would be huge for Donald Trump. In addition to what happens with Dave McCormick, will he get the win as well?
That's exactly right. I mean, these all of these states are they're just all trending in the right direction. They haven't all been called yet, but this is it's tough.
It is
Shocking.
shocking.
Okay,
It is
so
a
if he,
shocking moment.
okay, say he did win, we're projecting he won Pennsylvania. Is there another path to victory, nothing. It's
That's it.
270.
He gets
It's done.
it.
That's
done.
it.
It's done.
It's
His
done.
path earlier was if he held his states that he won in 4 years ago and flipped Georgia and Pennsylvania, that was it. And he flipped Georgia, and looks like we're projecting he flipped Pennsylvania.
So is it possible that's why Kamala Harris decided not to speak? She had her internal polling. She knew
You
this was.
think?
What do you? I mean, we're all speculating at this point because this is
Look, the key is here is Georgia. He got North Carolina. Those were the two big states that we know that Kamala Harris was really trying to spend a lot of time in. Pennsylvania just really, I mean, she underperformed in the
They
Philly
fucked
area.
her.
In Pittsburgh, obviously in Erie County, it just seems that's where we are.
That's it. No,
exactly
I
where
mean,
270.
the math is the math. I mean, she could win everything else. Donald Trump still wins the presidency.
Oh, it is a
That's
good
the
day to
numbers.
be an
And I don't think
American.
she is going to win everything else because I think some of these other states are going to go.
You know what's
to
funny?
Donald Trump.
When we saw the graphic pop up, I was hesitant to say it because
Finally!
you just this is a guy who's been
That
shot
Trump
at. I mean,
has
you know, he
come
almost
back
died.
to the
Think
White
about it.
House.
By the grace of God, he just happened to move his head ever so slightly, and it grazed his ear instead of piercing his brain. And he's been prosecuted politically. I mean, the DOJ
Peanut put it
weaponized
over the
against
top.
him.
Yes.
They call him a rapist. They call him a
Peanut
convicted
power.
felon. Look what they did to him. And here he is, been reelected to the highest office in the land. It's incredible. And he was up against a giant machine, the propaganda machine, the legacy media, that was hell-bent on calling him a dictator and any other bad name you can think of.
And before this even happened, any of that happened, they tried to prevent him from being on the ballots in all of these different states. That's how it started.
Well, so that's why I'm in shock.
The most incredible political comeback we've really ever seen.
Yeah.
I can't even think of any historical examples of what this is, not just because it's so improbable to come back and win a second term.
Right.
There was the crazy election of 2020, COVID, but also what America's going through. What we are dealing with as a country, the issues that we're dealing with.
Oh, my goodness.
This is going to be a moment for President Trump to figure out how you lead a country that's very divided.
Well, think about it. He's going to be leading with a Senate Republican majority.
Yep.
That's going to be obviously huge for Donald Trump. We're still trying to figure out what's going to happen with the House.
We are going to
you know,
fix
again,
this fucking mess
you have to
in
take
record-breaking time
because it is a historic.
with some of the greatest minds that we
the greatest
have.
comeback in America.
This is America.
What a
Dreams come true.
powerhouse
The American
fucking
dream
team
is
we're going to
still
be
alive and
looking at.
well,
You got
even though
Vivek,
Kamala said it's not.
It's
you got
also a
JD,
recalibration. You know, the
you got
pendulum swung
Elon.
so far over to the point where
Fucking Joe
people,
Rogan, baby.
just normal people. I've always said this is going to be the revenge of the normal people, and I think that's what happened. Is they just were very uncomfortable with how far the
And
Democrats
in
were
4
pushing
years, we should
everything.
have
You're going
set
after my kids,
elections,
you're going after my
paper fucking
religion.
ballots,
You know,
and
there's nothing
re-
normal
reports
anymore
in by
in so
midnight.
many people's view. And Trump spoke to that, and the Republicans spoke to that. They ran on that, getting back to not only economic sense, but also just everyday common sense.
What's
and
that?
I think a lot of people said, you know what, I may not like him or
from
some of the things he
WWE.
says, but he's talking to me
Who?
and he makes sense.
Talking
and
shit
I'm gonna
Trump,
vote
so I
for him this
unfollowed
time.
her
And
on
they did.
Twitter.
Look at outside of Trump
Who is
Tower
this?
there in New York City.
Yeah.
I'm seeing on
Kayla
social media
Braxton?
in Philadelphia, people are
Oh, she's not
celebrating.
WWE anymore.
And
She's
yet
gone.
they want to say that we're the
I know,
they're
but
the
I'm
party.
just saying.
They're the party of
Unfollow.
violence. They're
You're
not the-
gone.
This is a beautiful thing to
What-
see.
what
America
did she
come
cry
together and
about?
People be happy. This is what we saw after Madison Square
Had a
Garden. We were
picture
at the
of
rally,
him
and
with
it reminded me after 9/11 a few days
one of
later.
the moms
And
about
a bunch
that
of us
lost their
after
daughter
we-
from the
Carl Reed went
illegals
on the
and
show, and a bunch
said
of us
protection
producers, we
women.
went to a restaurant
Where?
slash bar just down the block.
I'm like, bitch,
and
shut
God
up.
Bless the USA
Get
came on.
He
right.
wasn't the one that
whole
let
bar started
illegals in to
singing
kill the
along.
lady's
And
daughter.
It reminded me of 9/11. That
I
kind of
know, but
spirit,
she's saying, you know,
that love for
so
America.
she's
It's
gone.
an enduring spirit that will never die, no matter how hard they try to extinguish it.
They tried real
Let's
hard.
toss right now to John Huddy, senior correspondent with the very latest for us. John?
Yeah, well, I'm taking a look over the crowd, and I'm seeing a lot of the Trump staffers embracing each other, hugging each other. Obviously, a joyous mood among the Trump campaign here, as Pennsylvania was called for former President Trump, paving the way to the presidency. And
So
as
Arizona, take your
guys are
time.
calling
Fuck you.
you know, he has
Right.
he won the presidency. He's won the election. So there's
I want to see how many more he ends up
high
getting,
amount
though.
of energy, a noticeable increase in Secret Service, as I said earlier.
Yeah, because now he's the fucking president-elect. Maybe you can protect him.
From former President Trump. I'm trying to find out. We heard that he was en route.
He's got
to
Michigan.
the
There's
Palm
no
Beach
way.
Convention Center
That's
to
another
the election
15. That's
viewing party
185.
headquarters here. There's been a noticeable increase, obviously, in movement and energy. As I told you about 45 minutes ago, they started ready.
Wisconsin's almost done. He's got that.
Getting the teleprompter ready, bringing out the Trump
And that's another 10. That's 195 or 295. I beg your pardon. 295. And he'll get some of the little shit. So he's going to hit 300. Look at this kick ass. Fuck you, motherfuckers. 4 years you made us wait for this. And let me tell you, it was worth the bullshit just to get to this moment and stick it up your asses. And gosh damn it, y'all better get the fuck out of this country because we are coming for you.
From the primaries to this point,
the lists are going to be released. The hounds of the judicial system are going to put you where you fucking belong.
Viewing party headquarters, you guys. Back to you.
All right. John Huddy reporting live from West Palm Beach. Ed Henry, Katrina Zitch here. I mean, this is history.
It sure is. When we
People are
started
losing
our
their
coverage today
shit.
at 5 p.m.,
We
of
have
course,
been
it was
part
all
of
about the
history.
math. Nobody
right.
knew what was going to happen. And
For
again,
over 4
we're
years.
learning Newsmax is projecting, of course, former President Trump, potentially President
Now
Trump
President-elect
winning.
Donald
There we go.
Trump. Crashing out.
President-elect Donald J. Trump winning Pennsylvania, and of course, clearing that 270 winning
That's right.
number.
The Trumpster
45th
has
president of
come
the United
back
States,
to
now
the
going
White
to be
House.
the 47th president of the United States. Mercedes Schlapp, you worked in 45's White House. Your thoughts?
I got my
on
pew
this
pew on my
dramatic
side
moment?
just in
Well,
case
and
because
I
I got
worked in
like
the
3 Trump
campaign
signs in the front
2020,
yard. So anybody
I
wants to
gotta
say
tell you,
shit.
when we saw these projected numbers in Pennsylvania and projecting Donald Trump's victory, wow, we were in complete shock. We didn't think it was going to be called so quickly, but it clearly shows that in
We didn't think it was going to
Pennsylvania,
happen
he
because we
made
figured they were going to cheat.
so many inroads
Right.
in these cities, in Philadelphia and Bucks County. Then you look up in Erie County where he won that county, which was so critical. It is really a victory for the American people. It is a victory for democracy. It is a victory for the greatness of America. And I got to tell you, this historic moment, it's just the beginning of what we know is going back to what worked in Donald Trump's presidency, which was a strong economy, a strong border, and knowing that, he had the backs of the American people.
Yeah, Matt, of course, we know that the Kamala Harris campaign sent everybody home. They said that she
You
would
know
be
what?
speaking
I
tomorrow.
just
Do you
realized
anticipate
something.
that maybe a phone call will be happening tonight?
I never watch it, but
You know,
I
I've
gotta
long ago
record it
given
for
up trying
tomorrow.
to get inside Kamala Harris's brain. I don't know what she's
The View.
thinking. I do think it probably would have made sense. Even
I have
in
got to watch
2000,
The View
I don't
tomorrow.
remember, Gore called Bush.
That's what I was saying.
Assuming all 5 of them don't call out sick.
He was driving to the concession site in Nashville, as I recall. Is that right? And then he stopped.
He changed his mind, and we were all out there. in the
I don't know if
streets
I'd
of
say the
Boston 'cause I
turning
worked on that
point
campaign
was
against
Elon
him.
buying
He got
Twitter,
off
but
excited.
it definitely
I just wanna
helped that we
reiterate
kept
what
our
my
freedom
wife
of
said.
speech because they were shutting
It's
it
been
down.
a heck of a voyage
Right.
for 8 years for the country. It's been a voyage for our marriage,
And also
for our
having
family, for
Trump's
our
Truth
children.
Social,
A lot of people, this is a
even
very
though it's not
emotional
as big a
moment for them, because
platform,
when you stood with
it
Donald
definitely
Trump
gave a lot of
8 years
people a
ago,
platform.
it was great to stand with him, first of all, because he's like a very amazing person. But the shrapnel hits you too. They want to take everybody out who stands with
Agent
Trump. Quite
Clown
frankly,
posted a
I'm gonna
comment on
look
the
forward to
early
hearing
morning
Rick talk about why this was the right
Amendment
decision.
1 video
but
I did,
they will attack
basically saying,
Newsmax for calling Georgia,
one
for
I posted
calling
out
North
there, which
Carolina.
was what we
That
led
is
in
how these
with
people
this,
operated: search and destroy.
where basically it's Trump
attack
saying,
your
"Let's make America
character.
great again."
And the American
And he said
people are
something
good,
about,
decent, and fair
let me
people.
see if
They
I
are
pull it up and get
exhausted
it accurate.
of these political tactics. And what they ought to
Making
do
it
is look
my
at
mouse
this
to
race
do its job.
and learn from it and be better and start to treat your opponents with some decency and stop using the cops and the FBI to put your political opponents in jail.
The
Just stop.
lawfare has been incredible.
Well,
and
now
Donald
it's our
Trump did
turn.
Not just win the presidency, he may very well have
won
the ability to stay out of prison, literally, because now these criminal convictions may be going away. I say may because we don't know what the tactics
Well,
may
there's
be.
state and federal, unfortunately.
We shall
right?
see. And there's still the state one in Georgia, as you suggest. You see a jubilant scene there as they await former president, now President-elect Donald J. Trump heading to West Palm Beach.
but a much different scene, of course, in Washington, D.C., at Kamala Harris's headquarters, where everyone's been sent home until she's planning, we're told, to address the nation tomorrow. Let's check in with our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. James, good evening.
Ed, good morning. We are now well after Election Day, and with the mounting
all right, so Clown broke down. I think you need to drop again from the slogan and raise the bar. Nothing great about a nation that claims to be home of the free, but has the highest prison population the world over. Nothing great about a nation that is one of the wealthiest and yet has one of the worst homeless problems. Nothing great about a nation, mind you, he's coming from Canada writing this stuff, so keep that in mind.
Right.
Nothing great about a rich nation that has poor health care. I love you, Clown, but you can't talk about health care if you live in California or in Canada. You can't. And falls behind many third world nations for infant deaths. Well, that's probably because they allow abortions after 9 months.
Schedule for the White House for the president, Joe Biden.
Delusions have no substance and dreams are attainable.
Just a few minutes ago, and it shows only one event on Mr. Biden's schedule. It is not open to the public.
We said great again. We never said perfect. We never claimed to be perfect.
Of the presidential
but we've been better than we are now, a lot better. And while we're never going to be perfect, all these things you listed were much better
from
a decade ago.
All of them. Press secretary. One wonders.
And they will be again, because when it comes to the children and the health that you mentioned here, RFK Jr. is going to get into that and take care of the food issues, because we got shit in the food that doesn't belong in food.
On June the 27th.
Right.
In any case, Howard University is now dark and
prison population is because we punish the guilty.
We wait to see how Vice President Harris will comport herself tomorrow, or shall I say?
Everyone's entitled to an opinion.
James, I have to ask you.
I gotta respectfully disagree with all that.
There will be no White House press briefing.
And again, being in Canada, where you have a legitimate dictator,
in those press briefings with Karine Jean-Pierre.
And I used to hear about how great the healthcare system was in Canada, and that's going back in the 80s. I had a couple of friends that were Canadian that came to the hotel I was running on an annual basis, if not a biannual basis.
Where was I? I can't remember.
And she was a nurse at one of the hospitals, and they were the ones telling me, "Oh, it's free. It's all part of our taxes. We don't pay anything." But now, fast forward, and all I hear about is how you will wait forever, like the old.
Sitting in the briefing room when there were briefings. But
what's that for the military guys?
Is not long for this world.
I was going to say the DA.
It'll be interesting to see what
is it?
Karine Jean-Pierre does with herself after this.
The VA.
But in any case, these are small issues.
So everything I'm hearing about Canada's healthcare system today is not good.
Right now, we're seeing across the country no major disturbances. We're seeing no major complaints, as far as I've seen, about the character or the integrity of the balloting. And so all of this, regardless of who's declared the winner, would be healthy for this.
You know what, Red? Yeah, I can kind of get behind that, but I honestly, I think Butler, Pennsylvania was it.
White House correspondent doing an outstanding job.
Oh, that pushed it over the top for sure.
Before we go, to
I mean, at that point in time, I think everyone just had to say,
"How do you?"
We're going to go through the motions, but we're not beating this guy.
Especially given the fact that the Democrats.
I mean, we tried to kill him and we fucked that up. So we're not going to. What did I tell you, Jay, the day after that happened?
You must accept
if you're going to kill the king, you better not miss.
Jamie Raskin's already
That's
said
right.
no, right?
And then you tried it a second time and fucked that up too.
Continue to say, well, there's still votes that are counted. I mean,
also what happens when you get your assassins from Craigslist.
Interesting to see what happens tomorrow, and if in fact she says, okay,
they'll spend $10 million on a friggin' election campain in Texas for his house seat, but they're spending $25 on an assassin.
Of course, if we have Donald Trump as our 47th president, as Newsmax is projecting, as we pointed out, is this the end of Kamala Harris's political career?
Of course, that's the end of her career.
My guess is she still has a future, because if you look at the Democratic Party, they never retire. Nancy Pelosi in her 80s, Schumer in his 80s.
But you have to. But
no way. Kamala's done, man.
Very good point.
Well, that's what they're saying. Who's going to vote for her?
They ain't voting for her now. They sure as hell ain't going to vote for her then.
Party of these dinosaurs, and it's an interesting new facet of the Democratic Party, which is they all just keep coming back. I think John Kerry would have served in the Kamala Harris administration had there been one. They just You know, most
Bury the bodies.
Republicans view
They're
government
done.
as like, I got to get out of this place. It's a little
America has
They stay
spoken.
forever.
All right.
Trump and this group he's putting together
Let's
are
all
going to
over the
make
big
things
board,
so
get
much
some
better. No
Newsmax
one will
numbers on
ever go
how
back.
we ended up calling this race, how we project not just
We got to fix
Pennsylvania,
the
but
school
that being
systems, take
the key
all of
point. We've
this
got double
friggin'
trouble here
bullshit
with
that
Tom
they're
Basile
putting in
and
their
Rick
heads
Santorum.
and
Let's start
remove
with
it.
Tom.
Well, first,
From
we've
the
been
woke
crunching the
agenda
numbers here, and
bullshit.
so this is a very significant win for Donald Trump. There are votes that are still being counted, but it does look like, in addition to getting over that magic number of 270, he may also win the popular vote. And that is something that has been elusive for Republicans in the 21st century, and something that I think a lot of Democrats and a
See,
lot of
that's not
political
even true
pundits and folks in
either.
the press
When he beat
never
Hillary,
thought
he
would
won
even
the
be
popular
possible.
vote. He
But
won
the
the
way
popular
things are
vote in
trending right
30
now,
states.
it is possible that he could win the popular vote as well.
Okay, let me just talk about the scale of this win. But before I do that, I want to talk about Pennsylvania because we were one of the first, maybe the first, to call Pennsylvania. There's a lot of discussion about that. How did we get there? About 90% of the vote.
We got there because our guy over at the friggin'
two-thirds,
headquarters
there's about a-
announced
you
it
can see
on
roughly
TV.
200,000 vote lead.
Right.
Over here. This was a county that you see Kamala
You can hear the
Harris,
hesitation on them,
winning.
man. Go
This is
back and play it
Camden County,
back.
Johnstown,
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
no. Okay, breaking now.
There will be another
How did
75,000
we
or
get
more
there?
votes being cast here, and Donald Trump's going to win close to 80% of those votes. So that's another 20,000 votes roughly that's going to be added to this 200,000 vote total. If you look at the city of Philadelphia, almost 90% of the vote in. Maybe there's another 60, 70,000 votes there net.
Liberals.
Kamala Harris.
Bring me your tears.
Same thing here. Most of these counties close to 90%. Again, 10, 20,000 votes. Here, this is actually the biggest county with outstanding, but Trump's winning the county. That's probably going to add. There just weren't enough numbers in this area where the votes are, where 40% of the population here. There just wasn't enough outstanding. The margins weren't going to be big enough. And so Newsmax stepped forward and decided we're going to call this because everybody else was being a little bit shy. And the other reason I think we felt that they felt comfortable calling this, because this isn't the end of the story. Look at Michigan, which is the one state that as I was looking at it today, I thought, well, if Trump was going to have a good night, the only state he wouldn't win was Michigan. But here we are with about 80% of the vote in. You see Mike Rogers' head. You see Donald
Jay,
Trump.
we just did a 7-hour stream, man. How do you feel?
Not calling it yet. Why? Because Detroit. There's still 50% plus of the vote. But look at these other counties.
Truth
There's
Social.
a lot of
Trump
red out there that
projected
hasn't
to
been
win
called
the
yet.
U.S. presidency.
You look at the other sort of
Mr.
big county,
President-elect.
which is Lansing, which is the capital.
Again.
Not calling it yet, but it looks very, very good for.
Oh
both
boy,
Donald
goodness!
Trump
Iran is shitting
and Mike
themselves.
Rogers in Michigan, Wisconsin. We're not going to be far. I don't think we're going to be far.
Putin
behind
is already
Wisconsin.
pulling out.
Again, the reason that's not been called, still a third of the vote out in Milwaukee. There's always a chance.
Rocket
But again,
Man.
that looks good.
It's
And if
going
you
back
look
in the
at Senate
basement.
race there. Let me go back. Let me go here and go back to the Senate race. Again, a pretty 90% of the vote in, a pretty sizable lead for Eric Hovde, an even bigger lead for Donald Trump. What does this mean? This means that that Donald Trump is not only going to see, and you can see we've called Montana for Sheehy. That means we're at 50. The Republicans are at 52, 53, 54, 55.
Wow.
And then there's two more states out here in the Senate. It's way too early to call this one. But you see Trump, this is the one that probably is going to get away. But again, if Trump has a good surge with that latter half, Carrie Lake may be able to do it.
But then take a look at also Nevada here. And remember, Republicans had a 50,000 vote early vote lead in Nevada, and we're coming on strong. So, and I continued, I guess, to say it wrong because you're laughing.
Nevada.
Hey, Tom, if the good guys
The House,
win Nevada,
the Senate,
get it
and the
right.
president.
So-
Time
so
to go to
bottom line
work.
Here is look at Sam Brown, 70, almost 3/4 of the vote.
Time for me to polish up my resume.
And he's running about 4
I've been
points
saying
behind
I'm waiting
Donald
for
Trump.
this day
If Donald
to
Trump
determine
can
what's next.
Increase that lead a little bit. And again,
Businesses
look
are
at where
about
the
to pick
votes
up.
are.
Job opportunities are going to be better than they've been
the other
before.
Big county in the state.
Yep.
62%.
Wow.
It could
possible.
happen.
I mean, I'll defer to the Nevada expert and Matt Schlapp as to whether
That's an amazing number out of Washoe.
Yeah.
I have to kind of pinch myself on the Washoe and Clark County numbers. It doesn't seem like that could possibly be right, but that's
This could
amazing.
happen. This could happen.
performance.
let's look at
Definitely
Harris
happen.
and Clark County because there's still outstanding vote. How did Biden end up? We'll see. I mean, that may not be reachable for Trump, maybe, but if it is, then if Trump expands his lead from here, we may be
Can I just say
we may be
something?
55 or 56.
Just
56.
take it all in for one moment, okay? Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized,
Yes.
that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted, whether it was in their local school or by their community or by their crazy neighbor yelling at them because they put that Trump sign. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. They're the ones that finally said, yes, my voice was heard.
Yeah.
And I think that's the beauty of this particular election is that Donald Trump spoke to every single one of those union workers, McDonald's workers, the garbage man, like those were the people he was talking to.
That's right.
And it resonated because they are tired of the elitists. They are tired of the globalists. They are tired of those individuals telling them how they should think, what they should believe, and how they shouldn't pray to their God.
I'm gonna have to start looking on X a little bit, man. I was getting ready to go to bed, but I got to enjoy this a little bit.
Off that because it's also this weaponized DC government, which
Brittany
we get to
Griner
control.
shitting
We
herself.
get to
Yeah,
run
well,
it.
she won't be able to play in the
When did it get so
WNBA
out of
anymore since she's a
control where
he.
These,
Right.
white pillared buildings in Washington D.C. get to run our lives and wreck our lives. And then why did we invite
Infrared, you living in New York?
All these global institutions, the UN, the WHO.
Oh, dude, I didn't. I
everything
thought you
else
were more
to
south.
run our lives. And I think
You
maybe
poor
we put a
man.
stake through its heart, Ed. Maybe we just did it.
Well, and
What
will
part
there
of New
be
York?
pardons from
The
Joe
city
Biden
or the
pretty soon?
islands?
Hunter Biden and others. There's a lot that's going to happen.
I'm gonna guess Queens.
Quick social media we want to get to.
Or the Bronx.
People reacting. Elon Musk has been in the middle of this, obviously, and writes, the people of America gave
And
Donald
the
Trump
popular
a crystal
vote.
clear
Oh, this is just-
mandate for change tonight.
That's right. Also, Mark Cuban.
Beautiful.
Look at this.
Interesting. Is he still backpedaling? Congrats, Donald
He's
Trump.
in
You won
Brooklyn.
fair and square.
He's a
Congrats,
Brooklyn
Elon
boy.
Musk as well. Hashtag
Brooklyn.
Godspeed.
Oh, look at
Incredible.
Cuban trying to be a
And
nice
you see
guy. All of a
Rick
sudden,
Burnell,
fuck you, Mark
our
Cuban,
friend
you
here
piece of
at
shit.
Newsmax. America and the world has been saved.
I swear to God, if
We
I
have
came up with a
defeated
product
the
got on
woke
Shark
left.
Tank and he was the
Peace
one that
will
made me an
come
offer,
soon.
I
And
would
there
walk
you
out with
see
that
the
an offer.
crowd. Wow. The Palm Beach
I would
Convention
never
Center,
get into business
West
with
Palm
that
Beach,
piece of shit.
Florida. This is becoming a raucous crowd. You see how excited they are, and you think about how the left, as Mercy and Matt were just talking about, have been demonizing not just.
By the way,
Donald
he
Trump
should congratulate
himself,
Trump. He's the
but
one that
Trump
pushed him over the finish
supporters.
line.
And this is validation for these men and women who have stood with Donald Trump.
You judge a
amid
person by the company they keep. How many times have I been
You
saying
see the
that?
emotion
She's
in the
surrounding
faces
herself
and
with the
kisses
biggest
and the hugs.
idiots.
These are so much emotion here. And again, what you're looking
Oh,
at
who
here,
better than the
these are
queen?
those people who were called deplorables. These are people
garbage.
who were called garbage. These were people who were told that the person
Wisconsin
they wanted
called?
to vote for was a fascist, was like Hitler. And again, America has
277.
spoken.
I told you, he's gonna hit
Mercedes said it
300.
So beautifully. This is what America does best. That is why we have this.
Yeah, I was
great
originally
republic,
on
so
the
people can have
island
their
over in
voices.
Suffolk
And they
County.
wanted to divide us by race, by ethnicity, by gender. And it's really the truth is we just want to be Americans and love this country and make sure that our children can grow up in a free country that we love so much. And that was something that the left and Kamala Harris, that's what so many people were being criticized for. Right.
I'd like to make
Oh,
one
I'm gonna have to get used to life without Chuck Schumer.
That if in fact that
I mean, I don't think it'll be hard,
but
but
the table and win Arizona, win
Right.
Nevada, which are again looking likely. And
where's my president?
311 electoral votes. That's right. More than he had against Hillary Clinton when he
Wow.
shocked the world.
Wow.
He's actually doing better. A water win. Now, part of the reason
He
is
had he had going up against
because
a less
California,
liked
all these blue
opponent
states
than Hillary
lost votes to
Clinton.
the red
And let
states,
that sink in for
and the
just
red
a
states are
moment.
actually worth
For
more
a
value
very
now.
good reason.
For a very good reason. Florida, Texas, all increased. So that's why the number is up.
Well, Senator, you spent a long time in that chamber. What kind of mandate will President-elect Donald Trump have? Because 2 hours ago, Katrina and I were sitting with Dick Morris, there could be 57 Senate Republicans. At the time, it seemed like maybe a stretch, but we're close. We're close. It's possible.
I think 55 is well within the number. 56 and 57, these two states here, let's go to the Senate races. These two states here right now where Democrats are running ahead. Barry Lake's running significantly more than any other candidate behind Donald Trump. But he could have a huge win in Arizona, might be able to pull it off. I don't think we're going to know that for a while. But the bottom line is that the mandate in the Senate, the last time Republicans had 56 senators, I got elected in 1994 for what was called the Republican Revolution in 1994. We ended up winning 9 seats that year and getting 56. We passed something called the Contract with America. There was when you have that kind of win. Now, we haven't looked at the House. I'm not sure that the win in the House is going to be quite as impressive.
A lot of close races.
There's a lot of close races. And the reality is we had a big sweep in 94. And as a result of that big sweep in both chambers, there was a huge pressure to do something. But if there isn't that big sweep in the House, maybe a little tougher.
But the fact of the matter is, though, is that Donald Trump will be able to govern if he's given an opportunity, and I think that he will. He'll be able to have the opportunity to govern with a Senate on his side, even with a slim House majority. He's going to be able to take this agenda that he's laid out over these last 6 months, and he's going to be able to move things quickly in January, and with a lot less opposition than the last time around.
Well, hang on. Let me push back on that for a second, because there's someone named Jamie Raskin who a few weeks back said he's not even going to let Donald Trump get to January 20th. They're not going to. Well, they were on record saying that.
They were.
Yeah. So why would we believe that there's going to be?
Well, and Kamala Harris, as the vice president, has to sit there in the well of the House and ratify this victory.
I'm going to interject here. That's we're not.
Here's a quote from Joe Scarborough, lashing out at Trump supporters, saying Americans who didn't go to civics class didn't learn the basics of the Constitution. You're saying that about the person you're supporting who didn't even get a fucking vote.
By strong others. These weren't 20,000 votes or 10,000 votes. These were huge victories. He won over a 300 majority. Donald Trump is not going to have any problems being put in his chair as the 47th president, and he's going to have a mandate. And the real question is, and we can talk about this tomorrow morning, but the real question is he going to control the House? And right now, no one has projected whether the House is going to be in Republican hands or Democratic hands. And so everybody's focused on the presidential. A lot of folks are really excited about the Senate. Really important things, but for Trump to govern, he's got to.
Let me jump in on this House thing, which is, yes, you got to have the majority. But the best thing Mike Johnson has going for him is Donald Trump keeping those very members who were his biggest problems on the right are not going to do that if Donald Trump says, look, I need you to all stay together because I want to get this thing done or that thing done. So I can actually see a slender House majority working very nicely with Trump's second term.
You're going to see a lot more unity.
He is majority.
You're going to
better be a majority.
You're going to see a lot more unity on the Republican side, particularly because this is a mandate, and the next 4 years, the future of the party is going to depend on whether or not now Donald Trump is going to be able to deliver on things like no tax on Social Security, no taxes on tips, closing the border, making the tax cuts permanent from 2017. All of those things, if they don't stick together, they won't happen. I think that they know that.
Okay, the important thing to understand is that the things that Tom talked about, no taxes on tips, and
so far I'm not really seeing anything good on X, but it's going to be there by tomorrow.
With fiscal issues, actually can pass with a mandate because they're not subject to the filibuster in the United States Senate. So if you have a majority in the House and you have a simple majority, you can pass a tax.
That's right.
You can pass all these, all the things that Biden was able to pass with a simple majority. The tougher thing is getting into a lot of other areas where you're going to need bipartisan support. But the bottom line is some of the biggest things Trump wants to do, he actually will be able to do with a Republican House and Senate.
We're talking a lot about legislation, but there's a lot more going here as well. I got to ask you guys a question. Donald Trump has been the attempt to destroy him, align him, and lie about him by the media.
You read my
What
mind.
would you do if you were advising Donald Trump on how to handle the daily press briefings the fact that the media is allowed to walk inside the White House and sit right there. How would you handle it?
Well, I'm going to say do exactly what he's been doing. Be himself. Trust his gut and be honest with the American people, because that is what got him elected, of course, among other things tonight.
Yeah, I think it'd be a mistake if he kicked the media out.
Well, you could send him to the NEOB or the
No, he's gotta be transparent.
Look, he wasn't afraid of the media.
I'd kick him out.
All right.
Well,
might
he don't
be a
need the
mistake,
media
though, in
anymore. There's
terms
no
of,
re-election.
a new start here.
Right.
And he's
Fuck
not going to be
them.
buddies with the media. He's going to fight with them. He's going to challenge them.
What he needs to
Answer
do is
questions all the
regulate him
time.
again and
He
get
did.
this
He
friggin'
got-
propaganda
Actually,
bullshit
Kamala
out.
ran away.
President Trump thrives on the
Yeah.
battle with the media. And look, I saw it firsthand when I was in the White House in the communications shop. He would basically say, bring them in. And so the press pool would come in and some of these other reporters, and they would badger him with questions. And he always gave them an answer. And he pushed back on them. And let me tell you, the media treated him very unfairly. They ended up always going with sources close to the White House, as opposed to what was actually happening in the White House. And so I think that's been a point of frustration. Look, there's been a loss of credibility to the major newspapers like the Washington Post, where you just saw this exit of all these columnists leaving because why? Jeff Bezos said, I'm not going to endorse, we're not going to move with an endorsement on the president.
He looks pretty smart tonight.
There's a very loud noise outdoors. Let me go see what that's all about.
Not may, will have business with President-elect
That's
Donald
right.
Trump.
So is the Washington Post, for example, going to continue to write every single article anti-Trump? Is that going to still be the trend moving forward with these leftist types of publications? Or is that going to continue to hurt their
Well, and
bottom
forget
line?
about Donald
And there's
Trump
going
for
to
a
have to be a
second.
change.
And forget about Donald Trump himself for a second. What about this MAGA movement where these media organizations have treated people like deplorable?
Yeah, right.
And what Jeff Bezos said in his
Garbage,
op-ed,
deplorables.
But Jeff Bezos said in his op-ed, we need to bring more conservatives into the Washington Post. It's not about tearing it down. It's about bringing in new voices.
See, Mercy makes a great point. It's like, okay, so you could have more conservative columnists that write in the op-ed. How about not try to destroy all of us every single day in the pages of their newspaper with these unfair slimes? They've done it to almost everybody. It has to end. How about going back to just calling balls and strikes on the issues? Tell us what we need to know
You
on
mean
the
journalism?
issues. A little journalism.
Imagine that.
About that. Yeah.
Let's reset here. You're looking live, of course, at the Palm Beach Convention Center.
Not entirely sure
West
what it
Palm
was.
Beach,
It was
just
a very
few
loud
miles
boom, and then
from
when I opened the front
Mar-a-Lago,
door, about
where we expect
7
any
doors down,
moment
I can
now,
hear some sort of
former
alarm
president,
going off.
Now President-elect Donald Trump.
As long as it
will be
ain't my
addressing
house.
Thousands and thousands.
Right.
You can expect his family.
Yard signs are
right
still
behind
out
him.
there. I'm leaving
I
him.
think back to 2016, that night in New York City, when he was watching returns at Trump Tower.
Right.
We were there with him.
And
We
you were
watched
there?
him
So
become the president.
What was that like?
I was going to say, what
Oh,
was
it
that
was.
like?
Come
it was a
on,
crazy
Donald,
big
what are you
room.
waiting
It was
on,
in
man?
Trump Tower. It was on one of the floors of the Golden Tower, and Pence is sitting down, and Trump is standing up, and you're watching him watch TV become the president. I thought that's never happened in the history of this country because they're always
All right,
in
how much we
suites
wanna
and
bet?
hotels hanging out.
Yeah.
He was with us.
If he comes out and says he just spoke to Kamala and she's conceded.
Yeah.
In it to win it.
So,
Right.
Making news tonight, Newsmax.
No,
We're
I'm
the
asking,
very
do you
first
think it
news
happened
network
or
to
that
project
hasn't
Donald
happened
Trump
yet?
as the winner of Pennsylvania. With that, he's also projected to be the winner of the presidency.
I don't know.
The 47th.
Well, I don't know either.
president
That's
of
I'm
the United
saying.
States of America. It's
Put your money down, man. What you betting on? Yes or no?
45-47.
I don't think so. I don't think they'll go out that easy.
We're waiting for
At least not
President-elect
tonight. They
to
might wait
speak.
till
You
in the
can see
morning
a
to see
very
what
excited,
fuckery
emotional
they can
crowd
pull off in the next
gathering
few
at
hours.
Trump's
But
headquarters in West Palm Beach. And, you know, here at the table with our experts, of course, Mercy, you have worked with the former president. You both have. We were talking a bit about the media. I just
Oh,
want
for
to
the love
look
of God,
to
can you
tomorrow.
please come out and talk to
media
the
who is
people?
still very divided. Matt, how do you think the New York Times, how do you think some of those very liberal media, the media basically will portray this? What will the
I
headlines
think they're
be?
going to keep litigating this for a while. I'm going to go back when we get a few moments to see where people are on calling this race. But the real thing is that they, I don't think, have the what's the word? They're not magnanimous.
We're all
enough
too tired to think.
to actually give this man his due. But I hope
I've been bad, but we're all doing our best
they
Biden
talk
impressions.
about him in the respectful terms of being our president. In 2016, as you remember,
yeah,
they wrote about how he was illegitimate from the very first moment.
They certainly did.
And they made up Russian collusion, and we were off to the races.
There you are.
And he
let's
gets
see.
to be illegitimate twice.
First of all, he is going to say tonight to the nation as he gets ready to address not just supporters there in West Palm Beach, Florida, but millions of Americans watching around
I have
the
to get to
country
work in the
and
morning.
many
Come
more around the
on.
world. Let's check in with our senior correspondent, John Huddy, who's on the ground inside that convention center. John, talk about the scene there.
It's a lot of flags.
Yeah.
Well, when the race is called for Trump, a roar went up here in the crowd. So obviously an incredible amount of energy and excitement. We're seeing some of Trump's, major supporters. Elon Musk, I believe, is here. RFK Jr., Trump surrogates, those who've been on the campaign trail, those who have been with him from the beginning, since 2015, 2016. Some of his senior advisors, his staff members who have been very serious, really buttoned down, now hitting the bar, celebrating a high level of excitement, but also the reality and the understanding that now the work really begins. While it's been tough to this point, now as he is slated now and, paving the way to become the 47th president, the work begins. We have not only all the major issues, so much at stake domestically,
12
economically,
months from
with the
today,
border
we are going to
crisis,
see a
but
totally different country.
internationally, two major wars, the war in Ukraine,
We're going
North
to see a different
Korean
world.
troops now joining
Yeah.
Russian troops attacking Ukraine. In Israel, Hezbollah continuing to attack Israel.
When it comes to
with
the
rockets,
Democrats,
missiles, and
never
the potential
again.
of a major war between Israel and Iran that would
You
certainly
all
involve
blew
the
it,
United
man.
States.
You
So much is at stake, and
talk about
Trump
blowing your wad.
supporters
There you go.
understand that, they realize that, but certainly tonight is one of celebration, excitement as we await former President
Midler
Trump
crying
soon to
over
be
that
once
liquid
again
Drano.
President Trump to make remarks here to the crowd at the Trump election watch party headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center here in West Palm Beach, you guys. Back to
All
you.
right, John Huddy, we'll continue to check in with you. Once again, some history-making news tonight. Newsmax, the very first news network to project Donald Trump the winner of Pennsylvania. With
And
that,
that's why
he was
who we
also,
had
we became the first
here
network
on the Nation
to
Network.
project him the winner of the presidency. Donald Trump.
There's a
will
part of me
become
that wants to go over to Fox,
47th
but fuck
president
Fox.
of the United States of America. Incredible scenes tonight, as you see there in West Palm Beach. And Mercy, having worked for then President Trump the first time inside that White House as a top communications advisor, what would you advise him to say tonight?
Oh, it's so deep.
You know what he's going to
He's
say.
going to go back to that moment, I think, when it was the assassination attempt where he really felt that God was by his side. And he said that, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's the message he's sending to the American people. But I think it's also important to say this is a message of unity, of being a president
Any
for
audio folks
all,
here?
that he will stand for all Americans. I think that's a critical message as well. This is a moment to bring the country together, to say that he's going to work to improve the lives of all Americans, that he's going to work to make America safer, more prosperous, end those wars, and really rebuild the greatness of America. And I think it's just going to be, a beautiful, beautiful story to tell.
Mercy and Matt, as I'm sitting here with you, we've been with you since 7 p.m. And with this announcement, I've seen both of you get tears in your eyes. What does this moment mean for you?
Yeah, it's really, it's been a heck of a 8 years, as I said, for our family, for us, for the country. And I just have great admiration for him because he is one strong mother. They have thrown everything they could at him. And look, he has his own ego. He stood up for himself, but he stood up for all of us. Stood up for my girls. He stood up for my family. He stood up for your family. I think our founders would be proud of Donald Trump. We've been running this country into the ground. We've been putting it in the gutter. We've been dragging it through the dirt.
Yeah.
And he said, no more. We're going to respect this country again. And And the people responded. And by the
if
way,
you
they were
don't
average
want to,
people,
get
and there
the
were people
fuck
of
out.
color, and there were people that have their names on the front of their uniform. They responded to this message.
You know,
And
our biggest
tonight, I don't
mistake
think he
is
has
in
to say much
2016 when
to
they were
consummate
doing
the
all their
deal,
crying and
because people
tantruming
are
and
chomping at the bit to get this guy back
acting
there
like
in that
buffoons and
funny
needing
shaped
puppies
office,
in
and let's get
safe
to
rooms
work.
and all that to deal with the fact that their candidate didn't
just
win.
as long as he ends with the YMCA dancing.
We
move.
came across
I
with the
think
logic of let the
that's
children
where,
cry
you
it
know, he
out.
brings so
And
much
we shouldn't have
joy.
done
Our
that. We
daughter
should have
was
smacked
at the
him across
Grand
the ass.
Rapids, Michigan rally.
We won't make that mistake a second
Started at
time.
12 a.m., ended at 2 a.m., and then
We're done
was
with your
dancing.
bullshit.
I mean, this man is unstoppable. He is energized. He is focused. He never stops working. I think he slept like 30 minutes last night. And one thing is that he loves this country. He loves the American
Wait
people.
and see what he
has
does with the
sacrificed so
universities,
much
because
for
he's already
America.
said he's going to pull
And
funding.
so just watching
Yeah.
him make history once again, for
All
us
this
that have
woke
been part of
ideology
his
bullshit,
journey for so
gone.
long, it's just
These
truly
What I was
professors,
worried about this
gone.
campaign, Mercy and I have said so many times, we wish the American people could just spend some time with him,
With-
play around or golf with him,
Yeah.
you know, have a
See him in
cheeseburger
private.
with him, see how he operates. He's like this great guy. I think in this campaign, they finally saw that part of the guy that's been so demonized. They got to see his heart, his determination, his.
By the
just-
way, and I've
he
been
won't
meaning to
quit,
mention this
and he
on
won't quit
X.
on them. I think that's one
There
of
was
the
a
most
movie that
beautiful
was in the
parts of
theater a
this
few weeks
campaign.
ago
It
called The
really
Man You Didn't
resonated
Know,
with people.
or The
But
Man You
Mercy,
Don't Know, I
can
beg your
he
pardon, The Man You Don't
resist
Know.
Yeah.
the revenge factor?
And
the
because it was blocked in
grievance
New
that
Jersey and
his
New York, they
critics
wouldn't allow it to be
bring
shown.
up.
Yeah,
They decided
look,
to put it on
he's
X, and it's
tough. When
free.
you
And I
punch,
watched it
when
the
you
other
hit
day.
him,
It's
he
really
hits
good.
right back. It's going to be, we'll see. I really feel that there's a part of Donald Trump that has really changed, and especially after these assassination attempts. So we'll see. I mean, he is going to be tough. He's going to fight against the media once in a while, push back. But I think he's very focused. He knows he has a limited window here. It's only 4 years, and it's making sure that he's going to get, making sure he gets his agenda done. It's getting the
It's also
to-do list
setting the
completed.
stage for
All right,
JD or
once
whoever
again,
next.
some history-making news tonight.
Yeah.
Newsmax was the very first news network to protect Donald Trump, the winner of
JD
Pennsylvania, and with that,
in 4
we also
years
became
running
the
with
first
Don
network to
Jr.
project he will be the winner of the presidency, and that Donald J. Trump will become the 47th president of the United States of America. And we are now edging closer to him reaching that podium. And we have some breaking news, which is Newsmax is now projecting Donald Trump, also wins Wisconsin.
Told you.
10 electoral votes. It's a state he didn't have last time, and now he has it.
Yep.
Can we officially call it a landslide?
Yes, of course it is.
When is it officially okay to use
These
that
days,
word?
when the Republican candidate wins the national popular vote,
Yep.
with these crazy laws, that is a landslide. So I'm with you.
There's no arguing.
This is just incredible to watch one state after another, and
Yeah.
Matt, you have to assume that is pretty good news for the
Feels
Republicans
good,
taking
doesn't
the
it?
Senate seat
To be on the
there
right
as
side of
because
history.
We've still been going back and forth
Right.
on that.
When I was the White House political director, we got the 55 Senate seats. Rick talked about having 56. That's as high as Republicans get. This is an amazing achievement in the
Thank
United
God I
States
fell
Senate.
asleep.
After Mitch McConnell and others in Washington said Donald Trump will drag us down. We need to get a different person to be our standard bearer.
What's fascinating are the Senate numbers in Wisconsin. Tom, you've got that.
You know, the thing that makes me
Standing
sad
by
is,
with
is
that.
knowing
We
there's not
want
going to be
more.
any more Trump rallies.
Yes, Eric Hovde has taken
Yeah.
the lead over
These
Tammy
rallies
Baldwin
were
by about
so
70,000 votes
Hmm.
in the state of Wisconsin.
And just look at the RNC.
We've been discussing, there aren't a lot of places to make up the difference, really just Milwaukee County. So we're going to have to wait on Eric Hovde, but Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin and now in the state of Nevada here,
Taking it.
Sam Brown has taken the lead over
Wow.
Jackie Rosen. And
that's close.
so only by about 1,000 votes. So that may end up going to a recount. But Donald Trump is also ahead in the state of Nevada. He continues to maintain his lead here.
So that would get closer to a
Have they given
landslide.
us any new
between
numbers
those
out of
two.
Nevada?
But it's
Now
officially,
Nevada is
yes.
in there too, and we
Once
still have
Nevada is
Arizona that we're waiting on.
No.
We're waiting on the former
No,
president.
they went up a little
now
bit, 78%.
President-elect as well, expected to take that podium.
Trump is
and-
taking
I think he's
Nevada.
expecting you guys to make some more calls before you start.
Let's do it.
Got a
What else
5-point
we got?
lead. It's
What else
over.
we got?
This is what I
Tom, what
predict
do you
is
got?
happening right now. What I'm predicting that's happening right now is behind the scenes. They're working with the speechwriters to finalize a speech. He gets his big black
He ain't
marker,
getting no
and he
speech.
starts like making changes. So I could definitely imagine that's one of the reasons why we're a little delayed in getting this, in getting President Trump.
I can't
out to the
imagine he's
podium.
waiting on speech.
I was going to say, Mercy, I was, when you said his speechwriters, I was going to say, but does he even follow his
I was going to say, and he even said the other day, I don't need a speech.
The hardest working man in politics is Donald Trump's teleprompter operator. He's here, he's there, they're jumping forward, they're jumping back. He always covers it, but it's a very interesting job.
It's called the weave.
Yeah,
It's the weave. It's the weave, right?
You love saying that.
We
Well,
call
I will
it
tell
the
you,
weave.
Shortly before we called Pennsylvania, projected it, a source at Mar-a-Lago
Kamala, you're
texted me
fired.
and said that the word there was that the U.S. Secret Service was sending a full presidential contingent to Mar-a-Lago to bring him over.
It's about time.
There was resources that were lacking.
There were, and it caused 2 near fatal assassinations, and that's one of the things that I know.
All you got to do is survive the 60 weeks of lead up to being president, and then we'll protect you.
Protection. When somebody runs for the presidency,
It's like a new video game of Frogger, but different.
All the Secret Service.
You mentioned RFK Jr. is fascinating. He'll be part of the cabinet. I mean, let's think about
He
this.
could probably get
Looking at
confirmed now
Tulsi-
that we have so many senators.
That's what I'm saying. Look at the
Tulsi
friggin' team he's
Gabbard, Elon
surrounding
Musk,
himself
such
with.
Fascinating individuals.
The
who
first
have
time, and he even
become
admitted it,
part
he put
of this
people around him
MAGA
that he
movement,
didn't really
not
know.
Republicans, but these
Right.
Democrats, disenfranchised
Take a look at Mike
Democrats
Pence, for
who
example.
literally have said, we're going to follow Donald Trump here.
I don't know.
There's some movement up there, by the way, on the stage.
Yeah,
that they're
let's look
getting
at this for a
closer.
minute.
Maybe
Mike Pence, does he have a career
Dana
anymore?
White,
Not
of
really.
UFC, maybe as chief of staff.
And they wanna know if
Cross
Kamala's
heads in
career's
there
over?
in Washington and the swamp. Once again, some
Unless she's
history
going to
making
paint
news
the big
tonight.
moon on her
Newsmax was
belly
the
and
very
get in the
first
wrestling
news
ring.
network to project Donald
Right.
Trump, the winner of Pennsylvania, and with that,
So
we also became the first
NBC,
network to project
MSNBC,
him as the winner
CNN
of
are
the
all
presidency.
blaming
Tonight, Donald
Joe
J. Trump
Biden
will become
for
the
Kamala not
47th
winning because he didn't
president
drop
of
out
the
soon
United
enough.
States of America. And what a historic
Which is
night.
absolute
And,
bullshit.
It's been remarkable to be with all of you on this ride.
It's because he
It's been a
dropped
journey
out
for
too
years now, as
soon.
We've been talking about.
If
And,
he would
yeah,
have dropped out 4 weeks
tonight,
ago,
and
she'd have
we
won.
expect him to hit that podium any moment.
That's right.
They
Again,
wouldn't have had time to vet her. They
ladies,
wouldn't have had time for her
I
to
know
do
you
it bad
said,
interviews
both,
and
you and Matt
and
both said,
and
you know what,
trip
he
and
doesn't
stumble
have
over
to
her
say
own
that
tongue
much,
and say stupid
because
shit.
of what he is.
They gave her enough
Something
time to
tells
be
me,
see-through.
He's not going to be able to hold back. We know he'll be excited. Do you think there'll be emotion there? Almost as you said, like that survival.
Everything
instinct
about
coming
their
in, almost
logic and their
realizing
plan
he almost lost his
backfired
life.
magnificently. And again,
reborn
this
in
proves there's a
in
God.
many different ways.
Because you couldn't have
there's
screwed it up
moments
this
where
bad without one.
President Trump goes to these rallies and he just takes
Right.
it all
Right
in.
from the
He
beginning, where they
absorbs the
turned around and said, we
energy
want to
of the
have a debate
crowd.
with Joe Biden
You know,
and,
so I can
and Donald
expect for
Trump
him
in
to just
June.
step
Well,
back
there's never been
and
one that
really
early.
tell
Yeah,
the
but we want to
story
do one.
of
Of course you do,
where
because
he
you're trying to set
started,
the table
this
to get him
journey
kicked
he's
out,
led,
which you
and
did.
now the
But you
fact
left
that
a
he's able
lot
to,
of time on the clock.
once again lead the American people. So, you know, I do hope, and one of the things we love about Donald Trump is his sense of humor. So I'm hoping that while I'm sure it'll be an emotional speech, I'm sure he will be emotional during the speech. I do believe you will get, you know, the Trump sense of humor.
Yeah.
Again, the question will be, what is Kamala going to do tomorrow? Will she concede? Are they moving in that direction?
Gosh,
Because you
I
have,
suddenly have
you know,
the desire to
certain
watch
media institutions
MSNBC now.
not calling the
No,
race right now.
I
They
still
look like
can't do
fools.
it.
So it's
They
really,
really do.
it's interesting to watch how there's
There's
been this
Vivek.
divide of which media institutions are calling the race versus those that are not right now.
Yeah, and it looks like some VIPs there in the front row. Steve and Andrea Wynn. It looked like Doug Burgum.
I think Vivek was there
and
too.
Vivek
Yeah.
Ramaswamy, some other potential contenders for VP. Remember Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota, talked about as energy secretary or interior secretary. So we will see who ends up becoming part of this cabinet. Matt, you spent a lot of time in Washington. As you noted earlier, you wanted to as quickly as you could get out of government and get out of the swamp. You sort of toe tipped in the water, I guess, for now. What are your thoughts about actually draining the swamp with this mandate? I mean, you know, he ran into some troubles in the first term where people in his own party did not want to change the ways.
So let me take a few moments here to give some friendly advice. I think it's very important to defang the FBI immediately. I don't think Donald Trump should be using the FBI to do all the background checks on the people he wants to put in his administration. They've been found wholly disreputable, and they'll use that information to prosecute them in the future. So he's going to have to think of a new way to do the background checks. I think the president's despite the fact that we've picked up all these senators, I still think there'll be a lot of dilatory tactics from the Democrats. He's going to have to do a lot of it from the executive branch, and we have to figure out what that means. The final thing is lawfare. They're going to do everything they can to hog tie him, just like they did it before. And so, Republicans don't like lawyers, but we need to get the best of them into this administration, because absolutely everything he does with executive power will end up in the federal court system. We need to win these cases, and we need to win them as fast as possible. His two most important picks are the White House counsel and the Attorney General.
Absolutely. Let's listen in if we
At
can.
the same time, if he's got the House and the Senate, then there ain't going to be much problem.
Or are they testing?
Or mic check. Words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, who's an official surrogate of the
All right.
That is
Maybe
another.
not. Sounds like
that
they're
is
just they're listening in on
that's
that's probably Fox.
Moving networks, I heard.
I got to tell you, the crowd at the
How are
beginning
you?
was very.
You're
I'm
what?
in shock as well.
You're
I think people, because they have gone through the 2020 election and it was so painful, those results, to be able to then sit back and take it all in, I think it took everybody a moment to just really understand that President Trump won the presidency and becoming the next president of the United States. It's truly, truly amazing.
Sure is. And Matt, you mentioned the word lawfare. And of course, Harris's campaign continually tried to spin that narrative, saying that Trump would be, I believe, we're hearing it is about that time. And again, former President Trump will be coming out soon. We're going to get to that. But once again, we want to bring you up to speed.
Yeah, some history-making news tonight. Newsmax, the very first news network to project Donald Trump, the winner of Pennsylvania. And with that, he was also, we became the first network to project him to be the winner of the presidency. Donald Trump will become the 47th
Elon Musk
of the United States of America.
tweeted
Pretty
out, I'm
remarkable
so tired.
to see this comeback.
You are the media now.
Guys, I was talking to one of his friends, David Schneider, last week, who told me they played golf with Donald Trump the week of Joe Biden's inaugural. And at that time, there was a second impeachment on the way over January 6th. At Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy said, he was done politically, Lindsey Graham, and he had turned on him. And David told me that on the golf course, Donald Trump.
Oh, Mika and Joe
said,
Scarborough.
This is going to be the greatest comeback
He was
the
right.
world. He didn't say America or the greatest comeback the world has ever seen.
Wow, incredible.
Here
And
we-
the
here we-
Drudge Report, literally, their headline, not that, obviously they're leftist propaganda, but world in shock. That is the headline for a Drudge Report. I think the Democrats and those at MSNBC, oh my, it must be glorious to watch what's happening right now on MSNBC and the meltdown that they might be
I will
having.
say this: when you say the world, Mercy and I travel the world, and we do these CPAC events. We've gotten to know a lot of people in dozens of countries, and they wanted this so badly. They need an America that stands up for freedom and stands up against the UN and the WHO and the EU.
Oh my God, Scarborough's back to
celebrating
Russian
the press
embrace
right
of
now. It's the
disinformation.
freedom-loving part of it, and that's a really exciting thing. Donald Trump
I
always wanted
hope
to
he
fight
gets
the
the
globalists.
psychiatric help he
And
needs.
they ended up kind of falling in love with him with the fact that they want America to lead. And that's what's going to start.
But it does my heart good to see
You
him
remember
crushed.
on the election night 2016, the Dow futures went wild when Donald Trump
That's right.
became president-elect. I just
By the way, I don't
checked,
know if
and
I've
Dow
mentioned
futures
this
are up
yet, but
427
Habab,
points. Not going
or
well,
Habab,
but it's up
his
strongly.
lawyer,
1%
Trump's lawyer,
market up.
freaking gorgeous.
That's a 1% positive, aftermarket.
How's Bitcoin doing? I bet that's How's X doing? I bet X is doing pretty good.
Yeah.
What about Truth Social?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, I checked that, and actually it's sort of flat right now. Stock ticker symbol DJT, which has been on a wild ride lately. Bitcoin is something we should look at as well. You're absolutely right.
Oh, looks like Van Jones was
Bitcoin is
crying
up
on
70%.
camera.
It's up $5,000, so $5,000. So it's up to $74,469. Donald Trump has talked about loosening regulations on cryptocurrency. He's talked about opening up fracking. More leases and making us energy independent and producing more energy, because he says that obviously inflation is largely derived from these energy prices rising so high.
That's right. And I mean, that's one of the things that I always felt when Donald Trump sat down with Bloomberg News or even the Wall Street Journal editorial. The man knows how to talk economy. Okay, that is one thing. President Trump clearly understands how the economy works, understands the importance of energy independence, as he says, drill, baby, drill, and really understands what needs to happen in terms of creating this deregulatory type of system, which will help small businesses, which will help businesses lower the corporate taxes. He knows what it is to create wealth.
Mhm.
And I think Kamala Harris never
Didn't have
can
enough
make
time
the
to introduce
case
herself to
about the
American
economy.
people.
What
She's
was
had
her
4
case?
fucking years.
I come from the middle
Yeah.
class. Okay, you need to give me more. And when she would talk about these economic policies, simply not convincing. It was about affordability. Well, guess what? You were in charge for 3.5 years. That didn't work. So I do believe that is where Donald Trump, and you saw it in the polls time and time again, they trusted, the American people trusted Donald Trump on the economy, on immigration. And I think that's a factor of where the American people will feel the benefits of economic
And that
prosperity.
McDonald's OTR was
My buddy just
fantastic. She
responded,
said she worked
says,
at
"We
McDonald's.
did it. I'll
He
be
questioned
damned." And I said,
her,
"Probably, but we did
her
it."
claim, and then went
Right.
to McDonald's and said he's worked at McDonald's 15 minutes longer than
Yes, that
Kamala
was
Harris. Those were
fantastic.
iconic photos.
Oh, really?
Mercy, how long does it take for the economy to get back on track?
It's a great
under
question.
President
about
Trump?
3
Because,
months.
you know, the Biden-Harris campaign, or not campaign, rather, administration, you know, set us back significantly.
Right, and then
And
there
they
was the
still
loss
have
of
2 months
jobs
to
in
do
the past,
damage.
you
Don't
know,
think they're going to,
quarter,
even
where
try
the
and
economy did
keep
slow down,
things
but the
and
Democrats
hand him
kept saying, well,
anything
the
in working condition.
macroeconomics, they're great. And we kept saying, well, the people
These are
aren't
the
feeling it. So the
tenants
question will
that
be,
don't
when
pay
will
their
the
rent,
people
finally
start
get
feeling the
evicted, and
relief?
figure, okay,
You know,
well, I'm going
it's
to
gonna
pour
take
cement
some
down the
time,
toilets.
But I think the mere fact that they know that President Trump is in charge, it just gives them a chance to say, we know that the policies are going to be better. We know that for small businesses with a deregulatory platform that he pushes forward, that will help small businesses.
As much as I
feel
want
the
to hear him
relief.
talk, I
Also,
can't keep
tax
going
cuts,
much
making them
longer. I got
permanent.
work.
That's also going to be helpful for not only
I
the
give it to
businesses, but
2:30.
for
If he ain't
American
talking by
families.
You know,
2:30,
I
I'll have
talked
to
to him
catch it
about this
tomorrow.
after the 2020
Right.
election, and we were asking about whether he'd run. or
Man
not.
doesn't need a
And
script.
he said, "You know, I won't
Give him a
do it if I
microphone.
don't
He's
think I can
good.
turn it around."
Mm-hmm.
Because he said it's only 4 years, and they're going to make it bad
That's
quick.
a good point.
So one of the things he had to think about was, could he actually close down that border, could he get
Mm-hmm.
the economy moving? And he got clear in his head that he thought he could.
God, I
And,
cannot wait to
the
see
president,
these
as they said in the
piece of
Abraham
shit's
Lincoln
collected
movie,
and
is
sent back
an
out.
office cloaked with immense power. He's got immense power. He's got the bully pulpit. He's going to have a lot of people rooting for him, and he's got Elon Musk. That's kind of cool.
And he's RFK Jr.
He's got RFK Jr.
I
He's
think
got
Tulsi
and
Gabbard.
RFK Jr. is going to get him off the seed oil, so he's going to live longer. It's all going to be good.
I don't know if he can get him off the Diet Coke. That's the one thing.
Well, I
I
was
don't
say he's
know,
going to
you
get
know,
off the seed oil. There
Robert
goes all
Kennedy
on
Jr.
McDonald's.
He'll just give him
Or the McDonald's.
kombucha instead. He won't
Yeah,
know the
right.
difference.
There's one of your featured
Nigel.
speakers at
There you
CPAC, Nigel Farage, right there in the center.
And I saw former Senator David Perdue in the audience. It's going to be a who's who.
And there's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich as well. It looks like they're in
Well,
that
You're
group.
identifying from the back of the head. I'm
I
very
am.
impressed.
I
Mercy.
will.
She knows her
She
politics.
sure does. She sure does.
And Newt Gingrich, the father of the Republican Revolution that Rick Santorum was talking about back in 1994, has been with Donald Trump through all of these campaigns as a big advisor behind the scenes on policy matters that he's so well versed in. And it's just remarkable to see all of these heavyweights coming together and thinking about what kind of administration maybe. I mean, that was a big problem the first time, was that 2016, the victory was such a surprise.
They weren't ready to govern.
They weren't ready to govern, right? And he picked a lot of people in that cabinet that he didn't know, people that the RNC recommended that turned out to not really want to be
He's not going to
MAGA.
do that again.
So how do you
No,
do it
he's
this
not.
time so that, and you've got a great start with RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and the people you've mentioned, but how do you advise him to move forward now?
Well, I think the biggest problem is so many of our friends who served Donald Trump, they're wary about doing it, not for any reason of Donald Trump, but because of how nasty all this has become. And the fact that after you work for Donald Trump, and my wife knows this, they try to destroy you so definitively that you wonder even if you have a professional existence.
Well, they would remember
afterwards.
the Democrats put us on a list so that if you worked for Donald Trump, you cannot get on a corporate board. They would put you down for not getting a corporate job either. It was
I've done that to
brutal.
lawyers.
Here we go.
too. There's movement on the stage. Let's
Oh,
listen
there's
in.
the cameras. Oh.
And there he is.
Friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't
Barron can never run for president, man. There's no Secret Service going to be able to protect him. Boy, he don't look like his dad when he was young, does he?
Right.
Damn, that's scary. Having 1970 flashbacks.
Right.
Dana.
Yep.
Where's Rogan? Where's Rogan? This is beautiful. The whole team.
There's JD.
This is the first time I'm seeing his wife. She's cute. A picture's worth 1,000 words, or in this case, 1,000 tears. Fuck around and find out.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And
yeah, it's a bowel movement. We're getting rid of the shit.
I believe the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Look what happened.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, and in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would
Clean
result
sweep.
in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
And the Senate.
Oh, there's Linda McMahon.
In Montana.
Yep.
Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by
Vince McMahon is with Kamala.
movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators.
Jamie Birch in the house.
And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Oh my God, the left
Mike
is
Johnson. I think he's doing a
exploding.
Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help.
Damn.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States.
Yeah, buddy. What's his wife's nationality? Is she Indian?
Yes.
I remember he mentioned it like during Rogan, but I couldn't remember what it was.
And his
Man,
absolutely
she is pretty as fuck.
remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC. He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words. Sir.
Fact.
Yep.
Wild.
No, it's not bye, Kamala. You're fired.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Without doubt.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Yeah. Let's get her done.
Thank you very much. He's
Praise
turned out to be
God.
a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning,
True.
but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this.
Yeah,
so
because you had
great.
trans people with their
It's
tits
the
hanging out
greatest
on the White House
country
front
and
lawn.
Potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been.
Oh,
We
yeah,
can
and we're
do
firing
that.
all
We
the trans
just-
people in
if
the
we had to
military.
wait
That's right.
longer, I
That
don't know
general
who's
with the
going
dress,
bad,
gone.
who's going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up
The one
those
that looks just
borders,
like
and
Liz
we're going to have to
Cheney.
let people come into our country.
Yeah.
We want
Oh, he put
people
the
to
side
come
by
back
side
in.
pictures, and I'm like, oh my God, how did I not see
we
it?
We have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
Good for you.
Come, Susie. Come here. Come here, Susie. Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Not bad for being put on the spot.
Thank you. And
Right.
thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody
Susie.
up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago. And I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. and it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Certainly not in the White House currently.
Super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Yeah, buddy.
He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
And the left deserves
I
it.
want to thank some people real quick.
Yeah.
I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Yes.
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's
Dismantle
gotta
the
be turned around
IRS.
fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all.
Good night,
helping
Jamie.
us
Thanks for
tonight.
stopping
When you
by,
think,
man. We're going to be
I was
wrapping up here in a
looking
minute
at it,
myself because
watching
I
it,
got to
they
get
had
to
some
work.
great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union.
All right, folks, if you want to watch the rest of it, it'll be on Newsmax. It'll be streaming on YouTube. You'll be able to find it if you want to watch the rest of it. But I do got to get some sleep. What a night it's been. Y'all been part of history here on the Nation Network because we are looking at 8 hours on a single stream on a single subject.
Yeah.
And only once before did I do anything long as that or longer, and it was multiple
Common
subjects.
sense. We want to have borders. We want to have
So
security.
that
we want
is
to
a
have
first, and it
things
was
be
great.
good, safe. We want
And
great
we're
education.
part of history by
want a
watching it
strong and
together,
powerful
counting it
military,
down.
And ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars.
Truly,
4 years,
truly
we
a
had no
memorable night,
wars,
and this is going to
except
be one of
we
my
defeated
all-time favorite
ISIS.
streams.
We defeated
So
ISIS
thank you all for
in
being here. Jay,
record
thank you for
time.
being here. It's a long day,
But we had
long
no
night.
wars.
I don't know
He
what your
said,
plans
"He
are
will
for the morning,
start
but
a
I got to
war. I'm
wake
not
up
gonna
for like
start a
4
war to
hours.
Stop wars. But
I'm
this is
about the
also
same,
a massive
so.
victory for
There you
democracy
go.
and for freedom. Together we're going
Again,
to
for everybody that
unlock
joined us
America's
tonight, thank you
glorious
so,
destiny.
so
We're
much.
going
It's
to
fun having the
achieve the
chat
most
going back
incredible
and forth.
future for our
And
people. Yesterday, as I stood at
who's our
my
friend that's upset
last
right now that
stop
Trump
on
is
the
the
campaign
president?
trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies
Here's the first chat.
approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900,
Right?
901 something, a lot of
Right.
rallies. And it was
I'm too
sad.
tired to
Everybody
remember
was sad.
names at this
Many
point.
people, I said, this is our last
Yeah,
year.
we'll have to get back to
But now we're going on to something
Keith
that's
Keith
far more
O'Toole. Sorry
important
about that.
because
buddy.
the rallies were used
Couldn't get
for
a
us
name in
to
my head.
be put in this position.
It'll be all
where
right.
We can really help our country. That's what we're going to
It'll
do.
actually be better than all right. You'll
We're
just
going
have
to
to wait
make
to
our
see.
country better than it ever has been.
Things are
And I
going to
said
take a
that
turn
many
in the
people
right
have told
direction.
me
And things are going to
that
get
God
better.
spared my life
Because
for
he
a
is
reason.
going to make America great again. Thank you guys for all being here. We'll catch you again real
that
soon
reason was to
here on
save
the
our
Nation
country
Network. And
and
hell,
to restore
I might start
America
doing
to
some wrestling
greatness.
shit again now that I have this
And
off my.
now we are going to fulfill that mission together.
Here's what I've
We're
been
gonna
saying.
fulfill that mission.
I couldn't even think of
The
focusing on
task
that.
before
This
us
was
will
too
not
big
be
a deal.
easy, but I will bring every
If
ounce
this
of
had
energy,
failed,
spirit,
none of that would matter because it would
and
all be.
fight
I can actually
that
look
I
forward to
have
the
in my
deals.
soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
All
This
right.
is a great job.
Have a
There's no
great
job
rest of
like
your
this.
morning.
This is the most important
And we'll
job
catch you right
in the
back here on the
world.
Nation Network sometime in the next couple
Just
days, I'm
as
sure.
I did in my
In the meantime,
first
say
term.
good
We
night,
had a
Jay.
great first term. A great,
Good night,
great first
Jay.
term.
Good night,
I will
everybody. Thanks for
govern
being
by
here.
a
We'll catch you
simple
again real soon.
motto.
So long.
Promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people.
They burning the country down with their progressiveness. Started with changing what gender is, then graduated to your racist. If you think that your life matters and your skin don't have melanin, they don't want peace, they want skeletons. They want men to pretend that they're feminine. They don't want an election. They got so offended by freedom that they just try killing the president. I used to think that the woke were misguided, but now I can see that they're evil. Twitter is angry that Trump is dead. You know who got shot? Innocent people. Thought y'all were tolerant, thought we were equals. I thought you valued how everyone feels. Then why are y'all celebrating an attempted assassination like you're part of the people? Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock them up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed. Told us trust the science, but it never made sense to me. Why would we put all our trust in the enemy? Millions of people are hooked on amphetamines. They're making billions on untested remedies. Borders are open to people with felonies. Biden can't stop them. He don't have the energy. Y'all want to kill the man trying to fight for a better tomorrow by making him Kennedy? I tried to give y'all a chance. Like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong, because y'all are exactly as crazy as every conservative person I know said you were all along. Want to protest? Go hard. Want to burn flags? Go off. But y'all are so triggered that you're pulling triggers at presidents. Y'all the terrorists when you're armed. Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed.
He is holding up his arm.
No one else you can
He is
blame.
pumping his
Tried to
fist.
lock him up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed.